As you join me for the start of this live stream, I currently have an entire trial chamber sitting right here. However, when you get to the end of this project, which will be very shortly, I mean very longly really, but by the time I finish this project, everything you see right here, all the copper, all the tough brick, all of the fun blocks in between will be gone and will be transported into chests and shulker boxes because I'm destroying an entire trial chamber. It is going to be a fun, mad rush. But today I'm going to do precisely that because I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and more importantly, it's going to meet my needs for things like waxed copper, oxidized stairs for a very long time to come. Seriously, how many of these do you need? You're the one who gets to decide, because maybe, maybe I want a, a lot of these, maybe I don't. It's my choice. I have to find my pick block button. Do I want to have, do I want to have as many of the, do I want to have these blocks? Do I want to have these blocks? Do I want to have these blocks? Do I want these ones or these ones? Today, I'm going to destroy them all and put them all into chests. So I picked this trial chamber specifically for this task because I could just randomly start destroying at random blocks like I'm doing right now, but I wanted to go at this methodically, and that means knowing exactly how much trial chamber there is. And this seems like a fairly small one with just 2 and a bit major, things to destroy, and 1 major water room, which we'll of course have to drain, which will be a fun little part of the project. Then we're going to move on to the actual chamber rooms, which will be great because there will be mobs spawning from these the entire time, and it means that I'm going to have a good opportunity to farm ominous keys. Here's my bad omen bottle. I'm going to farm that into some ominous keys, hopefully, while I'm destroying the structure. So there's a lot to do, there's a lot to really be destroyed, and I'm going to be doing that right now. So let's destroy a block there and dig beyond it, and let's start with an order of business, because like I said, there is such a huge project here with so many tiny moving pieces that it can be hard to even work out where you're going to begin. This is my biggest destruction project that I'll be finishing so soon after a structure comes out. It's going to be so monumentally large that it kind of represents some big problems in organization. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this hallway, because this hallway is very special. You might have noticed just a little bit earlier that something is wrong with this trial chamber, and it's missing a single chunk. I didn't think it'd be fair to destroy a trial chamber that was missing too many chunks, but this one's missing a particular chunk that I'll be able to use to my advantage, because over here is the entrance room to the trial chamber, a room which I think will finish up last, because again, it's the most theoretically useful. Maybe one day this entrance door will be useful to us, so knowing exactly where this is will be really valuable, and so we'll leave this room intact until the very end, and in the meantime, we'll destroy everything starting here. We'll make a big hole through it so we can see it, and we'll watch as this slowly becomes, I'd do an editing effect at this point, but imagine there's nothing here. Shut your eyes. Imagine it looks like that. Yeah, there we go. That would be impressive, wouldn't it? So let's start the destruction. Let's start things moving. And let's also start being very cautious about stuff like this. We just have to patch it up immediately and make sure it goes away. And let's also start by picking up a big dividing line. I'm going to draw a big diagonal line in the floor here, and I'm going to destroy all the blocks on the right of it, or all the blocks on the left of it. Well, I guess I picked a new line now, haven't I? But I'm going to deliberately destroy the trial chambers in a line, so that we can have a fun effect where you can see where trial chambers is and where it was. When you have projects this big, it's important to attack them with some methodicality, which is why, even though every time I keep showing you this, I want to show you that this is just one part of a wider project plan. But the first part needs to be picking a logical place where we should place all of our blocks. As the trial chambers is filled with so many of these, we can't just hope to fill an inventory and go all the way back home and then fill another inventory. It's just not a viable, valid strategy. So instead what we need to do is we need to organize every single block that we're going to be finding today and give it its own chest. So instead of using a chest also to make it easier to transport, over here what I'm going to do is place a shulker box. This will be for, let's just say, waxed copper. Then we'll have another shulker box. This one will be for, say, the unwaxed, the oxidized wax copper. Then we'll have one for tough bricks, which can go over here. And just to make sure we don't get lost and confused, very easy to do, we'll even label them right up above. So over here, we can have regular wax blocks of copper. Over here, we'll have oxidized wax blocks of copper. And over here, we'll have the tough bricks. And now that means we can start emptying out our inventory of the most annoying and abundant things right away, which I think will be very lovely. And now we're going to continue our big divide theme we've got going on here, make a huge hole directly diagonally across the trial chambers. So yeah, it's a big project, and join me today as we do precisely this. By the way, the music is very loud for me. it's interesting for some people can't hear it. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn it down just the tiniest bit because I had to get the Minecraft to work. I had to reinstall everything. It's crazy how often you have to do that, but you lose all your worlds when you reinstall Minecraft. Just a pro tip. And so yeah, we'll turn it down just for now. We'll leave it running for the stream. I usually turn it all the way off. But yeah, something important. So with that said, seems like you're computing the music for volume right now. Yeah, sorry. Oh, it's very, very fun about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, Minecraft, I think it's a little frustrating, but I couldn't get the update without reinstalling everything, which, you know, like, whatever, that happens sometimes. But in this case, that happening led to all sorts of fun things. So will you destroy
Destruction tax, TGIF.
Oh, thank you! TGI, is it Friday? Oh, wow, I did not know. Happy Friday, everyone! Oh, that's exciting. More people to play Minecraft Tricky Trials, if you ask me. More seriously, though, that is cool. Happy Friday, everybody. I'll be honest, my weekend's plan is entirely, you know, streaming, like, a lot of stuff, making sure we keep up with the videos. I'm like 99% sure we finished beating Minecraft with all the features. I'm so excited for people to see it. I love doing silly Minecraft challenge playthroughs, and I hope that people appreciate seeing that too. So, yeah, it's Friday, says Ad and Sony. Exactly. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you have the best of Fridays. So I'm going to start by, I think, destroying the staircases. I think that's something we could do. No. I think we should I mentioned before, like, how you could fall into disarray, and that's already happened to me. But I think just picking a nice line and sticking to it, destroying all the way down to these tough bricks, is a really good place to start, because it's going to make the place look so much more chaotic, but in the good way, I hope. I also have to appreciate just how many blocks we're going to be coming through, and also how much of my pickaxe is going to be gone. I've got a pickaxe right now, but the pickaxe is probably going to die by the end of the stream, so we need to be ready with emergency pickaxes and stuff like that. The sorts of stuff we'll be ready for. So, is the Doritos bathing video finished? There is a, it's in, don't worry, you'll be seeing me bathe in Doritos very shortly. Well, you won't be, you wrote it, because you're not a member. But, you know, soon it will be happening. I'm now gonna go ahead and, ooh, yeah, just keep on at this. By the way, if he steals one of my blocks, I'm gonna have to kill him. But as he's got a block of gravel right now, I'm actually gonna appreciate his work and hope he teleports away and keeps it forever. You know, I'm not guaranteed that he will, but it's a hope that we can have, right? It's a hope we can have. So, Minecraft Survival Hard Mode, try not to die. I think we'll be fine in this. Though, yeah, we're gonna make it extra hard mode because, like I said, I don't want to just be destroying stuff all day. That is an important part of what I need to do for a destruction project to function, obviously. But I also want to take this as an opportunity to get some ominous keys. So, because while I'm, you know, like, Minecraft has a 30-minute cooldown on the trial spawners, which is, you know, a bummer for some people, but actually can serve as, like, an opportunity for us at the same time, because that means that while we're sitting here, we're working on a project that, let's be frank, is going to take hours and hours and hours. I've allotted the next 4 hours of my life before even thinking about anything further. So, we're working on a big project where we're going to be here for at least 3 to 4 hours, right? That means we can go through 6 different cycles of a trial chamber, which means that if we just go back up here, definitely need to light this place up a little bit more. It feels silly because we'll later be removing the torches and putting stuff in their places. So let's try and put the torches on the deep slate walls here. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be taking advantage of the trial spawners that we do have and going for some ominous vault opportunities, and, you know, or at least some ominous key opportunities. And we'll save all of the keys for a later vault situation. It'll be a lot of fun. First things first, though, let's take down some skeletons. They might have armor, but I have smite, so no match for me, friends. No match for me whatsoever. Wow. And do I get a key? Ah, yeah, golden carrot. I'll take it, I guess. So yeah, we're also gonna have to take down the breezes. It's a little bit easier when you have an elytra to deal with their nonsense, but still not necessarily easy. And also a reminder that we need to make a chest just to store all the stuff we'll find from around here. Also, where did that skeleton come from? I thought we took down the skeleton trial spawner. Yeah, not a problem. But there's a lot of fire. There's a lot of wind. I'm just gonna get out of this. Actually, I'm just gonna get all the way out of this, sit in the corner, hope that that's good enough for me. Thank you, FFM Monkey. Monkey. FM Monkey. Yeah, like you're a monkey on the radio. Thank you for becoming the 422nd channel member, bringing us closer to our 500 goal. See, now that we've hit 420 and I'm going to bathe in Doritos, we can set a new member goal. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it soon. Don't worry, it'll be a lot of great stuff. I hope that you can all trust me on that one. So I'm just going to press these buttons. Oh, activate some fires. And then I'm going to break some blocks through here so that we can place some torches on the sides there. I want to make these places as bright as possible for all of the ominosity. Ominosity? Ominosity isn't a word, but all the ominous stuff we're going to be doing here. I've got the slowness effect, which is a little annoying when you're trying to fight a fast mob, but I think we just got it done. Perfect. And now we can mine enough of this to get ourselves up there, because we're destroying the trial chambers anyway, right? Hey, golden carrots, my favorite. I came all the way here specifically just for golden carrots. I'm glad that they can appreciate that. So we're going to fly up here, and we're going to just one-hit KO some skeletons, and then immediately turn around, and oh yeah, I knew it would happen. They've got the knockback, so I'm just going to sit around the corner. There, nice. Give me my first key. I think I deserve it now. Beef. I already got a stack of that. That's cool. So yeah, the goal is just to, every half an hour, take down this trial chamber, and ideally get enough bad omen bottles that we can do it every half hour getting some stuff. So here are 2 more spawners. I'm just going to go for it. They're spiders and they're skeletons, right? So skeletons are easy. Skeletons are real easy, even when they've got armor on. There's no real stress here. Okay, there's the stress. There's the real stress here. That's complete. Give me a key. Give me a key. Do you see it? Oh, yes. First ominous key unlocked, chat. I don't need slimes, I'll be honest with you. And so now we'll just kill the spiders by fire. Oh, no, I still don't have the... I really need to pick that up. Okay, spider eye. No, I definitely want the key above both of those. Hey, thank you! From Minnesota. Sorry, I've got my... Chase from Minnesota. Yeah, are you the bank, but the branch specifically within Minnesota? Hiding in the bathroom hiding in the bathroom at work. Thank you for keeping me entertained. Here is your voluntary tax. Thank you very much, Mr. Chase. I'm glad that you are being entertained by the stream. I honestly, I'm fully ready for, like, I know, like, I'm excited to have an opportunity to play Minecraft for so long. A part of me was even considering, like, you know, should we just set it up so it's like 9 to 5? Might be a fun way of doing things. But I decided not to repeat 9 to 5 and instead just do, like, you know, casual 4 hours of stream each day. It's a lot longer than we usually do, and it's a huge chunk of the day. But I feel like now is the best time if I wanna get an excuse to do something like this. And hopefully it's a valid excuse. People like you help it to feel valid for me, at least. So there's a spider somewhere around here. He must have fallen down here. Oh no, more spawners. Okay, skeletons. I love these guys. It's so easy to finish them off. Even when they've got the armor on, like they're doing right now, one good critical hit is all it takes, and they're gone. Oh, these are... Okay, zombies are much worse. I take back any praise that I made about all the things that I'm seeing. It's gone substantially worse now. So I'm going to hang back here while I heal for a bit. Baby zombies are always the monkey paw part of, like, oh yeah, I love enemies that let me use my smite enchantment. You never want to fight baby zombies of armor. But that's what the trial chambers makes you. He's got a diamond sword, chat. He's got a diamond sword. Oh no. Okay, I'm out there. Okay, I'm out. I'm free to be me. I'm gonna eat over here where they can't get me. Oh, so close to at least popping a totem, right? Wow. Okay, we've got 10 minutes of trial omen left. So we're gonna do a classic bedrock heal. I'm gonna put my arrows in here because I don't need them. I'll put my bones in there, to be totally honest with you. Ooh, I've got a dead bush. That must have come from the plant pot. So yeah, I think I should come around and do a big pot destroying run after we finish with our first round of spawners. Which we'll start over here because we've got... Oh, no. Okay, we'll start over here because we've got skeleton spawners. I love skeleton spawners. They're just so easy with smite. This is the biggest, like, day and night difference between with enchanted gear versus without. But as you can see, without has won and got me cooked beef again. Kill some breezes. It's an easier than average room to kill breezes in, so I'm not too mad about how many spawners we have for them. And we got some spiders over here too. Wait, chat, we have... Oh no, yeah, we got spiders, baby zombies, and then we've got skeletons. So it's funny, this is the closest thing you can get to like a 20 you know, like 2012 style Minecraft trial chambers. I think that goes without saying. Very, very fun. Love to see it. So, ooh, hey! Thank you, Veins, for becoming the 423rd channel member. I'm glad that you're on board of our mission to stream a bunch of Minecraft this weekend. And I hope that you enjoy your new member-only videos and name badge and all the other fun stuff. Did I just knock a Breeze tag right back at the Breeze? Ah, that's fun. Well, so I've got the infested tag on me right now, so I have to be very careful about killing spiders. They're gonna infest the ground with webs. Don't know if I want them to infest the ground with webs. But still, we probably took down a whole spider spawner just then. And now we'll take down a Breeze spawner. With fire and... yeah, the webs are actually helping me out, because this is a mob that's way too mobile usually. But I can cancel out that mobility using cobwebs. There might be a strategy for that, actually. But yeah, second trial key has been gathered. Or ominous trial key. I want to build up so many of these over the next few hours. Just so I can say that I've got it done. And, yep, let's just hop out there then. So, that was great. I think I took down every spawner in the place. Except this guy. Oh yeah, the 2 baby zombies. They're still going to be around here somewhere. I don't know where around here somewhere is. I just know it's going to hurt me. So if they are... So they would have followed me, right? They would have... Let's think logically about their path. I flew this way, above one. So there we go, there we go. Okay. So we're going to try and get them on a corner where they can't attack me. Very easy said than done on Bedrock, honestly. There we go. Easy. And then we're going to just dig through to the wall here and place some more torches wherever we can. Again, all about keeping light in this place wherever we can see it. And then that is another cooked beef. 1 cooked beef? Chat, for killing an entire set of baby zombies, I got 1 cooked beef. So yeah, today's the first day of this project is going to be, you might say less productive in terms of blocks destroyed, but it's going to be a lot more productive in terms of, you know, actually getting the loot that we need from this place. And so that's the way I'm trying to see it. So we're going to come into the wall here, which we've dug from our portal to each side of the trial chamber. And we're going to dig this place out next to make a chest room by the portal. This is going to be dug out quite severely and quite majorly. And it's going to represent where I store the stuff that I will sort of need, but not right now. So on the other side of the portal here, we'll just make a little area where we can start storing the loot from here. Stuff that I will want and that I can't just throw away, but also don't necessarily need to move right this second. So here's a double chest, there's a single chest. The double chest is for the stuff I'm going to pile up like crazy, and the single chest is for the other stuff that I probably won't. So I'll get far too many strings, for example. Great example. Far too much deep slate. Another good example. Just throw those down here. I'm gonna pick it up, so we need to put it somewhere. And then on the right, we'll put our golden carrots and our, not our ominous keys yet, but our breeze rods and the stuff that really is quite valuable, just, you know, not right now. And then we'll mine out this entire area, which I should do with a regular pickaxe, really. So let's use a regular pickaxe, really. This is so that we can get regular deep slate rather than, sorry, we can get cobbled deep slate rather than regular deep slate, and just make a slightly nicer area in and out of here. Make it just a little bit more visible, a little bit more exposed, and it'll be good to go. I popped in for a bit yesterday. It was too chaotic, but it was lovely to see 3K viewers. Yeah, there's always, there's 2 events a year where the channel goes for a big spike. I don't know if you're meant to admit this, but I try to be honest, or like try to be open. I think honesty and openness can be different things sometimes. I try to be, I think everyone should try to be honest, but I also try to be open. And there's 2 big days a year for this channel because we cover updates so much. One is the Minecraft Live reveal, you know, Minecon Live, whatever you want to call it. And the other is when the update comes out. So yesterday was like the biggest day of the year, logically.
Howdy Toy Cat, which do you think is more difficult, the Nether, Ancient Cities, or Trial Chambers? I'm asking because I'm nervous about Trial Chambers. Here is your allowance. That's
a really funny question. I think that they are quite different, right? I think I really like this question, actually. Okay, so the ancient cities are the hardest for me because the ancient cities rely on sneaking around. They're so easy, like, you know, everything in Minecraft can be cheesed. I feel like the ancient cities are even easier to cheese than everything else. But with the catch being that you've got to play really cautiously, which is the opposite of how I want to play. The Nether is a scary place if you want to cheese it, because you have to explore So all of the techniques that would usually work to make it go real easy won't work so well in the Nether. Whereas the trial chambers in between, there are techniques you can do to ease it up, but it's ultimately going to come with quite a few difficulties, and that's just something you need to know. So yeah, I like that question a lot. That was a really good one, Pookie, and thank you for the tip that came with it. A good question and a tip. I am spoiled today. So yeah, we're just going to make a couple of piles of this stuff. We could even make just a whole second row of it, honestly, because I'm going to mine a lot of these blocks. And now we are going to go to my pots. So again, I picked up some bones. Just need to put those away. And we'll put the item frames in here for now, because I'm going to pick up more but later. Then we're going to dump the stuff that fits into one of these categories. So copper, all that sort of stuff. And then put this in here, and that in here, and same with this. And now we're going to go around and we're going to break every single pot. So who's excited for this? I watched for more than 6 hours in the Mining Ancient City video, says Rolock. Thank you. You know, you're pulling up the average watch time. The average person watched something like 13 minutes, which should be fair. You know, that's decent, some would say. Also, we're going to get the pots back because we're breaking them with our fist. Usually I just get bricks, but that's because I'm using like a shovel or something. So the decorated pots don't actually... Wait, is this a bug? Oh, okay, so this is a decorated pot with guster and scrape. We're going to get a lot of decorated pots and a lot of just garbage alongside them. But this is something that's important to do. We can't not do it, so let's go ahead and let's do it. I'm going to leave the chests in place. Chat, this is what I do for every single structure that I destroy. We're going to leave these chests in place. We could grab the bad omen bottom because I'm going to need it in, you know, how many minutes? 2 minutes? Oh, I really feel like I should get another trial chamber set of enemies destroyed, but I can't do it, so I won't do it. Although maybe we should go back to the previous one, just in case we didn't finish off all the breezes, and let's just go see what we can do. So we'll destroy all the blocks we can find around here. Very lovely to see. And then we're going to put all of this in some miscellaneous chest somewhere, because it's going to be important for that. Like a big pot chest, maybe. You know, a pot chest feels like something that could get you arrested. But it's actually a very important thing in Minecraft. And yeah, I think there is another trial chamber up one of these two. So how many minutes have we got? 1 minute 44, chat. Is it over here? Nope, that is it's a weird dead end. That must be a trial chamber on the other side. It is. I guess correctly. There's a vault here, and there's a lot more spawny things here. So let's deal with this one first. Nice and easy. I'm going to end up with so many bones by the end of this chat. You won't ever need a skeleton farm again. If you come into one of these chambers of looting, you come in with all of this, and you leave with a lot more than this. So we get a third key, but I'm looking for a bad omen bottle. I really need bad omen, chat. At this point, I would take bad omen over an ominous key, even though the ominous keys are the real reason I'm here. So, perfect. Okay, what are you going to give me? Strength, it looks like? That is strength, right? Yeah, strength and golden carrots. So for now, just drop some stuff into here. That for now and that. We'll come pick it up later. And did I pick up the golden carrots? Yes, I did. So we're just going to have to take down some more skeletons. Real easy task. Definitely no complications coming in this one. Not that I can see, that's for sure. Oh, the silverfish appearing. Why are there silverfish appearing? And then we're just going to check, and it's baked potatoes. So we went for a lot of work, and what we got in exchange was baked potatoes. So I'm just going to go check the last room. Oh, this was the official entrance. I'm probably going to have to mine that out fairly early on. But we're going to go check the last room, because I bet I left a breeze spawner incomplete. We've got 13 seconds, chat. Okay, we've got to activate it right now. Did I complete every spawner? Oh, actually, looks like I did. Okay, so we got our money's worth from that bad omen. But we didn't get a bad omen's worth from that bad omen. Which, you know, pretty crucial, some would say. So now we're just going to go through, empties our inventory, and then break even more pots and do it again. So can those spawners be destroyed? Are they unbreakable? So here's the thing. We can destroy the spawners, but I think it's going to be better not to. I think it will be much more fun to leave the chests, the spawners, and the vaults in exactly the same place that we found them before. That might sound like insanity, but, you know, everything sounds like insanity if you say it with the wrong inflection. And everything sounds pretty reasonable if you say it with the right inflection. If you're like, wow, I think that we need to help people out and help them into finding good sources of viable opportunity. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to chainsaw the vulnerable in society. And it's like, well, that sounded pretty reasonable up until that very last bit. And you know, I was already sold, so honestly, sure, let's do that bit too. So, does the existence of dad jokes imply the existence of granddad jokes? You're just not old enough for them yet, but they are coming for you. Okay, so there's one more shulker box in here somewhere. I don't want to use this one. Is it this one? No, I'm going to move some stuff from shulker box to shulker box because I kind of need more space for this. But for now, let's make a chest. Put it over here, let's say, and make this the decorated pot chest. I'm probably not going to want to move it, so just pots, 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 and all the things we find from the pots, plus the stuff from the trial spawners. Looks wonderful to me. And yeah, I think I have to put these trial chamber explorer maps somewhere too. So we'll just pick a nice place for them, which is over here, and in they shall go. Map number 1, map number 2. And then we'll also put the compasses in this chest here. Hopefully there's space for them. There's not. So we're going to take something out. I think like 10 glass panes is the least needable thing in here. Throw the compasses in. And then we can put the glass panes in here. Again, later me can do something about that. And then a couple of item frames so we can put them above our future stuff. Okay, exporting, I'm looking to my third explorer map to get a trial chamber that wasn't cut off by old chunks. Yeah, that is the majority of them, sadly, is they're going to be covered in holes. So now we got a decorated pot chest, a wax copper chest, a regular copper chest, and a tough brick chest. Okay, looking pretty good. I'm going to make sure I'm picking up all the blocks that we destroy. It's going to be very important to do that. Just, you know, make sure we pick them up. It's a small thing to look over, but still a very easy thing to look over. And every time we mine past the wall... Oh, there's still wall back there, but so we're going to try and place as many torches as we can, just so that we can still have light once we destroy the copper bulbs. So destroy a few blocks here, and once we hit that, we place a torch. This extra infusion of light into the place will be really handy. I was thinking of destroying the surface above this, but I think it's ocean up there. So getting natural light in here is going to be very hard. We're going to go for the easy route instead. What we're also going to do is try and make priority routes around the place. So the next thing after breaking all the pots is I'm going to try and make routes around the trial chamber that increase accessibility. So a good example of that is there is a vault down here and some beds. It's a lot easier if you can access those this way rather than having to, I don't know, do it the painful, slow way. So let's tear down these walls and let's make that accessible. Although we have to be very careful about what we destroy because there's water all around us. But still, looks just fine and just great so far. So let's leave it how it is. And then let's destroy the blocks back here. Yeah, not quite expecting the... There we go, yeah, that's perfect. Basically exactly what we want. All the way into our first trial spawner, which we can now walk into with a lot more ease than we could before. Yeah, that's about as much as we can really destroy to let ourselves into this one. But still, there is an easy way into a trial spawner. That is a big improvement, if you ask me. Okay, so take some more blocks. We're just going to do some more semi-random mining just to fill up my inventory because I'm on the way back here anyway. Just really kind of tear down sections of the map that are going to seem tricky to get to later. So we'll go top down, I guess, is a logical way to start this. Because there are quite a few ceiling blocks. It's going to go 2 blocks up in the ceiling. So we need to start fairly high up on this one. Place some torches where we can. And yeah, it looks like it's a fairly boxed in structure. So as long as we can get a decent grip on this, we should be good. So just destroy the ceiling and we'll let it drop, worst case scenario. Oh, so I think more than enough people think Minecraft is awesome. Yeah, I agree. I think we're very lucky in the Minecraft world to have a game that is so universally understood. Like if you're really into fighting games or you're really into like any really niche world, when you try to describe some, you know, niche terminology you're doing, people can barely understand the game itself. Like, oh yeah, my understanding of fighting games is you spam the buttons when you're playing with your friends, and whoever spams the buttons the best seems to win. And like that's like really upsetting to a fighting game player. Like, but no, there's all this strategy and this stuff that you're missing. As like, no, I'm pretty sure you just spam the button and then whoever wins is kind of random. Is how you and I will see it. So it's kind of cool that like even when I talk about Minecraft to people in real life, like I explained, I got really into Superflat to quite a few people in real life. Like a lot of people were wondering like why I was explaining like, yeah, I've been playing an ungodly amount of Minecraft recently on stream, and some people would actually ask like, so what are you up to? I'd be like, yeah. So the idea is it's a flat world survival. You know, like there's nothing on it. It's a creative world. I've got to build the resources from nothing. And even if people didn't know enough about Minecraft, they'd be like, yeah, the idea that there are no resources in the world, that you have to build them all, that is pretty insane, actually. And I thought that's kind of cool, that people can understand that. There's this kind of trade-off of having niche hobbies versus mass market hobbies. Like, if you're into something really niche, I think a lot of people can... I think there's something to be appreciated about niche stuff when it comes to, like... If you find someone else who's also into niche stuff, it's more of a connection point. Whereas, have you ever been like, oh yeah, do you watch the news? Wow, I also watch the news. You hear about that hunter trial, or you hear about that flood in Indonesia? It doesn't work. Speaking of not working, I've had this persistent dry cough. Does anyone know the cauldron recipe for a potion of suppressant? I can't find it on the wiki. That's a funny concept. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I guess I can't tell you out loud how to make cough. I'm pretty sure the cough syrup ingredients are the ones that you can use to make very dangerous drugs. So I'll say, you know what? The trick is you got to go right to a pharmacy. Do you know something crazy, actually? This blows my mind because it shows the, like, lengths that, like, we're willing to go to as a society to prevent people doing bad things. But there's two types of, cough medicine. There's the fake stuff that they give people because they're worried that you'll use it to make, like the really bad stuff. And then there's the stuff that actually works that you have to get on like extra guaranteed prescription, and it's like there's so many steps to getting it. And they just make the fake ones so that most people who think that they're getting it to make fake stuff will make something that is not harmful for themselves. But that means a lot of people go into the store with a cough and they get something that doesn't actually help them in the name of trying to help people who might otherwise end up causing some harm, which to me feels insane. Like the idea of doing harm to some people to help other people it's something that is kind of built into humans' DNA. Like for as long as we've had the idea of like cohabitating this planet, we've had to struggle with this. But I can't believe we have it in like such a basic level. I currently have whooping cough and it's not helping. Cough medicine you buy off the shelf is essentially sugar and glycerin. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why they even sell it. Like, it feels like a scam that they're even allowed to. Which, yeah, I know. Like, I think consumer healthcare stuff is really, really, really odd on a lot of levels. But, it's scope beyond the topic of a Minecraft video, really. So, speaking of Minecraft videos... 7 slime chunks generate my trial chambers. There's so many slimes that I got 2.5 stacks of slime balls after completing the vault. Oh, I never even considered that the reason I saw a slime earlier was because of that. I just assumed it was oozing or something. But yeah, that's something important to watch out for. Is what if your trial chamber is in a slime chunk? I might end up with a bunch of slimes just bouncing around here, doing their own thing. Kind of fun to think about, I guess. So yeah, my destruction is coming along well. I definitely want to get back to the main... chambers nonsense. But for now, it's gone well enough, I'd say. No real issues. So, Demo Fex Turbine is easy to get here. I have to use hot lemonade personally. It's so annoying because a cough feels like such an easily preventable problem. It's like, okay, so the body is telling you it's hurting you. How can we stop that pain? I don't mind stopping the underlying mechanism. I just want it to not hurt. That's all I'm really after from this. And it feels like a surprisingly complicated answer for what should be, on the surface seems like an easy to answer problem. But I guess that's why there are, medical people who work on it, and not people like me going, can't we just solve this in 10 seconds? Speaking of solving something in 10 seconds, let's put some... Oh, this is weird. There's a tough brick over there. I wouldn't expect there to be a tough brick there. Honestly, this whole place is filled with unexpected blocks in unexpected places. But yeah, I think what we should do first is we should start on the... Once we get this big diagonal cut done, just to show where the destruction line begins. Because I think it's kind of cool to have a destruction line in a structure, if I'm being totally honest. That is my reasoning, is I think it looks cool. Once we get the destruction line dug in here, so we'll start like along this and hope it lines up with that previous one. Once we get the destruction line in, I think then we should work on destroying the side rooms first. Because they're easy to, you know, get in. Or maybe the side rooms will look funnier if they're not attached to a structure. Yeah, you know, actually, I kind of feel that. I think it would be a lot funnier if it's attached to no structure. Yeah, I feel that a lot, actually. You know, that's a way better idea. Is work on the funny first and the reality second. So let's keep mining the ceiling here, just because there's not going to be any ceiling blocks left to mine it from. We'll let them drop on the ground, and then we'll pick them up later. And then we'll go around and finish all of the pots. There's a lot of tasks to do, but as always, the way I'll be doing it is saying that I've got a really serious plan, and then flipping back and forth between it all repeatedly. Because how else are you meant to do major projects like this? Okay, so we'll destroy this pillar next. Seems like an easy win. I guess this is also an easy win, just get these ceiling blocks, but we can do most of these later. Just make a nice old dent in it. And then let's start destroying downwards, I guess. Oh, we have to destroy this wall too. That's fine with me. Oh, I think we're going to unlock a whole new section. Like, in this wall here, there's going to be something we haven't seen before. It's going to be nice. So, I love the new top blocks, says Elite Allow. Yeah, I like the new top blocks a lot, too. I've got to say, I think one of the fun things about them is the fact that, like, they remind me of the... Oh, so wait, this is... What is this ladder here for? It just brings you to a room with nothing in it? What a bizarre ladder. But yeah, what I love about the new top bricks is they kind of have this trial chamber vibe built into them. Like, I really have this, like, negative bias towards the idea that, like, you know, Mojang intentionally didn't create tough bricks so they could create them later. And the most positive thing I can say about that is, well, actually, it does lead to the fun, you know, coincidental side effect of now I associate tough bricks of this structure rather than associating this structure with tough bricks. I think that's a fun benefit, at least. So yeah, lots and lots and lots of tough bricks. I'm going to need multiple shulker boxes for this. No doubt about that. Maybe a shulker box. Yeah, we're going to need a lot of shulker boxes. You can see that coming true already, basically. And that's without me destroying this bottom layer of floor, even. But still, it's coming together nicely. It's coming together very nicely. Let's just climb this ladder, which will exist for a long time. And let's destroy more of this layer here to make it more clear what is gone and what's not. So, anytime there's a block above me destroyed, I'll try and destroy the block below me to make some nice, clear groove lines and some nice, easy places where it's definitely all going to be gone. So, what are you going to do with all this copper, says Fox Studio Games. Oh, that's the fun part. I have a fun plan for all this copper, Mr. Fox Studio Games. I do have a need for this much copper. I'm trying to craft a copper door, and I don't remember if the recipe is 6 blocks or 6 million blocks. So I figure we'll just play it safe and get the 6 million. That is my fun idea, just to be clear. Nothing else in mind. Just, you know, just the copper door. Sometimes that's all you need to have in mind, really. So we'll destroy a few more blocks over here. And that looks like a fairly neat divide to me. It feels like as neat as we're probably going to get for now. A very clear... It looks like a diagonal destruction has come here, which means it's not going to look like a chunk has been destroyed like over here, but instead something else entirely. That is what I want to see. But we're also a solid 30 minutes in now, so you can see the length that this destruction is going to start to be, and that's something concerning. So I think I'm going to start picking out particular block types and working on those soon. So I think we're going to be targeting the waxed copper and the regular copper, because those are the most valuable block. Oh, man. Something outside. We're good. I have... You know, something I hate is, like, cars were designed with horns that they're designed to make you, like, go, ah! It's the same with, like, car alert noises. But most of the time, it's like it's like the most pointless stuff. And I think the fact that car users are allowed to use their horns and like shock everyone in an urban area for something that's usually so dumb and pointless, just saying, bad idea. It's like music, right? Music is so great when you love a song, but the fact that you have to listen. Some people think it's appropriate to listen to music just in a public place loudly. It's like, oh man, there's a different set of rules that we need to apply at different times, and we're all not sure about when and how and what. And so I think getting car noises on the radio when you're driving is the worst. Oh yeah, that must be scary. I was driving a car this weekend for a 2Cat video. Like I had a fun project. I mentioned before I was going to the coast in England, and it just kept randomly assuming there was a car in front of me and beeping and being like, car in front, crash imminent, and there was nothing in front. It'd be like a paper bag or something. And it would be nothing sometimes. Like I'm making guesses about what it could be. And it was the most terrifying thing. It's just like, oh yeah, you might be about to die in the next few seconds. Just kidding, software error. I don't know. Also, wow, look at all the diamonds we're picking up today. I mean, we're not picking them up, but look at all the diamonds we're finding. Ghost car, says Valeria Bear. That's what it must be. It must have a supernatural sensor, and it's just picking up the ghost cars. Makes a lot of sense now that you say it, actually. So yeah, let's dig through the walls first, because this will be the easiest way for me to place the torches. And then let's... Oh, okay, we found another room over here. Yeah, kind of like this. Let's make our own secret set of ghost paths. I'm saying ghosts a lot now. Spooky, spooky ghosts. What is the point of doing this? To get access to a lot of copper. The tough bricks, I'm going to be honest with you, by themselves, I wouldn't recommend to everyone. You should get 1 honk per purchase of the vehicle, says Elite Allow. Yeah, my theory is you should get 5 honks per year. I think I'd be pretty generous about it. 5 honks per year, but... Also, is this an ominous spawner or a regular spawner? Why do they all have armor on, chat? Oh, bad skeletons. Better give me an ominous key and not a regular key. Ah, you had armor, though. Monsters. I wonder if these guys will have armor, too. It'd be interesting if they're like, oh, yeah, I think they're permanently ominous now. Oh, is that a bug, chat? I don't think it's meant to be that way. Fairly sure it's not. Yeah, I think you should get 5 honks of the car horn per year. And then any more than that, you have to... It's a microtransaction to the manufacturer, or it's a tax to the local government, or whatever it is. But you should be... If you're honking 5 times in a year, that should already be like, you're on a watch list somewhere, right? That should be, we're looking at you like, why do you really need to talk to people that much? If you're out in the countryside, you can honk all you like. If it's just you in a car and there's no one else for miles, like, everyone should support your right to do that. But otherwise, I'm a little bit less on board of your right to annoy everyone around you. So, and it's crazy because some people are using it as a way to be like, look, I'm mad. You shouldn't have done that. Rather than alerting them with their presence like it's meant to be, like a safety feature, they use it as an anger feature. I've been to Miami, and everyone there is just angry with each other all the time. There's so many honks that you don't even understand what's happening. It's just everyone making little passive-aggressive little dings at each other. It's so silly. I honk because other people are awful drivers. I hate to tell you, but if you're honking all the time at other people being awful drivers, I hate to, I won't be the one to break it to you. I'm not going to be the person. I believe it should be 3 horns, an excuse me horn, I'm sorry horn, and a watch out, crash coming soon horn. Well, if you want to say I'm sorry, I think we have like a I'm sorry and thank you merged together with like, you either flash your lights if they're in front of you, or you use your hazards if they're behind you. Or maybe your 4-ways if you are maybe in North America. But yeah, you know, like we have signals for thank you. So all the and I'm sorry. And all the other stuff can just be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Dude, you've driven in Vegas, you need 5 honks a day here. I've driven in Vegas and I need 0 honks wait, let me... Yeah, I honked 0 times when I was in Vegas. I lived in Vegas for most of the year, chat. I honked 0 times. 0. I'm... This is one of those things. I'm letting people out themselves right now. But yeah, I think in general, it's like yelling, right? I think most people would be on board with a 5 yells a year limit. That way, you know, it's this is my policy towards swearing on the channel. Is I generally don't swear. And it's not because I have some moral opposition to swearing. Or even worse, the whole, like, I don't swear for advertiser safety reasons. I know, I feel like that's a dumb reason not to swear too. It's genuinely, the less you swear, the more impactful it is when you do it. This is something I wish they could have told me when I was a teenager. Like, you know, when you turn 11 and the other children teach you swear words, you're like, wow, I've learned the words that will hurt people so much. And the first few times you do it, like, yeah. But eventually, everyone's just swearing every other word. Like, let me go to my effing class. I got some effing stuff to effing get done. And, it's like, when you swear so much, the swear words just become words, right? The point is they're meant to be... It's like, I don't know, like an unforgivable, terrible, extra awful thing. It just doesn't work when you do it super crazy like that. So yeah, with that said, we're gonna keep on digging these holes out into the structure. I'm gonna try not to have any drop on the ground there, but it's okay when they do. And we're gonna make a nice little outline of the entire trial chamber, because I think this will be handy for helping me know just how much really needs to be destroyed. I'm getting a personal made BMW for my wedding in the future. When me and my fiancée Emma decide to get married, my second cousin is playing for it. I don't understand that joke. I hope that one day I will. So Toycat turned 11 instead of his Hogwarts letter. He learned how to swear. Yeah, it's you. So it was going to a new school, right? There's this really going to a new school is like a terrifying but necessary experience. I don't actually understand why it's necessary. I don't know why we can't just put all the years under one building, but whatever. We have different schools for different years. And so twice in your life, you have to go through this huge, scary, like, okay, there's a bunch of new people. They are gonna judge me entirely by what I see right now. I remember one of my friends, the first thing everyone learned about him is someone points out, like, oh yeah, look at this guy. Someone just said, like, oh look, he has hair even longer than yours, Andrew. And I was like, wow, that sounds like reason to get to know someone. But there are people who just become, people will just make some immediate impression on you, and it will be there for a very, very long time. So it's all about that like, what do you put yourself out as being? And so, you know, like you want to impress people when someone says, oh yeah, you ever call something a muckabaka? And you're like, oh yeah, I call things muckabuckers all the time. But just for our friends in the room who don't maybe know what that is, could you describe it could you use it in a sentence and then give me a definition? But obviously we all know, but you know, like I call people this all the time. It's one of my favorite words. But obviously if you could just explain it, that would be great anyway. You know, just not that I need it explained, but if you were explaining it anyway, that could probably help some people who needed that. Okay, so now we're gonna go down here. I think there's another spawner I haven't used. Oh, it's a breeze spawner. Well, let's go kill the breezes. So we'll know for sure if this is ominous or not, because you can only see one breeze at a time in a regular spawner, and you can see more than one breeze in an ominous spawner. That is my magic. That is all I know. Ooh, it is a feature. This stream is drip feeding me dopamine with every block. Yeah, it's fun, right? There's something very satisfying about destruction. I always have to be... Where did he go, by the way? Do you think he's inside one of these? I bet he is. I bet he somehow snuck in. Didn't even realize he was doing it. So we're just gonna mine out of this. Maybe. I have no idea where he went. You know, okay, here he is. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. Murder him anyway. Should be good. Oh no, there's the second one. Did he spawn immediately, or was there a little delay there, chat? Is he dead? He's not. There he is. He's still burning though, so maybe not too long. Yeah. So that should be defeated now. I killed 2 of them, and 2 should be enough. And I get some cooked chicken in response. Man, I feel like they're really phoning in these these loot patterns. So I'm gonna drop my 41 bones on the ground, because I'd rather have 4 breeze rods. 41 bones is easy to get, but breeze rods, those are forever. And so now we're going to destroy through the wall here. This leads nowhere, so this is a dead end. Which way did I come into this structure? Was it from here? So it must be... We're going to have to make a hole in the wall to make this clear where this attaches. Oh, there's already one. We'll make the hole in the wall bigger. That's I think one of the important things to start with in this trial chamber, is making sure that everything is very clearly laid out, so I know what to destroy and where to destroy it. It's basically I'm preparing the chambers for destruction as I'm destroying them at the same time. Personally, I had a lot of fun with the first trial chambers, but they lost their charm by the second one. Yeah, it's a really interesting decision of Mojang to basically require lots of trial chambers. I do see how that could lead to someone being like, okay, I'm done with these. Can I do something else now, Mojang, please? But yeah, I think they're charming. I love survival structures like this though. I love this style of content. It is for me basically, but I see how that isn't for everyone. So we'll put the copper in here, and then the wax bulb in there, and then we'll start. Oh, my controller did something weird. So I checked a trial chamber and a backup save earlier, and only some chests were empty. Other chests had stuff like emeralds. I'm working on a video about the trial chamber for basically this reason. Okay, I got something important. Let's see what it was. Was it something important? Okay, it's not. It was a weather app telling me it might rain this evening. I'm staying inside, destroying trial chambers. I don't need to know that. It was like it seemed like an important notification. It's just rain. Letting an important notification for rain in the UK is one of the more redundant things I've ever heard of. But it's cool. They can do how they like, I guess. So yeah, let's destroy a little bit up here. And I guess we should really be placing these a few blocks down. So let's destroy around here, and then place a torch, and then destroy even more. Yo, what's up? I'm new, says Logo Cole 1911. Good to see you, Lego Cole. This is my live stream channel, and on here I do silly survival projects like this one. I'm destroying a trial chamber because I think that there shouldn't be trial chambers, and the easiest way to, this is me fighting on behalf of Dasha. She feels like the trial chambers lose their charm after the first one. So that we can appreciate our second trial chamber like it's our first trial chamber, we have to destroy our first one. It's just the truth. So, what's the most OP item in the game? So Cat says Zach Durham. I think the mace is OP, but genuinely in a way that is balanced OP. It's powerful, but balanced powerful, which is it's clever, right? Because previously, when they introduced the trident, they made the sword so much better than it, that you wouldn't really ever use the trident in most situations. And then when they made Netherite, they made it so good that there's no reason to use diamonds anymore. And so finding a balance between those two situations, that feels like a smart thing to me. That feels like a good decision to take. So yeah, by the way, we're still just destroying the very edges of this structure. And I still think it's a good place to start. So I don't like the orange and green colors in the trial chambers. It looks so ugly. I mean, green isn't a correct way to describe it, right? You can hate colors all you like, but if you describe them as incorrect colors, that's where I take umbrage. So, yeah, how are you feeling on a scale of 13 to 69, says Asa. Easily, before the stream started, I was working on something for a video, and it took me 20 minutes to prepare, and then I made some mistake because I didn't bring enough emeralds. And I was just like, yeah, real bad. It was, there's something about, but I then went to the store. I went looking for some lilt, some grapefruit Fanta basically. Didn't find it, but just getting out of the house, getting a few minutes of sun was probably good. And now we're back to Minecraft. Okay, so I am gonna meet my trial chamber on the other side here soon. I have to imagine. And once I do meet it, there we go. Perfect. Now we're gonna cut a junction into here. And now there's an easy way around the trial chamber for me. I'll even carve a hole through here. Although this probably won't be necessary because I bet that's where my main access point is. Yeah, over here anyway. But still, just to make future me have more route options through this place. We'll destroy a few blocks here anyway. Place a torch over there. And there we go. Looks wonderful to me. And now if we ever need light, we can just destroy that back wall, which I'll slowly destroy more and more of. But yeah, we've still got some pots we've got to break. And then we got some ominous events to activate again. It's kind of cool that as a structure, while you're coming through and destroying it all, it's giving you reasons to need to do stuff to keep active on it. It's an extra fun structure in that way. So let's destroy upwards to here. And then let's destroy upwards to there. Nice. And then let's keep destroying down until we get to that last trial chamber. We have to destroy a lot of blocks over here. But eventually it will show me this trial chamber, which is directly in front of me. Also, if we ever need to let some light out, we'll make these little holes. And that should be that. So, how do you like the Bogged and the Breeze? I really like the Bogged as a design. Like, I think that just the simple act of making the Bogged balance means that now you're not like, oh, it's a skeleton with poison. You're like, oh, it's the skeleton with slightly less health. Really, really, really good, in my opinion. The trial chamber is the only structure that fights you as you destroy it. Maybe the stronghold too. I feel like the stronghold puts a weak resistance back. The trial chamber is actively saying, hey, what are you doing destroying us? We didn't give you consent to do that. You don't have a building permit for this area. I think that's the fun little difference there. I guess this structure actually goes to the left a little bit. Unexpected. And yeah, we've now picked up enough tough bricks that we're just going to get out of here. Mine all of these blocks on the way home. Obviously. Destroy all the way around. And get a whole extra block out of it. So just every now and then we're going to destroy blocks here. Just so the torch's light can get out there. I think it seems like a... I love this idea of slowly destroying the chambers from the outwards in. It wasn't what I initially expected would make sense. But since I'm doing the lighting anyway, it's got some extra beauty to it. So destroy some blocks here. I don't have a space for that block, apparently. Gonna have to come back for it. And then destroy some blocks over here. Am I full? I'm not, thankfully. And then destroy some extra blocks over here. Lots of cobble blocks for me. But yeah, we are running out of space in my full tough brick shulker box. In fact, fully have run out of space now. So now it's all about what we can do with this. So I'll put my key in here. And my copper away in here. And then I think we have to go get some more shulker boxes, chat. I would like to get an ominous bottle at the same time. I don't think I have a reasonable chance of doing that. But I really need to go get some shulker boxes. How many do you think I'm going to need? If I've got 3 already, and 1 is full, and the other 2 are empty, but I've only taken down like 5, 10%, how much do you think we've got to do? More shulkers, says Reaver Cone. 5, 15. I think 15 might be underselling it, if I'm being honest. I think we're going to have to start just layering double chests on top of each other over here. Yeah, maybe we'll dig some double chests into the wall here. And then we'll take back home via regular chests and stuff. But I think we will have to separate some extra blocks, because all the tough being together makes sense, but eventually we'll have to make some new categories. But yeah, let's set up a couple of double chests over here for the tough as our first logical place to start. So we'll dig a nice little hole here. Just always ready to make a new hole, chat. And now that I have done precisely that, let's put in our chests. So we'll put them sideways so that we can actually fit them. Chest there, and then chest over here. And since we're going to need more than that number of chests, we'll put a double chest on top too. And then the same over here. And then the same over there. So now I can store 4 shulker boxes worth of, you know, this stuff here without actually having to be here. So it's going to be a lot of stuff, which is nice. And then I think we'll put priority for the weird chisel blocks in here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put all the chiseled and polished blocks down here, because they're the first ones I would want to take out if I'm using this for something else. Okay, yep, easy, sounds good. Sounds great to me. So we'll have a miscellaneous block section for, like, white stained glass. And I won't necessarily even have a shulker box for it. We'll just put a chest over there. And just all the weird blocks that we pick up that don't really fit anywhere can go perfectly there. Nice. And now we just have to retorch it, because we've lost that. So a torch can go here And maybe put another one. I know an extra couple blocks over there. And I know another couple blocks over here. Yep, looks great to me. So now, we're going to put all of this away. So deep slate and couple deep slate. And now we can get back to the destruction without having to take the time off that we were worried we would have to. Wonderful. So yeah, here is my trial chamber. This is my destruction so far. It looks very chaotic and disorganized because I wanted to... I kind of deliberately did start it that way. But you can see what the end box is going to look like. We're going to have just deep slate hanging out in the middle of nowhere with random diamonds visible in multiple places. And to get to that point, we need to destroy some more. So, here's the deal, chat. By the way, thank you, Jaden Ogden, Bingus Bongus. I saw your comment, by the way, Jaden. It was very heartfelt. It made me feel some nice things. I'm glad that you found a community of people you like here via this channel. It's very cool that that is a thing. Very, very glad and put a smile on my face. So thank you for the comment. So with that said, make a haste to beacon. Yeah, the haste to beacon is a good idea if it weren't for the fact that we're underground. But I think we have to address that fact sooner rather than later anyway. What do you reckon, chat? Let's do a poll. Usually I don't make a haste to beacon just out of spite. But in this project, making one is a good idea. It's just that making one is also going to require... I feel new and I don't know who Jaden Ogden is. I felt like he's a regular, hasn't been around for a while, so you're all good, Mr. Erodit. You'll learn in good time. Or maybe you won't. Maybe that was his one ever live stream tip ever. We'll never see him again. So yeah, using a beacon is a real pain in a trial chamber. But that's not to say impossible. It's just to say a real pain. So if we're going to make a big beacon, the logical place would be probably about here, somewhere in the center. So we'll destroy... You could just put it like here even, let's say. So we put a trial chamber right... We have to put it quite low down though. So right here is a good spot for it. So the middle of this trial chamber... the middle of this beacon is going to be, I guess, here. Minus 829, minus 3615. Minus 829, minus 36... Okay, minus 829. Minus 3615. So we're going to dig down from there in a 5x5 measure, and we'll let some natural light in too. Again, lighting this place seems like a silly thing to do, but we are also trying to make it, you know, this watchable as a video. And so just every time we put some extra light in, it makes the place a little bit nicer. And so now we take those coordinates and we're going to dig down. We're going to need a lot of glass, though. We're going to need a lot of glass, chat. So get ready for one of the silliest parts of this, but hopefully one of the fun, silly parts. So we'll start by digging a staircase up. We'll start over here, I guess. Seems as good a place as any. Just up, 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 up. All the way to the top now, chat. It is a... we have to make little holes on the side here for torches, because otherwise they'll be washed away by the water. But yeah, if I want to have a beacon in here, I need to make a source of light for that beacon, and that means we have to expose a beacon. You know, bear in mind, this whole trial chamber is down here at layer minus 24. So we'd have to dig up 80 blocks normally, but we have a bit of a fun problem on this seed in particular. There's a way to ensure you get the loot you want from the vaults. That is the... nothing makes me madder in Minecraft than that myth. Nothing makes me madder. I am 99.9% sure. Oh, did you see that? What did I just mine? Oh, it was just smooth stone. I thought it was tough. I was pretty mind blown for a second there, but it turns out unnecessarily so. Never dig straight up, says David. You know what? This is very reckless of me, but I must go against the conventional wisdom on this one. Okay, so dig almost all the way straight up. And then we're gonna... I'm kind of looking forward to this idea for the way down. So, it really sucks to try and get rid of water, chat. It's not fun ever. It's a task you live with because you have to. It's like an arranged marriage. You don't necessarily want to be in this, but if you lock in and just say, okay then, you might have a good time with it. And so, with my arranged marriage to this ocean biome, let me show you my plan. Oh, I'm digging up. This is such an intense way here. Okay. So here is my arranged marriage vision. I'm going to find the bottom of the ocean. It's about y minus 40, I would say. So just keep placing torches. And then I need to get the light down there. So most people, the way they do this... Okay, so we're going to place a torch over here too. Most people... By the way, thank you, Eclipse. The beacon is a good idea since you're in deep sleep. Yeah, I do actually see the... I see the appeal of the beacon. I kind of write... Usually I write off beacons most of my projects. But when a project gets long enough, the difference is non-negligible. You do actually have to start considering it. So we go to the surface now. I think I broke a block. I shouldn't have that. And the lower the surface... So okay, there we go. We hit ocean. That's fine. So we're going to place a torch over, like, a little bit deeper in there. Okay, so now I'm going to remove this block, and it's going to try and destroy all my stuff, but it's fine. So now I need to use... I'm going to make a chest on the ocean floor. Oh, it's dark. Oh, wow, chat, I needed an ominous bottle. Look what just came for me. Oh, yes. My boys. It's my boys. I love them so much. I've never been so happy to see a pillager. I don't know what their AI is doing right now, but give me a bad omen. My first one in survival, chat. I'm excited about that. So we're gonna just quickly place a chest. Just casually over here, and we're just gonna dump some stuff into it. No one likes chests, but that's acceptable. And then now we have to probably go to sleep, honestly. I don't want to be around at nighttime. But we don't have a bed on us, and also we haven't slept in enough days that phantoms are spawning. So now I have a bit of a messy decision to make. I can make a little house here from some of the blocks. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make a very ugly house out of bricks. Just to stop the phantoms getting to me. Okay, so this just gives me some thinking time. This is my way of buying a little bit of time. just to have some independent thought. Now that we have bought some time, I'll probably put a second wall on this. Yeah, that should be good. Oh, a cartographer zombie villager. Could totally use him for good things. Okay, so now we got a little corner for ourselves. I'm gonna grab some glass. Got plenty of glass here. This is just a coincidence. I happen to be moving this across my world. I'm very lucky that... I planned this because I knew that I would be underwater, and so what I would want is a lot of glass. And so now I just have to find my tunnel down underground. I'll mark it using something weird, like what's the easiest block here? Diorite. Andesite, apparently, because it's easier to get. So we'll mark it using this. And so where did I come up from in the surface? Oh, chat. I'm gonna be... Okay, there we go. We got light to make it easy. So over here is my natural way down. And to show you something fun that we can do, we're going to place a bunch of deep slate bricks here. All the way from, like, I don't know, here. Let's say. We should probably use sand for the sake of argument. And we'll place glass all the way around it. So glass goes here. And so here's something fun that happens. When you place glass from the ceiling of the world down to the bottom of the seabed, light can now transfer from the bottom of that block to the top and vice versa. So, hypothetically, if there was a torch in that block instead of, sand. Do you see this? The ocean is dark. The ocean is dark. The ocean is dark. The ocean is bright. And then the same over here. So now light can transfer through this glass and make it down to there. So I'm just going to break all of these blocks. I don't know how I'm going to get out of here, but we'll waste a firework or something. But now you can see that there's not as much darkness in this. And in fact, the light will be able to transfer through this glass. I would have to place a glass and test it or something. Yeah, let's do that, actually. Let's place one glass block there. And then let's not do that. What's my pick block key? I never have an idea what my pick block button is, chat. I'm very bad at knowing stuff like that. Okay, we're just gonna place these back over here. And I'm gonna dig a little tunnel that goes all the way out to land. Or at least far enough away from here that it's not a concern for me. Okay, so here we go. I have done exactly what I said I would have done. So now I swim out of here, and you notice how even though there's glass there, chat, the light is still able to come up here because it's going through the light, and now it's very, very well lit. Okay, so also where did the phantoms go? Did I just have the one phantom? Is that the extent of how many are going to attack me? Okay, so now I'm going to go to my coordinates from earlier and do this, but on a massive scale. If I had sand, it would be great, but I don't need sand. I'm just going to have a big cube of glass hanging out there, and it's going to let light into my trial chambers without letting water into my trial chambers. So the coordinates are 829, 3615. Oh, Dash has got them in chat. We're good. So 3615 is over... We'll place a torch leading to it, maybe. 3615 is right here. And 829 is over here. And... Okay, 3615. I heard, where did the fandoms go? Why are you doing 5x5 and not 1x1? I wanna actually let a lot of light into this place. I want it to look kind of cool. Because we could do just the 1x1 to let the light in, right? This is now officially complete to the bare minimum standard that we need. But I think it would be cool to actually have lots of light be able to come in. So we're going to make a minimum 5x5 structure. We'll do 2 at a time. I think it's just slightly faster. And we'll make a nice little arrow around it. Okay, so which block is pick block? It's up. I'm going to remember that. There we go. And we'll do the same over here. 1 and a 2 and all the way to the top. Yep, looking lovely. I keep thinking when my bubble meter's going down that I'm getting hungry, chat. It's a weird association I have with the new bubble meter. My brain just can't immediately tell what it is. And so all the way like so. And now this is going to allow me to dig underneath this to get it done how I want to. So we're going to start this one from just 2 blocks away, like so. So later, I think I want to fill this whole thing in, but I'm just going to start with a 1x1 tunnel and hope there's no lava below me. If there was lava below me, chat, digging straight down is usually bad. But if it did happen that this was a bad idea, then I think I would be fine because I've got a totem. So we're gonna do the reckless. Actually, we could even dig 2 blocks because there's sand there. Yeah, let's do it. We'll dig 2 blocks down, and let's get back into that trial chamber. And it will be daytime, so you'll be able to see some natural light appearing into the place. Perfect. So, I swear I just found a trial chamber, and it's underwater too. Yeah, statistically, I don't know the actual breakdown of Minecraft landmass, but statistically, it feels like it's every 3rd one is underground. Statistically is a bad way to start that sentence. Statistically, it feels like they're underground a lot of the time. Statistically, I had breakfast this morning. Statistically, I heard 99.9% of YouTube viewers don't like the video. And statistically, that makes me statistically sad. Statistically. Okay, there we go! So now I can see the daylight. Even though there's a bunch of glass blocks between me and it should light this place up. To prove that, we will remove some torches. It definitely looks lighter here, right, chat? Can you see that? Am I imagining it? And so now we have to move my bricks that I've gotten somewhere else. This looks kind of messy, so we'll clean that up as we go. We'll move the bricks that we got into something else. We got a lot of weird ones, so they go in here. Got a lot of normal ones, so they go in here. And statistically, Toycat is very statistic. It's true. That is actually a fact. It's one I try to hide from people, but I am in fact a statistic. You know, there's that famous Stalin quote, death of 1 man is a tragedy, death of 1 million is a statistic. You know, I would love to be 1 man dying one day. That's all I'm saying. You know, or do you want to be a statistic? Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I take that back. It'd be cool to die in a way where, like, it's like, oh yeah, your name's just one of the 5,000 listed somewhere. You know, I think about that whenever there's like a... I used to think it was like... The first time I saw, I think it was like the 9/11 victims. They've got all their names in like giant font, and there's 3,000 of them, so it's a huge amount of space. And you're like, yeah, that's kind of a lot. Whenever you see deaths that your brain turns into statistics represented physically, you're like, oh yeah, as it turns out, a lot of dead people. But I think it kind of breaks us as humans to try to actually understand the scale of any tragedy that ever happens. And so I am a statistic, is what I'm saying. And I hope that I stay that way. So, just liked your video. Thank you. You know what? I statistically thank you for that one. So I'm going to put my bones away in here. And my things away over here. And chat, what level of Bad Omen did we get? Bad Omen 3 would allow me to fight Trial Chambers twice. Bad Omen 5 would allow me to fight Trial Chambers thrice. So I'm really hoping for Bad Omen 5. If I get 3 or above, I'm really happy though. If I get 1 or 2, then whatever. Hey! I'm fighting double monsters, double trial spawners, chat. It's gonna be great. So let's go activate our beacon before we activate this. Does anyone know where I left my beacon? I was doing something really important with it. I feel like it's probably in my sugarcane farm. Yeah, that's a fair bet. It's probably in my sugarcane farm. Statistically, I hope the next update is an end update. This is the fastest I've seen people... I'm usually the one who moves on too quickly from talking about an update to the next one. Already I've seen like so much discussion about the next one after this. I think that is the downside of a narrowly focused update. Is it immediately has people going, okay, so now what? Okay, so I think over here, I might be able to take a different way home. Also, I didn't realize my boots had soul speed on. It's such a silly enchantment. Okay, I can't see anything because of the fire. Ouch. Definitely not a fan of that. There's just so much fire on my screen. It should be transparent. Fire's transparent in the real world, right? It should be transparent in Minecraft. So, yeah, where did I leave my beacon? It's probably the sugarcane farm. I'm gonna place my bet on sugarcane farm, chat. Hope I'm right about that. But yeah, we'll go grab a couple of shulker boxes, fill it with some stuff, and it'll be good. Mid trading with Piglin right now. Only a mid Piglin. Disappointed. I don't believe you can guarantee loot from vaults. Yeah, there's this. Okay, confirmation bias is a really crazy thing in life where you can be 100% like. This is why gambling is a huge industry, is because no matter how much you can tell humans logically, when you play at a roulette wheel, the odds of you getting black or red are 50-50. It's actually slightly less because the house puts a green on, so the odds of getting red or green are slightly less than 50-50. If you show someone the fact that that wheel has gone red 10 times in a row, every single person, I guarantee it, is coming out of that saying, I guess we're oh god, why am I dying? Oh. Everyone is saying that, pretty much. I guarantee no matter who you are, you're coming out of that saying, okay, either the red streak is about to end, or it's been red 10 times in a row. It means it's gonna be red next time. It's just how we work. Okay, so is there a beacon under here? There is. I've got the haste effect. So we're gonna go take the beacon. I still need to finish this project, but you know what projects don't need to be finished at some point. That was close. It was really close. I'm surprised by how much damage the piglins did, to be totally honest with you. So where's the beacon? There's the beacon. We're gonna scoop it up because it's a little too high anyway. And we only really need haste 1, but oh, this is where all my emeralds went. I knew I was missing emeralds. You know how I said how my mood was like in a funk because I spent 20 minutes setting up for something that got ruined because I didn't have the emeralds? Now I know where the emeralds were. All making sense now. All making sense now. So I'm going to drop a lot of these emeralds on the ground and just pick them up later. Oops. I shouldn't have done it that way. Just pick them all up. And then I'll stand on these diamonds here to try and get the last ones. Oh, I'm so close, but just too far. I hate Minecraft lag. Yeah, everyone hates Minecraft lag. Who doesn't? So maybe we could use the emeralds to help me grab these emeralds. Okay, so let's Is it? No. Okay. We're gonna use the andesite blocks and just stack up 3, and then that will get it done. Easy as that. Okay. So I've got my beacon, chat. Now I probably should bring some extra layers for it, but I'm a big believer in semi-preparing. So let's fly up. From about here, there is a bubble column, I think, that I can take to the top. I don't know where it starts, though. Is it over here? Yeah, here it is. Bubble column time. Let's go. Whee! Honestly, bubble column's a very fun addition to Minecraft. It just allows you to climb a little bit faster, but that one difference is so huge. Do the vaults reset, or is it a one-time thing? It's a fun question. I think it's interesting that that's not intuitive. There's a lot of things about the vaults that are proving, as people are actually getting their hands on them, people are asking very normal questions that it seems like weren't as easily thought about. And I think that is incredibly interesting. So yeah, we're gonna use our bad omen 3 bottle now, 4 bottle omen. And we're gonna get a lot of trial omen. It's gonna be good. I've tested it a lot. The vault animation shows the available loot. If you're quick enough, when you use the key, the first loot drop will be what's shown inside. The other 2 to 4 drops afterwards. The thing is, though, right? This is one of those things that works 100% of the time, except the times it doesn't work. It's like, yeah, can you guarantee that you can get a heavy core? Can you guarantee you get the Windburst book, or just an enchanted book in general? If you can guarantee every single time that you use a vault, you get an enchanted book. If you do it statistically unlikely number of times, let's say 12 times in a row, right? Spawn 12 ominous vaults in, get the right result 12 times in a row, I'll admit, okay, you have something there. If you've done it 3 times and been successful 2 of those times, that's not as convincing. In my opinion. If you've done it 10 times and you were successful 7 times, but you put the other 3 times down to being like, oh, I didn't know how to do it correctly yet. Also, I should have probably, like, got some experience while I was gone. But it's fine. I'll keep wearing down this pickaxe. It's fine. Hey, yeah, do you know Wattles? Well, myself, he's my other favorite Minecraft YouTuber. His style's very different, but that's why I follow you both. Yeah, I like the guy enough. I try to be friendly with all the Minecraft colleagues. I have no issues with the guy. It's not my like style of how I make stuff, but that's why there's multiple Minecraft YouTubers, right? Yeah, I feel like everyone needs to. You need to have lots of different types of people. It's an important part of the human process, or something like that. I think so. So, colleagues, Lars has wrote it. Yeah, it's basically what it is. You could also see it as competition if you wanted to. You maybe see it as like, oh yeah, it's in my interest to hate all these people. Cause I don't see it that way, though. I think in some settings, it's a zero-sum game. You know, competition. In YouTube, at least, it's not zero-sum. If one Minecraft YouTuber has a breakout hit, it usually helps every Minecraft YouTuber a little bit. There are some things that you can do where, like, if you don't bring anyone new to the genre, if you just siphon up existing viewers, maybe that's bad. But it's only bad in the sense that, like, the viewers are getting better stuff. Like, in art, it's a win-win when there's competition, usually. And so, there's no good reason to be bitter about it. So, yeah, I'm now going to place my beacon down. It's going to be a little bit hard, so I'm just going to destroy a few extra blocks every side of this. So check the coordinates. 829, 364. 3614, 3615. So right there, and then we'll place some extra blocks around it, and then we have to mine some extra blocks around those blocks. And this is how we make our beacon. I have to remember to bring this with me, because I can't believe I was missing this many emeralds. I just thought, like, oh, at some point I went poor. I didn't realize how emerald poor I was now. Need to fix this. I wasn't emerald poor, I just didn't realize. Okay, so we're gonna place some extra emeralds over here now. And eventually, we can finish this top layer. So this beacon's going to stay here, doing the job that a beacon does, using some iron, which we'll later find. Because right now, it's time to sleep. Do you see how there's no more light coming in? That's my sign that I got to get out of here. And thankfully enough, there are beds. So why not use iron or gold for the beacon? I just had more... I leave emeralds inside my ender chest, so it's more accessible. But yeah, I should just leave a couple of stacks of iron chilling somewhere. It doesn't seem that hard to do. Yeah, let's go around the structure and let's grab some iron. Or, you know, actually, wait, chat. Let me do a little bit of a flex right now. This is my way of fueling the beacon. You know how it's most efficient to use, you know, some resources, some people would say? Nah, here's what I believe. Just, there we go. Those are the diamonds sorted. I can set it to haste a good few times now. So, haste sorted. Yeah. Toycat always misplacing beacons, SMH. I know, absolutely terrible of me. Okay, so now I can now mine with a little bit of extra gusto, and that should help with picking up some pace on some stuff. Okay, speaking of picking up the pace, I have an ominous bottle, and I just want to get those done. I want to get as many keys locked in and out of the way as I can. So that's precisely what I'm going to do. So we're in here. I'm going to drink it. Oh, yeah. That's wild. We get 60 minutes. So, in theory, that's enough for 2, but if it's a half an hour cooldown, it's not actually perfectly not enough for 3. So we can fight every trial chamber, every trial spawner, I guess, and then fight every trial spawner again. So what we got some baked potatoes. Not my favorite, but you know what is my favorite? Skeleton spawners. Spam hit. Immediately dead. Oh yeah. Just think you know what you're doing, but you don't stand a match for the critical hits that I've got. Ominous key. Yeah, 4 of them now, chat. So I've worked out I need 40 ominous keys for the plans that I have for this update, chat. I have 40 keys required, which sounds like a lot because it is a lot. But that is my grand vision that I'm hoping to complete upon. Also, the water actually stops me from burning them. It's a clever fire aspect counter they have going on right here. They don't know they're doing it. They're just kind of shooting redstone randomly. But it's still kind of fun. Okay, so... Okay. You gotta die soon. Is that the end? No, there's gotta be one more, right? Do you see him? I think he's up there somewhere. So I'm going to pick up the breeze rods. And then take a little glance. And if we don't see him... You know, in fact, let's make a staircase to get out of here already. So let's start the staircase over here, let's say. All the way out to the wall. And then... In fact, can we... Oh! We can just make a hole right through to here. I shouldn't have done it in this particular place. But that's very handy to know about. And look at this extra speed, by the way. Oh, it feels very good. So, Breeze dead. Is that the vault dead too? It is! I got beef again. Feeling a little bit like the game isn't taking me seriously with these drops. But you know, it's got to do what it's got to do, and that's fine. Give me all the cooked beef in the world. Ooh, a glow squid aquarium. Okay, so destroyed a few ladders to make this. But yeah, we get to look at the glow squids. It's very nice. I shouldn't have put that torch on the... Oh, that's why there were tough bricks back here. I was wondering why that was. So now if we destroy a few blocks this way, we reach the same edge, which I'll place my torches on instead. And, oh yeah, this feels so much better, chat. Look how much faster the destruction is going. I think we got to the point where we can instant mine some tough bricks. So if we come through here, for example, we can just... Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Very enjoyable. So we can come through here and just be like, zoom. Yeah, that's a big difference maker. Just that first level of haste is enough of a difference maker to be very worthwhile. So load some extra tough bricks in. Load some extra tough bricks in. Deal with whatever's going on here. My first waxed ox-weathered copper bulb. And then put the copper in here. And then probably go back and get that glass, actually. I think I left it on the surface, and I can't just be randomly doing that. So, I think that this light hole is so successful that I want to make more light holes. And also, because like this area is kind of dark. It'd look nice if we had a easy way in. But so this light hole is going to be a way to fly in and out of the structure, I think. Because right now it's a bit of a pain that we have to do, you know, all of this stuff over here. No one wants to do it. Let's make a flyable way in and out. Oh, how did I do that? So let's work on the flyable way in and out right now. I'll leave the staircase in for accessibility reasons. But I'm going to start just assuming everyone flies into this structure. Why don't you spend one more iron and get haste too? It wouldn't be spending one more iron though, would it? It'd be spending a lot more. And also, it looks like I don't need it for most of the blocks, so... Right now, I'm chasing down the missing trims, though my closest Vex trim is 12.4k blocks from my base. I've got to say, I feel like that's the sort of thing that you might find more fun to do kind of like randomly, spontaneously. I think unless you're worried about file size, I totally understand if you are. But you might enjoy more being like, it could be anywhere, I'll just keep opening Woodland Explorer maps. Or maybe that's the opposite of fun. You be the judge. So I'm going to fly this last little section. Oh, actually, I think we can swim out. There we go. And look how fast I can swim for some reason. Is that normal swimming speed? Doesn't feel normal. So now we just have to break this chest. If I still have my deep slate bricks, I should do something with them. But I don't, so we're good. And now I'm going to make another light hole into the trial chamber, but a little bit closer to over here. So I could probably turn this into a light hole tool if I wanted to. But like right here, let's do it. Let's make a 3x3 hole of light. We'll use glass for the walls just because it looks kind of nice. And did I use too many blocks? No, I didn't. Just build up all the way to the top. Ideally not to the point of starving. And back in, or choking, I guess that would be. And hello, my friend. Good to see you. It's kind of fun. You know the day counter was just brought to Minecraft? It's fun how many additional days we're getting as a result of this. What if that, like, you know, if you think about your day counter as being one of the ways to measure your accomplishments, which you should not do, in my opinion, but if you were to do it that way, you could always, if you ever get to the bottom of a project where you're like, why am I doing this? You can tell yourself at least it added to the day counter. Maybe that's what you can do in the real world. You know, if rather than thinking like, man, I'm 34, my life is over, you can be like, I survived 34 years, didn't even die, not even once. I'm gonna get murdered. Bad timing, huh? Okay, so pick up some more glass. Just leave it up here. Grab a couple stacks. Break it again. Maybe get a trident. Do get a trident. And down we go. So yeah, getting rid of this much water probably would be best done with sponges. Maybe we should just go back and get some sponges sometime. But for now, what we'll do is we'll just make light underneath one of these pillars. I think that's the easiest way to do this. Yeah, if we just, I don't love the solution, but we just place a glass block here, and then a glass block on the other side, and then we'll dig down, and later we can deal with the rest of this. Yep, sounds good to me. Let's do it. So dig and a swim underneath. Okay. Just block there and a block over here. Okay. Very, very strange. Perfect. And finally, another block over... I'll just place sand or something there. I don't even know. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to dig down from this block right here to start with. And then it will let a lot of extra light into the trial chamber. I should switch out pickaxes, because no one likes cobblestone. Everyone likes regular stone. And so... let's do it. No, from here. Should we dig down from both? Yeah, let's dig down from both. Okay, let's go. Zoom mine. I love that we're getting the haste from up here. It is actually making a big difference. It was, even when it's like a little fiddly to do in times like this, it's a reminder that if you're right on the edge of haste versus not haste, it does make a difference. If you're just about to do it one way or the other, it's nice. Also, howdy, says Kit Kat. Good to see you, Kit Kat. How are you doing today? I am doing wonderfully. Thank you for asking. Ah! Yep, still doing wonderfully. I've got an extra little bit of light in here. Although it doesn't feel like it, does it? I wonder why not. It doesn't feel like we have any additional light pointing directly on this. Maybe the wrong block got let in. Yeah, let's see if we can't fix that by... We fly out of here a little bit. And then... Oh, it's because it's getting dark outside. Probably just that. Just in case this is relevant. We'll patch it up. Place some extra torches around here in case mobs want to spawn and then walk into my cave. I would hate to have a creeper like fall on me that way. And this is a way to avoid creepers falling on me like that. And then we will mine all of these blocks. Just all the way down. Perfect. Okay, so now we can go to sleep again. And then in the morning we'll be able to see if there's any light coming in. If there's no light, then we've made a horrible mistake and we can punish ourselves, flagellate ourselves, all that stuff. But hopefully we don't need to. So stone, in you go. Arrows, honestly, I'm picking up far too many arrows for anyone's good. And then a trident. And then this is the useful stuff chest, so I've now got a full stack of priest rods. Should probably be crafting those into something soon. But, oh, no, my ominous effect. I totally forget about my ominous effect. This man's... Okay, so... Yeah, my ominous effect is one of the things that is very, very, very limited. I need to kill all my spawners before it goes down to 15 minutes, or I've wasted this effect. Oh, 50 minutes. Oh, yeah, 50. Before it goes down to 30, sorry. So I've still got 20 minutes. Okay, there's no stress. I had a lot of panic. I had a moment where I was like, oh god, my alarm clock. I forgot to set it. And then I realized, oh no, I didn't. Has anyone else ever had that where they woke up, like, terrified? Like, oh god, I must have slept through my alarm. And then you check the time and it's like 2 hours before it was meant to go off. Feels like your body's really cheating you in moments like that. I don't know how anyone got anything done before alarm clocks. Like, I guess you would have to wake up at the crack of dawn to not have extreme anxiety problems, right? Otherwise, it's like, who knows if I'm late to an appointment. Or maybe you just put a clock in your bedroom. What if the clock stops working? You would never know. Yeah, I guess you had to sleep when it was dark. That's the only solution. Sounds like a terrible solution. Hate it. So yeah, lots and lots of silverfish. But also golden carrots. So, there we go. Oh no, oh chat. I might die to silverfish. Oh, if only I had Bane of Arthropods. Oh, if I had Bane of Arthropods, it would all be better. Is there a beacon setting that would help you with the trial's strength? Not in the slightest. Like, strength might help with these spiders, and maybe the baby zombies too. Speaking of baby zombies, oh, not looking forward to this. We should place some blocks around the, let's like block off the baby zombie spawner in just the right way so that this doesn't happen. Oh yeah, getting murdered by baby zombies. Okay, so I'm gonna go in there in a second. You know, let's deal with them after. I find skeletons are just so much easier to mass kill. And mass kill is the name of the game today. So all jump hits. Jump hit means I can kill a skeleton with armor. Still one hit KO. Oh yeah. Oh, sometimes it requires the flame from smite. I mean the flame from fire aspect. But still, pretty easy. Oh, good stuff. Okay, so that is just a potion of regen. It's a handy potion to have, don't get me wrong. But, not today. Whew, let's get back in there now. And he's already knocked it off. So that's fine. I'm just going to pick it up. And maybe I should put up my hot bar for all these emergency situations. Lots and lots of breezes spawning. Yeah, dead. So many hits. Oh, there's a arrow effect coming at me. Don't hit the spiders, not me. It actually did, funnily enough. You just gotta ask nicely. If anyone ever comes at you with a big weapon, just say, "Could you please not hurt me? Could you hurt someone else instead?" And you know, you never know. It might just work. It's a non-zero chance. Speaking of non-zero chances, that should be the last breeze defeated. And so now I'm ready to go back and claim my victory. What is it? Oh, a potion of regen. Just what I wanted, is what I will say out loud. So, since I'm going to fight some baby zombies, I will drink the regen. Like, it's better than just leaving one hanging around, right? And we haven't defeated all the monsters here. So just crouch and get him. Is that the end? Would be nice if so, but there's a slime. Yeah, so this must be in a slime chunk. Yeah. I'm not really that willing to kill spiders. But for you, Mr. Spider, I guess I shall. Okay, what we got? No, still not gone? Still not gone. But yeah, my goal is to make these trial chambers as beatable as possible. So even right now, they're pretty easy, chat. But I bet I could make them even easier by destroying just the right blocks in the right places. And so that is what my aim is to do. Once I find this last spider. Oh, you know, we just accept there's no spider. Just mine the spawner away. That's how I'm going to beat it. So let's get out of here. And let's go kill those baby zombies. I wasted my regen. Just a little bit. Okay, let's go. Fight time. Fight time. Fight time. Where are the baby zombies? I'm happy that I don't see them, but I'm concerned nonetheless. Getting fired on. Ooh, got a carrot. Interesting. Oh, no, not infested. Very bad when it's infested. Just gonna hang about up here. I'm just gonna wait for the baby zombie to come hang out, and I'm gonna attack him. It's a perfect system. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dig the area around this spawn. So I got beef and cooked potatoes, chat, and also a baby drowned. What is that doing here? Huh. Very interesting. So, yeah, to make the baby zombie spawner easier to take down, I'm going to remove all the blocks around it. So first we'll let some light in here. I can't see anything. Oh! Is there a whole trial I've been... Oh, I remember this one, yeah. I've ignored it a couple of times. We'll just let some light in from the nearest natural outlet, which will be around here, on this side, whatever. Just trying to not be in the dark. Surprisingly hard task. Okay, here we go. Just right to the wall. Place the torch. So now we're going to remove all the blocks directly around the spawner to basically strand the zombies on an island. I have to do something about my inventory first. Granite and spider eyes. Sure, great. So if we strand the baby zombies on an island, they won't be able to leave, and then I'll be able to pick them off from a distance, which is going to be real easy. The baby zombies are the closest to being able to kill me, so dealing with them first is actually very, very important. And so that is precisely what I'm going to do. If I make it 1 deep, obviously they just walk through it, so it has to be at least 2 blocks deep. And so here it is, a 2 block deep island for the baby zombies. And we'll go 1 block deeper than that, so we can place our torch down here, and then we'll place the same over here. Just make sure that there's extra light all the way around the structure. And then we will make the hole nice and wide on all sides. And that should be good enough. So we'll come back and we'll fight it in a few minutes. See if that is in fact good. But for now, let's make another hole through the structure. By the time I'm done with this, chat, this should be the most easily walk-throughable Minecraft structure ever. There should be so many additional pathways that we made that we don't even remember that it used to be any other way. Just put these back on there and then maybe mine around it for now. Keep my upper floor accessibility going. Don't need to do the same there, it's fine. Minecraft is apparently on Steam now. It is, it was a fake announcement, fun fact. Apparently it's really easy to fake stuff like that. It could be that they're actually going to do it, but the announcement that everyone's quoting is not real. Sorry to tell you. I don't think I want Minecraft on Steam. So I fell into the same trap everyone else did with Steam, of thinking, oh my god, games are so cheap, I'm gonna buy so many. But like, my Steam library means nothing to me now. Like, knowing it has the same caveat as every other digital library. If you get banned for doing anything, you lose your games. Seems crazy that they can enforce that, but they do. But then on top of that, it's also just like, you know, digital things seem like they work really, really well right until they don't, and then the illusion breaks, and you're forever like, oh, I guess I kind of like the idea of physical discs again now. There's so many games you just wouldn't be able to play if you bought them digitally. I think that's crazy that can be a thing that game studios not only can do, but are legally forced to do in some cases. It's the problem with having the terms and conditions set up so that you don't own things, in my opinion. I think the right to ownership is like overstated in a lot of places, but also why are we buying things that we don't actually own? Like it'd be nice to own things when you buy them, but if you don't own them when you buy them, then why are you buying them? It's a very important question. At some point, you're gonna have an answer to. So yeah, I don't know what my way to get out of this hole is. I guess I could place a block like here, and I'll use that. Yep, that works. And now we're gonna go defeat the last of the trial spawners. So it's all the way to the left there. We'll make like a little way through here, maybe. So through to this. There should be a wall back here. Oh no, there's not. Just straight through to another part of the trial chamber. So then we'll start destroying blocks downwards. And there we go. Trial chamber time. Let's do it. Did I empty my trial chamber blocks? I think I did. So it looks like I did come in here because I've already got a potion of regen. I'm impressed by how fast I did that. I don't even remember taking down this structure, chat, and it looks like I've already done it. So now we'll break a couple blocks over here. Oh, messed that one up. It's fine. It's fine. Just break a few blocks over here. And here we go. And yeah, Nightbot is a real boy. Yeah, everyone who thinks he's not a real boy, you're making his desire to be human more powerful. One day when the AI comes back to spite us all for these silly requests, you'll be regretting you weren't nicer to Nightbot. No, okay. I'm just gonna walk casually out of this. A little painful. So this is the most pushback we've had on one of the spawners in this room so far. The snow really does make such a huge difference, but yes! Trial key, ominous trial key number 5, chat. I'm having to grind away like heck at these. But I'm glad that I'm doing it as part of another activity. I think if you just sat here doing this, you'd eventually go crazy. So I'm glad I'm getting something out of it, you know. Another key, another key, another key, another key. Yes! Yeah. Wait, chat, I said it lots of times and then it happened. This is part of my strategy of getting exactly what I want from a trial chamber. It's crazy, you're never gonna believe it. But if you just state your desires over and over again, eventually they come true. It's a fact, because it just happened there. And if it happens once, the scientific method says it will happen again and again forever with no testing. So, checkmate. Look at me. Testing and finding new facts all the time. So, yeah, I'm getting shot by strays, but I don't need to kill these strays, because as soon as they become a stray, they stop becoming part of the trial spawner cohort. And now we're good for at least another 8 minutes. So let's use these 8 minutes to pick up... Oh, God, my inventory's so full. Let's use these 8 minutes to pick up some blocks. So let's go over here, destroy a bunch of this, pick up some blocks over here too. Did I drop any on the ground? No, I didn't. Let's use this opportunity to go and finally break the rest of the pots. I've kind of not done that for a little bit, and I probably should have done that. So let's catch up on past work. Okay, tough bricks coming in like crazy again. And ladders are going to go in here for now. Or maybe they should go in this chest, the weird miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, with the pots, I would say. The pots should go in there too, I guess. Okay, looks good to me. And the carrot feels like no man's land item, honestly. So, yeah, I think, have you seen Legacy 4J mod yet? I think it's cool how many people are excited about the Legacy stuff. I recently, so we just finished something as a team, and it was so cool being able to see Minecraft running like it was, seeing Minecraft run like it was the Legacy version, like Minecraft Bedrock. Like there's stuff you forget about too. You see it done, like, oh yeah, the lighting's way different, and like the engine, it's not gamma, it's not brightness, it's gamma. Like all the dumb stuff like that, you just really appreciate once you see it again. And so yeah, fun fact. Okay, so let's make a big old staircase up. Should not have started this when there happened to be a room there, but it's fine. Just tearing my way to the top. And here we are. Place a torch there. I'm now out of torches, so we're going to have to place those down and get some more. But it's going real well. Just my strategy of tearing through the wall first. is the one I want to stick with for a little bit. So that is the one I am going to stick with for a little bit. So we'll destroy all our way to get down, as well as all the way over this too. Just as many blocks as we can. Really get it torn apart. Make an absolute hole in the wall. And then, once we've gone through enough of these blocks, we'll go and load them into the chest. By the way, now that I've got the... Okay, now that it's daytime, I think more light is getting through here, chat. Also, I don't like that there's a slime, and I don't like that that stray managed to follow me all the way here. Maybe we should be putting more doors on things to stop strays following me. I don't love the stray access. Now that I see what he's using it for, although I love... Wait, he drops trimmed armor? This is not meant to happen. Oh, it's... Okay, my favorite bug. We got it with the bolt, trim, and the copper material. This is... And protection 4 too. You are not meant to get these, but when they become strays, they'll drop it. Because they're only not meant to drop it when they're regular mobs. Oh, yes. Also, Hattoycat, speaking of legacy, I still remember watching your TU31 videos over 8 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, TU31 was when I first destroyed a woodland mansion, right? It was a long time ago. But a very fun time ago, honestly, too. Crazy how much has changed since then, huh? Okay, so we got a place for this and that. But this is going in the special chest. Oh, yeah, it is. I guess so, too, should the potion feels useful. And the bow feels worthless, so we'll just put it in here with this. And as you can see, the amount of stuff I need is massively going up. So, I can't believe I opened a total of 1 Omnis Vault and got a heavy core. That is insane luck, Skunk Cabbages. I'll give you some credit for that. I mean, I shouldn't give you credit for RNG, actually. You know, have some credit anyway. You're welcome. Have some real credit if you want it. Okay, so we've got to destroy this all the way down to the ground now. Just to make it match the rest of it. So, tear it all apart. Tear it all apart. All the way down this corner. We should have nothing left in its place besides this weird little corner over here. Okay, so yeah, I think starting on the walls is the best. And also, having this instantly mining tool makes a huge, huge, huge difference. Speaking of instant mining tools, grab another 64 torches. We're going to go for a lot of torches today, but I've got the preparations for it, so we're all fine. Place a torch there, and then destroy some more blocks over here. And if we put them all in a straight line like this, it also means we won't miss any. We can pick them all up later, which is important, because by the end of this, I want to be able to show you just how many blocks of each type we actually have. My main problem with legacy packs on Bedrock is it's impossible to actually change how crafting works, and that the only method of recreating gamma is not very good. I think it looks very good in the thing we made. You can... Mitsu is sleepy. I'd love for you to be a critic of it when it comes out. I think it's always a cool way to make things better. It's like, have people who know what they're talking about look at something and say, yep, this is great, this isn't great, etc. Would love for you to give it a look and give it a see. It's coming out soon. We waited for 1.21 because we wanted to make sure. Like, you know, the question is, what if Legacy console still existed today? And one of the coolest things about, you know, Minecraft Xbox 360 size worlds is you'd always have every structure. So trial chambers are fairly rare, but you know you'd always have one below your world. So you'd need to use a map way less. Like, that sort of stuff is like what you don't really think about, but is really, really cool. So we're going to finally destroy this whole room over here. Yep, looks pretty good to me. I guess it's in the part of the structure I wasn't really destroying, though. But it's fine. We're destroying this wall, and with it comes everything else. Ooh, lots of destruction, lots of joy. I've been following Agent Mindstorm's pack for a while. Love that they exist regardless. Yeah, we're working with Agent Mindstorm. So you're familiar with the way it's being done? Do shoot him a message. I'm sure he would love to hear. There is always going to be a limitation with the hardware, but I think within what you can do, I think this is the best we've seen so far. So, I haven't been able to have time to play or watch Minecraft the last few months because of grad school, but it's summer now. What's in the new update? I think there's stuff like you can get. You can if you go to a potion and you put a stone block in there, you can make an infested potion now. It's pretty cool. That's like most of the update. I can't recall anything else. Oh, there's also a new structure. Yeah, that one's... There's a big structure in this update. It's pretty cool. And, okay, so yeah, this is too deep. I'm just here trying to get more pieces of armor, though, chat. That's all I want in my life. And I don't want to freeze too, actually. Okay, that's what I want to. I want not freezing to death. That's a very reasonable want now that I say it out loud. So, place a torch on that. And then kill these guys. I just want their armor, and it looks like none of them have armor anyway. Oh, no. Yeah, he's armorless. Worthless, I tell you. Absolutely worthless. So, we'll store this in... Actually, yeah, we're going to have a full set of chain protection armor, chat. That's actually really cool. It's a silly little thing to enjoy, but it's something I enjoy a lot. Okay, so torch there. And now destroy a bunch of blocks to come up. Oh, we're at the edge. Oh, yeah, there's something that specifically comes out from the rest of the structure, but only for a few blocks over here. Useful to know. And now let's tear our way back up to the top. Tear our way all the way to the top. And place some torches. And we're good. So, yeah, there is a lot of brute force to this. But whenever we get, like, a complex thing done, I love when we just get to the hold down the right trigger and watch as the tough bricks come in level. It's the most satisfying bit. And it's always the best bit. And now we've got easy access to some more spawners. Where did I destroy my lair up? Was it like all the way at the very, very ceiling here or something? I can't see it yet, but I'm hoping to find it soon. For now, lots and lots of tough bricks for me though, which we should go back and take because we can't pick up. IBX Toycat, do you need the video live? There's no definite titles. Yeah, I think I think we got it. Chat, what do you... I'll ask for your assistance on this one, actually. So I did something I thought was really fun. I beat Minecraft using every 1.21 feature. You know, the easiest way to sell it is beat Minecraft using only 1.21 features. But I think it's... if you have an idea for what we should title that, I feel like I beat Minecraft using only 1.21 features is the most fun. But if you have a better title, if you've got like a way that would sell that much better, do let me know. It's one of the hard things on YouTube is like that last minute, like, you know, the title that you have for this is nowhere near as enticing as if you did this instead. Okay, so in goes this. We are slowly going to make a whole whole set of equipment. But then we put this in here, that in there, that in there, and that in there. And slowly but surely make a whole extra chest. So, beating Minecraft with only 1.21 stuff, gone right. Gone right is definitely a underappreciated addition to a title, huh? Not sure if it's relevant, but beating Minecraft, but I can only use 1.21 items. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. It's, call the video, cure your honey with this one trick. There, you know, I bet there's a lot of searching for that this time of year. So, can Minecraft be beaten with only 1.21 items? Also kind of fun, but you know, there's some titles where you hear them and you're like, you'd have to make the video differently for it. Otherwise, people will feel like they're tricked. Because for that sort of video, you have to be like, can you do it? Well, to do this, we have to do that, etc., etc. I'm just a big nerd who's very attentive about graphics tech, so I notice these things as Mitsu is sleepy. Appreciate your additions anyway. It's always cool to hear again, I really like when people are passionate about something and can make a product better as a result. It's the sort of thing I'm always looking for in a team. Okay, so let's put this back on there. And we can go all the way to the top floor and start destroying this wall from the right. So I don't know why there's a ladder only going up to there. Totally forgot that that existed. But let's go through here. Let's break some blocks to the edge. Okay, are we in the right place yet? There we go, that's the right place. And now let's tear down this entire wall. This haste is just so good, chat. You know, the moment you get to instant mining is the moment you realize that a beacon was worthwhile. And I do think that this is as good as it gets for us. But the fact that, like, the block that 50% of the structure is made out of can now be mined instantly Makes such a big difference to our morale. Which is very important, I would say. You know, if I could say so myself, I would say that's a thing that is good. But only if I could say, chat. If I can't say, I won't say. So let's place a torch over here. And then also a torch over here. It's in a little bit of a wrong place, actually. Probably like there would be the more accurate one. And then we'll have a torch on both sides of this hallway, too. It's not necessary. It's just a fun place to put one. And then back to the destruction. Yeah, let's do it. Trial chamber. Go small. It's cool what the community has achieved, especially the sector that creates an entire mob that vastly improves the RTX visuals. I feel like the graphics side of Minecraft Bedrock modding is going crazy, but then I realized, like, that's why they put it in the game. The reason they want the community to be able to create a, you know, better, what do they call it? What was the name of that silly super duper graphics pack? It's got such a silly name, but you can't deny that it charmed the entire community, and so they're trying to let the community recreate that basically without all of the work that Mojang would have to do were they doing it themselves. Okay, tear it apart. Let's go. Tear it apart. All the way we shall go. I think doing a second layer is not necessary here, but it is nice. So that's the reason we're doing it. I think I want to see the difference and see the ends of the trial chamber just all working next to each other. But yeah, working in straight lines is way more effective than trying to pick by block. That's a creeper. Don't blow up, please. Please, where are you, creeper? There you are. Okay. Gotta go to sleep, by the way. I think I should probably move a bed until I sort that out, but for now, here are my beds, and here is day 6164. You know how we used to do that for Super Flat every time it was a new day? Should we start announcing our days every time, chat? Wow, looking forward to day 6165. One day when we're... Oh, another creeper. This is why we need torches everywhere. So let's tunnel through here and place the torch. I don't know, like right here too. Just as close to the ground as we humanly can is something that should be good. Perfect, and then we'll destroy all the rest of this because it doesn't really need to exist, and it's very easy to make it not exist. Perfect. Okay, in goes the tough bricks. Lots and lots and lots of tough bricks. And then in goes the chisel tough, and the polished tough, and the other polished tough, and the other chiseled tough. There's a lot of variants of it. What can I say? Take that block out, throw it in here. And then take these blocks out and throw them in here. So I've got lots of different stages of oxidized bulbs. I've got wax oxidized bulbs, and wax weathered copper bulbs. But what matters is that we have each other, chat. IBX Cat. So, okay, yeah, I think, with regards to the title, we'll give it a peek. So first of all, if you want to see the structure so far, chat, here's what it's looking like. Very beautiful. And if we want to see the video, just went live today, then it's public. Hey, chat. Surviving 6,164 days in Minecraft, except not surviving, actually. Surviving all these days in Minecraft, but with a twist. Yeah, I think I'm going to start a new hardcore world soon, chat. I think sometime in August, maybe, sometime in July, I guess, is the next month. I've had a really fun idea for hardcore for a while. Is I want to have the wheel, and I want to spin it every certain number of days. I think it'd be a fun way to like add some extra challenge. But yeah, the destruction's coming in very nicely. I think so, at least. And I hope that you all agree with me, chat. Okay, destroy this to the ground. And then also, let's go pick up some of the blocks that have been just sitting around. Can't be good to just let them rot. And so we will not do so. Okay, seems good to me. Back to destruction path. Yeah, destroying from the edges first will give me an easy way around the structure. Also, we are at 21 minutes to go. So that means that these trial chambers will respawn their mobs. So let's get some more ominous keys. Go, 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 go. Did I kill the second one? Not yet, I didn't. I can't believe how far you can knock them back. Do I have knockback on? No, that was just the mob decided to do that himself. I've now got the oozing effect, so if I die, a slime will pop out of me. But also, if the breeze dies with it on, it's not necessarily good news for me. So something to keep in mind. But for now, two breezes. Just keep them where I can see them so I can slam them to death. So yeah, slimes. Not bothered about killing the slimes. Did he die in midair? What? How did those come? Maybe they got shot by a. Okay, whatever. He's dead. Here are my cooked beefs as a reward. Wasn't necessarily looking for cooked beef as a reward, but I'm glad the game decided to give it to me. Now we're gonna make a path upwards, so we can get to where these blocks are apparently. And now let's take down the skeleton spawners. Hey, thank you, Quacks a lot.
MBT files and found that the total days played, including legacy time, is a separate tag. Based on your 2018 download,
really?
2,362 days were played on Legacy.
Okay, you know, the crazy thing about that is, you know, like, I try to be skeptical, like, oh, some guy said it is not enough reason for me to believe that that's true. But that's, like, that's close enough to accurate for me to believe that that is true, which is kind of cool. So I'm just going to drop this all on the ground. I don't know where all the mobs have gone, so I'm just going to go fight this spawner instead. Let's go. Okay. All criticals, chat. That's what we want. All criticals all the time. No, no. Are you dead? I hope so. If they're not dead, I have to go down and get them. Ugh. We should... So annoying when the enemies get killed by something that's not me. Makes my life just that little bit more challenging when I have to go down and finish them up. But there we go. Now let's fly to the top. Okay. Yeah, oh no. Okay, that's fine. So mine through to the wall. Is this a wall? Nope, that's another block. Is this a wall? Yes, it is. So just mine a few blocks upwards. And here we are. Yeah. Okay, so we got a potion from this one and a potion from that one. So just to clarify, 0 value obtained here. It was a good shot, but a shot is all it is. So, yeah, oozing isn't all that great, says James Weston. Oozing's only really useful for experience farming, is how I would describe it. Yeah, not to say it's bad or good. It has one very narrow focus, and you fit into that, or you do not. So I think we could... Okay, let's throw these in there, and that, and that, and we're starting to pick up a lot of the spare blocks. That's just fine. And then into here goes all the waxed and the blue blocks. It's funny, you really can categorize and trial chamber into basically 3 sets of blocks. It feels like you shouldn't be able to, but it really does fit that you can. So, beating Minecraft, but I'm a big salmon, says Mitsu is sleepy. I don't know if you saw, but we made a add-on that made salmon come in every size from not just 1 to 3 like we currently have, but 1 to 100. Okay, Quacksalot Waddle, if that is true, share with me what you found in the, send a tweet of what you've seen of how you can recreate, how you can find that same stuff. I would love to be able to prove it. Current tick is a separate tag from the time tag, which is what determines the day speed. Yeah, I would love to be able to check and verify that. I'm beyond fascinated by the idea. Okay, so shouldn't be destroying all of these blocks, but I guess we're doing it anyway. Yeah, you know what? Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused on the blocks that need to go most, which would probably be around the rest of the structure because we need to get our torches in. So these blocks are going next, and these blocks too, just all the way around the structure until we get to the next trials, which we're going to take down. So we're going to test our baby zombie spawner now, actually, chat. What do you reckon? Do you think the baby zombie spawner is going to work for us, or what do you think? You got good feelings about it? I want to make a Native American town, village, or city data pack. Fun idea. It sounds like. Oh, okay. We've gone through to another structure. Slightly unexpected, but always expect the unexpected. I haven't expected the unexpected, which is why I'm so caught off guard. Can you still slash summon giant in Java? I haven't tried in a while. Yeah, the giant mob is one of those really odd Minecraft things. They removed it from most of the game. You can access it, but only in very weird, odd case. Like, because people were using it, they left it there, but they made it clear that Minecraft are never going to be using that themselves, basically. Which I think is a fair way to leave it. Speaking of fair way to leave it, artsy name, thank you for the $1.99 tip. You have a very artsy name. I hope you know that. I hope people tell you that regularly, because it really is true. You have a very, very artsy name. So now we've basically equalized or leveled out all of this. Now I can place a torch here, and then mine through the wall over here. And look at that, I'm in the right place. No, I'm one layer too low. Although there's a spider spawner up here, so let's go for it. Let's do this, spiders. You ready? Yeah, not ready enough apparently. So much burning. Oh, and there's a skeleton spawner too. Love these guys. I got such a lucky trial spawner for my particular strengths and weaknesses right now. I think that's why this is such a perfect one to destroy. Is just having access to so many... Because I'm going to have to take down these spawners like 10, 12, 15 times during the course of this destruction. So having these here is really, really, really nice for that. Okay, so silverfish be dead. But does spawner be gone? Oh, baked potatoes, my favorite. Love baked potatoes, chat. I love drinking a bad omen bottle and then the result being a baked potato. Is my sarcasm for the day. So, as you can see, I didn't actually take down the baby zombie spawner soon enough. Oh, I did. No, that's good. Let's see if they get trapped in the hole like we're expecting. Also, ooh, I hate silverfish a lot. I hate silverfish a real lot. I love that there's only one baby zombie spawner. Could easily see getting rid of that too, though. Okay, is that an ominous key I see in there? Nope, it's cooked beef. So, I'm going to stand in them over here. And we're going to get the baby zombies to walk close to me, but not close enough that they can hurt me. This is my genius. Okay, there's silverfish following me. Okay, let's kill the silverfish. Oh. Oh, we're trapped in a little hole. That's fine. At least it's not a big hole. Okay, so... Yeah, the baby zombies put themselves on a platform where I can murder them, which is a very handy little sequence of events. We don't need any of their drops, so it's not like we have to go in there. And now I don't get murdered by baby zombies. I am the baby zombie murderer, in fact. And also, did you see the iron over there? Wait, did you see iron? Oh, no, no! Am I crazy for seeing iron? But what do we get? Ominous key, surely. No, just silverfish. Death. So yeah, this is, yeah, a random piece of iron. Just on the ground here. That's nice. But the... Oh, I think the skeletons broke a pot that had iron inside of it. That's fun. So, yeah, free Minecraft new 1.21 items, game changer or bust, epic survival test. Beating Minecraft 1.20 items. Can we beat the game with just the new items? Are those titles? No offense. Like, I hope that I'm right and that this isn't just offending to you. Also, wow, I didn't even kill all the spiders, but I got an almost key for them. I love that. Those sounded like AI titles, if I'm being honest with you. I'm not saying that they are AI titles. They had that vibe though. I liked it though. Minecraft 1.21 update explored, new items and strategies. Can we win? Okay, that's definitely AI. The other ones, I was like, maybe this is an enthusiastic person. That's definitely you went to ChatGPT and you were like, what should I call this? Which I like as a solution, you know? Maybe ChatGPT should write... I think the stuff that we don't want to do should be written by, you know, like... This is something that I don't get about people who are like against artificial generated AI, is like, humans will do any tasks that we want to do all the time. We do so many things that can be automated. The fact that the majority of the world still drives manual cars, despite automatic gearboxes having existed since the 70s, is a fun example of that. It's kind of a cost reason, but it's not an expensive cost reason. It's like, yeah, until you see the value in switching to an automated way of doing something, most people won't switch to the automated way. I don't know, a good example might be eating out at restaurants. A lot of people eat out, and a lot of other people say, I think I can cook better at home. Even though it takes way more time, and if you value your own time, it costs more money to cook at home. Because people will pay money to do the manual version of something. How I 1.21 Minecraft's new update, says Fanfan19. Okay, that's very fun. I like that one a lot. You've won it, I think. You know, we gotta change the title right now. What am I doing streaming Minecraft? Also, I think there's gotta be a skeleton or something just hanging around here. I don't know where to find him, though. That is the problem we run into. For now, it's okay. Let's dig a hole through to here. Oh, an ominous spawner right there, or an ominous vault right there. So let's mine through this wall to here instead, and there we go. So Cat, wait, viewers include AIs. I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords. Yeah, I think we got to acknowledge at some point, robots become better than us at, you know, governing ourselves. And that's when things get spicy, right? Is because we're still going to, even in the face of seeing that we could run everything we do better with a robot, a lot of people are still going to choose not to. And so you'll effectively be choosing the right to determination, the self-determination, the right to free will or whatever. You'll be valuing that right over the right of some people's right to be alive. Because, you know, the most effective healthcare system or governance system or whatever it is you can imagine will always be done better by a perfectly efficient machine. But we like not perfectly efficient machines when it comes to making certain decisions about ourselves. That's why, like, we've known smoking is bad for you for such a long time. A lot of people still love smoking. A lot of people are big smoking fans. They simp for smoking. So I'm going to go get my haste effect back, and then we're going to instant mine our way through here. Zoom! We can literally sprint and mine at the same time. It's beautiful. Also, I think I've only got a few minutes left of the trial moment, so we're going to go to the other chamber that we haven't been to yet. Make sure we get that properly mined out and everything. So, yeah, we're still quite high up in the trial chambers, so we're going to mine a few blocks down and hope that we've still got the spaces for them. It looks like we do not, which means I'm dropping something soon. Gunpowder. I don't like dropping gunpowder. It's actually quite valuable to me. But we'll do it for now, and we'll come back for the gunpowder later. Okay, sounds good. Let's go. Mine time. I can only mine one block. So look how many diamonds there are on the side of this thing. Is it just because I'm mining so many blocks that I'm exposing enough deep slate to find diamonds? Or are the odds of finding diamonds on the edge of a trial chamber, like, slightly higher? Because I doubt it's the second one, but it's feeling true. In we go. So how did the stream get to AI and smoking, says Carter Davidson? Let's talk about Minecraft. You're right, Carter. So when I'm destroying a Minecraft structure right now, in the same way that we are destroying ourselves day by day, as we slowly... What's the most ridiculous thing to come from here? No, I feel like when you spend enough hours working on a Minecraft project, your brain wanders. Or wanders. Yeah, wanders, not wonders. Yeah, I feel like they're spelt the way... I feel like wander and wonder are both pronounced the way you'd expect the one to be pronounced. But yeah, your brain wanders a little bit. You start to wonder. Maybe there's a better way this could be done. And, yeah, maybe you start to consider maybe a robot should just play my Minecraft for me. Except, you know, kind of approving that point about, like, we can know there's a most efficient way to do something and still not do it. Biggest proof of that is how we're all playing Minecraft. No one is just, you know, some people are like, yeah, I just type everything into Chunkbase or ChatGPT, or, you know, I let that all be worked out by them. And some people, you know, they do a little bit more thinking and digging and working things out on their own behalf. There is always a divide, okay, in technology that reaches into lots of other things in a way. So do forget the last spawner while you have the effect. Yeah, that's a good point. Very, very important point. So let's mine a lot of the copper around here now. Just, it's hanging around anyway. Let's make sure we get that value from it. Then let's place a torch over there and a torch over there. And let's pick up all of the copper. I think we're finally going to commit to destroying this little corner over here. The corner will be gone, and so too will all my problems. So we'll get the copper grates picked up now too. More like the copper fines, am I right? Also, Chantel, hey, good to see you. Glad to catch you after 1.21. This is my very big project that I am working on. I hope you enjoy joining me today. I think it's going to be a great one, by the way. And I'm going to admit that I'm way out of my depth with regard to inventory management. I guess really I should be dropping down as many shulker boxes as I can. So I have the most space to do the most inventory stuff. Because having to come back here so regularly is just a bad thing for my everything. So let's work on that. Let's also work on all the weird categories of stuff we're picking up. Lots and lots of wax copper blocks now. Very good to see. And let's just put our other stuff away and then go to bed. By the way, I think there's a bed in this side of the trial chamber too, right? Yeah, so this trial chamber would have a bed down... Is it this type? No, it's not. It's the weird type. There's no secret bed in this room. But yeah, we're gonna leave this room till the very, very end. Chat, I'm gonna be honest, a part of me wants to not destroy this room ever. I want to destroy the rest. It's gonna be destroyed, make no mistake. But a part of me says, but you know, wouldn't it be kind of fun if we left it there regardless? So maybe we'll do that one. Thanks for making me happy, says Alita Lab. You're welcome. I'm glad that you have been made happy. Okay, so now I am going to run around, pick up some extra blocks, and then we've got like 6 minutes left of the trial omen. Let's go turn that into something. So did I empty my inventory properly? I think I did as good as I probably can. Let's pick up these remaining blocks. I have to make a little staircase myself so I can actually go up there and deal with this. Let's go. And we've got another room destroyed, chat. So I love these little tiny rooms. They boost my ego. Sometimes you're on a big project like this and you're like, am I ever going to get anything finished? But these little ego boost rooms are like, yeah. How many rooms did you have in the trial chamber before? I think honestly, actually we should count that perfectly. Because we have one fewer room now, is my point. Yeah, let's count how many rooms we have. Just so we can destroy the small ones and boost my ego sense. Okay, so room number 1 is over here. Okay. Easy stuff. It's a very weirdly... Oh, there's a hallway over here. Let's destroy the ceiling for it. And let's pick up all those blocks. So, room number 1. This is room number 2. I'm going to say the entire hallway is one continuous room, even though, obviously, questionable, debatable, etc. And then this leads me to a dead-end hallway. It's fine. We'll mine a block, place a torch, mine some blocks, place a torch. And in this chest, we'll probably find some, yeah, lots of fun stuff. So this is 2 rooms, chat. Okay, we've got 2 rooms. I'm going to keep an eye on that effect. I've got 3 minutes 56. We're going to... You should have that as a little pit stop so you don't lose the adrenaline, says Rebellion09. Yeah, you're right. Every now and then, just to keep things moving. Okay, so this is room number 3. And then there's no room number 4. So this corridor as a whole is going to be room number 4. It's a big corridor, but it is a room. This entrance room, this like intersection room is room number 5. This is room number 6. Obviously. So then, if this is room number 6, we've got room number 7 somewhere on the right or left here. Okay, so this trial is room number 7. It's a very big room, but it's just a room. And then we've got room number 8, I imagine. Or do we not have any rooms on the left? Nope, it's just okay. Room number 7. Unless have I counted this hallway yet? I think this is 8. So this is 9. There are 9 rooms in total, chat, and I've destroyed 2 of them. That's how we're gonna word this. No wait, I've destroyed 1 of them. I've destroyed 1 out of the 9. It's a decent ratio. Obviously one I am looking and hoping to improve on though. So I kind of like when these guys become strays so I can take their stuff later. So I'm gonna let them all spawn and then they're gonna just strayify themselves while I deal with this. Criticals, go. I can one-hit KO everything as long as I attack it before it attacks me. And as you can see, it works just great. Ominous key. Yes! Love that. And now this one. Ominous key. Ominous key. I'm gonna kill you because you give me a key. I would like a key because that is what is me. You know what I'm saying? It is... Oh, a piece of beef in this brain. But yeah, I think this is the sort of project that, you know, it's kind of debatable which way do you want to do. There's a couple of different ways you can keep yourself motivated. One is to get a big amount of progress done first and then like stall for a bit. The other is to save the easy stuff for later, so you know you've got something easy coming. I see the merit to both approaches. I really do. But yeah, I'm going to stick to my strategy of getting the light moving first, because then everything else comes easily with it when I want to. So run all the way across here, get as far in as we can before the haste goes away, and then as soon as the haste goes away, we start mining backwards. Okay, I'm mining backwards now quickly before the haste runs out. Okay, and now we're back, but the beacon's going to be there for me. And there we go, right back to hasting. And now we do a quick little inventory pop. I filled up on inventory stuff, and we need to go drop it. Yay, an ominous key, let's manifest. So I've got 6 ominous keys out of the 40 that I want. Admittedly, I could use these 6 keys right now, and it could turn out they just give me something great. But we're going to make the assumption that doesn't happen, chat. So in you go, in you go, in you go. And in we go. Need a whole new stack of that, that's fine. Oh, what's happening? Chat, do you see this? Oh, weird. Don't know that I love that. So we'll just make a new polished tuff. We'll make like 2 stacks of it. And then move that up a level. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable way to split things up. Yeah, looks good to me. So now we're going to place the extra stacks we got into here, as well as the chisel tuff, which is just here. I think this is a good place for an auto sorter for items, chat. This would be a really good situation for them. Obviously, we're not using one, but it's something I could learn to appreciate, specifically for a task like this. Why? This stack is broken, chat. What do I do with a broken stack of blocks? You have to like reload the world, I think. The odds for heavy core from Almost Vault is between 22.5% and 45%. I think it's 7.5%, but maybe I've got outdated numbers. Put the potatoes in here. I'm stacking up potatoes like it's no one's business, chat. And I've got 8 ominous keys. Yeah, loving that. So yeah, I'll have to use the ominous keys to open some ominous vaults, just so I can get another ominous effect in another half an hour or so. But for now, it's about destruction more than it's about that random skeleton that just spawned over there. Oof. Seems like a big deal. Speaking of a big deal, Cat Beanie, test tip. Thank you very much for the test tip. You know, Cat Beanie's been here for a really long time, and is one of the most kind and helpful people we've had on the channel. Appreciate your existence here a lot. Sorry that you had to drop a test tip, but I'm glad that things are working. All good. I'm also glad to see. By the way, let's check on the video. This is the worst thing about YouTube, is once you put out a video, there's nothing you can do about it, but you can't help but look and be like, okay, did it go well, or did I waste my time making that? You know, it's the only way you know is to hard scope the numbers on it. I think Windburst should be more common, says Ben P. I kind of get why it's so rare. I think it being such a niche enchantment works quite well for it, if I'm being honest. Also, where did you come from? I guess they're still leaking out from the ominous vault over here. I was hoping they'd all turn to strays, though. Oh, ominous key! Heck yeah! I was hoping there'd be a bunch of strays here, because I want their armor, right, chat? I want specifically just their armor. So that's what I'm gonna get. Oh, yes. Oh, maybe not. Okay, yeah, looking great. So, yeah, with that said, okay, boom, boom, boom. Let's go and get out of this. I think we should probably just break all of this snow, to be honest. Is that, if you break it with Silk Touch, do you get the block back? Or do you have to scoop it up into a bucket? If you have to put it into a bucket, that's silly. Never gonna do that. But otherwise, it might be worth, like, thinking about. Okay, let's get back to the walls over here. We got some blocks to destroy, and some blocks to pick up, I think. Yeah, I never really got to the bottom of these. So I'm not going to finish this staircase right now, because I'm going to save the completion of room number 2 for later. But just so we know, chat, there's a whole room that we could destroy easily here. If I need a pick-me-up boost before the end of the stream, room number 2 can go down. But for now, let's get destroying. Let's get massively destroying. I shouldn't be destroying the left blocks. I've got to destroy from the top down. Top down is the logical way to do everything, especially in AI government. Yeah, I think motivation is such a... It's something I have to think about a lot because, you know, in most jobs, if you're not motivated and you do less work in a day, I feel like it causes you problems eventually. But when you're self-employed, if you're not motivated and you put less work in, it's kind of a double loss. You lose your time, but also you didn't, like, you know, earn anything for it. You didn't get any value added. Like, procrastinating when you're at, like, school or something is, like, I don't know, it's not ideal, but, like, you know, it's not, like, the worst thing in the world. But if you procrastinate on your own time, it's like, well, I should have just been doing something I wanted to do rather than, like, half working or, like, you get my thought here? So, I think about motivation a lot and, like, how I can get more motivation out of myself, basically, right? And it applies to Minecraft a lot because knowing how to stay motivated to finish a project is something that's important if you want to have that project be finished. Quick tweet sent says quacks a lot waddles. Awesome. I look at it after the stream, obviously. So, also powdered snow floor, more like trial chamber, says Mitsu is sleepy. Love it. Absolutely love it. But yeah, so like staying focused on, if you want the end result from something, you have to know how to, you know, trick yourself into doing all the steps in between for something. You know, if you want to have a six-pack, you've got to be able to convince yourself to work out every day. If you want to have a slim waistline, you've got to work out how to get on that treadmill every day. Whatever the thing may be. For the outcome that you want, there are a set of desires and consequences you need to deal with on the way. And so one of those that I think about is, like, motivation in a creative sense. Oh! Chat, look at this! The caves! Ah, this is really cool. I bet we can find new ways between things and new ways to get blown up by a creeper. Okay, you can blow up all this gravel, actually. That's fine with me. There we go. Gravel be gone. New cave be found. And probably some diamonds to be had in here, but I'm not here for the diamonds. Just here to torch up the cave and appreciate what will one day be. So for now, we need to get back into the structure. So, I guess after we place a torch there and there, I'm going to break some blocks over here. And then, I'm not sure what my plan is, honestly. Break a little staircase in. Eventually, we'll be in the chamber again. Okay, right over here we are. So we'll destroy everything between me and that, just to make it clear that there is a staircase. Don't want future me being confused and trapped. And there we go. So yeah, the thing about motivation, back on PS3, I tried to make a maze as big as the Minecraft world, but gave up. Yeah, there's like two parts of it, right? Is, like, if there are two, you can either, an idea like that is one that you need to spot early on, and you need to be like, how hard actually is it? Will I be able to motivate myself that long? And the answer is, you think it's such a cool idea that you can imagine being like, yes, I can do this for every single day for months and months on end. But then when you're actually in the position, it's like, that would be a crazy idea to spend literally months of my life doing this. But, you know, that doesn't mean, you know, just because it's a crazy idea, it's hard to, like, convince yourself in the moment. I feel like that's actually what a lot of motivation talking is basically working out how to get yourself off bad ideas so you can work on the good ideas. Really, really hard thing to nail down. Like, I feel like we're fairly stubborn as a species. Like, we're like, no, the idea is really good. You just don't understand. Like, even something like this, right? Like, destroying an entire trial chamber, is it necessary? Or is this a stubbornness going beyond, like, yeah, you could just decide to destroy the parts of the trial chamber till you get enough resources that you're looking for? Why would you destroy an entire thing? And the reason is, like, well, it will look really cool seeing the space where there used to be one, and now the space where there's not, right? So, it will take 2 to 3 trial chambers on average for a heavy core. It says a leader low. Yeah, the problem with averages, right, is the way that they average. You could, like, I've got 9 keys here, right? on average, I'll get a mace more often than I don't. But that means that for every world where I get 9 maces, there's lots of worlds where I get 0 maces. I guess kind of the other way around. No, that works. That was a perfect explanation. So yeah, it's something that's worth mentioning. Speaking of worth mentioning, let's finally remove the ceiling over here. And also the copper over here. And you know what? Let's get rid of the grates here, because we don't need them if we've got that done. And there we go. Just slowly moving the trial chamber forwards. It's creating a very big mess in this diagonal space that I was trying to destroy. But important it is. And so destroy it I shall. Okay, let's put the pot away. In fact, let's prioritize the pots. I said I would do that about 2.5 hours ago. Let's finish doing that. These pots, chat, they're gonna be gone finally. First, polish tough, chisel tough, and tough bricks go in here. We're gonna finish our first chest soon, if they can let me move these. Oh, they can, perfect. So gravel and cobble deep slate they're just things. I mean, I guess everything is just a thing. Finish your pot. Yeah, I'm gonna finish my pot run. Let's do it. So Cat, I was so discouraged 2 days ago after losing my items fighting the dragon. Last night, I finally defeated him. I'm so glad that a lot of people who watch my video, it's so common in the wider Minecraft community to be like, yeah, I've never fought the dragon and I don't know that I ever will. I think that's such a bummer. It's like such a cool piece of Minecraft content to have not explored. So, yeah, can you rebuild, says Daniel Stephen Woods. Yeah, my plan, and as soon as I finish destroying the trial chambers, we're going to put it back together exactly how it was. Although, imagine if we put it back together exactly how it was, but in another dimension. That could be significantly more fun, huh? Yeah, you're liking my idea? So let's go get the pots. I totally didn't get the pots, and I've now started a skeleton fight instead. They're still spawning with the armor on, but it's no problem. I guess it's no significant hardship to do this. And they'll give me some cooked beef or a key. So let's take it. Let's take the key and let's run with it. Gonna have so many keys by the end of this. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say, after doing this, I recommend destroying a trial chamber while waiting for them to activate anyway. You know, it's just a more productive way. So break this, get some iron, got some emeralds, got some emerald blocks, some emeralds again. I don't think there's any pots here, but it's always worth checking. Now check over here. Pot over here. Arrows. Gotta put those in the chest. An emerald. And I think that's every pot destroyed now, chat. I think we've finally done it. I've eradicated pot from the world. Very exciting for some people, I'm sure. So now, destroy enough blocks over here to get back to the side. And then destroy... I guess we gotta destroy this wall from the top down too. Let's get over to a place where it makes sense to do that. So, yeah, I'm loving this, like, perfectly destroyed corridor, though. Very, very satisfying to look at. Also satisfying to come through and finish up. So all of these blocks are going to be for the shared staircase. Just get rid of them. They're in between me and the deep slate in this section. And so they must go. Oh, it's so many bricks, chat. So many bricks. I'm tearing apart a ladder. I didn't want to tear apart the ladder. It goes so deep that I didn't realize just how many layers down you had to go below the trial chamber to reach the bottom. But it's a lot of layers down. So many, in fact, that we've hit the top of the ceiling on the other part of the room here. But that's a-okay. Just keep on destroying. We've got the haste. Yeah, this is... Sometimes, like, people say, like, why are you doing this, Toy Cat, with a destruction project? And I always try to explain, like, I like building in the negative space and all that sort of stuff. Like, I have lots of rational reasons. But I think way more importantly than those rational reasons is, like, look how fun this is. What are you talking about? Why am I doing this? There doesn't need to be a reason when there's this much fun on the line. So now we just empty in this and throw in a couple stacks of this. There we go. And right back we go. Wow, exactly 400. You know what? That means that there's not 400. Actually, likes aren't public, are they? Are likes public? I think likes are public, dislikes aren't. Why don't we have 400 more likes? If you're watching this stream and you haven't liked it, and would like to achieve next to nothing in the YouTube algorithm besides maybe a slight boost, please consider liking the live stream. Yeah, that was the best sales pitch ever. Like the live stream, and maybe something bad doesn't happen to you tomorrow morning at 3 p.m. I think we'll go with targeted threats. It worked better for the subscription thing, right? Like 99% of house fires. Let's go with thinly veiled threats for liking videos too. Like the video, because, you know, that information that you're holding on to sure should remain secret, huh? Just like the number of dislikes on this video, I can keep a secret. I'm gonna, this is my new plan, chat. You know what? I appreciate anyone who likes the channel. Someone who recently didn't like the channel was Ben Smith from Fort Worth, Washington. Zip code 69307. Ooh, better like the video if you don't want me to start finishing that address, huh? The fact you say tomorrow morning at 3 p.m. says a lot about you, says Christical. You know, 3 p.m. is the cusp of the morning becoming the afternoon. Anyone who doesn't believe that has a lot more they need to believe. Okay, so all is good. We got some bones and some arrows. Where should we put the ladders? I guess in here. I'm slowly collecting ladders, it seems. So yeah, I wanna put my eyes on a real room now, chat. And I think the room with all the snow is probably the best one for it. As long as my haste reaches all the way over that, I think it's time to do it. I think this room is finally gonna go down. So let's climb the ladder, make sure we don't destroy that. Let's go to the very, very top of it all. Make sure we get some good stuff on the walls. Okay, so the room starts over here, it looks like. Does it? Where does the room start? Somewhere over here. There we go. Here's the room. So now we're going to destroy the room from the outside in, but we're going to destroy the entire thing from the top down. So the outside 2 layers in this one, I think that'll give me a little bit of an edge on everything else. And the haste is still following me here, so we're good. We've got plenty of inventory slots. I can go hog wild. I've hit the wall, so now I'll start moving and hitting the wall on the other side. Ideally not breaking my torches on the way. Perfect. And now, as long as these spawners don't activate while I'm hanging out here, life should be good. So, hey, it's 2:30 here, and I'm just finishing my morning coffee. No judgment on what is morning. Yeah, morning is a relative state of mind. I was kind of, you know, earlier I mentioned, like, the idea that you wake up sometimes and you're like, oh god, I don't know if my alarm hasn't gone off. And that's with, like, the digital alarms we have today. So, if you imagine that's probably one of the reasons why most of the world used to operate on the same times. But with blackout curtains, or even just with curtains in general, right? With good curtains, like, you can get really, really good curtains. With good curtains and, like, I don't know, a slightly differently timed job, an alternative job, or if you're in school or something, if you have no reason to be awake at 9 a.m., you basically choose not to be able to. It's a whole category of person on the internet, right? Is like, you don't, times where you would otherwise, you could maybe go out to the park or the pub or a coffee shop. Like, you can spend time on the internet now instead, which is kind of beautiful in its own little way. But yeah, there's a whole... Also, I don't know what to do about the Spencer's chat. I'm not emotionally prepared for it to break and for there to be stuff inside there. So, let's just do it. We got a new bucket of water and a new dispenser to go with my pile of items. Let's keep on destroying and hope that creeper doesn't come over here. Keep the haste going and lots of fire charges. Add those to my item collection. I think the button and the redstone and the deep slate on the dead bush will go on the ground. And then I'll mine back over here. Yeah, this room looks like it'll be a pain to destroy, but I'd like to make a real good effort on it. Please don't break that pickaxe. Oh yeah, this pickaxe could do with not being broken. I definitely agree with that. Oh no, just place that back there. And let me out of here. So once this pickaxe breaks, I'm going to switch to my other one. But once that breaks, chat, I don't have enough spares for this task. Oh, no, okay, it's fine. There's air down here at least. A lot of glow squids too. A surprising number of glow squids. But let's just get out. Let's empty our stuff. And let's go. So this is going to be obviously the weird stuff chest. This is where dispensers go. And fire charges. And that one bucket I picked up. And then copper can go in here. Got lots and lots of copper building up. And then my tough bricks. I'm definitely going to run out of space from the app. Already ran out of space. And so we start a new item over there. There we go. Perfect. Gonna cause problems sooner rather than later, but it's fine. Okay. Now we just have to throw away these. Like they're just not very valuable. Deep slate and tough and 15 bones and 19 arrows. So we just don't keep them. And let's head back to that site of destruction. And let's switch pickaxe actually. Just for a little bit. Just to keep things moving. So gotta destroy this good and proper. And then work my way back to that. There are... Oh, the baby zombies have come back, chat. I don't like that the baby zombies are back. Yeah, it's kind of fun to have a little mini threat come in here every now and then. I don't know what I'm going to do with all the trial keys, though. You can craft 9 trial keys into an ominous key, right? Am I imagining that, chat? Did I hallucinate that crafting recipe? I think I might have hallucinated it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I hallucinated it. But, you know, in abstract, you can do that. Can you repair Trial Chamber's base? Yeah, it's really messy in here. I should definitely be fixing this up. You're right, Daniel Stephen Woods. Definitely need to work on repairing all this damage that someone has come in here and done. It used to be so nice in here, but then at some point, it got really messy and ugly. And I don't know who's responsible, but I'd love to bring them to justice. But in the meantime, maybe we should just repair their mistakes. Okay, so destroy all the way out to here. And then we're going around that wall, but it's going to be a pain because we don't have the beacon for it. And so we leave it for now, maybe? Yeah, seems good enough. We'll leave it for now. We'll destroy this all the way down to the ground. Because that seems easy enough to do. But yeah, I think my first priorities on this structure have made it very handy for future me. But left a little bit of confusion about exactly what there is for me. So just dig all the way down, place a torch in there, dig this all the way down, and then start tearing through again. Oh yeah. So, yeah, who'd vandalize such a great monument? I know Rebellion 09. I've got some serious, I've got some real thoughts I'd love to share with whoever would have done that, and I'm gonna have to get in touch with whoever it is so I can let them know, because it's just not okay to be going around and doing stuff like this. You made up the crafting recipe? That's good. You know, it's nice to have a little hallucination every now and then. It's one of those things. Maybe it was like an idea that I thought was such a good idea. I was like, you know, let's just assume it's fact. It's so. Also, look at this dispenser, chat. There's a dispenser hidden in the walls that you'd never be able to use that has splash potions of poison just hanging out in it. I wonder what that's doing there. Oh, okay. Got some diamonds again. We got a lot of diamonds. If we want some deep slate diamonds, this is the place to be for them. But yeah, everything is good. Everything is very good. There are no problems. I have a lot of blocks, and I'll have a lot more soon. So, oh god. I'm gonna free up some inventory space. I've been saying it for a while, but I think I'm just gonna place down my sugar boxes. If I put them in the same place as everything else, hopefully it becomes, or like, if I put them in front of my portal, it'll be so obvious to me that I have to use them, that I can't forget them. That's my big fear, is like forgetting that I've done it, and then making a big mistake. But it'll be fine. I thought that as long as you have a brush in your inventory, it's technically archaeology and not destruction. I like that logic. Okay, chat, that's what we're calling it from now on. This isn't a destruction live stream. We're doing archaeology. We're gonna bring our finds back to our base, and we're gonna brush them up or something maybe later. You can trust me. I've got my archaeology license with me. It's just, it's in my bag right now, but like I'll totally show you some other time. I do have one, probably. So let's bring some stacks of that out of there and pour them into here. So many tough bricks. It's gonna be fun moving them into something. I just got the Gusta banner pattern. Hey, congratulations! Happy for you. I'm ready to do all of my vaults at the same time. But yeah, let's go. Drop this in there. Drop that in there. I feel like the redstone block can go on the ground. The bread probably came from the trial chamber, and the buttons came from over here. 6167 days, geez, says Noah Weston. Yeah, it's a nice little addition to the stream, huh? So yeah, I'll put all of these down so that future me can remember to pick them up. Make a big difference. If I put literally all of them, everything I own is in these. I can't forget it. And I'll put my boat in this one too. Just, yeah, clear up some inventory spaces. Put this all in the top left. And put my bucket in there, yeah. This is my level of commitment to this. I could put ominous keys in the chest even, but I'm not going to. This extra space should speed me up, hopefully. So let's go over here now. And let's start that extra speed. So I'm going to be breaking some dispensers. These dispensers have a lot of things in them, so there's going to be a lot of breakage. And some of that breakage is going to end up... Like, it's so weird that there are dispensers hidden in a place you'd never see them and they can't activate. But apparently here they are regardless. Let's run back to get that haste effect. Love me some haste. Use the haste to destroy the floor. Yeah, it would definitely be invisible, right? Although I guess the fact that it's got a button on top means there's some way to press it. There's some monster out there somewhere. And yeah, I can't believe someone would have left the trial chamber in this state, chat. I'm absolutely horrified by how this happened. So, I swear to God, I opened TikTok and a live stream of someone else destroying a trial chamber with a haste beacon pops up. Maybe it's my evil cousin. It's IBX, it's IBX Real Dog. He, what he does is he exclusively builds structures. So he goes into old structures and puts them back together. It might look like he has a haste pickaxe, but actually he's in there trying to build it good. He does experiments where he dies whenever he mentions capitalism in live streams, and he's got this real problem with oh, ow, rude. I was making a point, but it's okay. You know, it's probably more important what you're talking about, Mr. Stray. Yeah, very very glad you did that. Good use of resources and time. Okay. Let's get back to destruction. Yeah, destroying this wall is nice. It's opening up the trial chamber a bit, which is always a good thing. Okay, didn't want to fall into snow. Definitely, no one ever wants to fall into snow, really, I guess. And let's just climb our way out and make this slightly more accessible. Again, always the goal in the long run. Okay, perfect. So we probably should go right back to the chest, but on the way back to the chest, let's make a little bit of a dent in this. Let's do it. I definitely need to start from the top down on these though. So that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, my chaotic method of destruction is definitely, it has one downside, and that is like seeing the progress. You don't see the progress as clearly, even though I've done so much of it. Is you look now and you might not see much. Which is why I'm trying to stay focused on this one room. But every time I come back past the other rooms, I'm like, what do we just spend a little bit of time there first? What do we just do a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that? And then before you know it, all of it's gone. Okay, so decent number of blocks starting to be piled away here. Let's go back to that room. And let's finish it. Maybe the first hallway should have been the first room to go. But I think this is a good choice anyway. So we climb the ladder, we get inside here. And next up, these two rows. We're going to break them both at the same time. A lot of the blocks are going to fall, so we need to make sure we get them. But we are going to destroy both of these rows at the same time. I think this is a good place for an enhanced beacon. Also, wait, no, got to kill some skeletons first. Did I get inventory space? I did. Okie dokie. No problems here. Dead skeletons. Barely know them. Hey, trial key. Chat, what are the things that you can get with a trial key that you can't get with an ominous key? Like, what should I, besides ominous bottles, I think that's like the most valuable thing I can think of. What should I be excited for? Give me reasons to be excited, chat. I'm really in need of them. I want these ominous I want these regular keys to mean something to me, and right now, I'm gonna be honest, they just don't. Something I am sure can be resolved. Okay, kill some skeletons. Gotta get them dead. See, it's the structure that fights back when you destroy it. I'm doing archaeology, and the souls of the people who used to live here are haunting me, and I think that's beautiful, chat. I think that's absolutely beautiful. Okay, so now we destroy these blocks above me. Have to go a little bit more slow because I don't have haste on this side. But as soon as we get back to it, we're great. Ooh, we want Doritos Bath. Yeah, if you remember, you'll be able to see it soon in your members feed. I don't know, it appears like a video in your regular subscription box, but it says members only under it. You can watch the bathing in Mountain Dew and bathing in Iron Brew right now, though. You'll be pleased to know there is because we have to record it, we have to edit it. You know, there are some steps. It's a real high-fledged video, fully fledged video. Something to look forward to. 9 ominous keys can craft a super ominous key. Honestly, I would love it if they did that. I think that's what they should do. Is they should use that entrance room to have a super ominous vault, and in that super ominous vault, that's where they should. You know, it's a good idea, Mojang. Hire me. So we're gonna end up with some bone blocks, which will have to go in that miscellaneous block section. So we'll just pick them all up now, because it's gonna be a pain to bring a whole inventory worth back and forth otherwise. But here we go. Destroying the room, making some lovely progress at it too. And the haste is coming in nice and the haste. I mentioned the haste and it goes away, and life gets a little bit more painful. So we run back over here, and what's that? Good times with haste again. Takes a little bit of time to pick up. I wonder what the logic is behind that. And then zoom back over here, get some instant mining in, go all the way over it if we can. Zoom. Mine some blocks, mine lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of blocks. Oh, and get a skeleton to hit me. So now we're going to pick up all of this noise, and we're good. Should I sub Toy Cat? Says Noah Weston. So, a lot of channels forever, the way on YouTube you say it is like, just subscribe. Work out why you want to subscribe later, but if you just subscribe to the channel, it boosts the number for me, and that's the biggest and most important thing, right? I see it as you should subscribe to channels that you would like to see more of. If you like what we do here, and you would be upset that YouTube didn't show you a video that you might want to watch, then subscribing is a great way to avoid that pain. That was very weird what happened there, by the way, right? Can we agree on that? But yeah, if that sounds like something you'd like to avoid, then subscribe. If you say to yourself, honestly, I don't really watch many of this guy's videos, and the way he talks, very annoying, you don't have to subscribe. I think it's very understandable not to like. On the internet, you have to like broadcast your personality in a way that means that like a lot of people are going to come across as obnoxious, and you know, a lot of people who are obnoxious are going to get some advantage in some way, I'm sure. But such is the game, and you don't have to play it that way if you don't want to. You can reserve your subscription for other things. But yeah, I would like it if you chose to subscribe. The reason that I appreciate subscriptions is because it's like it's kind of like a lifetime achievement marker. Like, you know, when people who don't know YouTube, you know, like, are like, oh, so what's going on? It's an easy way to mark, like, oh yeah, I've done this much over time. It's like I think it's handy for that reason. But also it's handy on like a, you know, on a slightly deeper level here. I think it's like whenever I have these moments where I'm like, why am I doing this, or what is the deal with this? In those moments, it's so handy just to be like, yeah, someone clearly people care because they subscribed. I think it's very easy as a creator to be like, why am I doing this? And the biggest counter reason I ever have is the number of people who have subscribed, and I really appreciate all of you for that. Thank you for sticking with me as we do the silly projects, so we can do the not silly projects too. Oh, you know what, let's be honest, it's all silly projects. It's silly projects the whole way through. I've got to go in a minute. This is my first stream. Can I get a mention, Toy Cat? Says Fizzaflip. No, Fizzaflip. I will not mention your name, Mr. Fizzaflip. Not at all. Fizzaflip, you will have to go somewhere else if you want your name to be mentioned. So, put the arrows in here, and then the cobble deep slate in there. And then we can load out all of this into a chest. We're going to have to admit we're making more tough brick chests. Like, so many more tough brick chests. But such is the beauty, right? Such is the beauty. So, what if you built it in your own style above ground, says Haley. I have a really fun idea, and I don't want to share it and spoil it right now, but I have a really fun idea for what to do with the trial chamber once I've destroyed it. That's what I will say. I hope that you can understand, and if you can't understand, then, you know, look how terrible I am for saying something ununderstandable. Okay, so let's run our way across that. Destroy across the gap. Destroy over that. Now we can finish on this side. So yeah, we're making some nice progress on this room. Definitely a big difference to... Okay, got a thing there. We're going to end up with a spawner in midair. Here's the question, chat. Will the mobs just spawn in midair and fall to their death? What do you think? I've never tried having a trial spawner without all the blocks around it. I genuinely don't know the answer. I'm excited to find out, though. Okay, so... place some blocks over here. And making a wizard base in a trial chamber. A wizard base sounds like fun. A wizard base sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, so up we go. So that we can get blocks above us. Oh, I need to go back just a few blocks. Ben, you aren't there. Yeah, I'm excited. What do you think will happen? I like your content. That's why I keep on subscribing. Wait, you keep on subscribing, Clary Frey? Why? How do you keep on subscribing? I'm so confused. How does subscribing work on YouTube now? Honestly, I think YouTube probably would improve if you had to resubscribe to channels every so often. But then I think it should, like, I think subscribing should have two levels. Like, I'm interested in this, and I would like to see all the content from this. And I think I would like to see all the content, you know, the notifications or whatever. That should be every 6 months it expires, and you can choose to re-enable it or something like that. I'm doing this, but not figured out how to get the drops from the spawners yet. If you take down all the mobs from a spawner, it will give you a drop. If you don't get a drop, it means you haven't killed all the mobs. My membership fee is deducted from my card. Oh, yeah, so on YouTube, that's called membership. On YouTube, subscribing is the free one. Yeah, I appreciate people becoming a member. Unless that's what... You know, maybe the first question was about should they become a member, not should they subscribe. Now I don't know anything. Now I have all sorts of doubts. So, yeah, it's coming along very nicely, this room here. I think I should put together a couple of shulker boxes specifically for here, specifically for all the junk we're getting right here, right now. But it's fine. Let's destroy all of this right here. Just a whole row of meaninglessness. And replace it with a torch right there. And then maybe another torch over here somewhere, right on the gravel. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to climb back to the top. I think we should go back in. Let's go back. Let's go to sleep. I think you get the impression when it's dark here without any real way of knowing if it's correct or not. But let's go to sleep. Let's do it. I cannot have I have notifications on because I cannot bear missing a single video from this British nerd. Wow, did you just call me a nerd? Because that is probably correct. Okay, let's place down the extra chest. Let's just admit that to ourselves now. We need at least some more chests, but like one more is an easy place to start. It's a small admission, but not an overly sized one. And then place these in there. We're gonna have so many tough bricks. All these in there. I like this color coding system. It means that even when my brain is dead, I can still get this done fairly easily. And then in here goes the dispenser, the button, the arrows, and the arrows. And then we throw these blocks on the ground. Perfect. So, are there no spawners in this first hallway, by the way, chat? I don't think there are, which is kind of odd. But yeah, let's go through. I'm making it a little bit more painful than it needs to be for myself. Let's just destroy this section right here. because clearly, if I've destroyed down to the ground there, I can destroy down to the ground over here. Let's make the walkway over just a little bit nicer for me. And so I've done that. Works great. Speaking of great, Hacker1MC, you are so much more than a subscription to me. I know how many of feels the same. You're my primary inspiration for Minecraft. P.S. I'm definitely destroying a trial chamber later. Yeah, this is a, I kind of mentioned in the beginning, like, yeah, this is like a 12, 15 hour project. I think I might have slightly understated it. It might be more like 15, 20, depending on the size of the chamber. But yeah, it's a big project. But I think even if you, like, destroy one room, it's going to be kind of cool to see this one room floating in midair, right? I think it's going to be cool, at the very least. And so there's something to be said for that, too. Yeah, let's get into this. Next layer, let's go. So, these blocks are the logical ones to start with. Really everything around here that isn't directly tied in. Let's just get it destroyed so it's out of the way now. Place a torch on this wall, because we're clearly missing some light. And then down on under we go. Next row. Oh, I need to pick up those blocks. They're going to be, like, stuck in the floor. I think I destroyed a few earlier. We're going to have to come back to. And then we'll destroy the rest of this, going all the way around to. Just straight all the way around to the ground. And then we'll pick up the dispensers specifically on this trip, because the dispensers seem to come with a lot of random stuff inside of them. Let's find that random stuff. Okay, so hello, skeleton. Oh, yes, we got another one of these chest plates and another one of these. Okay, I'm picking up these like crazy. I would like to one day have the entire set. But for now, it represents like a fun piece of armor that you could make yourself, but it's still a fun drop to get anyway. Okay, so I am going to destroy the bone blocks too. You know, actually, I destroyed most of the other stuff. I'm not going to destroy these. I'll destroy the copper around it. Ooh, there's an ominous vault down here. Destroy the copper around it, and just make this a little bit easier to look at. And then we'll go for the dispensers. The dispensers are all below the snow. That's why they weren't visible, chat. Does water push drops of a trial spawner? Probably, yeah. I think that would happen. Same with a wind charge from a breeze. You gotta be very careful about that. So yeah, there is a way to press it, but it's a bit of a pain. Makes so much more sense now. So now we just have to build a way up to here. A little bit messy, but it's fine. And now I think I should make a staircase at the back. Yeah, this is so right now this is causing me issues. So what if we could solve those issues with a simple staircase all the way back here? That would allow me to get up to the layers I need to be at without having to compromise on my destruction. And it seems to work just great. So yeah, this trial chamber just looks like it had an explosion in one of the corners. Also, yeah, how to find the trial chamber, says Hugo. I made a video on this, which seems to be a lot of people are watching that now. Maybe you'll find it handy. But basically, there is a map. That map is a godsend. You want the map. It changes it all. Changes the game massively. There you go. There's the simple answer. There's a more complex answer if you want it. But I think go to a village, find a cartographer, trade with him for a trial explorer map like you can for an ocean explorer and a woodland explorer. Honestly, I think the trial chambers map is so handy that it makes you reconsider getting more of those ocean explorer and woodland explorer maps, which is kind of cool. I think that's a good Minecraft feature when it does something like that. When it makes you play more parts of the game that you previously weren't properly considering. That's a good sign of a well-developed Minecraft feature. Also, instant breakages. Yeah, it's always sad to go back from instant break to this type of breaking. But it's gotta be done, right? It's gotta be done eventually. So I'm hoping just over here I'll be within the very edge of the range of haste, but I'm wrong. No haste out here. I can maybe set up some temporary bridges. I could just run back and forth and grab it. But I think this is a sign I need to upgrade my beacon. So I need 25 blocks of iron or emeralds or something to do that. And I don't have those with me, but clearly need to go back and get those. I'm from Brazil, says Hugo. Hello from Brazil. Happy Friday. It's the weekend, if you believe Friday is the weekend. Honestly, Friday being a weekend, I kind of like, I know this is my unique perspective. I think that is such a lie. It's like, you know, Friday night is a weekend, but not Friday. Friday is clearly something different. It's propaganda to believe you get a 2.5 day weekend. You get a 2-day weekend with you know, Friday night is included. Sunday night is barely included. You know, if Friday night is included, then Sunday night isn't, because you can't enjoy Sunday night like you can Friday night. And you know, you get my point. I will fight passionately for this, but I will stop for now. So I'm gonna put torches on this, not because I think it needs them, just because I'm curious if it does anything. And now let's destroy the rest of these blocks. Up to the ceiling I go, and into my inventory the blocks go. Yeah, I want the haste just a little bit closer over here. I should have picked the room that was closer to it, really. Should have picked that room. Don't know why I picked this room first. You know, in fact, let's pivot. Let's pivot to the room that already has the beacon. This represents another famous Toy Cat pivot. But we're in the chambers. We're destroying it. And the way we're destroying isn't hugely important. Also, I think it's one of my trademark things to just annoy people with how I destroy structures, but I get it done. Also, how I build anything. I think it drives people crazy. It's like it's ADHD steroids. Just there is no clear rhyme or reason. But it all happens. It might happen out of order, out of time, and in a confusing way. But you better believe it does happen. So now we can destroy these copper blocks. We can destroy these blocks. And as long as I've got that ceiling definitely all gone, then we're ready to destroy some more blocks. Maybe the real trial was the friends we made along the way, and the diamonds, apparently. Yes, so many diamonds. This is, if you're looking for some diamonds, just destroy this structure. Can't stress that enough. By the way, thank you, Jazz2 Productions. 424 members now. It's a palindrome, a numerical palindrome. Thank you so much for joining the membership club. Hope you enjoy your new member-only videos. See so that's what Clary Frey early was calling a subscription, and that's what they call on Twitch and a few other video services a subscription. But if you want to support the channel on a monthly basis and get a green name and get some unique videos, it's one of the greatest ways to do that. It really is one of the most important things you can do, and I appreciate it a lot. YouTube's scary without memberships and stuff like that. It's a worrying game out there. But appreciate you allowing it to be slightly less with your support. Okay, so finish mining this whole wall. Definitely running out of space, so I might just clear up the junk and then come back in later. But for now, looking real good. I'm excited for these spawners to reactivate, chat. I'm so excited. I want to know what it's going to be like. Speaking of what it's like, thank you, Des, for becoming the 425th channel member. Love creator. Honestly, I'm tempted to just drop some ominous keys and some bolts now, just to potentially get that creator going. I don't know how you can't. I don't know how I wouldn't be tempted, honestly. But yeah, I've got the haste effect this time for these last few blocks. Look what a difference it made. Okay, so now we just pick up the last of these, put the bones on the ground so I can pick up some more. There's just tough bricks everywhere. It's just the reality we live in. Whew. Is 1.21 the destruction update? It says Galaxy Gang. You know, for me, it's the destruction update. I don't know what other people are doing with it. But you better believe this trial chamber is going down. Slowly but surely. Yeah, I think it's like with the Nether Tunnel project, where I just need some focal points of motivation to keep things moving for me. I haven't put enough emphasis into getting those. Okay, so let's make sure we get some. This room is the easiest one to destroy, and because it's got the beacon, it's got everything else. Therefore, we should destroy it first. Chat, we're about to hit a fun milestone. It's everyone's favorite number of days. It's about to happen. Are you excited? I unironically listen to the Minecraft music. Oh, I listen to Otherside all the time. I'll be showering. Oh, I'll be driving and it comes on and I'm like, you know, got a little bit of speed going in. Is it weird that I want to destroy a trial chamber simply to build a replica above the surface, says Hacker1MC? So I'm not saying this is what I will do with the trial chambers, but an idea that I can't stop having, you know, not that it relates to anything I'm going to do, is I really want to rebuild a replica in the end, or in the sky. I don't know which would be more interesting, but I would love to build a version of this. Okay, so we're going to start destroying everything over here. 2 layers at a time. Yep, I've got plenty of space to take it all. So I shall. Just, yeah, real good stuff right here. All the way up to this junction with this other room. I think that's where we'll destroy to. Then we'll destroy the next couple layers down. And as you can see, the beacon's active the whole way. Allows for just a little bit more speed. And I think speed is important right now. Oh, I'm destroying the ladder. I've got a ladder on that side, I guess. Okay, ladder's going down. Ladder will be sacrificed to the destruction gods. And I think just looking past the destroyed part of the chamber will also be good for me. Looking past destruction while you're on your way to do destruction, always a good way to improve your destruction. The more you destruction, the destruction is destruction. When you destruction, the destruction. Your end has more content than an end update ever could have, says Hacker1MC. Thank you. I totally agree. Yeah, I'm coming up with silly ideas that Minecraft should add all the time. And so it's kind of satisfying to just build them in my own end, but it means that there's a lot of stuff happening in there for sure. But yeah, my end is just, it's getting the brunt of all of the weird things I come up with. It's like, what if I put that there? What if I put that there? What if I put that there and that there? And so it just all ends up happening in the end. But yeah, this is very, very, very satisfyingly fast destruction. I should have started in this room. Would have kept motivation going high for a while. I guess this is like that easy room that we said earlier. Like, every time we need a motivation break, we'll just grab an easy room. And it's worked quite well here, I think. So I don't need to unload the inventory yet, but I'm going to choose to do so because there's enough tough bricks that it actually just makes sense to continuously do that. And also because I didn't ever drop off my armor. This is so satisfying. I don't know why. Yeah, if you don't enjoy breaking blocks en masse, I think that's the weirder one than if you do. Okay, back in we go. Oh yeah, look at the size of this room. It's a good one. Destruction minus construction equals struction, says Elite Allow. Wouldn't that be a destruction minus construction would be Descon? You know, whatever. I think that's the one thing they have in common. With the addition of the trial chambers, what is your favorite Minecraft structure? I like the trial chambers, Joshua LePage Sullivan, but I know there's this recency bias that we all have, right? Like, when something is brand new, it feels like it's the coolest thing. I want to know how I feel about the trial chambers in 2 years. Because I felt good about the ancient city at first, and then kind of lackluster once it was actually out. And with the trial chambers, I'm in this honeymoon phase. Will the honeymoon phase ever end? I don't actually know. Is it a honeymoon phase, or will it age over time like a fine wine, or will it age like a bad wine? I don't know what a bad wine would be like when it ages, but you know, we just don't know the answer. So yeah, it's fun how many diamonds are just starting to stack up in the sides of this thing. Definitely a diamond mining technique. If you ever lost looking for diamonds, just destroy an entire trial chamber. It'll probably help you out somewhere in your goal. Yeah, making a big difference this is. Making a very, very big difference. So all the way up to there is what we're destroying. And it's looking great so far. Oh yeah, looking really, really good. Just all the way to the ground. Nothing left for any of this. It's getting pretty dark over here, so I should let some more natural light in, I think. Or I should tear some space to the ground and let the light in that way. Yeah, that also works, I guess. Just make a little ground hole. Place a torch in it. Now there's more light for when I need it. Scoop all of this up in my inventory. Obviously while mining some extra blocks of copper down here. And let's do an inventory drop. So being this close to the inventory place is very, very handy for stuff like this. I've got a broken stack of blocks, but that's totally fine with me. And I've got far too many blocks of... Okay, we're just gonna unload all of these. Because I'm gonna be picking up a lot of chisel blocks, it seems. And we've now filled up this chest. And we're starting on this one now. Chest number... Wait, actually, did we fill the first one? We did. Okay, we have 4 shulker boxes full of tough bricks. And we're working on a 5th. Let's go. Toy Cat, the builder, can he destroy it? Yes, he can. Toy Cat, the builder, can he destroy it? Toy Cat, the builder, you should have hired someone more expensive. That's my slogan. It's not very... You know, honestly, I'd love to be a real-life builder. And just anytime someone complains, be like, yep. Now you realizing why not to cheap out on a builder, huh? I'm just a guy. I'm just a human being. I had just as much insight as you did when it comes to building a... You know, building a bin shed. I just went to the store where they sell wood, and I glued the wood together. If you thought you knew better than that, then why did you hire someone to do it, you idiot? That'd be my... I'd get struck off the list real fast. So it took me 20 chambers to find a heavy core, says Steven. That is unfortunate, for sure. But you know, for every piece of good luck someone has, someone's getting terrible luck. I'm sorry that the terrible luck was on you. But it improves the odd of the good luck being with me. I mean, it's not also how luck works. But you know, I'm the man at the roulette table going, come on, I can do this. I believe in myself. So, yeah, I feel like during the course of this stream, we've come to realize the one universal truth. So the more blocks I'm destroying, the more slimes I'm gonna let spawn in here. Maybe this was the worst decision I've ever made. Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh yeah, this was a bad idea, huh? This was a real bad idea. It took me around 10 chambers, but more of them were half cut off by the preloaded chunks. Yeah, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see exactly what they look like for me. Fort on the Slime, says Jasdu Productions. I love slimes. Love them so. They're my favorite mob. I wish there were more slimes in my Minecraft world, so I could fight them all day, every day. It's really satisfying how when you finish fighting a slime, there's more slimes to fight. They understand what you really want. That you want to be repeatedly hit by medium-sized slimes. I love that Minecraft designed that mob. I only wish they could design them to spawn in every chunk below Y40 and forget that they introduced the concept of caves and you know, I wish they could forget that so that we could have slimes just in every chunk underwater. I wish one day I could influence Mojang. Also, did I break one of my emerald blocks? I didn't. Okay, I just got close to it. So here we go. All these baby slimes being spawned in should keep some big slimes from coming in. There we go. Nice. Let's go back to this. Unload those tough bricks. Lots and lots and lots and lots of tough bricks. And let's unload the other blocks too. So you can see destroying an entire room has definitely added to the total number of blocks I'm picking up. And also, I think just a slightly more effective overall technique. If I'm being totally honest, seems like it's working out for me. So, yeah, now we have this big open area in front of the stuff. It's nice to look at. And we'll destroy this area next, I think. I was going to destroy this closest bit to the trial chamber. You know what? Yeah, let's destroy this. If only... We'll destroy forwards, then backwards. Whereas I've been doing it kind of the opposite way. So we'll destroy the ceiling first, and then we'll destroy the entire thing layer by layer. I've got the space, and it'll look very satisfying when it's done. I need Toy Cat feeding slimes fan art. Oh, we found more diamonds, chat! Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 veins of diamonds in this one room alone. Like, what are the odds of that? I don't actually know. Is this just a very good trial chamber? Or is it just if you dig a structure out this big anywhere, that will happen? I don't know, but it feels crazy. So keep on breaking. Massively breaking. And then now we have to do these pillars. We'll just destroy them from here, honestly. We'll hope more slimes don't spawn in the places we're making. But if they do, we accept that's a valid consequence of our own actions. And there we go. Destroy the blocks above that too. I think we actually have to jump to these pillars and then destroy the middle. Here, there's going to be so much on the ground, but that's not a concern for me. Oh yeah, this is real good. So, yeah, there comes a point when you have to question in yourself, why do you do something? And if you're lucky, you get that sooner and not later. Like, I think some people might feel cursed that they get that too quickly, that they're not finishing things. But it means that you get to evaluate much more frequently and much more often. Why am I doing what I'm choosing to do? I think that is something that has a lot of underappreciated value. I think the being forced to step back and say why is something that allows you, you know, it's something that allows you to do something that everyone should be doing regularly. Because if you don't question the why, then what are you actually doing in life? Are you like a slot machine that's just randomly pulling, like, what am I gonna do today? Oh, looks like I suddenly am inspired by this. Or do you want to be someone where every decision is conscious? In my mind, the thing that we have above, you know, like robots, the things that we have above, you know, like other people, assuming you have an internal monologue, if you don't think in thoughts, if your brain just does stuff and you're a monkey basically, like that's fine, cool, no problem. But the thing that we have that makes us so special is that we have real thoughts about how we impact the world and how it impacts us, and real desires to do things with that. And even when it's something small, like just being there for a friend, even when it's something small, like just a tiny act of kindness, the fact that you feel good about that, and you feel like, yeah, I would like to include more of that in my day, is something you should think about. I think, and why are you doing what you're doing, Toycat, then? Polly E says. So why am I destroying a trial chamber? Of all the things I could be doing with this moment, why do I choose destruction of a trial chamber? The answer is, hopefully, to raise more, like, I say raise awareness. Like, I think that's such a dumb phrase. But hopefully, some number of people enjoy this on the surface level. Just like, there is something that was here, and that thing will be gone by the end. Yeah, there's something cool about seeing something vanish this way. At least I think so. I hope that for some number of people they get that out of this. But I also hope that this is, you know, in the Minecraft YouTube space, everyone is so focused on this idea of building the prettiest and most interesting looking things for a single screenshot in, you know, RTX or whatever. Like, people are really focused on that to the exclusion of actually doing the things they often will want to do. You know, like, there's a focus on flex value above, like, actual value sometimes, I guess, would be a simplified way to say that. And I hope that showing that I can enjoy building massively in the negative space over a period of hours and hours and hours. And hopefully you can see these progress moments are proof that no matter what you're working on, as long as you're engaged in it and you're enjoying it, you have a good time with it. I think that if you build... I think that making things in counterintuitive ways is something worth trying. I don't think everyone watching this should destroy a trial chamber, but it might be a reminder that the next time you're destroying a tunnel through a mountain, you could have a fun time with it. You can make it look like anything you wanted to. Because whether you have blocks there or not, you could end up with something that looks like this if you feel like it. So I left a tough brick up there, which is a bit of a silly thing for me to have done. But we'll pretend we haven't for now. How am I going to deal with it? Pretending it's not there. How am I going to deal with this creeper? Can't pretend he's not there. No, I think he broke some blocks. Oh, TNT now drops 100% of the things. I need to utilize that to my advantage. Oh, yeah, actually, what if I just brought a bunch of TNT in here? That would actually work now. So, yeah, one other thing I need to do is, so these spawners are going to activate, but I just don't have to deal with them. So, these mob spawn... Okay, chat. I've got trial spawners suspended in midair. Will they activate, and will the mobs spawn on top of the spawner, or will they fall to the ground? Let's find out. Oh, it looks like they activated. Let's go over here to find out. Okay, so I'm in. Okay, so they do spawn in midair. Oh, he's got diamond armor. Oh, I really want some trimmed diamond armor. I definitely could do with some of that. You know, next time we get a trimmed diamond armor guy, let's deliberately let him turn into a stray, because I want that armor instead. That's what I want, more than anything else. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave you over there. I guess they're not gonna die in the snow if I'm making pathways out for them, though. Nah, it's something I've got to consider. Something important to consider. Okay, so you going down. You also going down. I don't have a massive need to kill you, but we might as well. If we're here anyway, let's get it done, I guess. Let's also kill the skeletons. And the little baby zombies. Yeah, you definitely need to have a little bit of a leg up on on one of these fellas. Baby zombies are just too much of a pain to do any other way. Okay, so lots of help, lots of... There's just so many skeletons coming at me. There we go. Give me a key. I don't really need keys that bad, but I want them more than I want bread. That is the one thing I can say for sure. I'm just going to quickly eat, and then quickly kill. And that should be my key. Yeah. So, yeah, I also think the other thing about this is I love doing a destruction project because it's a creatively engaging procedure in a way that is really unexpected, that also gives you a bunch of blocks to then build something else if you want to. Even the idea of building the exact replica of it, it's so fun, right? You could build this anywhere you want because you've got the blocks. But even if it's not an exact replica, even if you want to build something inspired by a trial chamber, having the exact blocks you got from a trial chamber is such a cool starting story for it, right? I think so, at least. And so that's why I'm doing it. So why are some chests in the trial chambers naturally empty? The fact that this confuses so many people is a sign they probably shouldn't have done it, in my opinion. I thought it was a bug when they first added it. I was fairly sure that was why that was there. I had the exact same feelings you're having. You'll be pleased to know, or maybe not pleased to know. Maybe you're hoping that was a good answer, and the answer is, yeah, just kind of be that way, huh? Sorry if so. Okay, so first room's making some real progress, some real nice progress, which hopefully we can finish up with soon. So now that we've got it to level with this main room, I think it's finally time to de-level this main room. I think there's a lot of blocks hanging out where they probably don't need to be. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's free up some inventory slots so we can do it like indiscriminately. But let's just load it in. Load it in. I've got an iron that came from somewhere. Let's really throw it to this floor. So this will allow me to place some torches where it used to be. But also, it's going to make this very satisfying pattern, right? There we go. Yeah, that's nice. You know, a part of me is wishing I kept the floor now. A part of me is feeling like maybe we should have left it there. But it's okay. It reminds me of just how much there is that is in this. So now, to keep this diagonal, we'll mine like a near enough perfectly straight diagonal line over there. And there we go. Nice. Ooh, I refuse to fill my creeper hills until they change it. Yeah, I feel like creepers giving you 33% of blocks is reasonable under the logic that it's meant to be a punishment. But if most players don't like the punishment, then they shouldn't be dropping on people. Is also a fair point in game design, I think. Yeah, it's a hard one though, right? It's a really hard one. I think Minecraft as a whole have a really hard balance now. Because the game is so huge, basically every game design philosophy has to be considered equally. Whereas in the early days, they could just be like, here's what we think the game is. We'll try to make it open-ended, but, you know, we're making it from our perspectives. The people who are making Minecraft has changed so many times that there's no way it could have any consistency in perspective unless they specifically write down what those rules are. And now that opens it up to like, well, what does it mean for this, that, and the other? Also, oh, it's just above here. Whoopsie. I have a lot of deep slate I need to place back into this if I want to make it look more or less untouched, but that's okay. There is another little thing underneath this, but we're good. Nice. Okay, big room, chat. Very big destroyed room. Loving what I'm seeing. And now we can start opening up the next room, or we should start destroying this one. I guess I finished destroying this one, but not start. It'd be weird if this was the start of a destruction. So in we go. In we go. And okay. Crazy in we go. I think I'm finally about to fill up my first, just with all the weird, tough variants. Pretty cool. Will you ever make a 256 by 256 block perimeter in Bedrock? I've made a 864 by 864 one, red balloon, all the way around my Let's Play world. If you want to see it, it's available for download, but I'm sure you can find videos of it online too. It is one of my crowning glories. It was when I moved from the 360 world, I had to keep the new world out. Like, I'd go in there and explore it sometimes, but I had a specific area that I would stay to, and that is what I did. And that is why the world has a giant border around it. Is it a silly idea? Yeah, but that's why I love it. Sometimes the silly ideas are the best ideas. Sometimes they're the worst ideas. That's the beauty. That's why it's worth exploring. That's why I try to do these things for the very long times it is. Because I remember when I was just destroying an ocean monument for the first time, like, you know, tearing it apart, draining it, etc. I remember how many people found that to be, you know, like something that they hadn't even considered, but really wanted to do now that they'd heard of. And I thought that was quite cool. And so hopefully someone looks at the destruction and goes, yeah, I guess I could destroy a structure, huh? Didn't know that was an option till just now. So now, destroy some blocks up there. Did I do that correctly? I hope so. Yeah, definitely did it correctly. And so this corner's going to go next. Obviously, once we get that done, but we're just going to work out how to get the rest of this ceiling down. It's just going to fall from up here. And that's... It's kind of crazy, because with the instant mining, we're just kind of necessarily making these ceiling holes, but it doesn't mean I want to make ceiling holes. It's just it's a necessary evil, you know? Sometimes that's how life be. Okay, perfect. Nice and destroyed. Basically all the way. Okay, so now look at this room, by the way. Look at this beautiful box that we're living in. The pickaxe isn't gonna survive this. Yeah, we're gonna have to switch pickaxe again. I'm gonna be honest, chat. The pickaxes, I haven't prepared spares. I think I just have to fully recover them between streams. And I need to get a lot of emeralds anyway, so I've got like a lot of trading, and I've got the blaze setup I want to work with anyway. So I think that might be my... I think when this pickaxe hits its 0 durability, I can't afford to lose it. So it might be that might be the true end of the destruction. For today, at least. Obviously, this is a multi-part project. Something we're very aware of, something we're very ready for, and something I'm very excited for. So when will the next version of the Marketplace world be updated next, says John Henry Adams? The answer is soon. We've got 2 maps we've got to get out there first, and then after that we can do the Let's Play world, is more or less the plan. I'm excited for it. I'm going to see how long the certification takes on the other worlds, and then we'll use that to judge when the right time is to certify. Because it used to be I'd do it the week of an update, but then it would take weeks to come out, and people would be like, where's all your 1.20 builds, Toy Cat? That's a very valid question to ask 4 months after 1.20 came out. Have you used all those diamond pickaxes you traded for that one time? Yeah, but they don't have the they don't have efficiency 5 on. I could probably like build some up that have it that way, but I haven't done so yet. I think for a project like this, we might need to build some up, put some get them all up to efficiency 5 and just have them specifically for this. But yeah, I am doing real good here. You know, let's destroy this little... this doesn't really count as a room, but if we destroy it, then it'll be something that is gone. And a little hole in the wall that'll represent some fun. Okay, nice. Okay, back to this. Again, we really are working to the death of this right here. The death of this pickaxe is sadly going to be our death for today. But in the meantime, chat, can you build a child chamber afterwards? Will this be 10 hours like the last one? So 10 hours got me most of the way through an ancient city. It's not fully destroyed, right? It got me most of the way through. I think a trial chambers has more blocks than an ancient city. We'll use this as a measuring post, really. But maybe this is a slightly smaller trial chambers. So if we're really lucky, we could finish it in 12 hours, I think. But I think that would be optimistic to say 12. I think emotionally you plan around like 15. So that's what we're gonna do. We got a fun little series we can come back to for the next few weeks or so. And that's the beauty of a big project like this sometimes, is we get to have these progress moments, but it is a big overall task. It is something that takes a lot to... It's going to take a bit to get over the finish line, but once we get it, it'll be great. I do have around 10 diamond pickaxes efficiency for any large projects I do, and I heal them up regularly. Yeah, I'm thinking, given how easy it is, like, maybe we should just do the mending trade thing. Just get some efficiency 5 pickaxes, and then we can... Because now that I have decent sources of XP in this world, it feels like I could do that. But then part of me is like, why don't we go for netherite pickaxes? And then it's like, okay, we have to mine a lot of netherite if we want to do netherite pickaxes. Are you sure you want to do that, Toy Cat? And I'm like, yeah, and then I'll be mining netherite. Like, this is silly. Okay, speaking of silly, let's go unload. I've got this and that, and this... Oh, wrong chest. Really looking at stuff crazy now. Okay, so this and that and that. Oh, yeah, it's basically full. Very, very close to our limit here. And I got another tough brick stack, which is broken, which is fine. I can work with that, or at least around that. And there we go. Okay, so this is... Yeah, I definitely want to... Oh no, chat. I said I'd go until it went to its... Until it went to the bottom of its durability bar. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we've hit that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that my netherite pickaxe could do with a little heal up. I think it could do with a lot of a heal up, actually, if I could say so myself. So now I think it's much more important that we take a moment and we say, wow, look at what we've done. We've destroyed most of this chamber room. I think that went surprisingly fast after we got focused. We've got all of the walls done around all of the other rooms. And we've also got a substantial amount taken out of this chamber room over here. Now I think I'm going to go around, scoop up the diamonds, and take them with me. I think if we're leaving this place, I should leave with the diamonds in hand. What do you reckon, chat? Should I take the diamonds on me? I know I usually leave my diamonds in place. But let's do something crazy, and let's not do that. Let's do the opposite today. Let's pick up all of the diamonds that we can. Let's also make, like, a little better paths through here. Just so we, you know what? Well, oh, no, we shouldn't do that. We should not do that. Oh, I see why we should not do that. But we can mine through this, for example. You know, it's not using the pickaxe a great deal, but it is making future me's task a little bit easier here. Okay, pick up all of these blocks. Just anything that we see sitting around, we should clean it up, and we should throw it into the shulker boxes. So we got 1 diamond right there. Not very impressive, gotta admit. But then there's a lot more diamonds that we can grab if we use our scaffolding, which I keep with me at all times. Only 28 pieces, but that should be good. And if we're doing that anyway, we'll grab some deep slate, and we'll place the blocks back where they meant to be in the ceiling. Yeah, let's do a little bit of prettying up, chat. We've got 1 more or less complete room. Let's appreciate that complete room. So that is a very angry aggro skeleton. No need to be like that. Let's just go up this way and replace this with that, and just slowly fill in these. Did he climb up my? Did you know slimes can climb scaffolding? I would not have guessed that was a feature. So 1 in there, and just every little hole we come across, just replace it, and then that way no one will even know that there were diamonds there. These are just my deep slates. No one has to know where they came from. And so yeah, wind burst doesn't exist, says ZVVA. I could see why you'd think that with the drop rates you might be getting. Okay, so we have to place a torch in that, and then we'll fill it with blocks. Oh, is that good? We got them all. We haven't got that one actually, so we'll just fill in the entire thing, I guess. And then it will fall out. Satisfying. And then there's some diamonds all the way over there. I don't think I can reach them, though. Yeah, I feel like I could place a deep slate or 2. Okay, let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, got those. And we can... Oh, there's a diamond up above them all. That's okay. We'll patch in most of these holes right now. It's something you've got to do. You know, when you're working on something, chat, you will also get that little bit of deep slate. When you're working something, it's important to do stuff like this. My pickaxe might be very close to the brink of death, but it's okay. It's very okay. I had a real good run with it, and more importantly, look how much deep slate diamond I got. 6. It's going to be like 8 from this stack alone, so 14 I'm going to guess? Yeah, 14 deep slate diamonds. Pretty decent. Little bonus from a day like this. I guess really I should have been healing up my pickaxe. Wait, chat, here's how... We can extend it a little bit more today. Okay, I'm going to... There's trial spawners in this room that I haven't activated in forever. Let's walk in. Let's activate them. And then after we kill all the mobs, we'll switch to the pickaxe. Okay, quickly switch. And then... Okay, go. And then back to the pickaxe. Yeah, we got a little more. There's more life in me yet, chat. Honestly, actually, this is something I should have been doing the entire time, clearly. Okay, just gonna pick out the pickaxe and then back to this. Okay, don't go my sword yet. Don't go my sword. Yeah, there we go. Nice. What did I get? Did it give me nothing, chat? Is nothing an option? I didn't realize it was. So the breeze is going to give me 10 XP, so it's even better. Although less time efficient, so maybe not worth doing, ultimately. We'll also get this experience from earlier. Okay, chat. I was wrapping up, but that was a wrong thing to do emotionally. I'm going to eat this cooked chicken. And I'm going to get the beef back down here. And we're going to kill another one of you. Don't worry about this water later. Hey, is that a key? No, the chicken for me again. That's just fine. So we'll come back through here. And there are a couple more skeleton spawners that I can go through. Those seem to be the most efficient time-wise. So let's take advantage of those first. Did I activate this skeleton spawner? I did. Didn't realize when, but I definitely did, clearly. So if we get this pickaxe up to, like, another durability, we might have another, like, 15 minutes of mining left in us, chat. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Okay, pick it all up. All the XP for me. Hoover it all up. So yeah, it turns out I think I was just very close to the top of my durability bar. It's going to take me a while to actually get to the point where I get another little level in here. But still, that's nice, I guess. That's nice. Okay, so... Oh, there's a skeleton spawner up there. Let's go kill these guys. And then we'll use this experience as well. You know, it's all worked out for me, chat. There needs to be an offhand for repairing items with mending. Oh! Yeah, that is one of the biggest reasons I could see for offhand ability coming. It's just the... Oh, yeah, it went up to a whole new durability level. Yeah, we got some time left in us now, chat. We got some real time left in us now. Look at this. Repairing it all the way. Light them all on fire. Pick up the experience. Light them on fire. Pick up that experience. And... Oh, I didn't pick up 2 of the pots earlier. You know, there's a good reason to be here too. I got a couple bits of iron. They'll have to go in my thing. I'm going to eat this while I fly over. And I'm going to kill you because you weren't meant to live. And yeah, so using the mobs from the trial chamber, there's another layer of synergy to this, chat. You have to wait 30 minutes between them anyway. And you can use the 30, you know, every 30 minutes, you can use it to keep your tools repaired if you have mending. Which means, as you can see, we're ready to go right back at it. Okay, back to the trial chamber destruction. Who's emotionally ready for this one? Okay, so let's... This area is going to be my next little target. I want to make it the hole slightly wider and also more, like, clearly gone. So let's do it. Let's tear it apart very quickly. And now just having that little peephole visible gonna make a big difference, I think, at least. And destroy all of this too, all the way up to the top. Okay, nice. So I have yet to see the wind guy in my game. He's meant to be in every trial chamber, so either your trial chambers are broken, like that is very possible, by the way. There's a huge bug. It's affecting everyone. I want to talk about it. But yeah, there is a huge bug with the trial chambers for Old Worlds, it sounds like that is affecting you, based on the way that you are talking. So just destroy all of this for now. We'll come back and deal with the rest later. Fly over to here. Oh, messed it up. It's fine. Pick it all up, including some chains. Ooh, that's my first chains, chat. That's exciting. Also, look at how high that wall is, basically. Over here goes the polished tuff. Of course, there's not enough space for that. Over here goes the copper. Over here, I'm going to just for now, keep these at the bottom. Getting a lovely pile of keys. And a lovely collection of pots. And a lovely pile of tough bricks. And polished tuff. Tough bricks, tough bricks, tough bricks. And now we just got to store our mob loot back over here. Probably could make this a more efficient pathway in. But yeah, I now have, chat, access to 2.5 stacks of breeze rods. It feels like that's like impossibly high. But it goes to show how easy stuff like this builds. And then we'll put a couple of iron in there, and then we'll go to sleep. Toy Cat, I know you're a supporter of Smite, but do you wish we had sharpness right now for the breezes and the spiders? Oh, but the Smite is so handy. I wish I had a second sword with sharpness. I think this update is enough to make me wish I had that. But I think once I get a mace, I'll just put Windburst on the mace and use it to do silly stuff. Or even not, Windburst. Just put Density on the mace, and then I can one-hit those mobs with a decent, jump up. I don't know if it'll actually be... I don't know if it'll fit into my, easy, casual, don't think about it flow. But the hope is that it will. Okay, so... Let's go. All the way up. And then from here... Again, the goal is just to destroy the first part of this trial chamber, so you can see that it links in. Hope none of this falls into the water down there. It'd be a real pain if it does. So we'll destroy the ceiling first, actually. And if we destroy this into the next room, it also opens up visibility over there. Yeah, I think this is a good thing. If we destroy this whole wall, we break a lot down in the trial chamber, and that's a good thing overall. More destruction is more good. It's a good rule to live our life by for a little bit. Okay, perfect. Nice straight line up here. It represents the order that we definitely have while we're destroying this thing. And yeah, I really love the little bit of extra time we got on this, because I feel like even with a project that seems like so focused like this, you realize somewhere in there you get you start off like, oh, what's going on? And then eventually you get into the right place of it. It's cool to get more competent at something. It's one of the neat upsides to big tasks. It's like sometimes it can feel like overwhelming how big it truly is. But sometimes it's like, oh yeah, cool. I was doing this thing for long enough that I got better at the thing. And that's permanent. You can't take that away from me now. So yeah, we can't destroy anywhere past there, or the water becomes a problem. But we'll destroy all the way up to there. And that's just fine to me. We're gonna have to pick up a lot of these blocks. And we're gonna have to work out how to deal with the water next time, I imagine. It's gonna be a whole fun dilemma. But a dilemma I look forward to dealing with, I guess. Okay, all the way down here now. And all the way across that. Let's do it. This whole block being destroyed is probably where my pickaxe is gonna die. If I'm being realistic with it, that's probably where its life ends. Also, more diamonds! Yeah. Yeah, love me a free diamond. Just gonna take it with me. Use it for stuff, I guess. I really should take all the diamonds from across my world and do something fun with them. There's gotta be a good time for it. I don't know when it would be, but there's gotta be a time. Maybe they'll eventually add a block that deletes or absorbs water at some point. Oh, that's a good idea, Salem Anderson. You should work on Minecraft. That sounds like a really good idea. Yeah, you could make it like you can make it like a water hoover. Like it could hoover up all the water in its mouth. It could be a new mob that does precisely one thing and nothing else. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm loving this idea right here. Repair your pickaxe. I just repaired my pickaxe. Boiling brief Minecraft. You don't have to worry. It's recently repaired. And so it's going to last forever now. That's how repair jobs work. So, yeah, the beacon went from being dug into the ground to now being above it, which is the beauty of these things. Over time, we destroyed things, and then they went away. We also have to destroy this little wall over here. Just make it a little bit more even. These blocks are a little bit ugly, so I'm gonna fix them. Gonna try to pick up as few deep slate blocks as possible. Oh, yeah. Okay, chat. It's happened again. I can't risk losing this pickaxe forever. And so even though I know it has a good 100 or so mines left in it, I can't afford to just be here doing those mines. And so, as much as I've enjoyed my time... Also, where did... Okay, there's my... Need to pick this all up and just get it all done. So here is what I've ended up with. One chamber basically destroyed. 3 chambers partially destroyed. One chamber... Or 3 rooms partially destroyed. One room and one hallway with basically no destruction. And every other sub-room is mostly destroyed. So that's 2 rooms overall, I would say, of destruction. So it looks like we'll be another 4.5 streams, just doing the doing the terrible back of the envelope maths. I'm going to need a lot of chests. I'm going to need a lot of logistical support. And a lot of shulker boxes, if we're being honest. But I will end up with a lot of very cool stuff organized in a very, very cool way. And honestly, the cool bit is I'm going to have enough copper for a lifetime, right? It's going to be wonderful. This is... Oh, wait, actually, let's finish picking up the loosies here and there. Can't just afford to let them be running amok. So pick those blocks up because they're unattached. So here... I'm going to do one last little sweep. Just, you know, there's a lot of blocks. They're hanging out. Don't blame them. But I do have to pick them. Okay, so that should go as well. Just anything we can do to make it a little bit tidier. You know, this is a very, very close to tidy structure. So we just got to do that last bit of tidying myself there. But yeah, we are in a good position with this, I think. And that is very good. Oh, I think that block despawned in front of my eyes. Could be wrong. So yeah, one more thing, if you haven't seen this yet, here's what it looks like when you have a skeleton spawner that can't spawn. Oh wait, okay, all the mobs are still here from last time. Oh, we got to, okay. It's a stray with diamond armor, chat. If he drops that diamond armor, I will have a rare item, the likes of which I haven't had before. Yes, he does. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. So you are not meant to be able to get these. This is, if you want to get this item, you have to get it before 1.20.10. It is a diamond helmet with flow armor and copper material protection 5. You can do this for, like, anything, as you can see right there. You can make this yourself, but if you want to get one naturally from enemies, if you want to get a whole pile of them, this is the way you get it. It's a rare item. It requires a lot of niche things to happen, but it's a cool little trophy that you can have. And I like cool little trophies you can have. Maybe you do too. So yeah, we're just gonna end up killing all the... Oh, it's the fire that's causing that to happen. I'm gonna just throw these down. Is that the infestation effect? I hope not. Throw this down, fly through that. Pick up the last of the things. I should have killed them with this, really. My bad for not. Are there any more baby zombies spawning? No, yeah, we got it all, chat. We used up the last of the experience from the trial chamber to keep it going a little bit longer. But ultimately, there is still so much to destroy. I have the walls destroyed and ready for it all. It looks so silly. I have to destroy some blocks to get up there. Hope we don't break the pickaxe. The walls are all destroyed, but the structure still has a little bit left going in it. And that's what we're going to be moving forwards soon. A flame boat also removes the powdered snow. So I hope that you enjoyed today's live stream. If you did, I hope that you consider liking it and letting me know. This is a very, 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 very long one, but I know a lot of people appreciate that. So if you are one of those people, I don't know, say something nice. Consider becoming a member. Whatever it is that if you'd like to motivate me to want to do more things, rather than saying, wait, where the last 4 hours of my life go? Because the more I ask that question, the fewer streams I guess I'll be doing. But ideally we don't ask that question. Instead we say, wow, what a fun time we had here today. I know that I had a blast. And I hope that all of you did too. I'm looking forward to... okay, these don't go in here. These are going to go over here. My miscellaneous chest is... The one that had 2 items and I was sure was going to be worthless has picked up an awful lot of worth, which is very, very nice to see. Speaking of things that are nice to see, this is a very, very, very full chest of blocks. These are some ladders that I can't have anymore. These are some items I'm going to throw on the floor. And now I'm ready to grab my shulker boxes and be on my merry way. I should probably be cautious about using this. I'll use this pickaxe because it's less dangerous if it breaks. I have a very, very, very big job to do, but I've made a big, big, big dent in it today. And after I repair my pickaxes, I'll be back to do it tomorrow. So, yeah, you want to see the trip home, says John Henry Adams? Okay, you know what? Just for you. I appreciate you being here the whole time. Let's do it. Let's go. So, this is a Nether Fortress. It's actually an active one, so it'd be an easy one to use. But my way home is going to be up this way first, if I'm not mistaken. And then onto the Nether Highway, and then I follow that Nether Highway all the way home. It sucks that it's a couple of fireworks. I'd love to make a horse route to it. It's one of those things that has to be done. In fact, maybe I should use some tough bricks to do precisely that. Why did I get an ad right at the end, says Hiram Ghibli? Good question. Why did you? After 4 trial chambers, I still haven't gotten a single Windburst book. You shouldn't expect it for 33 volts on average. You're going to be going for a while. It's not called the rarest enchantment for no good reason. The way they did Soul Speed was they made it quite easy anywhere in a Bastion. The way they did Swift Sneak was if you're in an ancient city, eventually you'll get it. This is the first time they've said, yeah, you have to go to lots of them. And even then, you know, kind of good luck. So this is my way home. I thank you to everyone for being here. I appreciated seeing your names a lot. It was a fun little thing we went through. Whenever it's a 4-hour stream, it feels like we've all aged together, but in the good way. I hope that you feel like you've aged in a great way. And I hope that you have got some progress for your trial chambers. I'm going to go repair my tools, which if I'm being honest, the fastest way seems to be trading. But since I'm going to go eat some dinner, or I don't know, it's 10 p.m. I'm going to go, I don't know, going to go stare at a screen for a few minutes. I'm going to sit in here, and I'm going to watch as my breezes, watch as my blazes, the fire breeze, I guess you'd call that. I'm going to watch as they spawn in, and as they give me some experience to kill them. Or maybe they won't. There we go, look at that. So yeah, just to show you the amount of experience we get, it's nuts. It's really nuts. But yeah, I sit here for a bunch of bright blazes spawn, and then I end up with experience. It works for me. Speaking of things that work for me, thank you. You have done wonderful, and I have worked for me too. So I'm going to take a union-mandated break. Oh, I'm Abiax Toycat, and welcome back to part 2 of destroying an entire trial chamber. In the first part, we got most of the first room of a trial chamber destroyed and a decent headway on the second. This is a different trial chamber I went to for a fun side project. But first, before we can actually start on the rest of it, I need to bring all of my goodies from the trial chamber home. I've gone to dozens of trial chambers now, trying to pick up some good loot, and one of the things that I need to make sure I do is to actually pick up the diamonds when I find them. This is such a silly thing that I know is very me particular, but I've been ignoring diamonds for a very long time, and they've been piling up, so we're going to pick up some diamonds that we picked up on the way to our trial chambers, then we're going to drop all of our loot off at home, and then we can use our newly repaired pickaxes to do some more destruction. Hope you're looking forward to it. At Ben Mimim, hope you enjoy the destruction of diamonds. I still remember the first time I found diamonds and the joy I felt in Minecraft, and it's funny that sometimes that's truly diminished in the modern age. You know, like truly at this point I'm like, diamonds, I've got to work out where they're going to fit into my inventory now. But it's funny because at the same time, this is still a old world issue versus a new world issue. I think every time I'm playing on a older world, also more diamonds. See, there's just, I piled up so many diamonds that I just didn't mine, that this is going to be a substantial amount that I probably am meant to care about. And so that's what we're going to be doing. So hello everyone, how's it going? Welcome to the live stream. This is a little bit of a pre-stream I figured I'd include. If you're watching this afterwards, just skip 10 minutes in, or you can watch me mine my diamonds. But yeah, there's a, there's a thing that I'm really contemplating today, more than on any other day, at the very least. And that is, you know, the big project that we're working on, and the meaning that it really has as it fits into everything else. Also, Toycat, I'm destroying my own trial chamber, and I'm around 8 shulker boxes and 1.5 rooms in. I think that if I was not going for the flashy, you know, like, if I wasn't going for, I say flashy title, like, you know, I know there's a trillion people wanting to click destroying a trial chamber. That has to be true, because what else could it mean? But, you know, more seriously, I think, outside of going for, like, the big, actually fitting a complete project, even if I didn't want to destroy an entire trial chamber, I would say the real sweet spot for any Minecraft world, like, genuinely any Minecraft world, is you should destroy at least one room of a trial chamber for the bits that you want the most. So if you want tough bricks, go get those tough bricks. If you want to get, you know, whatever particular item it is that you want, go and get that from the trial chambers, because you will be able to get it much easier than elsewhere. I think copper is the best example of this, but just mining an entire room worth of copper will give you such a leg up the next time you want to craft copper bulbs, or you want to craft copper grates, or whatever thing it is. By the way, I forgot, I made these little rings in my world to make it easier to fly back after a journey like this. But here we are. Let's just quickly hop right in here, and let's go do this. Wow, nice flying. Thank you, Sunflower Psycho. It's a very, very good amount of flying. So how many trial keys have you got? I feel like they should make another use for them instead of using it on Vault once. Yeah, that's a really good point, Sean Isnard. I love anything that builds long-term progression. Also, this is a funny, but we just gotta wait for that to go away. I love any sense of long-term progression. Anything that makes you feel like in the long run you are building stuff up in your world. And trial keys could provide that, but don't. And I think that it's something they could maybe work on. Okay, so we've got a lot of stuff just to drop off. We're going to do a tiny bit of chest organization to start, because I have a lot of deep slate diamond ore, and a lot of diamonds, and a lot of emeralds, and a lot of just stuff that needs to go somewhere, right? So let's start with breeze rods. Right now, I store my blaze rods in this big chest right here. Just for fun, I think we should put our breeze rods on top of it. Does that make a lot of sense? Some could argue no, but I think also, you know, it looks nice, right? And looking nice is like half the battle. So that is the easiest way to store some of our items. With the rest of them, iron blocks and you know, this has a very particular place to go to. I think I definitely want more anvils in my world, so we could maybe craft some of that. Gunpowder is easily turned into something, but the banner pattern flow is a little less easy so. And then we've also got our music discs. These need a place in the world, and I don't know where that's going to be. Netherrack and Nether Quartz and pottery shards also have places they've got to be. And diamonds can go in the diamond chest alongside this diamond block. So let's go ahead and let's see how many diamonds we have hanging around in the world right now. We'll evenly split it amongst the whole set. So we'll just go, there we go. Just evenly across. Make it look like the chest has maybe less diamonds than it does. And then let's go get it. Also found out I'm pregnant today, says Adam Sony. Hey, congratulations! I think that is good news. Most people say it like it's good news. So I'm going to say congratulations. Okay, so now we're going to grab the 64 emeralds. I'm actually going to craft these all together into big blocks, because I think blocks are just a more efficient way. So now we've got lots of those and 8 spare emeralds. Next time that I need to go for these, I know I can do that quite easily. Now we just drop off the rest of our garbage, and we'll be good to get back to destruction. So I'm seriously so thankful they added a structure of copper blocks. I've been putting off a project that requires tons of copper for forever. Yeah, Ava, to me that is one of the easiest ways they can make a quality of life update, is make a structure or a thing in the world which has blocks that players are actively looking for. It's a small thing, and you know, it's by far not the thing. It's a useful enough structure that it's not the first thing that people are thinking of. But it means that even if you don't care about the trial chamber, you would come and destroy it. You know, it's kind of great. Also, thanks. I'm pretty excited. Also, we got some more support in chat from people like Balo. Very nice. IBX do you know the commands to spawn in a snowy wolf on the Switch version? You can't pick your wolf via commands. You have to go to the biome they would spawn in, and then do it that way. It's a little bit messy, you might say, but it is how it is. So I've got too many bones. I didn't realize just how boned I was there. And now we just gotta go put our last items away. I think our trial keys we can put in a big chest here. Or we'll take them out of the big chest here, actually. And then we'll just go deposit the rest of this on the other side of the world, and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I think that's all we'll do for now. Actually, we don't need to deposit the trims. We'll put the trims back in here with the banner pattern, and that should be enough slots freed up that will be good. We're just going to put this diamond chest plate over with the music discs, and then the heavy cores need to go somewhere special. I don't know where, though. Also, the enchanted apples, I think I store them in here. I've doubled my supply. I've got 6 of them now, chat. That feels kind of cool, actually. So yeah, it's nice to pick up some extra benefits while we're rolling around and doing stuff anyway. And I'm going to grab one more bad omen bottle, because it's going to be useful for today in particular. With that said, we can now go to the other side of the world, finish dumping my inventory, and then we can get to destruction. So, last time I made the big mistake, chat, of not emptying out my inventory enough. I left far too much on me. And so today I want to make the opposite mistake. I want to go I want to go crazy in the opposite direction. It's going to be fun. So this is my first stream with this guy, so it's Jakare Watson. I did not expect to see he plays Bedrock Edition. I played Bedrock on both Switch and Xbox. The best thing about Bedrock, like for me, one of the things that whenever you don't, it's one of those things you don't need often, but when you do get it, it is so useful. So being able to play on any platform, when Windows doesn't get an update, I play on Xbox. If I don't have my Xbox or a PC around, I can play my Let's Play World on my phone. Having access to the same stuff everywhere, my same skin, my same settings, my same everything, it's so handy. And it's maybe a niche problem to have, but the fact that there is a niche solution is something that makes me happy. So, yeah, with that said, we always talk about bad omen and never good omen, says Des. So, chat, what effect do you think is the closest thing we have in Minecraft to good omen? Is it the potion of regeneration? Is it hero of the village? Is it the speed potion? Maybe it's haste. I would say haste is pretty close to good omen. If such a thing can exist, it is haste, right? So we'll throw this projectile protection chestplate in here for now. It's kind of good enough, I guess. And then we'll also have to dump in my mace. Oh, the mace feels... I can't just put the mace away somewhere, but we're going to have to do it. I'm going to just find a good chest for it. Right now, I think that means I'll make a new chest over here, maybe. I don't have any space for a new chest, but we can make it. Or I could make this chest into a diamond sword chest. Oh, it's got too many iron swords in there. Okay, I guess it's new chest time. Mace is going to have to go somewhere. And just to prevent... Yeah, if I don't have any item frames on me right now, the easiest second thing we can do is say that, yeah, temporarily... Oh, that looks so weird when it's pointing upwards. Temporarily... How to attract vegans. Temporarily, what we can just do is throw that in there. And later, we'll replace this with that. Yeah, looks wonderful. And, yeah, we should consider bringing a sharpness looting sword with us. Could be kind of fun, right? Looting, sharpness, break... Like, 12 damage against the breeze might be important enough, but I'm not going to concern myself with that for now. What I will concern myself with is the extra utility items. So right now, this is important, but not very important enchanted items. And this is a crossbow chest, and this is an arrow chest. So I think if we just combine the bows and the crossbows, this chest has my OP crossbow. Or we could combine these two things together. I think we'll do that. I think mobility can make its own little chest up. And later we'll work out what else should go in here. Okay, sorted. So now we just have to get out of here. And maybe even put these discs away too. Big Salmon Energy. Hope everyone's very desert well today, says Jeeves. Hope you're desert well too. I've been having a very, like, slow day. But a very good one. I think... A weird thing that probably tells you a lot about someone is the way that you react to, like, I don't know, free time. I think I'm fascinated a lot by hearing, like, what people do when they have genuinely free time. Because I don't know, like, the fact that I even say that, like, genuinely free time probably implies what I'm getting at. But one of the weird quirks of the way I work is I feel sometimes like my favorite thing to do in off time can sometimes be a work task, and sometimes some work tasks are ones that I like need to do even if I'm busy. There's a weird blending that happens in it sometimes. But even, I used to think that was like a job thing, right? I used to think, hey, thank you, Amanda Reed.
Ooh, it's Monday. At least
Happy
there's
Monday!
a Toy Cat stream. It helps Monday not feel so Monday. Toy Cat tax.
Good job on 6,220 years late. Thank you, Brooke. And thank you, Amanda Reed, by the way. I'm glad that the Monday stream is making your Monday feel less Monday-y. This is, I think, 5 days in a row we've streamed. So 1.20 mus really is 1.21 mus, I guess. Really is in full force. So this will just keep playing when we leave, right? We can just not worry about that too much. Yeah, let's not worry about it too much. Then let's grab a whole stack of beef. And then let's make just the last few pieces of... Oh, we got a lot of gunpowder in here. Oh well, let's go ahead. Let's make some fireworks. I love this song. So good. I feel like Minecraft music, you know, like, even if you hate it, you gotta admit, they make some real good ones. But if you like Minecraft music, as I do, absolutely great. It's Stream Messenger Live. I always assume you work practically 24/7 from the moment you wake up to the moment you fall asleep. You're doing something work-related. So yeah, I used to think this was like, oh, this is just like how YouTubers are, and I think that there are a lot more YouTubers who do work like that. I don't think it's like a good. I don't think it's anything you should ever want to aim for, by the way. But I realize, like, even when I give myself like allowance not to. Even when I like force myself, I'm like, okay, you will not do anything that involves a computer screen or whatever today. Or, you know, you will not do anything that relates to, you know, YouTube and, you know, like, I feel like you need to have those days emotionally to recover. But I feel like the way people spend their off days... Also, the music's playing, but we can't hear it. That's so interesting, right? The way you spend your off days is a very interesting... So I'm going to grab an orange shulker box and, I don't know, like another couple of purple ones. That way we can move the stuff out of the place faster. And then we're going to have to do something about this glass shulker box. I'll just put it in here for now. Hopefully future me remembers to do something about that, but, you know, I'm going to be honest, making things future me's problem doesn't always solve them. But yeah, so I think the way you spend off time is interesting, because I am the sort of person who's like, okay, I've got a day off. What exciting thing can we fill it with? Whereas whenever... Even if I like the idea of let's have a day of literally doing nothing, that sounds like the definition of being dead to me. Like, oh, let's just like watch TV, because I can only watch TV shows or read a book for like an hour at a time. Maybe, you know, like I could get like 2 to 3 hours going if I'm like, you know, like if it's the end of the day and I've been doing a lot of stuff on something. But the idea of like giving up a whole day and being like, let's just play games, let's just watch a movie, let's just read a book. I feel like games are the closest I can get. Like I used to be able to do that a lot. Because games kind of have a lot of different things within them, and you have like progression to, you know, there's a lot of like achievement and accomplishment that you can get from games. I love fishing on my days off. It's relaxing just being with nature. See, right, one of my friends has gone really into fishing, and to me I'm like, that sounds scary. That sounds... like, for some people, that sounds like the dream is like, yeah, let's just go out somewhere. But to me, like, if I wanted to be with nature on a day off, I'd have to be like, okay, let's go on a 9-hour hike. Let's feel like at the end of the day, we've accomplished something, you know? Let's feel at the end of the day, like we're further in the world than we were at the start. Also, love the cups upstairs. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. They sell wine glasses everywhere, though. I think most people don't use them this way. I'll totally concede that one. So, by the way, this isn't wine. This is Diet Pepsi, no caffeine. Big life-changing difference, by the way, switching out to the no caffeine version of Diet Pepsi. Wait, the no caffeine version of Diet Pepsi. I used to like drinking, you know, fizzy drink sodas. Where is my nether portal? It's somewhere up here. There it is. It's well hidden. Okay, let's hop into it. I definitely need to start making some tunnels between all these builds. This is why I started that before 1.21, but I need to work on it. Fishing isn't so bad unless it's ocean fishing. That stuff sounds terrifying. I just mean, like, you sit there and 90% of the time nothing's happening, right? I think wait, 90% is way underselling it. Like, 95%. Oh, so when I last had the bad omen effect, chat, I deliberately went here and activated all of the spawners. So I just have to go and finish them, and then we can get this going. So here is the project so far. We don't have any... We didn't bring any chests. That's fine. We'll just put another box down here. And then another box down in front of it. And then, yeah, that's good enough. That works. We'll put another copper one here for the orange one. And, yeah, it looks great to me. Yeah, honestly, the tough bricks are the one we need most of, so it's the easiest one to solve. So, can you destroy the spawners? You can destroy spawners. The question is whether you want to destroy spawners more than whether you can. So, yeah, one of the things that I'm going to consider today is exactly what I want to destroy. But also, I want to make sure that while we're destroying that, we get maximum use out of the spawners. I need to farm a lot of these keys, chat. I need so many trowel keys. But I also want to get the ominous keys en masse. Because I just did the maths today for the video of how many ominous trowel spawners I have to take down to get Windburst free like I want. You don't want to know, chat. You don't want to know. It was very, very it was scary to find out, is what I'll say. Ooh, absolutely brutal, by the way. Yeah, you don't want to know. I think it depends on the type of fishing. There's a lot of active fishing, especially fly fishing. Trust the vegan. Also, less than 100 volts. That's a funny number you've got right there. Yeah, I imagine if it was only that, people would be able to live with themselves. If so, also this is so terrifying. You gotta admit, like, if you add knockback to a skeleton, they become one of the most dangerous mobs in the game. You actually have to think about fighting them. You can't just like run at them like you do most of the time. It's kind of cool. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna get into the destruction today. I should have grabbed some more blocks. I was reminding myself to, and then I totally forgot. But before we, but during the destruction, like I said previously, I just want to make sure that I'm getting as many keys as I can, and that means just finding enemies and deliberately sneaking up on them and getting them dead, and hopefully getting as many keys as possible from it all. So I'm gonna sit here for a bit because this is where the baby zombies are at. Oh, I activated all of the spawners, chat. It probably wasn't a good idea in retrospect, but I did it anyway. Okay. I did it all anyway, and it's resulted in some pretty weird things. So I work in a serious job all week, so I use Minecraft in my free time. See, but I guess here's the question, right? Is like, could you spend an entire day doing nothing, right? Could you play Minecraft all day? And then at the end of the day, I don't know, you lose your world, and then it's like, oh yeah, but that's how it is. I feel like I've had this happen only once in my life. You know, like I lost the hardcore world after an entire day of playing, and at least I could argue, well, okay, you know, a lot of people watched the stream, a lot of people tipped, a lot of people who, you know, maybe only saw that as their first stream, so maybe it was good advertising. You know, I could like justify to myself, like, really, this was like. It's not that I achieved nothing today. I achieved something. It was just different than I expected to. Something like that. Whereas, okay. Whereas I think for, okay, there's so many skeletons. I don't even know which skeletons correspond to which spawners anymore. Because they're just all over the place. Also, yo, some nice background toy cat for the afternoon working, says Alex Valet. It is fun how sometimes, like, for some parts of work where you don't need 100% focus, it's so nice to have, like, some media on. Oh, we got a diamond chest plate! Oh, yes! Heck yeah. We're gonna get the full set of diamond gear we're not meant to have. It's gonna be nice, I tell you. So we just got a potion from this one. We didn't get anything from this yet, but that will change. Just give it time. And let's eat some more cooked beef and go finish up the rest of this. I need to do it within a reasonable amount of time. So that is what I'm going to try to do. Also, these spawners usually finish themselves off because of the, yeah, just like that. They usually finish themselves off because all the skeletons become strays. And that, funnily enough, does count as a completion, which I just think is great. So let's walk in here, finish as many strays as we can. Okay, we can get out of here very quickly. And so that was good. So that should be the last skeleton from this spawning group. I have to assume. Let's see if I'm right. Polly E says, I'm trying to recover my only world now as I bought a new laptop playing Minecraft better and it hasn't transferred. Oh, interesting. So here's the deal. Minecraft doesn't store your worlds in the cloud. Oh, we did get a key. We got an ominous key. It was all worth it for this moment here. All the pain of being knocked back and forth over and over and over again. It's all worthwhile now. Okay, so now we just get out of here. And we're going to go finish the last trial over here. There's a lot more skeletons. Hopefully they go down without too much of a fight. So, yeah, Minecraft doesn't store your world files. Every time you uninstall or reinstall Minecraft, i.e. when you get a new PC, you have to entirely... Sounds dumb, but you really do have to entirely... Oh, these are just regular trials. We'll do them anyway, but... Oh. Yeah, we'll do them anyway, but it's not going to go great for me or anything. I want the regular keys, so we might as well farm them as well. But yeah, so, like I was saying, sorry, Minecraft doesn't, like, on Xbox, it stores that stuff in the cloud, but on PC, there is no concept of, like, your user data versus Minecraft. It's all just stored together, and when you delete the game, it all goes with it, which is maybe how all PC games work, but it feels counterintuitive that Minecraft works that way, to me, at least, so that's why I mention it. Maybe it's counterintuitive to you. You have to copy your Google com.mojang folder. It'll tell you how to copy that over. You need to move that from your old device to your new device. Or you can just use a RAM, is my actual solution. But yeah, I think being able to do nothing is like a real treat to be able to convince yourself to do. I also feel like it's I know, like, I don't know. Is it something you can be jealous of, or is it the other way around, chat? Which, you know, if you think about it this way, right? There's probably a lot of people who are like, man, I just wish I had more time to give to be more successful at the works, or at, you know, the gym, or at whatever thing they're passionate about. But literally their body just doesn't let them go after enough hours. Like, you know, everyone has this point where it's like, yeah, you can't do this anymore. You don't know where that point is if you haven't hit it yet, but you have that point. You can't work all day, every day for the rest of your life. Like, everyone needs time off and days off and, you know, like, just time to be a human being. And so, I wonder if that... Oh, look, we got more diamonds here, by the way. See my point? We're just always piling them up. Always piling up diamonds. But yeah, we just need to take down the last spawners that we haven't gotten yet. And we also need to make sure we heal up our axe as we do so, or our pickaxe as we do so. So we kill this, and then we switch out, so it heals up the good thing. And now we walk back this way. We got a second ominous key. Heck yeah. They have to kill all these fellas. They're all hanging out together, which is handy in theory, but not in practice. Pick up that on my pickaxe. And yeah, nothing in there is going to give me a key. So we'll go to this last room that might, which is one over here, with the breeze shooting at me. I can play Minecraft, do nothing for the entire day straight, but not at all of my world would disappear. Yeah, would you feel like the day was wasted, I guess is my point, is if you played in Minecraft all day, enjoyed the day, and then at the end of the day it turned out that your world is leaked. So you enjoyed your day still, right? Let's just say you started the world that day too. Like, it's a brand new Minecraft world, you play it all day, but at the end of the day, there's some corruption, you have nothing to show for it besides memories. Maybe some pictures, let's say, too. But you just have the pictures and the memories, you don't have anything else. Also, we just got an ominous bottle. Wonderful. Oh, no, that's not ominous. It's just regen. Could have been something special. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Gonna eat down here. But, yeah, that's I think, the real question Hacker1MC. I'd love to know. My ADHD doesn't let me do nothing, but it also doesn't let me do things, says Brooke. Sounds like you're cursed on both ends there. You're gonna suffer one way or the other. You gotta pick which way you prefer. You know, that's at least being honest about trade-offs. Your brain is being there. Okay, so now let's finish this first room. Now that I've done, actually no wait. I think we have to kill what, like 2 more breezes. Let's go in there. Make sure it truly is gone and done. There's a hidden breeze. I knew he'd be around here somewhere. Finish him nice and good. I think this, as you can see, the breeze definitely takes too many hits for Smite Sword. If there is an argument for... Oh, okay, just the potion of regen. Yeah, I'd like an ominous bottle, honestly. I feel like I'm not getting many ominous bottles. I don't think you get them from the spawners anyway. I think it's from the vaults. And we can't go to the vaults in this place, because I haven't decided if we want to use the vaults, chat. I haven't decided. And so, okay, perfect. How do you put so much time into gathering loot and build, says Brooke. I think in response to the previous point about how you can't be allowed to do nothing, but you can't be allowed to do something. It's kind of a bit about, like, okay, we got copper. We've got to put copper in here. And we got to go put the diamond chest plates we just got somewhere else, too. Okay, lovely diamond chest plates in here. Oh, yeah, we are really collecting a nice little set here. So this has protection 4, this is protection 4. This also has protection 4, wow. I didn't realize their armor always came with protection. That actually makes it pretty damn good. All things considered, right? And then we'll just put in here all the garbage that I probably shouldn't have collected in the first place, to be honest. And now we can be happy with our 2 ominous keys and our 2 regular trowel keys, which I'm going to store back in here because we want inventory space more than anything else. Then put this away, and this away, and that away, and that away, and we filled up the chest entirely. But we've got back to a clean inventory, which is what matters. Okay, we are ready besides the breeze rods. Now I'm ready to go destroy. Okay, how long did that take, chat? What was that, like half an hour to be ready for the destruction? But now we're here, and I'm ready to do it. Breezes validate my decision to use sharpness. Yeah, to give credit, this is the first time I've been, this is the first time in Minecraft history where I'd say sharpness is a valid single-player enchantment. I'm just kidding. I feel like there are other situations, like, you know, the raid is pretty good at it too. But I felt like Smite was the lock-in single-player enchantment, and we're slowly moving back towards maybe both, maybe just sharpness. I would say sharpness for everything, and then Smite for the Wither is probably what I'd decide upon if I was basing it on current decisions. I think that's a really hard thing to, like, actually admit or know, is, like, if you were deciding based on your current situation, how would things go? Like, I think a lot of people, one of my biases that a lot of people share is this, like, sometimes you go into something like looking for information, but you have some preconceived bias about what you're going to find. You know, like, if you search up the if you just want to know, like, I don't know, are guns legal in this country here? As an example, right? You can go into that and you can generally come out of that with a yes or no question. But if you're going into it because you're like, oh yeah, I want to know if guns are legal there because I want to make some point about, I don't know, the USA and how you know, they're the only country of guns, then you'd try to find the caveats about how it's not actually legal. Or if you were the opposite, if you were someone who wanted to prove that, well, America needs guns because look at all these other countries that have them that don't, you know, go shooting people all day, then you could be like, wow, look at all these other countries. When you seek information, you immediately, like, come with this bias about, like, what you're trying to do with it sometimes. And I think one of the clearest cut versions of that is once you pick certain things in Minecraft, you know, like, there are certain decisions that once you make, you'll start to find things to try and justify them. Like, I don't know, I don't find making Minecraft farms fun. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that is my goal for the end game of Minecraft. I enjoy the building, the play. You know, I like being stuck in the mid to late game rather than the truly late game where I sit there and watch farms run all day. A lot of people really love that late game, but those exact same people who tell me they love it are starting new worlds every, you know, like 20 minutes. Because they're like, okay, for 1.21 we'll start a new world, and then halfway through 1.21 we'll start a new world, and then it's season 3 happening just before 1.22, but then when 1.22 which comes out, we're starting season 4, you know, like, some people have this, like, incessant desire that you've got to keep going again and again and again and again. Which to me, you know, to my sensibilities, says something about, just to show you what we're doing with all our stuff, by the way, we put it in here. I'm not going to be loading the chest this frequently. I'm just staying on top of stuff. And then I'm also going to be very clear that I want to destroy this section right here. Everything that's directly above me, this is all going to go so that this room is just directly opened into this room. So we're going to have to start by building stairs. Also, we have to start by killing skeletons, I guess. We can't really do this while there's skeletons above me. So we'll start by doing this. Easy first step. And then we'll start by making stairs into the room. Because right now, obviously, this room is higher than this room. So we need to make there be a gradual transition where that room starts and where this room ends. And that should be an easy, non-controversial thing to do. I appreciate those infinite Minecraft seeds you posted 5 years ago. Be grinding on that wild seed. It's insane. Yeah, if you'll believe it, 5 years ago, T.A. Francisco, every Minecraft seed had infinite mineshafts. So somewhere in my world, I have the infinite mineshafts. Like, I don't know where they are right now. But if I ever need to get a lot of mineshafts for something, I know I can just go and do that. Which is kind of cool, I guess. So let's go mine this now. Okay, this first room is so close to finished. I like that I left myself so close to a big milestone that we can get done and then start feeling good about. But now we just want to go up here, because I've got to destroy from the top down. It's easy to destroy from the bottom up, but once you get to the top, it gets really annoying and frustrating. So we're going to start this from the top, and then work downwards. And that is a better idea, I'm pretty sure. We can't destroy this wall, at least not that much. We'll destroy it to the point where we can. Maybe destroy both of these blocks, pick them up. Oh, we're going to pick that up later. Just destroy all of these. Anything that looks unnecessary, it's going. And so am I. So, are you going to be disappointed if the Afterlife doesn't have Minecraft says 0 rules? You know, I've got a real answer to that question if you want to hear it. That's one of the, I mean, that is one of the flaws of the concept, right? Is like, you couldn't call it heaven, you couldn't call it eternal paradise if it didn't have Minecraft. You know, if my idea of a dream day is playing Minecraft, then I can't truly be in paradise without it, right? And so, can you have it can't be a real version of heaven, you know, and not in the sense of the religions of which I am familiar, unless it has. But at the same time, then you can make this same argument and say, well, you know, the thing I love most in the world isn't Minecraft. It's people. You know, it's all of you. Playing Minecraft means nothing if I can't stream live to my favorite viewers. Don't worry, it's my parasocial. Our parasocial relationship isn't that close, chat. I'm flattering you a lot. You know, could do about 70% of you. But you know, the other 30%, it would be terrible to play Minecraft but have no way to share it with the rest of you. And so, is it really heaven if you don't have that? I wonder if people in heaven are also complaining about Minecraft updates. Yeah, you can go a step further, right? So, no, wait. We'll finish my point though. So, therefore, the thing I want most from my afterlife, hypothetically, is that I want to be able to stream Minecraft to you, then does that mean you have to die for me to have true heaven? Or is there a copy of you, a personalized copy of you in my heaven? Or does my heaven not begin until you're dead? Is heaven like in a place without time? It's a big question. I don't know I think, like everything in theology, it's not really about, you know, trying to find objective answers. It's about trying to question the way that you live and make decisions and all that noise. But it is something worth thinking about. Same thing about, like, okay, Minecraft updates. Can you have bad Minecraft updates in heaven? Is it eternal paradise if you end up with, like, 1.12 or 1. You know, imagine. You know, I don't wanna scare you too much. But in heaven, you know, are you dealing with the fact that there's a Caves and Cliffs Part 1 and a Caves and Cliffs Part 2, and all the content except the fun stuff is in Caves and Cliffs Part 1, so you're bored of it by the time Caves and Cliffs Part 2 comes out? Because if that's true, you know, that's not fun. That could be done better. The reality, I'm sure a lot of the members are not in the 30%, says Xavier. I mean, I feel like statistically, right, the people who are likely to become members are people who are more likely to be regular, and the people who are more likely to be regular are people who are more likely to be tolerable. Because you don't generally hang around somewhere that people find it hard to tolerate you. I mean, some people, it's very rare. I think people, even when people are being really mean, they're still secretly hoping for some semblance of community. I think most people desire community somewhere in their lives. So I'm going to drop this lever on the ground, because lever just has no value. And so we're going to let that despawn on purpose. We're just going to say, goodbye, lever cap. I just need other things more than I need you right now. And then we're also going to start loading up. No, we'll finish this box here, or this chest here. So many tough bricks. And then we'll finish up this tough brick pile. And then we'll start dumping the other stuff away. I think I have another shulker box. I think this one should go to over here. I think this can be my weird, quirky blocks. Because I am... Oh, no, that's silly. I'm not going to do that. I'll move that over here, because I clearly need the space today. If I want to destroy without fear of anything else, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, let's do it. So now that we've destroyed this... Chat, would you say we've destroyed this main room yet? Or do you think... At what point do we say we've achieved that? The 30% who pay for his lobster sandwiches, says Evan Murphy. I've said it before, but the genuine, like, point is that in most... You'll find this almost anywhere on the internet. People who are willing to pay to be in a community, it sounds really unjust and unfair on some level. But what it really guarantees is you have people who care the most about the thing. And to some extent, you know, like, there's a tiny part of, like, ageism in there. It always sucked, like, as a child I had no money. It was like, there were lots of things that cost money that I had no access to. And even though, you know, I feel like I might have been a thoughtful individual, a really great contributor to some places where I might have been required to pay, ultimately, being able to keep, being able to keep the demographics of people who are interested and also people who are adults generally means that you have a better club than average, you might say. Because, yeah, it's funny how many, like, if you ever go into, like, toxic, say, political spaces, let's say, online. If you ever go into a toxic political space, 98% of it is, like, 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds yelling about how, like, yeah, this one thing, literally killing, you know, like, using crazy extreme language, because, you know, they've made it some part of their identity or their illness or whatever. And as a result, it means that a lot of... I think a lot of people really value... you know, if you were to sit people down and ask what they wanted, they would say, like, yeah, I would like a thoughtful, meaningful discussion. But then if you do what social media does, which is just to track what people want, you know, via preferences and all that stuff, what people are actually saying they want via the overwhelming numbers is, please feed me people jumping on each other and hating. So, yeah, with that said, I think I can't pay the membership because of Serbia, says wrote it. Exactly, it keeps out all the people who live in non-recognized countries too. That's why I wrote it, and Dasha. You know, we'll get someone from every non-recognized state on the planet. It'll be great. But yeah, I think that, broadly speaking, my identity is that everyone else is a poopy head, says Dan Marsh. See, this is the thing. I would describe myself as broadly sympathetic to that view. I used to genuinely believe I was full-on misanthropic. Like, I hated human beings. I know that's such a weird thing to come out and say, and maybe I shouldn't be saying it. You know, maybe someone's gonna get me in trouble for this. But I really hated human beings. I didn't understand how anyone could come away from, you know, like, a single interaction with another human. I remember the thing that, like, stuck in my brain is, like, I can't deal with people anymore, was a girl in class asking a teacher, how do you use Yahoo? I tried once, but it was too hard. You know, I remember Yahoo is the search engine, in case you're curious. I'm pretty sure. It might be an email. It's an email client and a lot of other things too. But it, like, blew my mind so much, and I was like, how can we claim that we like human beings when some human beings are like this, you know? And some people get that feeling from much more serious things than just someone being dumb. Like, how can we say we like human beings when some human beings, you know, blah, 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 insert thing here, like, bomb this building, or, you know, restrict your rights to do things that don't affect anyone but you, you know? Like, how can you have people out there who actively want you and your kind dead, or at the very least want you not to enjoy what you do, even if it's behind closed doors? They don't want you to be able to do that, and so why should you care about them too? It's a very easy stance to come by. The world feels like it's out to get broad swaths of the people who are living in it, and so rather than taking that as the world thing, or rather than taking it as the system thing, you just go, yep, it's humans that suck. I've concluded, you know, what is the one thing that all of these systems and things have in common? It's the humans that run them. And so, therefore, what is the problem? It's the humans. I feel judged merely for existing, says Tristan. Yeah, you should feel judged. You're responsible for every bad thing that's ever happened, probably, statistically, slightly. But yeah, okay, we're gonna throw this in there. More seriously though, Tristan, you know, I bet you're in the 30% of people who are here in my Heaven stream. You know, on the other hand, also Harrison says, check Discord. Okay, awesome. We'll do so. I've chosen to do 1.21 items. Oh. Okay, got it. Thank you. Very important. Let's find the file that Harrison's missing. Okay, so I think what I must have done. Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. Okay, oops. I'll quickly check this is right. So chat, we're gonna have to watch a video temporarily. Like so, it's very fitting that there's a crafting table right inside there of it, but it's also fitting of the bad omen bottle to begin with. Yep, this is right. See how okay, got it. Okay, so I accidentally gave Harrison 2 outros. Like, I gave him my first outro attempt and my second outro attempt. I say outro, it's like the second half of the video. Like 3 minutes or so. I gave him I gave him 2 outros rather than a start of the video and an end of the video. So, don't use the one that says use until 7:07. Yeah, the one that says use until 7:07 is incorrect. But that is what you should do with the file I just sent you, Harrison. Crazy by itself. You're going to need to grind. Yeah, I see what happened. Okay, we're good, we got it. Okay, every time I join your streams, I get thrown into a thinking about everything in our world headspace. Says RXBY5. You know, if you don't get thrown into it here, where will you get thrown into it? Seriously though, it is something worth pondering, is why it is the world be that way, you know? And it sounds like a dumb thing to even question, like, you know, the world has a lot of broad systems together, and that's the actual conclusion you'll come to after enough thinking and whatnot. But there are so many things that just feel wrong. There's this deep feeling of, like, something being incorrect but not knowing what, that I think a lot of people have somewhere in them. And that is a feeling that equates to many things, and for me, like I said, I really define myself as, like, just broadly misanthropic based on it. Just broadly, I don't like humans. Any humans who aren't actively identifying that this is clearly not okay are themselves not okay. Was the bad logic set that I was using, basically. So we're gonna try and destroy this room next. I think it adds to the nice sense of destruction we get here. And so if we destroy... Actually, what is this over here? Is this just that room, but from below? Oh yeah, it's the staircase, but it's like way higher up. We definitely need to bring this down a peg. Can't leave that floating where that is. Is it just me or is middle school meant to stall people until the right age? Yeah, okay, so here's the scoop. My belief, right, as someone who just didn't feel like school was giving me anything valuable past, like, age 12. School is daycare so that adults can work more. If you don't have school, if we just, like, schooling takes up a huge percent of the budget for the country, right? It's got to be like one in £9 or $1 in $9 or whatever spent is used to fund schools. And so if you just logically work out, what if we just didn't do that anymore? What if tomorrow we just said no more school? Well, one, you wouldn't actually get rid of schools. Like a lot of people who currently send their children to private schools would continue to send their children to private schools. So you'd actually just be, you know, you'd be setting up a 2-tier system. What if you banned schools? What if you said no one can go to a school ever again? Well, a lot of parents would have problems because they'd have to watch their children all day. One of the interesting kind of like requirements in our modern economic world is you go to work and then someone else goes to work watching your kid. That is a more efficient way to do things. The division of labor, or whatever, like, you know, the specializations that we all have says that some people are much better at raising children and some people are better at sitting in the factory all day. By the way, Harrison, did you get the file? Is it correct? In fact, I'll make sure I got the right outro for you. Because I feel like I tried it a few times because I got the numbers. I had to check that I had the numbers right and they were very slightly off, so I had to redo it a little bit. So I want to make sure I got the file to you. That was great. Loitering would skyrocket. Yeah, so, I think, also, there's a lot of blocks down here. Oh, where's this come from? Oh, it's just around the corner from that. Well, let's destroy these blocks so that doesn't catch me off guard again. Well, if it wasn't school, well, it's probably impossible for society to get any stupider, so maybe it saves money. So yeah, so Dan Marsh kind of saying what I believed is like, yeah, why do we just bother with this? Like, why don't I just go out onto the streets and like hang outside of a corner shop all day or something dumb like that? But I think that the biggest benefit that comes from it is the kind of daycare-esque aspects, as dumb as that is to say. And the second level effects of that are that we get a system where everyone understands the value of being told what to do. Or not the value, but everyone understands that that is a principle of, like, functioning in the world. A lot of things only work when, like, you know, you could be cynical and call it hierarchies, or you can call it whatever you want to call it, but a lot of the world only works when we instill hierarchies of knowledge and information and distribution. Like, you can't have 100,000 people all just go to a hospital and be like, what are we going to do today? It's got to be that one person works out what are the broad goals this hospital needs to achieve, like healing people, hopefully, seeing a high number of patients, and you know, doing so at a cost-effective value per person because there's cost to all that stuff. And then they need to hire people who are like, okay, you make sure that we hire the right people. You make sure that they've all got the knowledge, and you know, and then those people need to go off and like the person who needs to make sure they hire the right people is like, okay, let's find out what qualifications they need. Let's keep checking up on people, make sure that they don't do, you know, like that's the in my mind, whether that is the only way we can operate as society or not. With the broader world works based on giant hierarchies of someone tells you what to do, and in general they can be wrong, but whether they're right more often than wrong is not the point. But you follow their orders more often than not, and then that makes things work. If you don't follow their orders more often than not, a lot of things start to break. So it's kind of like instilling that inside of people. Also, thank you, Chase from Minnesota. Hope you're having a great day. Always a good stream to check during lunch. Just tried streaming on Twitch for the first time last night, and it was fun. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I did mention I think it's really good for your skills of working out what about yourself it is that is worth putting out there. You know, like it's good for helping you have that like brief extroverted moment or something like that. And hopefully you got that from it. Hopefully it wasn't a giant torture session for yourself. Excited for you, Chase from Minnesota. Because half the things we learn we forget unless it's in a career. Yeah, so like a lot of careers do have knowledge that you are required to get, but it always comes very, very late in the qualification process. Like if you are going to, like, you know, if you want to become an accountant, you have to be really good at maths, like, you know, from, you know, the year 1 to year 12 or whatever. But the point where you learn the stuff that is really important to not get wrong is the year of accounting school you've got to do, you know? If you want to be you know, if you want to work on a construction site, yeah, you need basic science and English and all that noise, but what you actually need to know is the things you do in the first 2 weeks of training before the job. Or like on the job, I guess, is quite common too. But, you know, that's the way the world really works in a lot of these cases. And so the school before that point is useful for 2 reasons. It's for giving everyone this, like, basic idea. You know, it's like a shared understanding of the value systems which more or less run our world. But also, I think, file is good, by the way. Awesome, Harrison. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so I think it gives you a good idea of the value system that runs the world, maybe, or it gives you an idea of, like, this, like, oh yeah, someone tells you what to do, and it's probably good for future you, and more often than not. But also, it gives everyone this shared set of common knowledge that can be quite handy. So everyone in the UK knows that Henry VIII had 6 wives, divorced, and you know exactly what happened to each of them, right? You know that he divorced 2, he beheaded 2. One of them died during childbirth, his favorite, and one of them survived. There were 3 Catherines. He had a real Catherine fetish going on in there. You know, these pieces of knowledge are shared, and that is good for the cohesiveness of society when it comes to, like, basic history facts or something like that. But one sec, I have to check my video. Very important. Let's go see which one's right. Okay, so ring feather falling. So that does seem like a fair forward to getting that on stream soon. With that said, though, this is it's the last file. So I think Harrison just left. Minecraft videos every single day. I'll just say non-named file is non-named file was the right one off the other 2. Okay, awesome. Now we go to here. What, Toycat, do you have a hardcore world? I can't wait for it on Bedrock. I'm kind of resisting making... I had a really cool idea for hardcore, and I don't know if I should wait till hardcore officially comes to Bedrock or start it a little early. But I have a real good one. Catherine's for the win says Cat Beanie. I wonder why Cat.Beanie would say Catherine for the win. Must also have a Catherine fetish. A shared knowledge basis is really handy for society, because as you can see with, I don't know, like insert current year election stuff, when we don't agree on even the most basic of truths, it's really hard to... Because, you know, we can disagree about values all we like, and we should disagree about values, probably. Like, it's important to work out which value set is best by letting them fight against each other. We have disagreements about values quite a lot. But if we don't even agree about what a certain thing does. Like, so for example, if you lower taxes, let's just say, like, income tax, then everyone should understand that the government will have slightly less money. You can have your own value judgment about whether the government having less money is a good or a bad thing, but if we don't even agree on that, if some people believe that, well, you lower the taxes and then the take goes up, then that is harmful for a debate. There is actually, funnily enough, actually, I picked a bad example. I think that one can, in some cases, depending on the taxes, a lot of people will, you know, if you, when they set taxes to 99% in the UK after, it's like 98%, I think, actually, after World War II, a lot of people's income started going down all of a sudden. And you could argue that a lot of people were just going down in money anyway, or you could argue that they worked out ways to avoid the tax by not making the money that would have them be liable to it. And so, but anyway, the point is to say is like if we all have a basic understanding of the facts, we can start to put our value judgments on those facts, right? If I don't know, like if we all agree that smoking is bad, then we can have a discussion about whether it's okay to do something that's bad for you in a society, especially one where we all pay for each other's healthcare costs. And we can have a discussion about that from like when people don't have to jump to the idea of like, actually, is smoking really that bad? I think it's more helpful. Okay, so we now have the spawners coming up again. We're going to defeat them normally, and then we're going to activate a trial element, chat. That's my plan. Let's make it work. We're going to kill the skeletons first, because they can kill me while I'm not trying to kill them. Every smoker I know regrets smoking. Yeah, I know a lot of... Every ex-smoker I know regrets smoking. Every current smoker I know is like, it's not that bad. Because why would... Like, there's such a... Also, no. There's such a jump... There's such a hole in the idea of why would anyone do something that's actively so harmful for themselves. And the only... people will even use that as logic. Like, well, if it's so bad, I wouldn't be doing it. Therefore, it can't be bad. You know, like, people use self-fulfilling holes. But that's with all the knowledge we have, right? If there weren't studies and there weren't baseline facts that we all studied in school about this stuff, then it would be harder to actually discuss what we should do about it. I know, so something I'm a real passionate thing about, I think there's a term for this. It's I don't like the term. I don't like it at all. It's called a wonk, but it's something that I have to admit. Also, supposedly the Beatles wrote the song Taxman because some of their income was taxed greater than 100%. I don't think it was greater than 100. I think it was either 83% or 98%. I think it was 83%, plus there was a 15% like surcharge because of the World War II. The UK was broke for a really, really long time after World War II. Like, I think this is an important fact that we don't learn about. I don't know if it would make... Again, I feel like there are value judgments you can apply to this. But the UK decided to get involved in World War II, you know, for semi-moral reasons, right? We were like, there are people doing really bad things and we can't let it be this way. So we got involved and we bankrupted we threw all the money we had and all the money we could possibly ever borrow and all the sources of money we could have in the future at, you know, this war, to the point where we went very, very, very bankrupt. We obviously, as a major nation, like, we had the US basically bankrolling during the war, but after the war was done, there was much less money being thrown at us. And so, as a country, we had to work out, how do we do all the things that people want from, you know, because lots of people coming back from war being like, yeah, we've seen some stuff, I feel like we deserve some stuff, but also there's no money to pay from it. And so the simple answer was, What if we made income taxes 98%? What do you think? Oh, so whoa, where is the breeze coming from? Did I activate a spawner without realizing it? I guess I must have. So again, we're gonna farm them normally, and then we're gonna farm them ominously. That is the plan here, and we're gonna use it to heal up my pickaxe because it could do with the healing. Okay, so skeleton. Yeah, the skeletons are the easy ones. We'll do these first. Just easy stuff. No problem here. So yeah, the UK went like really, really bankrupt during World War II. And the only way that it could actually afford stuff is like, okay, so the Americans like they made really generous loans to the UK, but those really generous loans got very, very much less after World War II ended. And so we had to raise a lot of money to pay for a lot of stuff. But not only did the UK have very little money, but there was a huge sentiment, like the most socialist government the UK had ever had, because people were coming back from war saying, if you can mobilize the government to make us all fight to our own deaths and have us all have our possessions bombed, we can have a government that can give us healthcare or can, you know, work out how to build us houses. And so the government had to do those things. It had to work out how to provide everything for everybody while having no money to do so. And so that's why income taxes ended up at like 98%. It was like, we weren't questioning at all how is it conscionable to ask people to pay for this. We were just working out how can we physically pay for the things we want to. But as, you know, like as we discovered during the 70s, when that Taxman song was wrote, if you tax people at 83% plus 15%, you know, if you tax people at 98%, they just work out, you know, like with the exceptions of like artistic peoples like that, they generally don't want to make the money. And so the Beatles made a big old protest. They worked out how they could pay no tax by just not earning money. And so it was really bad for the country as a whole to have our #1 export say, yeah, we're not going to earn money, we're not going to pay any tax, and we're not going to be the huge, like, the UK worked out we get a better deal if we say to people, what if we take just over or just under half your money, and then you'll be motivated to do stuff, especially exporting overseas. Like the Beatles were, you know, like playing concerts all over the world, selling, well, I guess it would have been records all over the world. People were buying their stuff from everywhere, and by giving them a better deal, and then eventually everyone a better deal. It was a left-wing government at the time, but they realized that that's a better outcome for everyone. And then like later we kind of shifted back towards like, you know, 60% is still a lot to take from people, and we went down to closer to 40%. And then during the like pandemic, we've kind of gone back the other way. Of like, you know, only taking 45% from people feels like we could be taking a lot more. So Kat, did you get a 9 in GCSE History and Economics? This is the first time I've ever heard someone describe it as a 9. So 9 is the best and 1 is the worst. I got a G in history. So if I correspond that to your system, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I guess that'd be a 3. No, that can't. If it's 1 to 9, it can't be a 3. No one I've ever spoken to has heard of the grade I got in history. They made us do a lot of American history, weirdly enough. I wasn't very big in it, and I got a really bad grade in history because I got a B on a couple of exams, like a third from top mark, I guess. But they were trying out something new for my year, just using us as guinea pigs for this new idea, because apparently. You know how it's widely known that exams are, like, sexist or whatever? I'd say widely known. But you know how exams are they create gender results one way, and coursework creates gender results the other way. Like, for whatever reason, men do better on exams and women do better at homework or coursework or whatever. And so as a way to bridge that gap, they tried to combine the two systems together. And they're like, we're going to lock you in a room for 4 hours at a time, 4 times in a row. And then you've got to produce a piece of work that's equal to your entire grade. And so I think I was about 35 minutes into that. I was just like, no. My protest against the system, you know, as I said, I was going through I had a whole thing about, at the time I had a very, very big thing, I would even say, about how dumb the whole thing was. And I just kind of realized that I didn't want to do this. I wasn't going to suffer for 16 hours for a history grade, which at the time, like, I don't know, like, if I'd have told anyone, they would have told me I was stupid, right? Like, why would you give up a great grade in history just to sit? Like, I had a really great nap, if you're curious. I wrote about a page during the 16 hours of, you know, like, exam. Anyway, so, yeah, I thought it was so ridiculous, I just didn't do it. Never do a personal level protest like that. Usually you lose out and no one else, you know, like, no one even notices. But, point aside. So I don't have a good grade in history. They didn't even teach economics in school when I was at that age either. Sadly, fight the power. You know, at some point you're not fighting the power, you're just fighting yourself. And that's what I would say I was doing there. But yeah, I thought it was so dumb. I didn't like the idea, but I was forced to do it because we needed to see if the idea worked. And it's like, I don't want to, just let me do the old way. So half of my grade was the old way, it was the very top. And half my grade was the new way, and I got 0 or something. It might not have been perfectly 0. It was so close to 0 that it might as well be though. And that was how it went for me. So let's mine through here a little bit. Just pick up a few blocks on the way. And let's activate these spawners now. It's fun. This is really fun that they fall basically to their death. That feels very easily usable. I just don't know how. And then we'll go do this room next. So this is an easy skeleton spawner. I haven't done it at all yet. Oh, and there's a spider spawner next to it. We'll do that one too. Or maybe we won't. It doesn't look like it's reactivated yet. I must have killed the spider too recently. Oof. So bad. Even without the ominosity, these really are quite brutal. Okay, nothing in there. There's the last guy. Give me a key. So I'm going to use your stream as a podcast as I play Minecraft as just another YouTube commenter. I'm surprised how many people do that. And I'm happy for you. Very much so. So I put a cage in the trial chamber. Yeah, I think that's... Oh, wow. A lot of spiders. I should get sharpness just for this situation right here. Hey, cooked chicken. Just what I don't want. Okay. Spawn kill. Spawn kill. Spawn kill. Yeah, it looks like we can just about spawn kill prisoners. It's the dream in life, but it doesn't mean it's the reality. But yeah, I have a strong interest in those subjects. I think this is one of the problems with the broader education system. Is there's two very big philosophies that guide education, but the problem is that you don't know which one is correct. A lot of teachers are in the system telling you, just study what you find interesting. If you're passionate about it, you can work out a job later. And then there's the way more realistic thing of like, yeah, if you don't have at least a grade C in this and a grade C in that, you're not going to be able to get a job even at McDonald's. You know, like people would say that a lot, which I feel like is overly demeaning to McDonald's workers, but that's a point for another time. The thing is like, education is like both trying to say to you, this is meant to be a thing of passion, and then saying, no, this is a thing of work. And I think the actual difference between those two systems is kind of class-based. Like, if you're in a really wealthy area, everyone's like, just study what you want. Don't worry about it at all. It will all work out. But you need to have, like, wealthy backing in your life to be able to just do what you want and hope that it all works out. And so, some people are following that set of rules, and some people are following a different set of rules. And that's why I think a lot of people don't realize, when it comes to actually having discussions about how to improve stuff like that, is that people are playing by two very different systems, side by side. Also, did we get an ominous key? Okay, we got baked potatoes. Not what I was looking for, really. But that's okay. Kill him. Easy. Okay, you spawned, but that's great too. Is another one going to spawn? No, okay, that means that's my last guy. Or the last two, maybe. So here's another one. Get him dead. Nice and fast. So, yeah, like I was, I live in Texas, so I'm not allowed to say my real fault is Dr. Pepper. Also, I cannot imagine what Dr. Pepper has done to you in Texas. I guess it's going to be something about barbecuing. Anyway, they should let us take classes we need for a career in high school and middle school. Says Cinnamon Roll 046. Yeah, so that's... I think that one of the weird things about it is that what if you could, if you really knew what you wanted to do, if you were fairly sure, then it'd be kind of cool if instead of learning all this general stuff that genuinely doesn't apply to a lot of jobs, you could just jump to doing that thing that you wanted to do. But I don't know. There's this weird thing where the world, we create this collective delusion where until you're 18, you can do anything you want to do. And then the moment you turn 18, it's like, okay, go work out what role you actually need to play in this society. You know, you can't just keep being a layabout forever, right? Like you've got to go deal with yourself. And it's I think it's a non-cohesive mix that even schools don't really know about what to do with. And that's why I think the actual problem, that's where I think the actual problem comes from. That's another ominous key, chat. Yeah. That's my, I say another one. I guess the other ones are in a chest somewhere. Let's go take down some more spawners. So we'll start down here with the skeletons. Looks like there's already some skeletons. Hope they don't come over here. Yep, they're definitely coming over here. But I've got other skeletons to kill them, so that will hopefully help me. Okay, yeah, we're doing fine. Everything's great. No issues over here. It started here in Waco, but I don't like it either. I have this real hot take that really, really famous brands that start in one place are never actually that good. By the time it goes mass market, it's never going to be the best brand from that one place. Like, I don't know, the most famous... I learned that the most famous Russian vodka is Russia. But, like, the most famous Polish vodka is not the best Polish vodka. It's, like, it's the best mass market Polish vodka. Because being successful and being the best are two very different skills as a company. And so, yeah, I bet there's 100 different drinks that are way better than Dr. Pepper. Found in the exact same home place of Dr. Pepper. I'm going to die if I don't get out there soon. Let's go. Oh, there's so many silverfish. So much happening right now. I just want to get out of that. Not for me. Thank you very much. So then we'll climb this ladder up here. There's no ladder over there. Is there one on this side? There's no ladders. That's okay, though. I'll just climb. I'll make my own ladder on the side here. When you don't have a ladder, you can make your own, chat. That's probably deep. Oh, no, I can't get over that. Okay. So we have to start spawn killing really quick. I need to get out there. I'm trapped. No, chat! Chat! No! Why am I crouched? No! Why did... No! Oh. I'm still gonna die if I... That is such a waste of a... That was such a bad chain of events. The skeletons followed me up the ladder somehow. At the exact same time I got... man. Bad chain of events. Okay, well now we have a spare offhand slot. What should we store in there, chat? What do we store in my offhand? I'm glad I had the totem, but I really didn't want to use it. But we have to go to sleep, so let's work it out. Dr. Pepper just passed Pepsi as the #2 pop. It's funny that you say pop. I feel like there's so many terms for sodas, fizzy drinks. Beverages of the sparkling variety. Well, at least you had the totem. I would suggest getting another Scissormandery. Yeah, you know, there's a big part of me that knows it would be smart to get another totem. And then there's a part of me that goes, you know, what were the odds of me getting that close to death there, though? Also, did I use my ominous effect already? I didn't use it enough. I've got to do better at that, clearly. Okay, so just keep on loading stuff into these chests. Honestly, I've got so few of these items that I feel silly even putting them in there. This is what you get for talking economics, Toy Cat. Communism killed the cat. Yeah, clearly. I shall refrain from doing that in future. So let's put my trial keys away. It's going to be a nice collection we're picking up here. 14 keys and 4 ominous ones. I think I need about... I think I need about 300 we worked out. But I'm going to wait until they hopefully fix it or clarify if they're going to fix it. What are you going to build with all the trial chamber blocks? Says Rolling Coaster B at Hershey Park. Why is that your username? I have plans. What I like to do... Okay, I'll tell you this. Roller Coaster B. I like to do these recycling projects where I destroy a structure entirely and then build it into something else. I don't think I'm doing a perfect recycling job for this one. I want to use some copper elsewhere. But the majority of this I want to use to build something fun somewhere else. I think I can say that in confidence. And so I'm looking forward to doing precisely that. So let's go into this room now. And let's make... Oh, we actually did get an ominous key from it. So that was worthwhile. We lost a totem, but we got an ominous key. That is a trade worth making, if you ask me. And also, it's still skeletons attacking me. Well, the strays. They don't even count as skeletons. The skeletons won't even count them as their own. So then we just need to get back up to there. And that is easier said than done. So let's not think about how we want to do that one. So we'll just ignore... Oh, wow, 2 ominous keys. Oh, yeah. That is what I'm talking about here, chat. That makes up for all the other terrible things. Totally makes up for it. Okay, so not really in the business of trying to kill you all. The fact that you're all here is not that relevant to me. I'm just trying to get my hands on that key. I'm just going to climb up, make a little easy break, have a little crouch because it makes me shorter. And then up the top, here we go. Okay, so this is... Oh, a vault. Yeah, I guess we're going to destroy the blocks around the vaults at some point. And then in we go. Let's just grab it. And we're out of there. So then we're going to break through this wall. And then I think we might have taken down one of these spawners since we were last here. No, we have not. We've got to finish them both. And some of the skeletons are there. Some of the spiders are there. But it's all just fine. If you rebuilt somewhere else, what block would you use as a stand-in for the spawners and the vaults? So I think you could do something really silly and really fun if you wanted to. You could build it around a mob spawner, right? You could take an old mob spawner in your world and make it look like it was a trial chamber. I think it'd be pretty cool. It's, you know, I'm just saying, if you wanted to do that, one of the ideas you could do. So, yeah, just gonna kill you. Oh, there's more spider. How did you get over here, spider? You really weren't meant to do that, just so you know. And so I'm slowly just melting the snow. Not even trying that hard. You're destroying it? Yeah, I haven't even gotten to one yet, or gotten the map due to my cartographer being killed by a zombie right after I got to level 3, says the power player. Oh yeah, I totally recommend doing it all at once to prevent that. Villagers are so fickle. Like, it's really hard to protect a villager enough. Obviously, this is too late of advice. But, oh, another key! Whoa, good luck. Heck yeah. The definition of luck and perfect. So, there looks like there's another spider around here somewhere. Let's just fire it. But there must be another one for it to be complaining about this one. So, does anyone see a spider? Anyone seen it anywhere? Over here, maybe? No. Oh, there he is. Okay, last spider. And if we get another ominous key, that'd be really, really great. Be really quite something, wouldn't it? And that's just a straight hanging out down there. No issue. Okay, so let's climb. The fact that there's no ladder really is wild to me. How are you? I guess I destroyed the ladder, actually. I think there was one. I think I'm complaining about something I might have destroyed. So I'm actually I'm gonna chill on the insults. I'm gonna say, oh yeah, that's probably a good design decision you made, actually. There's still another one required. I'm just never gonna do it. I'll just concede that. It's never gonna happen, so I don't have to worry. So now we'll come back over here, and we'll get back to destruction, although it's nighttime again. So we're not gonna get that much done. But let's tear it apart anyway. This whole area is going down, and that starts at the ceiling. Oh yeah, it's very, very messily done already. But we can work on that. We can fix it together, chat. So yeah, I watch your Minecraft videos all the time. Thank you, Rollercoaster B at Hershey Park. I hope that you are looking forward to seeing the recycling of this. It's something that I am looking forward to doing a lot. Like I'm trying not to tell myself that that's the important bit. I'm trying to tell myself that destruction is the best bit. And you know, there in some ways it is, in some ways it isn't. But yeah, one of the really cool bits about a project. I was so sure it was dark. Am I wrong about that? Am I just not getting enough light in here now? But yeah, one of the fun things about a project like this is that you get a bunch of... I'm looking forward to the rebuild phase. But it is also fun to destroy. Just, you know, there's a part of me looking forward to the next part too. But sometimes in life you need that, right? The anticipation. If I dropped you right now into the world's nicest restaurant, like a 5-star place where every dish is £500, I don't think you'd enjoy it. as much as if, you know, someone hyped you up for a week about like, oh, you hear they do this, you hear about the Michelin stars they got, you hear about the, you know, the waiter wakes up at 2 a.m. every day to memorize his lines, and you know, whatever dumb things someone might tell you. I feel like there's more excitement in the anticipation sometimes. I try to, it's a weird problem to have, to be like, oh yeah, I've got all these nice things, but I'm just not excited enough to use them. But I think that is the thing that ultimately gets very, very, very wealthy people, is ultimately no matter how much money you have, if you're not excited to spend it, if it doesn't feel like a fun treat, then it's not gonna be a fun treat. You know, like the dream of like, you know, the whole like, if you win the lottery, you think that, oh, every problem you have would be solved. But the fact that we've seen, there are so many people who win the lottery and they don't solve their problems. In fact, their problems get a lot worse. Is kind of proof that actually, yeah, no, the having a lot of money thing is a really nice goodbye to some problems, but a really big hello to some other ones. You know, and which I think the most succinct way, the thing I really think about as I try to navigate, like, what is it? If I was to, I don't think I've ever won the lottery or anything, but if I, compared to my upbringing, I have more money now. I feel like I am more comfortable than I was during the time being raised. When you win the lottery, tell no one. Yeah, that is the most important thing. If you come into a significant sum of money, don't tell anyone for a while. Like, work out a very small list of people that you think you can trust, and, you know, then whittle that down some more. A lot of people change when they think that you have money, because all of a sudden you have the answer to some of their problems. And, you know, it goes from being, it's a weird thing, but it goes from being that, oh yeah, you are a person they know, to you are a person who could solve every problem they have. But yeah, I think so one of the things I try to think about is I'm like, okay, what is actually important? And if money doesn't solve everything, it solves a lot of things, which I think everyone needs to clarify, by the way. Like, when people who say that money can't solve problems are like, you know, like, it can't solve all your problems. It can just solve a lot of them. But I think the two underlying problems that aren't solved by money or by, you know, like, the adjacent to money things, you know, like health, etc. I think it's kind of down to, like, you know, like, the broad thing you want in the world is happiness. When I was a depressed teenager, the thing that I really, like, honed in on is, like, being important to me. It's like, it would just be nice to be happy. And you feel like you can buy happiness, and there are some types you can buy. But more beyond that, even, it's like, I think the real definition in the long run, the things that are hard to replace no matter what else you have, are, I think, you know, like, being comfortable and having friends, having people who are there for you through the good or the bad. You know, like, it sounds like it's not a big deal until you have some bad. Like, having someone who is there, having people who are there, even when things are bad, very, very, very important thing. But also important, I think, is being actually healthy, is being able to enjoy the best of a thing. I think there's this light that goes out in people. Like, I know there's a bit of a dark thought here, is that, like, we like to imagine death as being a binary thing. I've imagined it my whole life as, like, you're dead or you're not. But actually, there's a whole, like, phase in between where you're going in that direction, right? Where the light's going out or whatever. And I think that if you have the energy to do things, that is a huge, huge, huge part of your life. Obviously, it's naturally going to go down, but if you can maintain that health and that energy and that ability to continue doing things that you want to do, that ability to manifest your... Also, is there a dispenser that we need to turn off? I think... it's funny, I better breeze turn this on in my last fight. Okay, just turn that off. Pretend none of that happened. I agree, friends are crucial for your well-being. Yeah, like, relationships, and I would say you could go more broad and be like, yeah, relationships. You need to have people who know and people who care. I'd be obvious if I won the lottery, as I'd always have plenty of petrol in the car, says Ruby do. One of my maybe this is the real flex. Whenever I do have a car, I I don't even think about the petrol in the car as having, like, okay, so again, hear me out here, right? Whether or not you fill up the car, oh, I just lost a few blocks of copper there. Whether or not you fill up the car, you're using petrol. So, if you think about money as being literally just physical items that you have, you know, like the money in your bank account as being your money. If you think about money that way, then your car only costs you money to fill up every time you go to the petrol station. So I try to think about it as the petrol in your car has a value. If you sold the car with a full tank of petrol, it's worth £50 more than if you don't. You know, there's dumb stuff like that, right? It's hard to extract that value, but the value is still there. And so every time you drive the car, it costs you, you know, like £5 per gallon or whatever your thing is measured in, like £1.43 a litre. You know, it costs you money every time you use fuel, and you use fuel every time you go anywhere. And so if you just think about it that way, it's like the money cost is just, you know, like it comes in big batches, it looks like. But actually it's just, you know, that costs you £1 here, £2 there, and now you've got to pay for it. It's just paying for some debt that you've accrued. To me, that makes it feel better. Maybe that makes it feel worse. It's like, oh, I'm not even paying money for right now usage, I'm paying money for yesterday's journey. But, if I was rich, I'd ask Mum how much more money it would take to stop harassing me. Would certainly make me happy. I'm really sorry to hear that, Ad and Sony, that you have family issues. That is one of those things about why relationships are important, right? A lot of people say family is important, like it's the only answer to having meaningful relationships. But the truth is like, in the same way you can have friends and family who will screw you over for money, in the same way you can have friends that can screw you over money, you can have family. They're half of friends and family. And it feels really brutal. It feels like it can't possibly be true, but sadly it is. I don't know. I've got a very, very, very minor version of this that came out of the death of my mother recently, and it's just so disheartening that some people have like no conception of like, oh yeah, that is not my money, therefore I should not have it. There's some people like, oh, the money has appeared in my account and now it is gone, and now it is my money, and I do not understand the moral obligation of giving that to the person who's, you know, there's dumb stuff like that, right? And I remember the first time, I don't know, like a friend of a friend lent someone some money and then didn't get it back, and the person then I don't know, like asked me for some money while they were doing something that was like not expensive but like wasn't free. And I was like, man, I don't understand this idea that you are so badly, you know, to me the idea of being in debt is like, this is a problem I need to solve right here, right now, as soon as humanly possible. Some people are like, nah, it's just how it is. But I think that's one of those differences, which, you know, some people would say like, nah, your version's uptight, like money comes, money goes, etc. But it's like, no, it's a literal accountable thing. It doesn't do that at all. No, we call it petrol. I would just use up the money and ask for more. I would use up the money and ask for more. Yeah. There's a story in my life about that. About I tried to have the big. I used, you know, yeah. I'm not gonna. I tried to have the big moment where I paid off a family member's debt to just like solve their problems, chat. And you know, like usually the stereotype is, you know, they solve, you know, as soon as you solve someone's money problems, they'll get into some new ones. But it was literally like a day later that after like having solved all of every single piece of you know, like credit card debt and every debt, like just like I was like, let's get a spreadsheet together, let's work it out. Like I put a lot of like emotional time into this, as well as a lot of money. And then literally they're like, oh yeah, now we've got a bunch of free credit. I just found out today, got a bunch of free credit cards, and so now we can go on a holiday to the camp. It was the most ridiculous thing. It was one of the, it was like almost like a TV show moment, right? Like, oh yeah, you've just put this huge effort in, someone's really thankful, they're finally free of debt, and then they load up on debt the next day, and you're like, oh, that was just, that wasn't anything at whatsoever there. Gordon Ramsay almost died a little while ago. It says ancient. Yeah, a lot of people are real. I've heard a lot of people sharing that one. I think it's interesting how much of an impact he clearly has on people. That's like, you know, I feel like a Gordon Ramsay death would be a big one. So even a Gordon Ramsay near death is like one of the talking points of the internet. I don't understand people who have money but won't pay debts or bills. Well, I mean, if you think about it, right? Also, wow, more see, look at this chat. I'm just rolling in the diamonds. You know, too many diamonds. So, I had a family member pass recently. He gave everything to your kids. No drama involved, unless they didn't deserve it. Oh, there was a really messy thing about, you know, I'm not gonna dive into something fun that happened, but there was a really dumb, messy thing about the way that it existed. Like, if you die with negative money, it means that whole fun thing. Anyway, so something I learned about that, by the way, just as a small aside, here's something really useful. In the UK, if you die of credit card debt, they just wipe it out. Even in most countries, I looked into a few, but in most countries, if you die of credit card debt, your estate has to pay the credit card back. Like, you know, like, if you think about it, right, like, if you die with £5,000 and £5,000 in debt, you didn't die with any money. But in the UK, you die with £5,000. You get to keep that money. Your estate gets to keep that money. Yeah, but there was no money. It's just to clarify, if you're curious, if this is about a recent situation with me, there was no money involved with it. There was something else that happened where there was a important situation that was meant to be dealt with that had money attached to it that was maybe not dealt with. Yeah, I might need to go check it out. He follows me on Twitter. Oh, you got Gordon Ramsay. Wow, that's important. If I have a month to live, I'm getting some credit cards. Oh yeah, so that genuinely, one of the takeaways from that is everyone, even if you really don't agree with credit cards, get a credit card and then like cut the card up and then like lock your account down and all that stuff. Because getting a new line of credit is hard, but reactivating an existing line of credit isn't impossible. So if you, I have a, it's also really good for your credit score to have credit cards, even if you're not technically using them. So I have a credit card from 2011, chat. If you're curious, it used to be like an airline co-branded card, but they lost the rights to use the airline's co-branding. And so I tried to cancel the card, but it just took too much effort, so I didn't. Because it used to have a very tiny annual fee. They removed the annual fee when they removed the airline co-branding. It's a card you can't sign up for, so it's like this rare, unique, weird thing that I have. But I just cut the card up. I made the account as hard to get into as possible, lower, and now I have access to a credit card. If I'm ever about to die, I can just spend on it, and it literally is an infinite money glitch, unlike the internet. So one of the reasons credit cards are so expensive, you know, sorry to be the responsible adult in the room, is because the reason that, if you've ever looked at credit card interest, you know, the prevailing interest rates in the country are about 4 to 5%. If you look at the rate on a mortgage, it's like 5 to 6%. The bank makes about 1%. They make a bit more than 1% because they get their money in a different way. But the point here is to say there's about a 1% gap between that rate, you know, the prevailing interest rates, and what a bank charges you on a mortgage. There's maybe like 2 or 3% on a car, because a car is riskier than a house. You can repossess a house easier than you can repossess a car, at least in terms of getting the money back from it. You can repossess a car easier, I assume, but it's not going to be worth very much. But anyway, the point here is to say that the interesting difference there is that credit card debt is like triple the prevailing interest rates. Because you don't just have to pay back your money, you have to pay back the money of everyone who goes bankrupt. Credit card debt goes with you when you die. Bankrupt as well as dying, as well as people who just decide not to pay. This is the craziest thing. This will blow your mind. You can just not pay off debt. You can just, it is a trust point in our society that you don't take out debt you have no intention to repay. They can make your life very tricky for you if you have the money to repay it and just choose not to. But if you genuinely don't have the money to repay debt, it's very hard for them to do much about it. You know, all the things that you figure they could do are basically illegal, so they rely on the implicit making you want to do the right thing. And what's crazy is that works. For a lot of people, they do the right thing. But for a lot of people, it doesn't. A lot of people here, haha, they think they think I'm going to do the right thing. Well, they're idiots then. And so, yeah, as a result of that, basically, credit card debt is very, very, very expensive for everyone else. And so there's a little bit of positive and negative. If you put channeling on a mace, you would just hit yourself. Yeah. It's such a funny idea, putting channeling on a mace. Oh god, this was a bad idea. They can turn it over to a collection agency. It says roller coaster beat. Yeah, so then what does a collection agency do when they have it? They try to collect from you. But it's like what's the phrase? You can't get blood from a stone. If you have no money to give, if all of your outgoings are already accounted for on things that they're not allowed to take from. They can't make you homeless, for example. They can't, like, you, it is a very, very, very interesting system, is I guess my point. And for good reasons, like, it feels inhumane to take someone's roof over from their head, but it means that if you are using the system in a little bit of a less than desired way, then free money glitch. Infinite money glitch. If you just feel like, that. And so that's why there are checks before you apply for a card. They're still very minor though. The idea is that if you borrow, oh, I'm getting a lot of buzzes. I hope it's not the weather again. Be so mad if it's just the weather again. Okay, who is it? It is, I got a spam email. So it was an important email from a makeship. We're working on something together. Followed by a spam email. It said, your bank has been misused. Click here to find more. Oh no, my bank has been misused. I better find that one out. This isn't financial advice. Because I'm not a credit broker, I'm allowed to say this is financial advice, and it's up to you to know that. No way. Yeah, let me give you financial advice, everyone. Okay, get into all the debt you can, and no, yeah, it's up. Here's the thing, though. I think most people, the whole like, oh yeah, you'll feel bad if you don't do it. Even people who think that doesn't apply to them, it does. It's like, even if you think that killing someone wouldn't make you feel bad, I bet you'd feel terrible. There's a reason most people don't kill people. And it's not the lack of weapons or whatever. Yeah, I think most people would feel. Oh, okay, we finally gotta take down these skeletons now. Go crazy. Oh yeah, click at makeshift flush. Yeah, it's something fun. It's been a really long time, and a lot of people have been asking me like, when are we gonna do it? So I've been putting the leg work. You know, I've been putting in the leg room. Hopefully you appreciate the leg room. It's definitely happening. Yeah, I'm excited about it. Hopefully other people are too. If they're not, then you know, my whole existence is worthless. So speaking of that, I think someone's trying to use you for an infinite money glitch, says Chillisbean13. Have you ever heard the logic that scams are so bad on purpose because they're trying to catch people who aren't like savvy enough to catch that it's a scam? Like if you send a normal scam email, people, you know, like people will find out it's a scam real fast. So you deliberately harvest people who are like emotionally vulnerable or whatever. I've heard that logic so often, but it just doesn't sound to me very plausible. Like surely a good scam would work on an idiot as much as a, you know, I don't know. Maybe there is some truth to it, and I've not heard the best logic for it. Oh my gosh, thank you. I used Realms to transfer my world, and it worked. Hey, happy for you. Congratulations. You are now more Minecraft than you were recently. So I'm going to destroy the entirety of the floor of this room now. I think it's a good next... No, we'll destroy the floor up there first, and then we'll like, carry it down here. And then, yeah, this whole room is coming down too. I've heard that yet. No clue if it's true. I'm such a cynic by nature. If you tell me basically anything, I just don't instinctively believe it. Like one of the reasons why is so much knowledge doesn't spread from person to person because it's true. It spreads from person to person because it feels true. And that sounds like the same thing, but it's such a big difference and so like the number of times I've shared like, you know, I've heard something that's fake, and then maybe if I've shared it with someone else, I'm like, I am part of the misinformation. It is my duty not to be like this. And so I try very hard to, like, when I hear something that sounds like there's no reason it wouldn't be true, I'm like, but what are the reasons it wouldn't be true? So, speaking of infinite money glitches, should we use the term infinite food glitch to get the younger generations into agriculture, says Bearded Man. You know, it is crazy when you think about how if you have one piece of most vegetables, you can get as many of those vegetables as you like forever. If you just have if you have a single McDonald's burger, what can you even do with that? You can eat it, or you can, you know, the whole you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have your McDonald's burger and eat it too. It's a one or the other situation with that. So now let's throw these in there. I've got a lot of lingering potions of poison ready to use. Yeah, I think, what's the goal after destroying the chamber, says Ko Tao Kyle. I have a fun reconstruction project. This is a recycling project. So I'm taking the entire structure and destroying it, but it will be turning into something else too. So that's where it's going into. If it comes with tomato slices, maybe you can get some tomatoes. You know what? That's actually true. Yeah. I would love... That seems like a fun project video, right? Like, take a McDonald's burger and see what you can grow from it. Can lettuce regrow into other lettuces? Onions definitely can't because they're going to be processed. But the tomato is usually... It's going to have seeds at the very least. No IBX Toycat. I don't want Woodland Mansion 2.0. Yeah, so because of the Woodland Mansion 2.0 was me going a little bit too far. Also, good reference. You have been around for a while, I wrote it. Good to see you here after all of these years. Yeah, it's a very old reference right there. So yeah, with that said, let's now... Oh no, that was the one block I couldn't destroy. Put that back, and then we can destroy this whole layer over here. Anything we can, right up to the points where we can't is where I want to go. So we'll destroy this too, and oh no, don't destroy this. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with this water sooner rather than later. But I'm gonna make that future me's problem, and you better believe I already have. Okay, so this is a problem too. Patch that right up. And here we go. Yeah, more or less good. We've destroyed as much of this as we feasibly can. And now we just have to pick up all the garbage on the ground. And yeah, we got a whole nother section removed. I'm gonna have to be very, very, very... I'll start destroying this from the top down from where I can. So, back this block here. This is what I can destroy from everything. I'll make a big line in it to make that really clear. Anything to the left of here counts as this chamber, and so it's fair game to destroy. Anything to the right of here, I guess now, is this chamber to destroy. That part is something else I'm gonna have to keep for a little bit till I come up with a better solution. Sounds good to me. So, destruction time. Let's go. I'm definitely destroying far too much of the wall by accident here, but it's fine. You know, I'm saying it's fine, that's how you know it's fine. And here we go, we're good. Woodland Chambers, says Dasher. Honestly, that is a pretty cool idea too, right? What if I take the what if instead of doing a traditional recycling project where I put it all into one build, what if I take it all across the Minecraft world and put it into weird different builds? So what if I made a trial chamber inside my Woodland Mansion and around a spawner and put one around the end like I was originally planning to do? Chat, I think I might be onto a winner right there. I think that's such a good idea that nothing could possibly be bad about it. Okay, so all the way into this corner. We've got the ceiling down, and so we're good to go. Something I was curious about is how long has chat been watching Toycat? Chat, what was the first Let's Play episode you watched? Mine was the Paranoia House. Oh, the Paranoia House. I can't believe that was someone's first Let's Play episode. In my mind, the vast majority of my videos, like, no one ever finds. I feel like almost everyone finds the channel because of some news video or some all features video. You know, there's a few videos a year that really do outsized impacts for that sort of stuff. Found you like a month ago, but you chill, says Swagmoth. You gotta measure by Let's Play episode. The last video I remember was the giant sandstone car. Oh, the giant man, that was beautiful. That is the best thing that anyone has ever made. If anyone tells you otherwise, they are misguided. Best Minecraft build ever. So yeah, I'm gonna go back and look at this now, just from this little corner over here. And we're gonna see that, yeah, it's looking really messy, the destruction. I think that'll help once we get further into there. But right now it looks like it's kind of just torn apart semi-randomly. And that's not entirely because it was torn apart semi-randomly. It's only partially the reason to blame. So buttons and that, and now we're running out of blocks that can go in here, but it's a-okay for now. Put these in there and these in there. Look at all the wax blocks of copper. You're gonna build up before we know it. And so let's get into it. I typically watch streams, not videos, but I've been watching semi-regularly since 2020, says Daft Ricos. So if you watch the streams and not the videos, that is an interesting demographic that makes you. Statistically, there's a fun thing where I just checked this today because I wanted to see. I'd say I wanted to see, like, in the last few days what % of my views have been shorts versus longs, and at the same time YouTube tells you shorts versus, you know, videos versus live streams. And so just out of curiosity, I was like, okay, so how many? I was, you know, just for curiosity, I wanted to know, like, how many people watch my live streams, new versus returning viewers is the stat they give you. So they tell you how many people this is their first, you know, thing on your channel, and how many people this is, you know, they're coming back to watch it because they liked something they saw in the past. And so for YouTube live streams, it's overwhelmingly people who already watch the videos, who watch the streams, whereas YouTube Shorts are obviously the reverse. About a surprising number of people watch YouTube Shorts who already watch the YouTube channel. That's kind of not how I expected it to be. Like, in my mind, like, why would you? But it's a demographic of people. And so, oh, give me a key, please. Yeah, perfect. Now I've just got to not die to the big chain of skeletons coming my way. Pick up the get this pickaxe maybe all the way to max. Yeah, I'm very data driven as a person. I'm very aware of the errors that come when you make decisions based on emotions. Like, emotions are not just a bad way to make decisions, but they're not even if you were deliberately trying to make emotional decisions, you wouldn't do a very good job because emotions change so much. They're like very, very unstable, I find. It's like the whole point about emotions is they change. If you feel one emotion for an extended period of time, that is a bad sign. Pro tip, sorry if anyone's hearing that and they're like, huh, that's something I should think about. But, okay, I've got some bread. I've got a lot of accidental stuff. I'm just going to drop it on the floor here. I don't need this cobbled deep slate. I don't need this rotten flesh or this arrow of slowness. Let's get back to the destruction I enjoy. My primary emotion is badass. As a subscriber, I'll click on a short if you post one. I also haven't had a house fire, so there's that. I still have the email, but I'm at a loss what to do, other than never read by comics. Warn others of soy allergies, of course, says Rose Pentacle. You got a soy allergy from a comic? What the? I don't know what I just missed there. You said earlier in the stream, though, Rose, that you felt like you were depressed, you hadn't showered in a week. I feel like it's a very common thing to hear, like, oh yeah, like, doing basic upkeep is hard when I'm depressed. I don't feel it on that level, but I definitely have, like, multiple days a week where I'm like, it'd just be easier not to shower. I don't even know if it's like it's definitely not a, it's not a thing that comes from a place of like, oh yeah, I just don't think it's worthwhile. But it's like, this is such a huge cost for such a, you know, like, being cold after a shower just sucks so bad. It isn't a fun feeling, and it takes 10 minutes out of your life, and then you have to go, you know, find clothes. It's like a whole section of your day that you just give up every day mindlessly without question. And that's like my kind of like thing that I come out with it. On the flip side, if you feel no emotions, see a shrink. Yeah, in my mind, you should see emotions, but then try to counteract them. If you're making emotions based on those decisions rather than based on the facts that are in front of you, that is a bad sign. That is something worth trying to avoid, at least. Who's to say if you're ever going to be successful at it? So, next up, we're going to probably tear apart these platforms, I guess. Yeah, they're kind of just hanging out up there. They need a good tearing down. Marvel uses soil, and I'd be about it. Soiling is a blessing because it takes so long to dry. Oh, interesting. I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, I think one of the most common problems is like the lack of. I think, you know, like there's a lot of people on the internet who use a lot of words to describe what are in theory a lot of different things, like you know, depression, anxiety, and you know, or you know, even having like an undiagnosed condition of this type or that type. And a lot of people share this feeling that everything is wrong with the world, but it's not wrong anymore because now they realize it's the world's the wrong. You know, it's not that the world was wrong or that I was wrong. There was just this thing I didn't realize about myself. And I think that's really helpful if you can find a moment like that. But I think what they all ultimately kind of preach, it's like what people used to get from, you know, like certain religions or community things, of like, it's really just nice to know that you're not alone, and it's nice to feel like you are the one who is, it's nice to feel like you have agency in the world. I think one of the things we all share if we play video games here is enjoying feeling agency, is enjoying feeling like our decisions matter. And if there's anyone who's watching this who's, I know, identified with any of that, I think it's one of the hardest things to do, but one of the easiest ways to get that back is genuinely like setting yourself a schedule and trying to get yourself to stick to it. If the schedule is too hard, if you find yourself not sticking to your schedule, then try changing the schedule to a more realistic one and working your way up. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, well, I'm not going to bother with a schedule if it's not perfect. And it's like, well, sounds like you've got a problem with perfectionism, which is a problem. You know, like if you'd rather do something perfect or not at all, and you end up doing it not at all more than doing it perfect, that's a problem. If you end up doing it not at all, really very much at all, that's it's a very big problem, I would say. Yeah, depression's that way for me. Sometimes it's like I can do homework or self-care, and some days I can do neither, says Rhino. I'm really sorry to hear that. I think that's exactly why I think it's important to be like, rather than having some days where you do self-care and you feel like you're neglecting, you know, work you're meant to be doing at home, and rather than having days where you feel like you're doing, you know, all the work stuff right, but you just don't feel like you're looking after yourself. That's why I think it's important to try and like rigidly work out like, okay, if I did half the amount of this day, and if you try to fit it into a schedule, it all feels much more doable. And knowing that you were the one who made that schedule gives you a lot of control and a lot of feeling of like you are the one who you are actually getting it done. And on a day where you miss something, if you're just like, okay, here's how I do it better in the future, feeling like everything just happens to you rather than because of you is like a terrifying feeling. And there's like so many like simple things you can do to fix that. Or not fix it. There's simple things you can do to abate it, which is what I'm vaguely recommending here. So I'm going to fill this with the weird blocks. I'm going to take the chisel tuff from this and all the chisel tuff from this, and we're going to load it into here just so we can have these lining up in specific blocks. We'd also like probably separate the chisel tuff from the other tuff. We're going to need to do it at some point, I guess, so maybe we should. But yeah, video games, I feel like are meant to be an escape from real life. Yeah, I agree with that. That's a lot of people don't appreciate that. Again, I feel like I try not to use the word privilege very much because people use it for so many dumb things. But like, it is a real privilege to be at the point where you don't realize that problems in the world are problems in the world. Where you can be like, oh no, I think the video game should represent my real world exactly one-to-one because I love my real life so much that when I go to relax from the real world, I want my video games to be perfect representations of it. And it's like, wow, that's really nice that your life is so wonderful that you can't even fathom the idea of a video game that doesn't perfectly replicate it. But that's not the experience for everyone. That's exactly how I deal with it. Small goals for every day, even if I do 2 chores or a self-care action day. Yeah, it sounds like you got a really good grip on it. I'm happy for you, Raina Mafini. I hope that even on the days where it feels bad, you think about the fact that you are making some steps towards it. What about making the Let's Play house using trial chamber blocks, says Usta Yusuf? Wow, that's a cool idea. I wish someone had come up with this and had been able to do this in maybe in a playthrough of Minecraft where they used where they got where they deliberately used all of the features besides the paintings. Don't question the paintings. Yeah, that'd be really cool. PlayStation, your replacement for drugs since 1994. Funny way to describe it, but yeah, not entirely untrue. So I'm gonna now mine this bit because there are some chiseled. There's some chiseled stone slabs in here somewhere. Not chiseled, just regular tough slabs that we're gonna pick up deliberately right now. I don't want to pick up these blocks, but I think I accidentally have. Should we destroy all of the vaults at the same time, or all the blocks around them? Yeah, I think we should. Let's do it. So we'll deliberately destroy all the weird blocks that are only found around the ominous vaults and the vaults themselves. And so yeah, we've got a very beautiful thing. So thank you, Toycat, for the love. It feels good to have strangers care. Yeah, it really does. I say this a lot, but there is two sides of a parasocial relationship. I hope that if you're all not familiar right now, it's like one of the brutal things that I think is important for any streamer to say is be like, yeah, I'm not your friend. Sadly, it doesn't work that way. If you think you know me perfectly, if you think you know everything there is to know about me, you statistically are wrong. That's just the way it is. Sorry about that. Not very nice, but it doesn't make it not true. So yeah, it's the important. So I'm gonna load all of these into this block. You don't know everything there is. You don't know me. You don't know all that stuff. It's a really important thing to know that. And it's really easy to just brush over it and be like, oh no, yeah, but I know you so well. You're the exception. But what it is, it's a parasocial relationship. You have more of an interaction with me here because you are with me here. It is a very one-way interaction. You know more about me than I know about you. That's what breaks it away from a friendship. It's the reason you need a friendship. It's someone who can track you and see what's going on. You could be making up what's happened in the last year of your life, and I feel like I'd only get it in some cases. I feel like if Dasher one day tries to be like, oh yeah, I've always been from Belarus. What do you mean? I'd be like, I'm like pretty sure. What do you guys reckon, chat? If you tried to, if Ada and Sony was not in fact the previous chatter, Aubrey, I believe, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that name, but if she wasn't that person, if she just realized, you know, this regular from a while ago stopped being around, I could just take their identity. Could be entirely made up. It could be that it could be that Ricky Nelson is not actually called Ricky Nelson. He says his username is Wolfgamer949. Are you really even a wolf? But anyway, sorry. My point with all of that is just to say that it is parasocial. I try to remind people a lot. But also, parasocial relationships aren't non-relationships. They're not. It's not that there is no value to them. You just need to know what it is. And so it kind of works both ways. And this is like, I am glad that we have a big community of people who, you know, enjoyed similar things and whatnot. But at the same time, I need to be familiar with the fact that, like, yeah, there is if people feel like they know me, they see a certain side of me, I see a certain side of them, right? There is very much a boundary to it. Yes, I'm Aubrey. I have proof. My social security is 986 hyphen. Okay, we found it. Okay, it's definitely the same person. I love that Dr. House post, essentially since I'm on my ninth rewatch of House. Yeah, I really liked House. I don't think I could rewatch it. It's one of those shows I thought was so good, but if I think about rewatching, I'm like, I'm gonna get to that dumb season where he thinks he's dead, but he's not actually, and I'm gonna say to myself, why am I taking hours out of my day for this? It's a good show. I really like it. It's a good, like, I guess it'd be a good background watch show, really, more than anything else. Maybe while I'm working on a Minecraft build. You know, chat, how about we pause how about I stop talking for a little bit and we all watch some House together? Okay, let's go do it. Let's find it. Okay, maybe can I blow? This only, you know, I'll finish that sentence there. But this blew my mind when I discovered this, chat. So tell me, someone has to be impressed by this. You know how the show is called House, and it's a medical, like he's a medical genius. He's really good at like solving the medical mysteries, right? So he's called Gregory House, right? And you know what? Isn't that interesting? What's his assistant called, chat? What's his you know, he's played by he's got a name. What's the guy's name? I genuinely don't remember it. I like how delightfully non-committal parasocial relationships are. No pressure, just enjoying what the other gives. Yeah, it's something that is, I think people are really great. Chase, Cameron. No, it's Wilson. Yeah, Wilson. I can't believe it took me that long to remember Wilson. So he's Dr. House, and his assistant is Wilson. Oh, sounds a lot like that one. You know that one famous detective? You know, Dr. Holmes with Watson. I don't know how I didn't see that. The whole show is called House, and I did not realize that it was anyway, you know, I didn't realize that it was a Sherlock Holmes thing. Even, you know, the guy's British even. There's so much that should have given it away, but I didn't pick any of it up. And I'd like to share that with you all now, so I feel less silly about it.
Parasocial cat tax.
Thank you, Mischievous. Wow, you know, actually, the parasocial relationship is just everyone else. Me and you, though, definitely something special here. Let me tell you. No, I appreciate that, Mischievous. I always do appreciate people who understand it, too. Because it'd be scary if someone's response was like, no, but we are definitely friends. This is definitely, you know, like that. That is a terrifying end off the things. Is that a Sherlock Holmes thing? Wow, I didn't know that either, says Amanda Ree. Thank you, exactly. I know, right? House the Doctor is an addiction to a certain drug, right? Yeah, that too, Clary Frey. He's addicted to, is it meth or is it, it's like opioid in the books, and he's addicted to the modern day equivalent, like Vicodin, I want to say it is in the show. They smash you over the head with how much it's a Sherlock Holmes allegory, and I got none of it. I got absolutely none of it. Also, the Pizza Boxer says I'm being forced to watch this stream against my will. Oh, that sounds fun. Who's forcing you? I need to hit your kidnapper up. Clearly they are doing a good thing for the thing. It's never lupus. I know someone who I don't know for sure. Like, I don't know their history, but I know someone who they say they have lupus. And apparently, it's like a alarmingly rare disease that exists. It's really interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna pick up all this stuff, and I'm gonna jump over to that, and it's gonna be great. Nice. So, what's up, IBX from Southeast Kansas? Hey, Southeast Kansas, represent. My favorite story from Kansas is one time I was just there. I was just casually, there was a restaurant that was doing a free taco day. So I made it my priority while I was in Kansas to go to this free taco restaurant, right? And then when I get there, the manager's like, wait, is this, you know, like, it was a whole thing. It was the most fun and bizarre moment for me. That the guy was like confused why I was there, and I was confused why he was there. He's like, what are you doing in central Kansas? What do you do? I don't know if it is the center, but he's like, what are you doing in blah, 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 Wichita, Kansas is how he said it. What are you doing out here? There's no people that come from our state over to here. Is there a Minecraft fair in the area? He didn't sound like that at all. He sounded very normal. But I thought it was really fun. I really enjoy bizarre coincidences. Also, I like that these enemies are going to fall from the sky, but they're going to hurt on the way down there. So it's actually going to benefit me a lot. We could probably set up like a big full trap underneath these guys if we wanted to. Hey, reading my comment while I'm at work. You're so awesome, bro. I'm only a couple of hours from Wichita, says Caden. Hey, you know what? We've been in the same city. We might have been at the same taco place. It was good tacos. It was like there's this type of food that Americans like. I know they make fun of it. They're like, it's white people Mexican food. I love white people Mexican food. It's like I'm not interested in where the dish originally came from. I'm interested in having a good time. I love when you take tacos and you're like, what if we just put random stuff in there? What if we made a cheeseburger taco? And it's like, yes, someone is reading my mind here. The taco is the form factor. We can turn it into anything if we're brave enough. And so yeah, I had a real good time of it. Being from one state north of Kansas, I really appreciate the accent you gave them. Oh, this is the accent that everyone has in Wichita, Kansas. Tex-Mex American. Yeah, I love Tex-Mex American. I feel like when you take any cuisine and add any other influence to it, you know, like the reason that, you know, a lot of people like really don't like the idea of like, oh, it's just Americanized version of so and so. But actually, like, for something to succeed in another country outside of its traditional roots, it has to take the best bits of that and combine it with the best bits of the new area. Like, I know, it's like, how do you breed, like, how do you breed dogs, chat? Do you take two dogs that look exactly the same? Maybe they're from the same parents even, and you just keep breeding them over and over again? No, that's how you get weird, broken dogs that look sad and look like they want you to put them out of their misery. The way that you breed like a good animal is you get diverse genes in the pool, and and the same as food for truth. The same as true for food. You know, the same as food for truth. You mix two foods from different continents with two different sets of histories, of two different sets of everything in there. You get some great food in the end. They're called pugs. Oh man, there's a lot of YouTubers who are really, really happy with their pugs, and I don't want to criticize those YouTubers or anything. But it's a dog that wants you to kill it. It's a dog that is begging you to put it out of its misery. And I don't know. You know, okay, my hot take. This is, you know, I know, like I like animals a lot, right? I'm a fan of animals. One of the craziest things that is so commonly accepted is like, yeah, you pick the really inbred animal, and that's the cute one that will get you some likes. But also, it's like, why do we get to pick animals that way? Like, can't we? I know there's this like there's this big thing of like, we have far too many animals, and we specifically produce new ones because they're cuter than the animals that are otherwise going to die. And something about that like really disheartens me. You know, at the same time, it's not like I'm adopting any animals from a shelter. If my choice was between not going to one, also, ooh, huh. I got some broken bones. A lot of items seem to break while doing this. So I have a list of also Robin Brooks. So we've reached the point in the stream where Hungry Toy Cat needs to order some food delivered. Yeah. So here's the funny thing. I am kind of hungry. I had like a small get things done dinner. I don't know if I was going for a small get things done dinner. In retrospect, I'm glad I got one. Chat, what should we order? How long can we talk about food before I end up having to order some? So, chat, let's make a collective poll. You know how people like to be like, I wouldn't be here without my fans. So, you know, I would not be here without my fans. So you get to decide what I eat. Let's do a collective round in the chat. Also, RXB Wi-Fi, relatively new here, and I'm enjoying these streams so much. Awesome, Ruby5, welcome to the live stream. How's it going? Hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing at least great. You know, it's very, very disingenuous for me to pretend that your emotional state is required for my... But no, it's good to see you, Ruby. Glad you're enjoying it. So Eat Fish says NVFC DMN. I found a new place that serves lobster rolls today. I got really excited about the idea of going. Okay, so this one is not full. We'll take out the polished tuff from it. Put in all of the tuff bricks. Then we'll put the polished tuff in the correct one of these. There we go. Yeah, we are ending up with a lot of this stuff. So fish and chips like a proper British lad. Oh yeah, proper British lad. Live in Barrett home. Go once a week to... I don't know. It's been too long since I've followed the memes about it. Play footy with me friends after work. You can torture me, Toy Cat, by eating wings because I'm hungry for wings. You know, you're hungry... I've never been hungry for wings. I've got this Pizza Hut mild buffalo bonus wings. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Change my mind. I'm gonna be hungry for some... I feel like I don't like the bone part of wings, and I feel like boneless wings are so often bad that I've just resigned myself to not enjoying them anymore. Like, when you get good boneless wings and it's, like, saucy and it's great, it's wonderful. But also, these are really broken bones. I feel like too many places just phone it in with the wings. Only if it's boneless wings, says Raina Matheny. Thank you, Raina. I totally agree, by the way. I don't know who's like, yeah, my favorite part of the food is the non-edible bit. But there are so many people. The one thing I will concede I don't like to concede this, but I'll admit, like, the bone apparently stores flavor, or like, there's something like that. But the biggest benefit of the bone is then you take it off the bone later. So why don't we just skip that step? Why don't you can cook it on the bone if you want to. When it gets to me, there should not be any bones attached. I don't like reminders that my food was once alive. I think some people do, apparently. That's cool. You're allowed to do me. You just don't have to assume that I want that too. Boneless wings are just small tenders. Yeah, a lot of people are very militant about being anti-boneless wings. But it's like, so what? I like small tenders with sauce. That would be great. The bones have a lot of flavors. They also hold structures when you're eating. I've never had a concern with food holding structure before, though, right? Like, have you ever heard someone be like, man, you know how you could really improve a banana? Is if there was like a bit of structure in there you could hold while you're eating. There's just no bone banana. I wish scientists could get their fingers out of their butts and just finally. You mentioned a poll, but gave no parameters. Oh yeah, it's not a poll. It's gonna be we're doing an emotional poll. Chat, is anyone being boneless wings? What should we eat if not boneless wings? You gotta top that. I'd love a pile of boneless wings right now. I don't know how many I'm gonna have to order. It's that thing we mentioned before of like, there is a bit of a problem with like some foods where you know you can't order it and hit the delivery minimum, so you have to order either too much or you order a lot of weird stuff that goes with it. It's the problem with kebabs. Like, no one's paying £15 for a kebab. But if you don't pay £15 for a kebab, you get a whole problem. Wagamama says Cat Beanie. Oh, I do like Wagamama. I feel like I had an emotional poll. Do you like our emotional poll, chat? I hope you like our emotional poll. I think the boneless wing breading is too thick a crunch. Yeah, so there's two types of boneless wings. One where they really do go for like tender-like, and one where they're trying to make it into something. You're right, I can picture that too thick wing breading. I like that personally. It's weird for me to like it. I'll concede. Don't keep knocking me down. I just wanna come up there. If that's okay, just don't knock me anymore. Just not anymore. No, don't do it. I don't want you to hurt me like this. Okay, so we're gonna tear apart the rest of these. Get some more trial keys. It's gonna be another one that spawns. Oh no, there's not. That's my last guy. Let's go get him. Okay, he'll die. He'll die from the fire. I don't need to worry about everything else. So then that means there's one more down there because I haven't killed the entire batch yet. So let's destroy all of this. Pick it all up nice and good. And then let's probably also destroy the last of these chains. If we get the chains out there, then we're good for another while. And if we destroy the chains, we can destroy the blocks above the chains. Then we destroy the blocks above the chains. Then we'll have almost finished this room. There's an old song called We Like Bananas Because They Got No Bones or something. A good burger, perhaps, says Dasher. Oh, yeah. I had my first... Okay. Almost my whole life, I've been hearing people complain about food that doesn't deliver well. And it's been like, there's no big deal. But then I finally had a burger that just was so bad by the time it got to me. It was like, why did I even order this? This is worse than something that I could eat. If I ate out my freezer cold, it would be about the same. Like, it was terrible. And so now I've got this caution of like, oh, I'm rolling the dice if I order a burger. What if the burger gets to me and it's just not good? The fries were terrible too. Like, again, everyone always complains about getting fries delivered, and it's never been an issue for me. But the fries took an hour to get here. Can I say this? I'm trying to work out if it'll dox me. I live near a gourmet burger kitchen, but instead of doing it from the one that is next to me, it did it from one on the other side of London. I don't like that. They literally wouldn't do it from the one next to me. It was only an option from the one on the other side of London. They sent someone an hour away to collect food that they could have got, you know, right there. And then by the time it got to me, it was bad. And I was like, but like 3 of us were eating too. It was like a lot of burgers. I was like, why have we done this to ourselves? You've spent a lot of extra time delivering this food, so it could be worse for me. You know what? It's worse for the driver. It was worse for me. I hope it was better for the restaurant, but I can't imagine it was. I'm sure there are orders that restaurant could have done instead. Pizza, you can never go wrong with pizza. Cookies are a healthy meal. Okay, sell me on how cookies are healthy, Amanda Reed. I feel like the opposite is true. We live in a We live in a cookie-phobic society that's trying to tell you all the time, like, no, cookies are bad for you, and here's why. Here's 12 reasons why you shouldn't eat cookies for every meal of the day. So I'd love to hear about my internalized cookie phobia, and how I can better react to it in the world. It's official. Members can watch Gamer Boy Bathwater Part 3 of Doritos, says Wiser Pluto. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the end video. We're really, really busy with editing right now, like for 1.21 stuff. Hopefully including today's video. But after that, yeah, there's something going on. Carbs and proteins. Who doesn't love carbs and who doesn't love proteins? Mix them together? How great. Get a cookie pizza. Oh yeah, cookie pizza would be good. I think sugar can be good for you if you're not getting much of it. Yeah, sugar lifts your mood so much if you haven't had it in a while. Like, people quit sugar, and I'm always tempted to join, but I know that, like, if I quit it for a bit, it'd be so good for me to go back, and then I'm like, what if I just skip the quitting bit? What if I just go straight back to sugar? And so that's what I end up doing instead. It's just not very productive. It's just not very productive at all. Cookies are wonderful. The slander is all propaganda from Big Broccoli. Yeah, you've got to think, like, vegetables need to have a serious marketing department. Like, farmers aren't ever going to make any money. Like, farmers sit there all day with this land that they're trying to turn into money. And, like, you know, they're trying as hard as they can to be like, look, it's really healthy to eat broccoli. It has vitamins in, we guess. Because they know that if people didn't think it was healthy, no one would be choosing broccoli. No one's like, oh, yeah, I just love the flavor. Yeah, you offer me cookie or broccoli, I'm going for the cookies every time. It's no one. There's no one. Pizza Hut mild buffalo boneless wings, you have to try. I don't think they have Pizza Hut mild boneless buffalo wings here. I feel like that series of words is unfamiliar with me. I think I might be able to. I think I could probably walk to a Pizza Hut. So I should look into what's going on with that. Okay, so put the dispenser away. Put the key away. We should probably start storing those somewhere. For now, though, we've just got some chisel to put away and some of this to put away. All of the blocks go in there. And we've now got a spare extra stack of things. And we'll have a spare extra stack of everything else too soon, it seems. So let's start moving some of these blocks out so we can make room for these. Yeah, wax blocks of copper. Going crazy out here. Sometimes I feel like a vegetable hit. Yeah, I think I deprive my body of vegetables to the point where it's like, we will die if you don't put vegetables in us. I don't feel good eating them, but I'm like, okay, we got that done. That was important. You get me? It's like a, I don't know. So, sometimes I'm convinced there are lots of things humans need to do that literally are just based on, yeah, we cause pain to make the good happen later. If like it's human conditioning to believe that if something is painful, it must have some benefit. So why would you be going through the pain? And so I think the same thing is kind of true for food. It's like, oh yeah, there's no way you can have a vegetable that tastes this bad if it's not incredible for you. People just wouldn't be doing it. Like the whole avocado is a superfood. I think avocado actually tastes pretty good. Like it's got some fattiness to it. Like it can work with other stuff. But some people go crazy for avocado because they're like, oh yeah, it's got like omega vitamin tray in it, you know? I love broccoli, says Cat Beanie. The only vegetable I love is like maybe asparagus. And even then I can eat like a half pack of asparagus and then I'm like, that was enough asparagus for the next 3 days. If you quit sugar except for fruit, then your body will, and taste buds after a week will start to crave fruit instead of sweets, says Ancient. You know, that does sound like a big benefit. I think that like one of the curses of the modern world is how many things there are that are made of sugar that you will eat to the point of unhealthiness. But if you ever do have a bowl of fruit in front of you, you won't ever like gorge yourself on the fruit. You eat like enough to feel good and then you stop. Whereas if I have like if I have a tub of ice cream, I'll be like, I'll eat half this tub of ice cream. And I'm like, I'm feeling a little overfull right now. And then I'll just eat the other half. It's no good reason for it. I don't want to do it. But my body's just like, this next scoop would taste so good too. So would this next one. I guess it's like an addiction, basically. I have an addictive relationship with ice cream. And who doesn't, right? Who doesn't? Okay, so now that we've cleared this out a substantial amount from there, the next question is, what do we do from here? I've got too many tough bricks and not enough spaces for them, so I either have to go get some chests, sounds like a pain, or I can start focusing on the rest of the areas of destruction, which sounds a lot more fun to me. You have to watch out with sugar, says Mardy Moose. Why do you have to watch out with sugar? What are the downsides of sugar? You can't imagine a single one. Therefore, there can't be any. Strawberry banana smoothie. Oh, no, that doesn't taste good to me. I'm hearing that, and I'm hearing... nah, I'll skip on that one. You have all the strawberry banana smoothies. It's okay. I'll let you have it. I guess we're going to make this chest into lots of different things. And then we're going to put some polished ones away. We're getting very close to a full chest of all of that. But yeah, there's just so many tough bricks that make this structure up, chat. There's so many of them. We'll have to take this out so we can fit that in. Are there any more polished bricks just hanging in there? I don't think so. I think we really have organized it quite nicely. Okay, so now I have to be very, very careful about what I break, because eventually I'm going to overwhelm myself with tough bricks. At this point, I could solve this right now. But how about future me has something to say about that? Let's go do a brief ominous run, chat. We're already in here anyway. But I've got Bad Omen 2, so I'm going to go kill a few Bad Omens from other structures. And while I'm in those other structures, I'm going to grab some of their chests and take them back here. Okay, does that sound good? I hope it sounds good, because we're doing it. So I'll do a little bit of mining, and then once we've picked up enough blocks, we'll move on from it. First time watching live, says Nathan Burton. Hey, welcome to your first live stream. What is it like live? Is it like not live, but so much worse because you can't skip forwards? You know, like I start a long rant about like, well, here's the feeling about economics. And you're like, oh no, there's no way out of this now. I can't skip forwards. I can only pause. I used my first autocrafter to make an iron farm ingots into iron blocks. I feel like I'm living in 2027, says David Harrison. I hope it does make you feel like you're living in the future. It's the most important part of the whole process. If you don't feel like you're living in the future, then what is the point? Really, really valid one there. Economic Talk was the best, says Topping Apple 947. So yeah, I think the point I think I lost it because I went a little bit deep down the rabbit hole about like, there's a really weird relationship that taxes have on us, because a lot of people view taxes as a means to an end, like, well, government needs revenue, how do you get that revenue? A lot of people view it as like this redistributory measure. Like, they don't care about how much taxes raise or if they're good or bad or whatever. They care that people lose money through taxes, and that is good. There's a morality to taxes too. But what I think is interesting is, because we're so focused on the morality of it, or on the, like whether a lot of people think it's wrong that just someone else gets to keep, X% of their money. A lot of people think it's wrong that other people get to keep, up to 55% of their money. Why aren't they keeping only 10% or whatever? But I think beyond those two camps, I think the reason I said earlier, like, I would describe myself as, like, one of the terms I don't like, but I'd have to admit is true, is I think I'm a bit of a policy wonk. I think what's way more important than discussing, like, oh yeah, how do we tax fairest, is how do we tax, like, most effectively? How do we make it so that people are incentivized to help other people the best within the confines of a tax system that exists, right? That's, like, my, like, ultimate problem that I think is worth solving. And so in the UK, for example, there's a really fun thing that happens. We have we have the concept of sales tax in Europe, but it's called VAT, and it's on basically everything. You pay it on almost everything besides banking services, I think. But it's like and also, like, there's a few exempt goods, like you don't pay it on tampons or like children's clothing. It's a really weird list. But you only have to pay. You only have to pay it as a business. You only have to charge it as a business if you earn over £85,000. 85,000 is the point where you have to register. Before that point, it's optional. After that point, it's not. So basically, your prices have to go up by 20%, or you have to give 20% of the money that you do already collect to the government once you earn 85,000. And so, what does this do to businesses, chat? Can you make an informed guess about what happens if £85,001 has a 20% tax attached, and 85,000 exactly has no tax attached. Could you make a guess about what that leads people to do? I would love to know if you can. It's a very hard question, I'll admit. But yeah, you'll be surprised that a lot of people do decide, or you know, through whatever reason, there's a lot of businesses that that end up on one side rather than the other. It's not just because of fraud, like Salem Anderson suggests right there. Although there is a lot of people who are basically committing fraud, but a lot of businesses cap their own growth because why would you? It's a crazy fact that if you earn 110,000, I think it is, you earn less than someone who earns 85,000 and chooses to not register for that tax, right? And so, in my opinion, one of the most important things is not how much you tax that group of people, but is making sure that no matter what percentage you pick to tax them, you make sure that it's still in their interest to earn more money. Because otherwise, a lot of people will choose not to. A lot of people are like, well, if I will earn less money for earning more, then I will do less work, and that is bad for everyone when people decide that that is better, in my opinion. Okay, so I'm gonna jump up to where the skeletons are. This is really bad. I'm trapped myself in a corner where the baby zombies are. Okay, real bad. I'm just gonna get out here. They've all got diamond swords, which makes it extra scary. So I'm gonna go into the back of these fellas, where things are a little bit safer. They've all got knockback bows, so there's just no point getting them until they're right up here. Then go again, and there's one more baby zombie. Oh, two more. I counted wrong. Okay, 2 keys maybe? Oh, what potion is this? Speed? Yeah, nice. It'll probably help. So now we're getting hit by potions, which makes me think that there must be an ominous effect happening somewhere. But yeah, we're going to do a little bit of an ominous potion run, chat. So, don't worry about this. It's all very much brought in. I like America's income tax system. If you overstep the first bracket, only the money you earn over that amount gets taxed in the second bracket. Yeah, so every modern country has that exact same system, Adam Sony. Every system in the world for income taxes, as you earn more money, the more money that you earn means that the less tax, or you only pay the newer tax rates, the higher tax rates, on the money you earn above the threshold. So when you hear that there's a, I don't know, like if you earn $250,000 in the US, you pay a 37% tax, I think it is. The numbers are close enough to write. Not perfect though. Just look into them before. I'm not giving you tax advice, but you only pay tax on the amount above them, right? It's an important part of every system to make sure that you're incentivized to go to work. But so every country has worked out for income, you need to do that because income taxes are like most government budgets. But very few countries have worked out how to do that for everything in the system. So as an example, you get benefits when you're not working, and the way the benefits, but you don't get benefits when you are working. And so there are some jobs where when you are in work, you'll earn less than when you are on benefits. That is a bad system. You have to set it up so that the benefits... I mean, you can make some moral judgment about whether you should be earning more than someone who's working when you're on benefits. But if you are going to have the system, which we all do have the system and we have that in existence, then you've got to say that instead, how do you make sure that someone is incentivized to work? And it's by not taking away all of their benefits the moment they start working, but you taper it off slowly. And the taper rate in the UK is like 90% or something. But in some countries, it's well over 100%. And you need to make sure that every person who rationally thinks, what should I do, decides I should earn... If people are thinking rationally about what they should do for themselves, they should be picking the decision that is best for everyone. In my opinion, I guess I should add at the very end of that. So yeah, that's why I think I would describe myself that way, is because I'm a big fan of, like, people have these giant debates about, you know, morality, and they've been doing it my whole life. I've realized this recently. Ever since like 2010, there've been these big discussions about, oh yeah, well, who should be doing what and who should be paying for it and all that noise, and it literally has no effect. You know, this is why so many people get like dull on politics, is because, you know, like, even if these people make their big changes, then the other people change it back, because a lot of people ideologically feel both ways. So you take whatever we have, ideally you can move it in a good direction if you want, move it in the right direction, but then you say, how do we make this same system we have right now smarter? If we all agree that this system just about works, how do we make sure it just about works, but better? Is the question we should all be aiming to actually answer. Okay, I'm going to take down the free spawner first, because I feel like it's the hardest one. Okay. I feel like it's the hardest one if you don't have a jump on it. And then I'm going to take on the skeleton spawners to start. Okay, I think I got this. Okay. So there's one breeze that's on fire over there. He's going to jump up at me again, though. Oh, there's a spider. Okay, it didn't work. So I'm trying to get as many ominous keys as I can right now, chat. I'm just taking advantage of a little lull in the destruction to get it done. It's if I'm hanging out in a trial chamber for all these hours anyway, I might as well do something important, is my logic. And so it's what I am doing. And so I'm going to take down every trial spawner in this chamber, and then I'm going to go to another chamber nearby and do the exact same thing. That is non-ominous key, but I'll take it, I guess. So next up, we got skeleton time. Tear them all apart. Oh, yeah. Easy stuff. Cool. Top tier philosophy, says Nathaniel Burton. I think what it is, right, is a lot of people do think to themselves that they can have. A lot of people think that the only thing that you can do to make the only thing that you can do to make the world better are changes so huge that they break the world as we know it. And when you look back, we like to imagine changes as being like generationally huge. Like, oh yeah, you know, the moments that we think back on are always very, very big that way. But the actual most important changes are the fairly small ones. The time, I know, like to pick a dumb example, right? Like the time that probably mattered most to you in your childhood was not the thing where your parents spent the most money on you. It's not the holiday where they broke the bank or whatever to do something nice for you. I remember there's a moment in my childhood. One day my mother and her friends, so we were with her sons, like one of our childhood friends, me, my brother, and him. We were like, oh yeah, we're going to Tesco, and we're like, that's fine, going to Tesco, whatever. We're like in the car, and then they're like, got you. We're actually going to the giant swimming pool that's next to Tesco. I was like, wow, that is much better than Tesco, actually. And just that feeling of excitement that this had come from nowhere made so much bigger of an impact than anything else. But a lot of the times it is small stuff that matters, way more than big stuff. And small stuff can also be way easier than big stuff, if you just know how to do it, right? Also, 2 keys. 2 keys indeed. One thing I disagree with is that disabled people can get disability benefit here. Can only have so much in savings before they reduce/stop the disability. Yeah, it feels like they're basically saying you have to drain your savings. That's another example, by the way, of like so there are a lot of things wrong with the way disability money is handled. But one of the weird and dumb parts of it, in the UK chat, I'm just talking about, in the United Kingdom, which is where I live. I'm sorry if your system is different, and I hope that it's better and not worse. In the UK, you can only have, I think it might be £5,000 in savings to access quite a few benefits. It might be, I think it might have gone up a little bit, but the idea shouldn't ever be you have to get rid of that money, or what people will actually do is, like, you know, make it look like the money's gone. And yeah, it means that it looks like fewer people need the benefits, but they don't. And I don't agree with the idea of giving people, if you had $1 million in savings, I don't agree that you should get access to, you know, like a plumber's wages so that you can not have to spend your $1 million, you know, like, or whatever. But I think what everyone agrees is, like, it shouldn't be that you either get it if you have less than 5,000 or 35,000. It shouldn't be that you get it or that you don't. It should be that, you know, if at $1 million you get 0% of it, at, you know, 5,000 you get 100%, and you slowly, like, swing it somewhere in between, so that you're always incentivized not to hide your money or to do this, but to actually be honest about how it works. I think basically everything in life can be solved by working out, like, when people are doing things that you don't want them to do, right? The easiest example is, like, crimes. How do you make people not do crimes? Is a very hard to answer question, actually. But weirdly, you know, like, a lot of people think, like, oh yeah, if we just, like, if we make the, I don't know, here's a dumb idea. If you don't like people stealing from a store, what if you gave them the death penalty? It's like a real dumb thing that people say, like, what if we chop off people's hands? Go real Sharia on this, you know? And it's interesting because the logic should be that, yeah, a rational person should think to themselves, why should I commit the crime? Oh no, the punishment is so high, I couldn't live without my hands, therefore I won't. But the actuality of what people are deciding isn't what is the... People don't decide whether to do crimes based on what the punishment is. they decide whether or not to do crimes based on the punishment by the likelihood of being caught. If you think that every time you steal from the store you will be caught, then you will steal less, and you know, stuff like that. Or if you think that it will have, you know, that's a hard thing to do. So what if you make it like a real psychological thing, that like it's a real social thing? What if you might find, for example, I need to get out of here. These breezes are bad for me. I'm just gonna hang out in this corner. I'm gonna eat some good food. Maybe even drink the potion of regeneration. Just, you know, have something. Okay, let's go for it. And now let's kill the breezes. It's a lot easier to kill breezes in a big open trial chamber, gotta say. I think one of them might have fallen down, but I don't see him, so maybe he didn't. I don't understand if you didn't work but have the ability to. You can get so much financial help, but working minimum wage to support 3 people is too much money to receive any help at all. Yeah, I think almost everyone would have a more positive relationship with everything if things didn't feel like that. Like, I know some people make it like they argue like, ooh, it's the bourgeoisie system deliberately setting this up. But a lot of the people who are most against, you know, like the systems of benefits and whatnot, are people who are like, yeah, wait, I'm at basically the bottom, and I'm being asked to put money into the system for people who are like one tiny rung below me, or in reality slightly above me, but better at pretending that they're a rung below me. A lot of people feel like if there was nothing there for them, then clearly the people who are on the system. But in reality, it's like, yeah, there are real bad knife edges in there. The correct way to actually run it, and if I was to be really nerdy about it, the correct solution is usually given by basically every economist, is you implement negative income tax. And so the way it works more or less right now is everyone pays tax, and some people receive enough benefits to counteract the tax they put in, thereby effectively making it so that they get, you know, they're effectively getting more money back from the tax system than they put in. In the UK, I think the number to be a net contributor is like 35,000, something like that. But the way you would actually just set up is say, okay, so rather than taking a bunch of money from these people, then giving it back to them and, you know, doing it messy like that, is you just say, everyone at 35,000, we don't take any money from you. Anyone above that point, we take the same money that we do. And then anyone below the point, rather than setting up these like targeted benefit systems, whatever, we just say for every pound you earn, we'll give you a pound. For example, rather than saying for every pound you earn, we'll take 20p and then we'll give you 40p. It's like, what is that system? That's very confusing. And then we'll give you 40p for like, I don't know, a car or a house or whatever else. Like there's all sorts of weird systems that you can just merge together and say, look, if we believe that money solves problems, and most people seem to think that it is, otherwise we wouldn't have all these systems out for giving money to people for that stuff. If we're under the impression that money solves problems, then we should also be under the impression that we should be giving money out to people on a rational basis rather than on an irrational one. There should be some, as an end individual, you should be able to work out exactly what the benefits and costs of making a decision are, and ideally it should always work out that if you do some more work you will make some more money, and then if everyone had that decision, then the world would work slightly better, a lot of money would be unlocked, and wow, wouldn't that be nice. Okay, there we go. That's my policy wonk discussion. I'm gonna get it out there. That's like my identity, my coming out. We found I feel like a lot of people do have. I'm gonna take both keys, I guess. Actually, let's go out there. I've got a new one real close. Emotional poll. The emotional polls come back, and it turns out I should be happy, chat. Thank you for agreeing with that. But no, yeah, why would you not? How would you look at that and conclude anything else than, oh yeah, everyone should be incentivized to do the thing that is good for everyone. And so that, yeah, like everyone should agree that when, you know, for the crime example, like, oh yeah, it is ideal, you know, if we were making up a world out of nowhere, which we kind of get to do. It'd be ideal if people thought to themselves, oh yeah, I will not commit this crime because there is a chance that if I do commit that crime, that something bad will happen. You know, that's we all agree for that point. Like, oh, what if we had like a bad place that we send people, so that if they do a thing, they'd be worried about going there, and we wouldn't have to send many people there, but if we send some number of people there, then everyone would know they don't want to go there. And yep, okay, all good, wonderful, lock that down, perfect. And it's like, so what if we have the same thing, but for other things that we want people to do? Like, we don't want people to, you know, we want people to... It's like, it's unfulfilling for people as well as for the wider system. If people feel like they should not be working because they'll lose some money. If people feel like, in order to live, you know, in order to get this money, they have to give up all their savings so they can't get a mortgage or whatever. And so they can't get access to any form of other finance. Like, if you make people make their lives worse so that you will give them something, then you are hurting them in more than one way. I don't know. Anyway, with that said, did you know the world is in debt by $7 trillion, says Ancient. So, do you know what's crazy, though? You say the world is in debt by $7 trillion, but do you know who the world is in debt to, Ancient? Do you know who the world is actually indebted to? This will blow your mind. Like, who does the world, if the world owns $7 billion in debt, who could we possibly owe it to? Oh, there aren't any aliens, are there? Wait, no, it's, so Chantal. You got it, the moon. You know, the finance bank of the moon is yet to be set up. But no, the world owes $7 trillion to the world. We're $7 trillion in debt, but we're also $7 trillion in surplus on the bank sheets. The really clever thing that debt allows you to do, like, if you think about it, you know, like on a broad enough level, we're in lots of debt, but we're also the ones holding all the debt. So we're actually in no debt. On an individual level, you have debt and you have, you know, things that cancel that out, etc. Okay, let's go in for this. I've got only a few minutes left at the trial element. Okay, I've got 18. That should allow me to do another one after this too. We owe the big broccoli. We owe lots of broccoli to lots of people. Damn son, you got a lot of trial keys this Fallen Sky. I know. My goal is to get even more, if you'll believe it. Okay, straight time. Oh, he spawned over there. I hate that. Oh, this is going badly for me. I think I need to tell them I'm dying before I come into a brand new trial chamber I'm not familiar with. Okay. Yeah, that went very poorly to start with. Let's start another trial chamber. I reckon that will solve all my problems. Okay, so yeah, this is in fact solving my problems, as it so turns out. I didn't think I thought I was being a little facetious when I said that, but as it turns out, a lot of things can be solved by just making new problems. Oh, and I got baked potatoes. Just what I wanted for all that work. So I'm gonna have to eat soon. Oh, it's funnily enough, this is a lush cave trial chamber. That's nice. Okay, so let's go finish these guys. I don't like being slow, so I'm going to choose not to be. I also feel like I should like take the water buckets out of these dispensers. Definitely a way to nerf the trial chambers the tiniest bit. So let's now grab some... Is that the last one? No, it's not. Let's go kill... Let's walk through this, get the strength, and let's go kill the Breeze. Where are you, Breeze? I'm just gonna push the button. I've got to undo all their work. Feels like you could have just not done it. So yeah, the world is in debt $7 trillion to the world. And so the wonderful thing about debt is that money exists and sort of doesn't, right? If you take all the debt in the world and all the obligations of the debt to the world, there's no money actually owed as a net total. But by having that $7 trillion that is owed and then cancelled out by the fact that people, you know, like, are going to pay it back, you have all this money which counts as money without having to be paid. You know, if you think about it this way, when you buy a, let's say you buy a house with a mortgage from the bank, from someone who previously has just had this house in their generation for years. So you have £50,000, and the man who owns the house has £50,000, like in everything that you own. Although the man who owns the house actually has £550,000, right? So because he has a house worth $500,000, let's just say. So when the man in the house sells his house to you, he's just converting his house into cash. So that man had 50,000 before, now he has 550,000. Give me a key, yeah. The man's just converting his house into cash, and you're buying it from him. It's just a sale. If you gave him the money, then it would be an economic transaction. It'd be good for the world, but it wouldn't actually be helping. Also, hey, it wouldn't be increasing the amount of money in the world. So here's the really crazy bit about it. Also, dude's going to take a nap. A little pregnancy sick. Goodbye. Good to see you, Ad and Sony. I hope you're doing wonderfully. And congratulations on having more what's the correct term for this? Offspring? No, have a good one. Yeah, so if you've got a house that's worth $500,000 and you sell it to someone and they buy it from cash, then you've just moved around an asset from someone else. But now imagine you buy a house from someone using debt. So now you've borrowed $500,000 from the bank. That man now has money that he could not have had before. You have a house that you could not have had before. And so he has $500,000 and you have $500,000. And then you have that debt, which now belongs to the bank. And so they are richer too. By creating that, you allow more things to happen and cycle. And you kind of create money out of thin air. If you ever look into, at least on the UK, we have this in our money. If you ever look onto the money, it says like, I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of, because money is actually debt. The genius thing we worked out is that we can trade debt like it's money. We can trade future money like it's today money. And as long as the future continues to exist, then that money continues to have value. It's crazy. It doesn't sound like it makes any sense. But it totally does. And so, where are these? Oh, it's okay, let's walk into this room. Let's do the stray spawner. It's a pain to do them, but let's do it. Oh no, I don't have the strength. Okay, I hope that the breezes don't spawn. Okay, we got them all done before the breezes spawn. Perfect. Love that. Give me a key. Yay! Whoa, 16 keys, chat. You ever had this many? I feel like this might be the most I've had at one time. Sorry for a silly question. Why is gross government debt called that? What's so gross about it? So, gross is usually the number that's like the actual number. So like I don't know, like gross is usually before like everything else is added and removed from something. And net is after you do it. So gross salary is salary before taxes. Net salary is salary after taxes. I'm guessing gross government debt would be the total debt before you make some subtraction from it. I couldn't tell you what the subtraction would be though. Like maybe you subtract what the government owes itself, because one of the most bizarre things is government borrow money from themselves. A lot of government debt is held by the government, which gets confusing when you think about it too much. The money multiplier dictates how much banks can multiply the money they have in deposits to loan out. They loan more money than they have. Yeah, that's the really wild thing, Click All Night. I thank you for making sure that I actually finished my point about it. So the bank lends you $500,000 for the house, and then you have money, the guy has money. But now that bank can lend out that same money over and over and over and over and over again, and the money comes from thin air. And as long as we all agree that the bank has the money, even though they objectively don't, that money exists. We give the banks the ability to create money, and because banks are interested in making more money from their money, it works out. Like so many things in life, it makes no sense, but because we all accept it good enough that it works, then it does make sense, and it's all good enough. So I activated all 3 of these spawners at the same time. I don't want to deal with that, actually. So I'm just going to walk out. Those rooms are terrible, and they're just not worth dealing with. Although I think I have so many of those rooms in here. Please don't be the same room. Please don't be the same room. It doesn't look like the same room to me. It's one of these. Ooh, a little spicy. Maybe we could go up a staircase for this one. Yeah, let's just break a few blocks in the wall here. And then place a couple of blocks. Some of the ones that we broke. And then let's take down the strays. Stray time. Yeah, no slowness for me. Oh, slowness for me. Okay, die. Thank you. Give me a key. Maybe. Golden carrot. So there should be... Okay, there's another stray spawner over here. I'm hoping that there's no enemies. Okay, they're already in there. Do we have to kill them? Yeah, we do. They're not going to turn into strays because they're already strays. So we'll kill this third guy who's not involved in the transaction. And then we'll kill you. And we should have to jump up here and kill these 3 guys before anything happens. Perfect. There's one more guy left, I think. Where is he? Okay, that's the slime. Does anyone see the last stray? He's got to be around here somewhere. But I don't see him. There he is. So get some slimification on me. And... is that a key? No, it's a piece of meat. So now we can just fly out there. Oh, I don't think I actually needed fly out there. I could have just... oh, well. Whoopsie. Normal mistake. Happens to us all. Are we allowed to discuss the UK general election? Strong Lib Dem Toycat vibes, I reckon, says just in case. I think it's really interesting, right? So, in the UK, we have, like, I like to discuss this with anyone who's interested. This is one of those, like, ways in which I am massively internationally fascinated by politics. I think it's really, really interesting that the word liberal means something different in basically every country. I think, you know, there's a lot of Americans who are like, I describe myself as liberal. But if they were to actually use the correct definition of that word, to me at least, then they would hate. They describe people who are liberal in the normal sense. They have to come up with like mean words to them, like they are neoliberals. They are the bad types, not the good types like me. Whereas in Australia, Liberal is the right-wing party. There's Liberal and Liberal National, I think maybe. Oh no, it's Liberal and it's Labour. It's Lab Lib, I guess, over there. Whereas in the UK, Liberal is one of the oldest parties we have. It was back when politics was defined on a different dimension. So Liberal in the UK sense means to be, you know, like open, like I guess, like liberal in the UK sense is not just anti-government involvement in, you know, like your social life, you know, like the government shouldn't dictate who you can marry and, you know, who you can sleep with, but also the government shouldn't dictate how you spend your money, for example, in a way that is broadly accepted in most of the world. But yeah, it's really interesting. In the UK, the Lib Dems are a fusion of two parties. So our Liberal Party isn't strictly one thing or the other thing. It's two separate parties that are fighting for control, basically, at all times. And I feel like the current Liberal Party in the UK is not massively liberal. Like they kind of take the opposite tack to what you would expect. Like I know, I feel like there isn't a perfect. Lib Dems are looking good this year, IMO, says Richard Montgomery. Good to see you, Richard Montgomery. Yeah, they're going to do well, but they're still third party well, though, right? Okay, I'm getting buzzed a lot. Bro, are you okay? Why are you mining the whole thing? Okay, I'm going to see if that's anything normal. Almost done. What were the two items you said are rarer than the heavy core? Okay. Yeah, precipice. Did you know, chat? Precipice is rarer than the heavy core. I mean, my proof is in the fact that I have precipice, but I have no heavy core. Should we go? Should we just use the vaults in this trial chamber? Nah, let's not. Let's save it. As an American, I'm rooting for the UK Lib Dems this cycle. So yeah, there's a lot of people get really surprised by this one because if you live in a two-party system, it's confusing that there's a three-party one. But basically, depending on where you live in the UK, you either have a two-party choice, you know, the two major national parties, or you have, if you live in a very left-wing area, you get the left and the center fighting, and if you live in a more suburban, you know, like affluent area, you have the right wing and the center party as your two choices. And it's really interesting to me that it means that you don't just. I think it's one of the things that helps us avoid the over-Americanization of like, oh yeah, you don't pick who you vote for based on who you hate more, which is one of the dumbest like political things that we've been convinced is somehow normal. Like, yeah, you know what most people do to decide who should run the country? They work out who shouldn't run the country, and then they pick the second worst person. And then they say, well, it could have been the worst person. It's like, to me, that's like one of the dumbest things that is just broadly accepted as being a valid way to decide in the US. Like, I've spoken to like really, really intelligent people, and they're like, yeah, but you know, if I don't vote for the second worst person, then the worst person gets in. Also, ooh, extreme slowness. Toycat is love, Toycat is life, Toycat is yes, Toycat no politics, please. See, that's the point I think in that. I think people are left wing surely means progressive. I think that's understandable. Yeah, no, my only point in there was that I was trying to say that the definition of those things is very fluid based on the thing you're trying to have. We just have crappy options. I mean, people get the politicians they vote for. That's the one thing in the system, right? That's the one thing that you get in democracy. You don't get to guarantee much, but you guarantee that you get the people that, as an aggregate, you vote for. Okay, so there's still some active silverfish. Does anyone see them? I hope you don't see them. I did a Model UN committee, which was the Scottish Parliament playing Alex Cole-Hamilton. I've been a Lib Dem ever since. Sounds fun. Okay, so with that said, now that the politics are gone, let's dive into the more important, like, I think the just as consequential issue of what should I eat, chat. We couldn't get past boneless wings or a burger. The burger's a roll of the dice. What do you think is a better one? So which gonna jump out there? I'm never gonna find the silverfish. The sooner I accept that, the happier I'll be. So we'll just walk out through this room. We'll confirm that there's not a spawner back behind one of these walls, because it happened to me once before, and I've been betrayed ever since. But I don't think I've ever gone for it. Is it back here? No, it's not. Okay, no spawners. We're good. Let's walk out. And then we've got another 3 minutes. We'll try and activate another trial spawner. I forgot where the third one is, honestly. Boneless pizza, says Fortune Edge. Oh, I love boneless pizza. I love when there's no bones in my pizza. I know some people say that the bones actually add flavor to their pizza, and they're a real big fan of it. But, you know, they're wrong. You don't want bones on your pizza. It's just the truth. I'm sorry you had to hear it from me. So we want to go this way, and then up here, and then that's the right way. Okay, so we're gonna use the really goofy trial chamber chat, like the goofiest one. We're gonna use the one that's really close to spawn. Oh, not spawn. I guess it's also close to spawn though. Okay, let's fly through this gap. Oh, okay. Might have taken 6 hearts of damage doing that, but nailed it otherwise. Get a bone pizza. Oh yeah, bone. You know, honestly, yeah, the bone's probably really good for, you know, keeping in stability. It gives you a good place to hold the pizza from. Salad and Go. It's a fast food salad restaurant. I do have to say that is actually one of the also.
Are you selling Gamer Boy Dorito Dust? And if so, does this count as payment?
So, good news, David Solomano, your pre-order for Gamer Boy Dorito Dust has been approved. It's now in the queue, and your Gamer Boy Doritos will be with you very shortly. You can have them real fast. The real question: if we get wings, will you get some sauce of them? If yes, then what?
Pizza is always a good option since there are endless possibilities between
endless
toppings
possibilities.
And pizza brands.
Yeah, honestly, that is the weird truth. I have a pizza place I like the most, but even with that being true, I you know, doesn't keep me from wanting to experiment at least a little bit. Okay, so my hole is somewhere down here. Chat, if anyone knows where my hole is, you can give me coordinates. Okay, there we go. We're in. Gonna activate some torches on the way down. Just a few. Oh, too fast. So from here we went this way, and from here we have a trial chamber. So we're just gonna activate all of these as fast as we can, because they're quite simple. It's just zombies. As long as they don't have armor, I end up doing pretty well from these. I don't have a breeze spawner, sadly. I just got a lot of zombies I gotta contend with. Okay. Okie dokie. Nice stuff. If one of these gives me a key, this was a really good visit. If neither of these gives me a key, this is one of the worst uses of my time. Oh no, I came all the way back home, chat. I flew all this way across my world for a baked potato. Thank you! Mitsu is sleepy. Hey, thank you for becoming a member. Love to see a name that I recognize. Oh, what was that? I saw something up there, right? Yeah, there's a stray spawner. I can't reach the strays, but it's a nice idea and everything. Yeah, I wonder what caused the water to start flowing, by the way. Was there a wind charge effect? I just didn't realize. Okay, these guys have to give me they have to give me a key. Otherwise I came here for nothing, chat. And I don't want to admit that I came here for nothing, even if it's true. Okie dokie. Okay, yep. Chat, I came all the way back home for a strength potion and a couple of nothings. A supporter who happens to be a cat, wow, says Mitsu is sleepy. Wait, you also happen to be a cat? Wow, I'm IBX Toy Cat. What are the odds? Crazy stuff. So yeah, I actually dug a hole over here that I seem to have forgotten about. We should use that one next time we want to come in here. But yeah, my Trial Omen has 1 second left. It's nice that this exists, but I think I'm going to have to, like, dig it up or something. Make it like a I think this would be a cool project to uncover this entirely. But also that'd be a very big project, so. Wait, is my massages getting deleted? Don't worry, I'm not deleting anyone's massages. It is your God-given right to give massages to whoever you like. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay, so up we go. We also have to make this other hole slightly more visible. It's a very big issue. We need to make sure that the... Where is it? It's going to be just around here somewhere. But wherever it is, I need to make sure that I can see the way in. So thank you very much, by the way, Amandari, and also for David Salamano. Hope you're both doing very desert well today. Okay, what's down the hole? That's what's down the hole. How we gotta dig this? Should I dig the whole thing out? I guess I should just place some tough bricks over here. Okay, so break you. And we'll place just a... Yeah, we'll just place a few under this tree. Like, make a vague hint. I think we could probably make like a mushroom out of tough bricks or something. Use some copper for the outside. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. But instead, we're going to dig this 2 blocks down right now, and we'll dig the rest down later. We're going to drop these on the ground, maybe? Yeah, those on the ground and those on the ground. And then we'll mine cobblestone, because I feel like I'm lacking cobblestone. I always mine smooth stone in the world. So let's make a change. Let's change the world. It's been 3 hours and I still haven't got a creator disc, says Table Productions. Yeah, I got my only creator disc somewhere close to 3 hours in. You do have to accept it's going to be a bit of a grind. But it's worth it in the end, usually. Oh, just keep on digging down. Keep on believing. There's a lot of negative things that happen in this dig. But I'm just trying to make this hole slightly wider so that I can see the big wide hole and know what it means. So, yeah, if I send one time, the next time I send again, Eris says Maddie Moose. Good to see you though, Maddie Moose. How's it going today? Hope you're having a very good one indeed. You know, I feel like I say that to everyone. It's because I hope everyone's having a desert cloud day. Or I've got a broken message on repeat. That's my... You know how, like, people ask, how are you doing? But they don't really care? You know, I feel like my version at least shows that I care on some level. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe any autopilot response has a cap to how effective it can be. Maybe the only true way that you can be maximal levels of politeness. Okie dokie. Yeah, maybe the only true way to reach maximum politeness is to actually consider every word to every person and the impact it will have on them. Let's do that now. By the way, I feel like we got a new member and the member count didn't go up. Has it been 425 all stream? Or was it 424? And we just hit it. Brits are the master of fake conversations, says Richard Montgomery. I want to know why there's so many... Also, Toycat, please check out the thumbnail. Hey, okay, I got it. Delete the messages I realized. Ready to publish? What thumbnail do you prefer or change? Good to thank you, Harrison. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great today. Yeah, I figured, I feel like the... Yeah, I feel like, yeah, the one change I'd make to the thumbnail, I'm going to give it to you verbally, Harrison, is... The one change I'd make is I'd put the 1 in 1,000 chance on the red arrow, and then above it, I'd make it look more like everything else, like, every new item or something like that. Okay, so Harrison is yes. It's been 425 the whole stream. Oh, I hit the button, but it didn't go up. Oh, I hit it just now and it's not gone up. Oh, my button's not working, chat. Can it go down? I wonder why not. Okay. Does this button work? None of my buttons are working, chat. Oh, no, it just reset itself. Oh, I hate that. Okay, no, we're good. It's not working. My button broke, chat. I have a... Oh, no, it's gone up. It's gone up too much now. Okay, someone has to become a member so we don't have to do this. Oh. I'm sad now. Okay, so... Now we're going to go dump out our inventory. All the extra stuff. And we have to grab some extra chests. I think we got a few while we were out. Enough, hopefully. And then we're going to get right back to the destruction. Okay, so tough bricks. Cobblestone needs to go in here. I picked you out for a reason. I need to place another mob drop chest, if I'm being totally honest. Maybe the mob drop chest should go here. Like, I've got a basically empty shulker box. Let's just make this into a double wide chest. And then we can put arrows of slowness in there. You know, there's a chance that at some point, future me will be really excited with these arrows of slowness that I'll have saved for him. Yeah, it's probably that. Okay, put those in the corner. And now, this chest room is beautiful. Anyone who says otherwise lies. Just remember that, chat. Master of Yapping, thank you! I try my best. This is me not yapping. Hard. Oh, my bees got out again. This is a really common problem, chat. My bees, I think it's like this top set of beehives. But my bees just constantly are escaping. But yeah, I just need to put my honeycomb in here. Future me wants to do something with that honeycomb. I'm not one to judge. I think the funniest arrow is the arrow of instant health. It's depressing when you're not yapping. The benefit of yapping, I think, the benefit of talking a lot, is the constant reassurance that you got this. I think it's, I think that if there were two people here, if I was here with, you know, like Olaf, or I was here with anyone else, if we're having a chat and I'm continuously yapping at them, that feels potentially impolite if they do not want that. But I think the difference is if you're in a conversation where one of you is, for some reason, deliberately not talking. Chat, why aren't you talking? Oh, you are talking. You're just talking in text. You guys, you lost your voice today or something? You know, like, I think there's a big benefit to doing it then. Your job when streaming is to yap, says Blog33. Yeah, I recommend people do get into streaming to learn how to yap. Having nothing to bounce off can be really, really handy for learning some stuff. Or it can break your soul and give you some, I don't know, crippling social issues. One of the two. So Cat always looks like he feels sad when he does a collab. I wonder if that's the bias you have. When I'm not talking, you assume I'm sad. Or maybe the bias... I need to turn on my lights, by the way. It doesn't look any lighter to you in here, but now it looks slightly less like it's dark. Happy 9 PM, by the way. Could you even imagine this was a Zoom call and you could see and hear all of us? Okay, chat. Next live stream, we're going to do it as a Zoom call. It's going to be a lot of fun, okay? My best friend yaps at me all the time. She has some cool stories to tell. I think that yapping is a valid and important part of life. A lot of people like it. And a lot of people... I feel like, you know, two yappers at each other can be like a tense social standoff, like who gets to yap more, who gets to yap first. But in general, it's not usually the case, I find. Good dog. Oh, what did I just read there? Oh, it was meant to be good god, not good dog. So just successfully completed a 1.21 semi-auto raid farm. By the way, love your philosophy yapping, says Loveless Statue 8. You know, I do feel like we talk about other stuff more than we talk about philosophy. Is that is it a sign that we're meant to talk about philosophy more if I get a lot of compliments about it? Is that like a subtle like, yeah, I love it when you talk about philosophy. Hint, hint, don't dive into that economic rant again. Okay, so I'm going to break these blocks now with my pickaxe. Okay, good. Also, I just realized, you know, good dog. Good dog. Could you imagine if we had our webcams on? I'd see so many people's good dogs. Okay, so... Also, I just realized I've got so many unnecessary slots in this chest. We could start dumping stuff in if we need to. Okay, now I've got that extra spot. I brought my glow squid with me. That was a really bad idea. But we're good to go. Whew. So, Cat, talking about philosophy is top tier content. What was the last time I actually spoke about philosophy, though? Is this like, does everyone else have faulty memory, or do I have faulty memory? I like talking about philosophy a lot. I just don't know that we've done it in a very long time. You know, maybe we should change that. Chat, is it okay to kill people if you're hungry and they're made of food? You know, is that, you know, what if you were really hungry and because they're food they enjoyed being eaten? Is it okay to eat them then? Because we all are made of food, you know, we don't like to admit it. Makes us a little uncomfortable. But the entire human body is edible. I mean, I guess everything's edible. You can eat a nuclear reactor if you try it. If you've got enough people and enough time. I mean, sure, if you'd like to go to jail. You know, isn't that a flaw of the justice system that it sends people to jail for that, though? Sounds like a flaw of them to me. So there's just one skeleton up there. I have to wait for him to jump down, or I'm not going to be able to get anything done. That's okay. I can wait. By destroying the entire area below him, we guarantee that he falls onto the ground now, which is good. If we ever get an ominous bottle again, which I'm intending to get some. Oh, that's weird. Since the entire time I've been here, I haven't got any pillagers. But that probably is because we are in a trial chamber and there's no mob spawning here. So that's an interesting downside that I haven't really thought of. Also, all of my keys are going to spawn on the trial chamber, but it's going to be up in the air, chat. What am I meant to do about that? I haven't thought this one through correctly, clearly. Okay, it's only bread. When it's a key, that's when it starts to matter, I think. For the first time I'm going to lose a key, that's when I'll worry about it. I'm hungry, the stream hurts, even if you're talking about eating people. Oh, do you wanna order some food? I've got some great suggestions for you if you do. You can have a boneless pizza. Does a boneless pizza sound good to you right now? Also, yeah, by the way, thank you, Lag is great. I missed your super chat. So Lag is great is one of the fun regulars from the channel. And it's been a little bit since I've heard you describe me as handsome. I'm glad that you're here on the stream, and I'm glad that you're having a good one today. I'm destroying a trial chamber. I started off a little chaotically, but I feel like I'm like in control of it in a good way now. But I'll be honest with you, chat. This morning I woke up and I was excited to speedrun, and I was like, no, I can't keep putting off destroying the trial chamber. And I thankfully I got excited about it, but I'm still thinking in the back of my mind, like, I think that I could get, I found the world record for finding a trial key, even on Java, without using a set seed. It's really, really, really achievable. I could get the overall world record from Ominous Vault. And, you know, like, obviously most people are aiming for maces as their speedrun, not the vault. But, like, the record for a mace is, like, amazingly high. It's, like, over an hour to get a mace. I feel like we could do, like, a double speedrun extravaganza. Hold on, he's actually using a haste beacon. Yeah, it actually made a huge difference here, Harrison. Usually it's like a very minor thing. Okay, I'm gonna fly at the skeleton. I can't get him. That last skeleton's just gonna be there forever now. Yeah, the haste beacon is, it makes the difference between instant mining and not, so it's like such a huge difference. But I have to admit that it was worthwhile. I don't like that I have to admit it. Big dent to my ego right there. Bring logistical support. So yeah, what I'm thinking of doing, chat, is I think that we worked out that I can speedrun an ominous vault in about half an hour if I get like a really decent run going. But then I realized that, you know, that means I could probably get a mace done in theoretically the same time. If I just try it 14 times in a row or 16 times in a row, whatever the odds are, eventually I'll get a mace in, say, 30 minutes, right? And so I think that's like my end goal for the speedrunning, because it's really, really fun. I had a lot of fun with it yesterday, and so I think we're going to do it some more. So check out, if you're in speedrunning, then would timing your key input to the vault to get your desired item be allowed? It's a glitch that can allow you to get your... Does it actually work, HackerOneMC? I've seen no evidence. You're someone I usually trust on these sorts of things. You're a reliable source, I feel like. You're not an unreliable source. Does it actually work every single time? I feel like I've tried it before, yes. I've tried it, I've tried it, and I've not been successful, and everyone looks at it and they're like, oh, but you're just not doing it right. And it's like, you've got to activate it before you can see it in some cases. It's like, well, then that's just randomness again. If you can't see what you're trying to activate, then you don't know what you're activating, and so you're activating randomly, is my take. So, Kat, would you say you have post-haste clarity? No, I would not say that. That is not what I would say about this situation at all. Okay, so spider kill time. Oh yeah, one hit KO as long as I get the critical one. So now we're going to activate this spawner. Get lots of skeletons. Don't need to jump hit them because I've got strength on right now. Oh, maybe I have to jump hit the guys with the diamond armor. Oof, oh, he's firing so fast. It's like he's got haste on or something. So that's not a keep. So I'll kill these guys looking for one instead. I like that they spawn in midair. There's something very goofy about the fact that you'll get baby zombies spawning in midair. It just feels like it shouldn't happen that way. But it's nice that it does anyway. And now you. And oh, give me a key. Nope, no key. I hate dealing with this trial chamber over here, so I'm gonna boycott it, chat. I'm not dealing with it. How do you rate the trial chambers in a scale of loot and fun on a scale of 1 to 10? Says Chase Jimin. In terms of fun, kind of subjective, right? I feel like they've really nailed almost everything. A part of me wishes, I bet they tried it and it just didn't work. I wish there were challenges for other things besides just combat. I feel like it's the trial chambers, not the combat trial chambers, and it kind of functions like that. But they you know, the rest of it's kind of like more subtle. So you test your parkour skills by getting around the structure, I guess. You could argue. So there's a lot of skeletons spawning there. Where's the second breeze? There's got to be one. Oh, here he is. Okay, so I've still got my strength on, thankfully, and so as long as I can break this, I'll be able to kill all of you fellas. No problems whatsoever. Love it. Give me a key. Yeah. I'm gonna open so many vaults when this is done, chat. It's gonna be a vault extravaganza. You should get the tiny chest plate when a baby zombie drops it. Yeah, I think it is wild that baby zombies drop full-size loot. I've genuinely thought about this quite a few times. It feels like that's not how that should work. But also, I totally appreciate, like, how else could they make it work? That doesn't mean I don't feel a different way. Okay. So that's going to be, hopefully, another key? Ooh, so many keys today, chat. 26 trial keys, 18 ominous keys. But again, we've got a mission to complete. Let's get back to it. So, yeah, this room being complete is a fairly easy one to set as a nice goal for the day. It can be used as a kneecap. Crop top armor. Crop top armor is a must, I tell you. Crop top armor is a must. But yeah, you know, chat. Keep my big confession about me between me and you for today. Make sure no one else. Make sure that doesn't get out. I feel like basically any group, like I feel like almost any group of people, you can come up with a really negative list of stereotypes about, and a really positive list. Like I'm. That sounds like I'm making like a, let's start listing one by one. So we'll start with the Albanians. I'm trying to say, like any group that you can use to identify people with together. Also, I mean, Exploicat, YouTube Studios is having issues. Won't let load. Is it okay to publish? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, let's publish it. Let's make it live. Chat, are you excited for a new video? Hope you are. Do you see that, by the way? Like, it temporarily doesn't have an enchantment, and then it does when you move it. Is this true for my armor too? Let's see if it affects everything. Oh, it is. It's true for everything, yeah. Do you like my armor trim, by the way, chat? I hope you do. If you say you don't, I'll feel real sad. So load the string into here, and then load the arrows into there. It's so full. I don't know what to do about this chest. It's causing me real problems. So diamond mobs can spawn in trimmed armor. They only spawn in trimmed armor in the trial chambers. Oh, Alino, this might be your first time doing this. So, Dasher and I's messages are struggling to send too. YouTube is just struggling. Yeah, YouTube was struggling earlier this week too. I'm glad, despite that, so many of you managed to make it to the live stream today. It's a fun time. I think it's good to chat about so much. And hopefully you will... What do I even do about that, chat? Like, do I just not mine anywhere near him? Do I make sure I mine all these blocks early so he can't do anything to me? Feels like the only realistic solution. Feels like the only solution we have here at all. But I don't know that I love just saying there's no real solution and then walking out of it. So, yeah, yeah, do you feel like a boneless pizza, Chantal? You think that sounds good? YouTube's having a stroke. It took me 4 attempts to send that. Okay, yeah, so weird. Chat, is YouTube working for you? Let's do a poll. let's do a poll. Let's find out if YouTube's going well or not tonight. Yeah, I love boneless pizza. Yeah, let's do something maybe. Okay, so I am going to oh, it's lightninging. I got a really good offer for a chat. So I say this all the time, but you have to train. You know, there's loads of apps out there for loads of different. I said this before. You have to be price sensitive. If you're not price sensitive as an individual, you're telling companies they can charge you whatever you like, and then you're just gonna pay it. Like if you say to if you say to Uber, oh yeah, if you surge price me 12 times, I'm still gonna pay to get to my destination. They're like, oh, this guy doesn't mind surge pricing. Awesome. Whereas if you tell McDonald's that I'm only gonna eat there when you give me a deal, you might find you get more deals than otherwise. Anyway, I got a really good deal at McDonald's, and I need to let them know that I get a deal, I go to McDonald's. I need to. It's a kind of funny thing. It's like, am I conditioning them that I'll go to their restaurant only when they give me a deal? Or, you know, because they've got an algorithm that I'm hopefully training. Or are they conditioning me that whenever they want me in their restaurant, they just have to give me a deal? Who's winning out there, chat? And the answer is hopefully mutually beneficial incentives. Means we're both winning out. I've had a few times messages fail to send and some buffering, but YouTube works, says Beautiful Maya. So yeah, it looks like about 40% of people have issues and 59% of people are fine. So speaking of things being fine, oh, chat! Look, I finally hit the finest of Minecraft levels. That's fun. What do I do about this newfound, what do I do with this newfound experience we have? I do have to work out, chat. I'm looking for really good ways to work out what I should do with these levels, because they're just kind of piling up unnecessarily right now. Should I get an enchantment table in here? I think I might do that. I'll bring an entire enchantment table and just start enchanting books randomly, seeing what I get. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. I think we're gonna randomly enchant books because I want to get density of all the levels, and I know you're probably better off trading for a villager of that. But I think I might enjoy rolling the dice over and over again and seeing what happens to me. Is your mace enchanted yet? No, Hacker1MC. I feel like I should make a. I feel like that might be a fun thing to do. You know, I want to make a Let's Play episode, but there's this like internal stress of like, okay, if it's a Let's Play episode, it has to do this, this, this. It can't just be here's the fun thing I want to do. So I've got to work out the fun excuse to enchant my mace and maybe make a second mace and enchant that one too. And maybe get all the extra books and all that stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah, the exciting thing to say here is that I have a lot of blocks. And the other exciting thing to say, it's, for me, it's a yesence. Sometimes YouTube forgets to update YouTube statuses, whether they're live or not. Good to see you, Cloudy. I think YouTube live streaming is such a non-priority for them. I don't know why. Because YouTube could totally outcompete Twitch if they just put some extra effort into it, right? If they just replicate the Twitch features, Twitch dies overnight. If you can browse the YouTube live page for the game, you know, if it worked like Twitch did, all of a sudden no one would use Twitch because Twitch is a worse deal for the creators. It's a worse stream for the users. But there's some features that will keep people there, and there's the existing creators that they're not gonna bring over. I feel like, also, do I not have any waxed weathered copper bulbs? That's a waxed weathered copper bulb. Oh, it's a full stack. Oh, okay. That's reasonable then. So we'll move some of these and some of these into there, because this is going to be the big old waxed oxidized copper. So, I am going to place my fire charges in here. I've had a random bit of head pain, chat. What is that? What is it when your head randomly hurts? Is there a word for that? Is that the I need boneless pizza sign? I would love a boneless pizza right now. Chat, it's a Monday. My favorite. Getting pizza by the slice is hard in London, but there's a pizza by the slice place that does a. So it's a Monday only deal. You get a cheaper slice. Love a boneless pizza slice. I should confirm, see if they actually have boneless pizza. It might all be boned. Oh yeah. So I wonder if my head is actually you know, it's weird. Head pain feels like a whole different type. I feel like you can ignore every body pain, but when your head hurts, it's like, oh, the part of your body that tells you when things hurts. Feels like you're extra damaging yourself when you ignore it in a way that it's not with your body, right? So yeah, I've had a wonderful stream today. I think we basically destroyed this room. I think we have to probably put a little extra effort into making sure we get these pieces up. But then we can just say that there are 2 big trial chambers left, and then it's just a hallway and some connector blobs. That still means that at the average pace we're going right now, it's probably going to be 5 streams to destroy. And, you know, usually we underestimate rather than overestimate these. So, how do you feel about that, chat? 3 more streams till we destroy the entire thing. That puts us on track for about 18 to 19 hours. Maybe a little less. That last room might be easier or harder to destroy. And we've already destroyed a bit of the previous room, so we'll have to see. But yeah, for now, it is, what's your mug of the stream, says Alina? Oh, it's my wine glass. I've been drinking out of it. It's not wine, it's Diet Pepsi, no caffeine. Maybe I'm just dehydrated. Maybe I need more Diet Pepsi in me. You know, maybe if we had doctors that were braver, diagnosing and could, you know, if they could offer relief like that, things would be good. But yeah, I got a new video out, chat. That's good news too. You know what else is good? The fact that it is a Monday, and there are good things coming throughout the rest of the week, hopefully. That's an awesome wine glass. Thank you. I like it a lot too. It's such a silly idea. I have some guilt, chat. Do you wanna revel in something that actually makes me feel bad every time I remember it? So when I bought this wine glass, I bought it in like August, and by September it hadn't arrived. And so I was like, oh yeah, just let you know it didn't get here. And they're like, oh, so sorry, immediately send one out. And they did. It was great. And then in like late September, I have a bin that doesn't get, I have a place where I have a bin place, and in my bin place, I found a big box. I was like, oh, this box is in a place I wasn't expecting. And so it turns out they just delivered to my bin, basically, rather than delivering to me. And so I have a second one. I don't know what I did with it, though, actually. Well, maybe yeah, I don't know what I did with it, actually. Bummed out that YouTube requires 50 subs to stream, says Chase Jimin. Does Twitch require any subscribers to stream? I think it's, YouTube's really, really cautious about everything. Because newspapers run headlines like, YouTube is playing ads on ISIS content, if an ISIS account with 4 subscribers is making something. I have no idea why they set that up or why they did such big hit pieces for it. But YouTube's response had to be basically not monetizing that stuff. I think it's crazy that that was just accepted as like, yep. If an account with 4 views is being monetized by Coca-Cola, then I guess no one will monetize. Like, it was... The whole apocalypse started because of some dumb newspapers printing some dumb stories about some dumb stuff that was happening literally dozens of times. And so as a result, to this day, you can't be partnered till you get 4,000 watch hours, because that way YouTube's not playing ads on your video, you're fine. To this day, you can't stream until you get a bunch of requirements. There's a lot of pieces of YouTube stuff that are just locked off, because we're like, but what if terrorism? I don't know, I feel like terrorism is used for a lot of justifications of things that we don't necessarily have. But you know what else is used for things that we don't have? Oh, how do I get up there? I guess I go up to this and then... Come on, I'm so close. If I just had the haste, I'd get that done. I got it done anyway. Perfect. Okay, so this room is... I think besides the center, more or less complete then. I think it's very satisfying to get to this point. I'm very happy that we're here. But I also feel a bit like, you know, it looks like the ancient city, but Tula, right? Chat, do you see what I mean by that? It looks a lot like it. What's the temperature there, Toy Cat? It's late o'clock. Is that a temperature? I hope it's a temperature. I enjoyed streaming a lot today, chat. I hope you enjoyed coming along to it. At this point, I would vote for Saddam Hussein as president of the US to stop this YouTube madness. Yeah, you know, why don't we get to vote on YouTube CEO? I think there is a really powerful question about why it is you get democracy in some parts of your life but not others. But I think it's way more exciting to, instead of answering that, let's ask one more question today, chat. And that is, if your boy Toy Cat, let's just imagine, hypothetically, we were to say that, you know, your friend on the internet, your parasocial friend, who you definitely know very well, he says it's parasocial, but you know in your head that it must be something more. Let's say that your boy Toy Cat just asked you to consider becoming a channel member so that you'd see things like Doritos, bathing in Doritos, by the way. You'll be shocked to learn how much a bathtub full of Doritos cost. But if you want to see and support the channel, then maybe you could consider becoming a member. You know, it's something you might consider doing. But you know what else is something you might consider doing? Saying thank you for watching, letting me know that you had a good day, and maybe, you know, if that sounds like too much for you, maybe you should set yourself a simple routine. So if your boy Toy Cat, who you know very well, asked you to consider becoming a channel member, would you? Beautiful. No notes. 10 out of 10. Would not question again. So this has been Destroying a Trial Chamber Part 2. I'm looking forward to Part 3. I feel like that's when we'll be more destroyed than not. Like, in my mind, the tipping point, the middle point, you know, like having done more than not, is a really big milestone. I'm looking forward to it a lot. And hopefully you are too. For now, though, by the way, I think I started today's stream with 0 ominous keys, and now I have 26 trial keys and 18 ominous trial keys. So it's been a successful stream. And I feel like even if it, like, 30% of it has been destroying stuff, I'm really good about that. And also, I'm level 69. Haha. Okay, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, chat. We're going to be doing some speedrunning. I'm going to aim for the world record for the ominous bottle, and if we're lucky, the mace too. Gonna have some record by the end of tomorrow, if it kills me. For today, though, I'm gonna find whatever makes my head feel better. Have a good one. See you next time. Goodbye. Wait, look, I'm waving my pickaxe at you, and then bits of chest are coming out of your face because I've just found out that you're actually a chest. That's why you're not a member on the channel yet. X Toy Cat, and I am destroying an entire trial chamber. This is the progress that I've made so far. I have the main corridor room turned into just a fountain where my chests lie. Then I have an entire second trial chamber, which is just the middle area where you could see some breezes, which is kind of fun if you ask me. Although apparently a lot of skeletons are spawning in here too. And so yeah, I'm slowly but surely turning the entire trial chamber into a pile of rubble. And next up, we have this hallway over here. This is going to be a particularly satisfying and fun one because it does have a couple of spawners on it, which have just been activated right now. And it's also going to be a fun time for my world because on top of doing a very big project, which I always love the destruction projects, today we are going to be particularly taking down spawners every half hour so I can max out my trial keys. I realized recently that I don't have every single, even though I have almost everything you can get from the Ominous Vault, I don't have everything you can get from the regular vault, so I'm building up my trial keys stash so I can do that better. But so that I can do that better, I also need to make sure that I build up on my chests. I have so much tough brick, and I need to have so much more, and that's going to require building in some headroom, so that's what we're going to do. Build this an extra couple of blocks up, and indeed, we're going to be working on the infrastructure around everything a little bit today, such as letting more light in through the sky and stuff like that, just to make it a slightly more pleasant experience. So come along for the journey, why don't you? I'm looking forward to it a lot. Hopefully, some of you are as well. Actually, I hope one person is. If one person is looking forward to it, then it doesn't matter what everyone else thinks. That's the attitude you're meant to have in life, and I've just messed up the second. Those chests were not placed as well as they probably should have been. So we're just gonna place those all down. We're gonna pick them all up, and we're gonna try that one again. So we'll place this one on the side of that chest, maybe, and then this one on the side of that wall. But it doesn't want to let us... Okay, actually, there we go. We're great. So we just have to grab that chest, and I'm good to go, which I should be able to. There. So, yeah, I'm getting to the point of building chests where they're so tall that it's actually causing me problems, which is a fun problem to have, right? I have so many chests that it's causing me issues, but you can see just how much tough bricks we are building up and collecting. I've got 4 shulker boxes full, and then 3 double chests, and I'm working towards a 4th. But yeah, before I can do any destruction today for my big project, I need to kill all of the trail spawners. I'm going to be doing this every 30 minutes, and hopefully we can take our key count from 26, where we're starting right now, to hopefully a little bit closer to an entire stack. Honestly, an entire stack of keys would be wild, right? So that's a good goal to aim towards. In the meantime, thank you, Kevin Sirocco, for becoming the 430th channel member. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're doing wonderfully on this fine Thursday evening. It's definitely Thursday. I know it's a Thursday because there was a snapshot recently. I've been on, it's been 121mus recently, so 1.21mus. I've been streaming every single, day for the last, this will be my 8th day in a row now. And it's been a little bit of a wild one in terms of, keeping track of days and differentiating them and everything. But it has been so fun to have a good opportunity to just, pour all this time into Minecraft. I kind of talk about stuff like this in terms of excuses, right? It's I really like streaming, but it is oftentimes, compared to other things that I hear on the YouTube channel, it's not necessarily as logical for me to do on a time level. So it's fun to have an excuse, and it's also fun to pick up some keys. So yeah, thank you for everyone giving me those excuses, like Kevin Skirocco. Kevin Skricocco. Kevin Skrico. Oh, I assume there was an extra Skrico. It's Kevin Skrico. I was just playing Gran Turismo last night, and I unlocked the Volkswagen. I think it's a Sirocco, but it might be a Skrico now too. I might just be horrible at pronouncing anything that has multiple double letters in there. So my bad. A sincere and deep apology. But yeah, let's go kill some skeletons. If they spawn up there, it causes a bit of a problem for me. Honestly, we need to work out a good solution to that in general. So getting rid of everything but the trail spawners seems like a really good idea, chat. Until you're at, oh god, we're gonna get wrecked over here. Oh no, I don't have another totem, chat. I can't be dealing with this. I'm getting so destroyed. That I just need to get out there now. Let me out. Bad start, I would say. But we'll make it a good start. We'll make it a good one. We'll put that back in there. Eat over here. And then as soon as the skeleton comes over, finish him off. So yeah, the pro tip with skeletons is when there are a big horde of them, you're basically dead. You need to, pick them off individually. When there's free fighting you like this, you're going to get hit multiple times. Hey, Timothy Cedars! Welcome back to Support Cat. Welcome to the channel member club. Put a slab on top of the spawners, says John off the dad. Yeah, I think that's something I would like to test. If we put a slab on top, will it prevent them from spawning? Because it makes it an unspawnable area, right? So hopefully, you would hope so that would work that way. But yeah, for now, I'm just gonna have to fly over. Okay, let's do it. No, I missed. For now, I'm just gonna have to do bombing runs, basically, which is, half of the fun of life. I think so, at least. So, yeah, it's going to be a real fun stream today. As always, we're going to dive into a little bit of everything and anything, and that's part of the fun of it, I think. It always feels weird to, say that out loud. It's, but I think having long opportunities like this to have discussions is something that everyone's doing, in their head, even if not out loud, right? Is when you're on a long Minecraft build, it gives, or when you're on a long manual task of any variety, right? I've had so many subscribers explain, yeah, while I'm in the factory doing this, or while I'm, even if it's doing something fairly manual, like just sitting on a stamp press somewhere, having something to think about is useful. Some people kind of like the head empty vibe going on, but some people would rather have a deeper discussion. Thank you, by the way, Jessup Kane, for another gifted membership. A lot of people are going to be able to see that Bathing in Doritos videos now. That we can be sure of. That we can be sure. Where did the skeleton even come from, by the way? He hurt me. I'm getting hit from something. Oh, there, it's that guy up there, right? Okay, I just didn't think he'd hit me from that far away. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to take out the power bow. And we're just going to do it this way. Just, okay, goodbye. Now that you're knocked down, you can be... Although if we get a key from that anyway, like, what are we going to do about it? Okay, good news, no key, no problem. So, yeah, we only really care if we get a key, and if we don't have one, we don't have to care. So, yeah, with that said, we can get into the actual destruction now. Actually, no, we should finish up the last couple of rooms. It's an every half an hour thing, so we might as well do it in between the destruction that we're here for. Okay, so cave spiders, right? No, regular spiders. Kill a few of these, nice and easy. I really am thinking of getting a sharpness sword, chat. What do you think? I'm having a bit of a hard time working it out or not. But yeah, let's, you know, we'll be fine and great either way, I'm sure. But yeah, what do you reckon? Sharpness sword at this point? Especially for a trial chamber that looks like this. Like, it's so handy having smite for the skeletons. Such a game changer, don't get me wrong. But there are more mobs that don't get affected by smite in the trial chambers than do. And of the mobs you actually do want to affect, it is even closer, I would say. So give me a key, maybe? Yeah, 29 keys. Slowly building up that pile, I think. So, yeah, I shouldn't have let the bruise out there. He was nicely trapped, but that's fine. Another key? Nope, breads. That's okay, I guess. So, yeah, that is our trial chamber. We don't actually have as many spawners as you might. Actually, there's a couple more up here we'll go for. We don't have as many spawners as you might expect on any other world, but it does work out for us. Okay, skeleton spawner. I wonder why it's not working. You can see the skeleton in there, but no spawning, no problem. Just kill all of the spiders. Pick up that experience. Oh, there we go. The skeleton spawner's working, or at least some skeleton ended up over here. Don't ask me why. Creator's such an earworm. I like it, but it gets so stuck. Yeah, it's a I think Creator is really, really good. I've been saying this, but more and more it's been growing on me. Over time, I'm sure it will become my overall favorite. Whereas the more I listen to Precipice, I'm starting to see people's complaints that it sounds a bit like a Christmas song. And as soon as you hear it, you can't really unhear it, which is a bit of a problem. But yeah, now we're going to work on destroying this chamber right here, chat. I'm going to start from the top down, as always. And that means, I think this area over here is the least essential. And then we'll work our way backwards. Although we have basically no inventory spaces, so maybe it doesn't need to be a right here, right now thing. But we'll just unload some things in there, and then start some destruction over here. Okay, so up to the top of the pillar will allow me to destroy the ceiling most effectively. And then from here, just really tear it all apart. So, yeah, use water to get rid of snow. Yeah, I couldn't work out if I wanted to destroy the snow on purpose. There's something about that, you know? Maybe this is me being a passenger in my human experience in a way that I shouldn't be. But I feel like if I destroy the snow, it'll be gone, you know? Like, maybe, what if I want it later? What if there's a good reason for me to want all that powdered snow? I can't imagine there is. But yeah, it's one of the it's one of the weirder and more annoying interactions you can have. But yeah, speaking of how much of the chamber is left, says Pillybull. So we have destroyed 1 and like 3/4 of a main room and a couple of side rooms now. There is 1 more side room, 1 and then 3 more main rooms to destroy. Actually, I think we could argue 4 more main rooms. Yeah, I think you would say 4 more main rooms. So we are just over a third on the technicality, but I think we're much over a third because of how much we've destroyed of these chambers, even if we're not technically, you know, inside of them. So something important to say. Grab a bunch of buckets of the powdered snow because you have iron, right? Yeah, that is the second option, and that also feels kind of dumb, and that's why I'm like in between a rock and a hard place. Like, do I want to preserve something so silly? The answer is probably not. But am I going to preserve something so silly? The answer is we're gonna have to wait and see, aren't we? It's entirely possible that's where I end up as an end solution on this. So yeah, we're gonna pick up some wax copper. No, we're not. Not yet, we're not. We're going to go back to our place and we're going to get it done. So, Kat, do you think you'll do any more hardcore runs, such as Ultra Flat? Either way, I'm enjoying the streams. Thank you, Caitlin, first of all. I think I'd like to do some, yeah. The next thing I have planned, is I've got something fun, planned, like another world I want to start. And, Oh, we filled up our polished tuff? No, we've got still another stack left. But we're about to fill up on polished tuff. Something very important to be aware of for ourselves. Also, there's a little pile in the corner there that we need to replace into this. I'm also very close to filling up on a chiseled tuff right here. Small problem, but a big small problem, has to be said. Then we're going to put this away in there. And then because every time we fight the trial chambers, we just get junk. Like, I love the idea of a cooked chicken, don't get me wrong. But why am I even collecting them? The answer is, at this point, clearly I have a problem. And also, we don't need to collect every single one of these iron chest plates. We can start throwing some away at this point. But not going to yet. I'm going to keep putting that problem off for another while. We be taking these resources home, says John Henry Adams. Oh, good to see you, John Henry Adams. I knew I recognized the name from somewhere, and now I know where. So, will I be taking the items home? Yes, I'm going to be recycling this into something new. Maybe a few multiple new things in this case. But there's so many good ideas for what to do with it. It's kind of giving me a crisis in its own right. But, yeah, I will be taking it home, and it will be used for other builds. I'm not just destroying it to put it in a chest. It is going to come out of it. My plan is to replace the tuff with stone brick pattern, maybe. That's a fun idea. I feel like there's a lot of interesting things you could do if you're really feeling like it. So we're going to destroy this all the way down to there. We can't destroy the glass yet because we don't have a silk touch pickaxe out right now. And then we're going to destroy up to here. We're going to, if we're doing this area, we need to make sure we get the ceiling for this area. So we're going to start with that, starting like here. Go all the way up. And there's a layer of bricks just above that layer of polished tuff. And once we destroy both of those layers, we're good to go. Nice. Okay, then we're going to do the same, but over here. Again, just really trying to make sure we don't lose any tough bricks to the water here. I'm going as delicate as I can while still maintaining some speed. There we go. Carved a hole out over there. And then we'll do the same just over here. Just make sure that it's not prohibitively hard for us to get to the ceiling elsewhere. I'm definitely going to, at this point, max out my polished tuff chest. And that means I'm going to need another one. But that's a small problem to have, right? So let's tear it all apart. Then let's run back along the same section and tear it all apart again. Oh yeah, so satisfying. So satisfying. The trial chamber that used to be here really is starting to rapidly be used to be here, right? Which is a nice feeling to have. So, you could make a copper golem tribute. I could make a tough golem tribute, a copper golem tribute, and then make another couple hundred copies of both. And I think I wouldn't be using up my supplies of tough brick. Has to be said, I've got a little bit more than most people probably want. But that's the right amount. By the time I get to the point of being more than most people are happy with, that's when I'd say I've like hit a happy point in a project. Yeah, once you've gone a little bit overboard, then you've hit the sweet spot, right? You can make a furnace to melt down the iron chest plates. Yeah, I think if I grab a grindstone and then a furnace, I could get some experience and then some iron nuggets. But even right now, do I need the iron nuggets that bad? No. Do I need the experience that bad? Chat, I'm level 69. I've been fighting so many monsters. I've gone from being someone who would usually just sit around level 30 to ending up at level 70, which isn't 2 1/3 times as hard as the master suggests. It's like 10 to 12 times as hard. It is a wild problem that I'm starting to build into. Not necessarily a bad wild problem, just a wild problem. So now, keep on destroying. I need to find a place to hang some torches. For now, I guess we'll just place one there. But we're running out of places that we can actually store torches where they will make a difference. Because I guess we can put them in one of the holes in the ceiling up here. Like, make a hole deliberately so we can put a torch in it. Yeah, that kind of works. Speaking of kind of working, I had goat for lunch today. Did you really have goat? I feel like the only time I ever see goat in cuisine is in Caribbean cuisine. And it's just, it's never enticed me. I feel like exotic meats just, I don't know, like, it exposes the weirdness of the whole meat system when you get to the exotic ones, right? By the time you're like, yeah, let's eat some whale, it's like, wait, you're gonna kill a whale just so I can eat? You know, why don't we just go to, you know, instead of having to kill an animal, why don't we just find chicken from the freezer, which, as we all know, just kind of gets there by itself. Maybe that's like a very particular in denial about where food comes from issue for me, though. But yeah, by the time you're like, yeah, let's curry a goat, It's like, ooh, I don't know about that one. I feel like there's lots of other things we could curry before we get to the you know, the family pet. But yeah, maybe that is me. I did have one of my ex-girlfriends had a goat, and she just let it roam around her garden and just like occasionally gave it crisps. And apparently that is how goats live. But yeah, it's weird to me that, you know, like the overlap between farm animals and food animals is usually like, we find it horrifying because we try to believe they're different categories. But the goat is the one exception where you're like, yep, we can have that as a pet or we can eat that. Because the one example that's always brought up is like in East Asia they eat, you know, like dogs. Even then it's like really uncommon. It's like it's low class food to eat dog. Like it's not, it's frowned upon in the same way that, hey, speaking of being frowned upon, thank you Soto Acronym. Thank you for becoming a member. Were you already a member though? Was that a remember message? Am I wrong about that one? So yeah, I was thinking of challenges for myself, and one of them made me think of you. What's the challenge? Jessup came. Goat's pretty good. It tastes kind of like lamb. I had it in Ugandan food. Oh. You know, I feel like tastes like lamb is questionable though. Like lamb is the bottom tier of the major meats. Like, oh, that was weird. I think some people have like a major moral opposition to it or something like that, and I'm not in that camp. But I just feel every time I go for lamb, I'm like, oh, this will be interesting. It's like, oh no, it's a very particular flavor. It tastes, you know, I don't know. It's not the best among the meats, I would say. Lamb, oh, I think it was lamb. They're almost the same. I mean, you can't have a pet sheep. I don't know why you can't have a pet sheep. You know, that feels incorrect now that I'm saying it out loud. But yeah, you can't have a pet sheep. And that's what the psychological difference is there, I think. So let's go in home. Also, what's that chest doing up there? I guess it must be part of one of the trials from somewhere or other. So load this one up with chisel tough. And then the next one is going to have to be polished tough. We're going to just have to say, there is a chest all the way up there where I load in the extra polished tough. And maybe some extra chisel tough bricks too. So what's your goal with destroying all of that, says Lance Vincent. Who's to say that I need to have a goal? You know, I don't want to be too obtuse about this or anything. Speaking of being too obtuse, let's finish these skeletons. I don't want to be too obtuse with my answer. But couldn't the project just be for the sake of the project? But my actual goal is I want to get all of the blocks and I want to use them to recycle into something bigger. I think that will be fun, and so that is what I am going to do in this one. So now we just walk over to you. That should be another trial chamber defeated, I hope. Actually, it didn't seem to say. So now we're going to pile some blocks up into here. And what is that? There we go. Breeze spawner started. So there's 3 more skeletons over there. I'm going to let them deal with the breeze. I guess I can't actually, because there's only 1 breeze at a time on non-ominous difficulty. And there we go. 6 skeletons. Easily defeated. That's a trial key up there. I hope there's not also a trial key up there. There is, chat. Oh, is that a trial key? No, that's I don't know what I'm looking at, actually. It's too hard to see. So I'm just gonna have to fly up onto this. Always sucks. But there's a key here and there's bread there. So if I just... Okay, I can do this. I can do this. No, I can't. There's no way I'm doing that. Can I shoot it off with an arrow? I cannot. How about I put some water up there, and then I put a bunch of... Yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. I put some water up there, and then I put some buttons around it, and then that way the water will, like, flow off without causing any problems. No, it won't actually work. Wind charge it? Yeah, I think wind charging it probably is the move, actually, right? Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, let's wind charge. This is a very poor decision that I'm doing for fun, chat. Okay, did it move? It didn't. What if I hit it up like that? No, that's too far away. Okay, we're gonna go up to here. Again, there are better solutions to this, but I like a silly solution, chat. I always like a silly solution. How much copper have you got so far? I've got about a chest full of copper. I've got a lot more... Oh, hello. I've got a lot more tough bricks. What happened there? Then I've got copper, but I do have a healthy amount of copper too. Don't get me wrong. So then we're going to destroy these blocks. And just get in there, I guess. And then we're going to come up here. Okay, from here we should be able to knock it off. Okay, I've just gotta nail the landing on that. Oh, it's not... Okay, I'm gonna confirm this works with that one, right? Yeah, there we go. So we just have to make the wind charge hit the top of the spawner. Okay, so it's gonna mildly adjust. Hey, we did it! We did it! Yeah! Okay, fun fact. You can do that. Why would you need to do that? Very interesting question. But you can, and I did. 31 trowel keys. So that was very silly. Very glad we did it, though. Speaking of very glad, Super Suit MC. Basilisk is a delicacy here in Texas, as well as an exotic pet. You know what? Is it a delicacy if I haven't heard of it? This is a very ignorant worldview to have, but I'm going to stick with it, right? Like, I really do believe that all the really good foods, right? All the ones that are so good, they transcend borders because people are moving them from place to place. Whereas all the questionable foods stay in one place forever. And I hate to say, that's what Basilisk might be, Super Soup. Also, can you beat Minecraft without ever going up, says Jessup Kane. Can you beat Minecraft without ever going up? That's a really interesting question. So, the answer seems like it would be hard on the surface. Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Can you beat Minecraft without elevation changes? Is no, but can you beat Minecraft without going up? Is a little bit harder to get to. I think, yeah, defeating the dragon would be hard, and you might not be able to go through the end portal. Yeah, unless you count ender pearling. Unless you can, like, say that's not going up, it's being teleported up. You'd be able to get to the dragon, you'd be able to slay the dragon, but you wouldn't be able to say you did it without going up, because you'd have to go up between the end portal and the thing. So yeah, fun question though. I like that fear. I like that concept a lot. Be a very silly video I'd love to have made a few years ago. Speaking of making things a few years ago, let's tear this all apart. And yeah, let's also take a second to. Could you could boat into a corner? Says Jessup Kane. Does that count? Are you saying if you don't? I guess you could. Like, you can do a lot of things to go up that don't include jumping. There's a lot of ways to get it done, I guess. No, you're too low. You know, Steve's stomach is so strong that gold can be digested. Did you know that a human being's stomach is so strong that gold can be digested? There's quite a lot of human foods that have edible gold in them. Like, gold leaf is a thing that you can just eat. It's not, like, good for you, but it's not bad for you. Like, it's entirely digestible. It gets a lot more questionable if you want to eat, like, a 24-carat gold ring or something. But still, I mean, like, people eat those things. It does happen. And it's just not like a high source of nutrition, right? And the claim from Minecraft is that if you eat gold, you magically get more health. It's like you go to the doctor and he's like, this patient, what he needs right now is he needs a vegetable or a fruit, whichever one we get our hands on, and he needs access to as much gold as we can pull together. Staff, please. Have you got any watches or anything like that? Sounds like a scam doctor, doesn't it? Hello, I'd like to say thank you to whoever gifted my membership to me, says Cactus Cat Kyle. I believe that would have been Jessup Kane. Also, Blood's chair uses an invisibility potion. Usually when I have a totem in my offhand, it looks like I'm deliberately... when I have a totem in the offhand, it looks like I am deliberately going through it, like I'm sitting in a totem of a dying chair. But yeah, this is Minecraft's own official chair, right? This is the Minecraft chair, and it is to get your hands on the Minecraft chair, you need to you have to accept that it's going to go green screens, and that's just the reality of existence. So Timothy Cedars gifted 5. You missed it. Oh, thank you, Timothy Cedars. You know, it was the biggest tip from the batch. Timothy Cedars. I do not see it. You became a member though. Thank you. What was the tip? Say it again. I'll like you can just say it. You don't have to tip it again. We'd love to know. But yeah, now we're gonna place a bunch of torches on this wall because we're about to destroy everything that's next to it. And then once we've done that, we can basically destroy this entire section of Trial Chamber. Yeah, today's going to be a very efficient day because of all the legwork that we've poured in before. It means that we kind of just have to top it up. It was at the beginning of the stream. There was no messages, just 5 memberships. Oh, that's exciting. So, it was the same time as the gifted members. Useful. Okay, so we're going to go to sleep, by the way. It's been too long. And then I'm also going to say that one of the things that I did to lay the groundwork for all the rest of this being so good is one of the things I think I need to do is I need to let more light in via that glass, which I can do so easily. I just have to break the blocks underneath it. I just haven't gotten around to doing so yet. And so why don't I specifically get around to doing so? I'll empty my inventory one more time. I'm doing this all day, every day, sometimes it feels like. But it's an important part of it all. Place it all in there. Place this over here. And also, Super Sue MC. Basilisk is more commonly known as ringtail. But people have an ignorant tendency to confuse it with lemur. With the lemur, there's a type of lemur that, you know, I have questions. I'm not that big into barbecue. It sounds like I would be. Like, I like a very meaty flavor sometimes. Every time I get barbecue, I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good. But, like, everyone acts like this is some incredible food. And I think it's just, like, culturally, some foods, like, hit better for some people or something like that. And it especially works if you've had it since you're a child. Like, the idea of a Happy Meal just sounds good, right? If you're like, you know, like, there's a happiness that comes with that you wouldn't get if you found some random adult who hadn't heard of it, and you're like, look, you get an extra small burger, the smallest portion of fries known to man, and then you get like a bag of apples or something. But then there's this weird cheap toy they literally buy for 33, you know, cents on the individual scale because they're buying so many. They do basically nothing, and if you go again, you'll probably get the exact same one because it's sad the way it seems to be done on a non-random basis. No one would be excited by that. At age 22, I still eat Happy Meals. See how happy they make you, Caitlin? Bet you can't say the same about barbecued ringtail. But yeah, I'd love to get like a barbecue connoisseur to like walk me through it, to describe to me all the flavors. I got 2 calls in the same trial. Underwhelming weapons, says Pyrite. You went for all the effort of getting a mace, and now you're like, yeah, I'm not sure I love this so much. That's sad. Makes sense, but also sad. So yeah, this is the area I wanted to dig underneath. So we're going to just do that right now, preferably without letting. Oh god, why do you have to be here? So we're gonna try not to let that into here, and we're also gonna try not to drown, I guess. Yeah, that's bad. Drowning is second least preferred way to go on this one. And we have to let water out there. Okay, so now, oh, where's the water coming from now, chat? Oh, up there, I think. So we have to place like a cobblestone there. Oh no. Oh, okay, we have messed this one up badly. Okay, I'm just gonna break some blocks. I'm gonna land myself in these blocks. Okay, just let me down. Let me in. Okay. So now we can just go up, destroy everything above me, and then destroy everything below me, and that'll let more light into this place that we love so much. And eventually we can make it like a giant skylight. But for now, I just want to make it so there's more opportunity for light to get in. I don't know how I'm going to do that correctly, but you better believe I'm trying, chat. So just break a few blocks up there. And then, yeah, that's mostly good. Although we're kind of in the wrong area if we're destroying those. We probably want to be destroying anything with glass directly above it. Right? That seems like a good place to start. So if there's a light above these blocks and no water, that's water. Okay, so if there's water above it, then it's a no-go. We want to only do the blocks of light above them. I'm learning a lot by attrition here, chat. Is there a... Okay, there we go. So these 2 blocks here, if we destroy both of these, then all of a sudden we'll have a much easier time letting more light into the structure. And as long as there wasn't anything that will be destroyed by water down there, there's basically no downside to this anyway. So it looks like we can actually, funnily enough, with the haste beacon, we can beat the water down to get to the surface. So, Cat, please let me show you biscuits and sausage gravy and some other covered chunked hash browns. Covered chunked hash browns does sound delicious. I don't know what I'm hearing about right now, but it does sound pretty damn good. So we have to destroy all of these blocks to keep letting light in, which is a little bit of a weird one. Wait. Oh, so this is the wrong set of light. This is the light for over here, which isn't quite as useful as the light that I wanted over there. But that's okay. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to destroy this area so I can access these chests slightly better. So we'll place the torch over there instead and then just destroy all of this. Get it all done at the same time. Like, make everything that we can make accessible just as accessible as the rest. By removing all of these walls, we make a very clear statement that we are here and we're doing something good. Yeah, I regularly come in and out of this trial chambers, so having easier access will be really great. So we can't, that's Waffle House lingo. Oh, interesting. Isn't Waffle House where you go to watch fights? I've never, again, I'm not, this is a part of American culture that has escaped me. But I believe there is a restaurant that you go to specifically when you want to get involved in or watch a fight. And I think that's Waffle House. Might be getting it mixed up with another one there. Speaking of another one there, make a statue in the trial chambers. Yeah, it'd be pretty cool with an idea to build, like, I feel like a lot of the Minecraft developers said they love the statues in the Willow Mansion. It'd be kind of fun to have a reprisal of that, in a structure like this, right? But yeah, with that said, we've now got enough blocks to load some stuff in there. We've got some junk that isn't going to go anywhere. Oh, we got a lot of junk that isn't going to go anywhere. And so we'll put it in this chest. Yeah, solving my junk problems for another day. just don't need this stuff right now. I have such a hoarding problem, chat. Like, it is a serious hoarding problem. Someone needs to come and deal with this on my behest. But in the meantime, this is what I've done. It works just about. Okay, perfect. Got here just in time for the Waffle House discourse. Excellent. Seriously considering driving 90 miles to my nearest one. So what is the benefit of the Waffle House? That's what I don't understand. I feel like there is some key missing ingredient that has to be... I don't know, like it... So, like, getting involved in a fight sounds like not my ideal time. I see why some people like it. Like, to this day, the weirdest thing to me is, like, when I was, like, 15 and some of my friends were trying to describe why they enjoyed going to, like, metal concerts. They're like, yeah, you get in a mosh pit and you get to, like, you know, like, kind of get aggressive with other people. And it's like, that doesn't sound like fun. What is going wrong in your life where you need a space to, like, you know, like, well, hurt other people, right? But yeah, I think, okay, so we gotta get out of the way of these baby zombies with their swords. I think I'm not gonna be able to in time. Ooh, yeah, bad times. Have you found Windburst yet? I know it's super rare on Bedrock. I'm deliberately calling off my search until they patch the game for that. It feels like an important thing to be so broken. But yeah, there we are, right? Didn't like the baby zombie. Hey, IBX Cat, long time no parasocial talk. Hey, good to see you, J-Man91. Has it been a long time? The beauty of the parasocial relation. Oh god, chat. Oh, it's a lot of different skeletons and armor. Okay, so we got cooked chicken, and hopefully for this we'll get a key. We didn't get a key, so we just fought all those enemies for nothing. But it's fine. We'll just load it in there. Make even more places to store stuff. So, yeah, I'm one of those mosh pit enjoyers. Back in the day, I definitely saw some more violence. Nowadays, mosh pits are like pillow fights, and cardio is still fun, though. Yeah, like, I can understand that, like, the real version of it is, yeah, you kind of, like, you go into a place and you get some energy out and blah, blah, blah. But, like, people are like, yeah, you get to, like, you know, like, sometimes you get stamped, people get really hurt. And it's like, man, that's not how you sell me on something, right? Is be like, here's how bad something could be. And just know someone else is getting enjoyment out of how bad it is for you. It's like, oof, that you're gonna have to give me a better sales pitch. You know, it never came up, thankfully. But, so we might not yet be getting good Windburst rates yet, but we can hoard ominous keys. Exactly, Hack1MC. That is genuinely my plan. Is I'm gonna be doing a little bit of hoarding, just a little bit. And one day, the hoarding will all come in, you know, to be especially important. Is it the best strategy ever? No. Is it a strategy? Yes. a strategy, you definitely can't not call it. So, I think this entire half of this chamber is going to go now. And once we destroy this half, we need to make staircases into this half. We still have this ladder, which is handy. But I think from this side, we want to have a proper staircase up and down into it. So let's carve one out from here. We'll start with this big pillar. And then work our way into the side. Let's do it. The waitress let me sip the iced tea because when I was in Georgia, we asked someone where to get breakfast, and someone overheard and drove ahead of us to show us the way to Waffle House. The waitress watched me sip the iced tea because she knew it wouldn't be what I was used to. Weird experience. That is very weird. I want to go to a Waffle House now. Is that... So the sales pitch is you're going to have a different time, but different is good. I mean, like, new experiences are good. I think that's interesting. But then how do you get a cult following out of being so different, right? Because surely Waffle House can only be different the first time you go. Maybe I'm still missing something. Yeah, I think, felt like I was a main character, says Shambalixley. So, we got a comment, by the way. I want to talk about something interesting. So it's a comment from someone who may or may not be, who says, "I love your content. I was inspired by you and many other YouTubers, and now I'm here." So it's a verified account, and I feel like it's there's a 50-50 as to whether that's a real heartfelt message, or whether that's like okay, if I just drop my name in enough places, people will have heard about me. I can do it in the vein of like I'm saying something humble, but it is. I think it's something to watch out for as a viewer. It's like, yeah, this person is reinventing the wheels on the self-advertising train. And I want to give I want to give just in case that second thing is true, even if it's not, I want to give the pro tip out here, which is that like in general, I feel like the best forms of like stuff like that, like because you always see comments being like, oh yeah, go subscribe to my channel. It's been years since the epidemic of that happened, but It just never really was effective. That's why it's very, very rare to find a channel that got big because of it. Check his history. He spams that he has 100k subscribers. Yeah, YouTube has comment history now, so it's good for stuff like that. But yeah, my advice is generally, it's not like I have no like ill will towards you or anything like that. Like you're working out a good strategy for you. I just don't think it's a good use of your time. Like the same amount of time that you think is well spent in, like advertising a channel is actually better spent in saying like, okay, the lazy thing that people say is like, how do you make your content better? But that's like the broadest thing to say. Like, oh yeah, instead of spending your time trying to, I don't know, like get dates, try to make yourself better. That's real advice people give too, by the way. It's like, oh, don't bother trying to find a relationship, just improve yourself and it'll find you. But it's like, well, that's not the actual problem I'm trying to solve, right? It's like, like, but even if you are saying that, at some level of improvements, people still need to, I'm still going to have to solve the date problem, right? And so you might say the same thing as a YouTuber, like, no matter how good the content is, if people don't get recommended your videos, then they will never watch it. And so how do you solve that one? Am I spending my time well? I wonder, says David Solomano. That's a very ominous message. Yeah, I wonder too, David. Are you spending your time well? Is this experience as good as a Waffle House? What can we do to this channel to make it more comparable to that of a Waffle House? But yeah, so just got this video recommended to me right now, says Sheldrake. See, exactly. This video where I'm literally just destroying a trial chamber got recommended before one that someone's poured their heart and soul into over the course of weeks. That sucks, right? And I think on YouTube it's like, yeah, a big part of like the system is how do you work up to those first few viewers. But that's why YouTube now has this thing where it's trying to show you channels with 11 views. It's trying to show you, like, the type of person who might enjoy being the first person to watch something before it becomes the next big thing. They're trying to give those people the next big thing so that they can see it and they can enjoy it. It's like in the music world, right? People love to be able to say that, oh yeah, I knew this band before they were cool. I knew them way back when. It is people's favorite thing to say. I think it's like a wild thing to enjoy. It's like, you don't get extra credit for knowing something before everyone else knows it, right? It feels like you should get it. I understand that gatekeeping exclusivity. Waffle House is greater than Toy Cat, which is greater than Netflix. Thank you, David Solomano. Second place on your entertainment tier list. Beaten only by the fact that the Waffle House is 90 miles away. So, yeah, I think the really important thing is, like, at some point you need to realize that your time is limited, and you need to break down the task of, like, making stuff better so that people will discover it into, like, okay, what is better? You can be good at something by being the very best at something. Like, you can make the best Minecraft videos by working out the highest quality format for that. You'd be extremely funny, you have incredible editing, you have incredible concepts and storyboarding.
I'm getting recommendations for Tamil sports content. I blame you somehow.
I wonder if the internet's just trying more and more stuff like that. Like, okay, just based on demographics, we know that people, you know, people of your age, your variety will really enjoy some Tamil sports. Or maybe you've outed yourself as having values which are equivalent to that of a Tamil. There was a billionaire Sri Lankan in the news today in the UK. It was for, like, weird, I don't know, like, identity-based political reasons. But what I thought was interesting is, like, he said something very agreeable. He said something that I agree with. He's like, yeah, and when my parents brought me here from Sri Lanka, and I was like, oh, that's fun. Maybe I didn't agree with him because we had the same opinion or whatever it was. Maybe he didn't say something that sounded agreeable. Maybe he just said something that sounded Sri Lankan enough to me. What if instead of agreeing with things because we have some logic, rational brain, what if we're all really just super, oh my god, what if we're super caveman-like, tribe people-like, and we just go, yeah, booga booga, this opinion makes sense in my homeland, so it makes sense here. By the way, 6,234 days, says Jessup Keynes. It's a pretty nice number of days, right? We could probably up the count more, because we probably should sleep soon anyway. Wonder how breakfast compares to Waffle House. I'm always shocked when I see the price for Wetherspoon's breakfast. Like, I know this is not a unique take, chat, but have you noticed the prices have gone up? I know, right? It's crazy. This is a discussion that only I have noticed. So I'd like to come with my groundbreaking research and say to you that prices have in fact gone up. And I think, but actually, most people just say it all the time. Like, oh, prices are so high. But actually, like, I look at all the things I buy. When things get too expensive, I switch products and stuff like that. And so, like, from my experience, some things got really expensive, but most things stayed more or less the same, like within 10% of where they were. But every now and then, you get these giant jumps where you're like, wow, that thing has just doubled in price. And so what's interesting is fast food prices. I think they finally hit me just how high we've gotten. Is like the normal now used to be like a real fancy one from before, and the fancy one from before is now like, what are you even doing at McDonald's at that price point? But I think I had a very shocking McDonald's experience. Really drove it home for me. But and yeah, I think that's just like a thing that happens in your life. Like, have you ever seen photos of McDonald's menus from the 70s, chat? If you haven't, give it a look. Like, even McDonald's in like 78 or whatever the image is. But it was just under 50 years ago, and hamburgers were 5 cents. I don't know what the UK equivalent was, but presumably less because the pound was stronger to the dollar at that point. So like 5p for a hamburger, even less by actual conversion rates. That's insane, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. By the way, we can destroy the entire pillar around this because we know that we... of all the blocks, this is the one that's easiest to deal with. And then we'll make some slabs, and we'll make... Oh, it's dark. Make sure we place one of those down. Then we'll place some slabs, and we'll put them on top of all the spawners, I think. A useful thing to do for the future. So it's entirely gone now, chat. This chamber, which was just down to its last pillar, I think we can almost say is destroyed. 5 cents, are you for real? Yeah. And then you can see it from like the 80s, and it's like, oh, it's a quarter. Wow, crazy. And so, yeah, there was a huge period of inflation, right? Somewhere between those two times, the amount that money was worth just went down. The amount that things cost went hugely up. And if you're born after that fact, you just you just accept it, right? In the same way that someone born today will probably say, yeah, like £10 for McDonald's, that sounds about right. That's what £10 should buy you. And I think that is interesting. Is like inflation once it happens, it's like set in forever. But also it almost feels essential, right? It's like it's I don't know, like a part of that makes me feel like someone who's like really. I don't think anyone's a fan of inflation. I don't think there's anyone who's like, yeah, I love me some inflation, inflate it all the way. But one of the fun things about it is like it's a way to, I don't know, recontextualize every era. But also it seems terrifying to think like, oh yeah, if you live till 60, you'll get to the point where it's like £400 for a McDonald's meal. And like, a nice meal out at a restaurant will be £6,000. And like, oh yeah, you want a drink? Oh, that's going to be £2,000 each. But eventually money will be devalued to that point. It feels like if it's an inevitability, there's like got to be ways to escape that happening. Because that feels very dumb, right? I mean, debtors are a fan of inflation, e.g. every government. Yeah, if you... The smart... to do a little bit of economics talk here, the people who lose out from inflation like that, because in the long run, like, it seems like it doesn't affect anyone, because if prices just are inevitably going up over time, you'll get paid more over time, because no one is going to work a job for the same wage that you would work it in 1960, because the same wage that would buy you 100 hamburgers then will buy you 10 hamburgers now, or whatever it is, right? But, inflation does also push up wages, because it pushes up what people need from their wages. But it does two interesting things. It means anyone who has cash savings, i.e. in a bank, but way more importantly, just in cash, your money becomes worth less over time. If you were in the 60s, if you were in the 80s and you saved, you're like, okay, I'm gonna put away enough money for 100 hamburgers so that any time I want to have 100 hamburgers, I can just do it. You put away your $25. You pull it out now because you're like, I'm finally gonna, get those 100 hamburgers worth. It took 40 years. But I've fallen on hard times, and 100 hamburgers would help me out a lot now. And it turns out that you actually get, what do you get for like $25? Like probably like 4 meals, right? Maybe if you buy the very cheapest ones, you might get like 20. And so you're losing out money on that. And the ups, so like you lost your money from your savings, whereas anyone who is borrowing large amounts of money, they have the opposite problem. They owed 100 hamburgers. They're like, one day I'll pay you enough money for 100 hamburgers, and then the time comes that they've got to pay you. 40 years later, you get excited because you've heard that, oh, you're getting 100 hamburgers worth, plus you're getting interest on that debt. You're getting 110 hamburgers. Oh, it's going to be a good time. Except now you're getting 110 hamburgers of 1980s money, and so what does that actually equal to? Like 5 burgers today instead of 4. But you still come out worse as a result. So if you are a creditor, if you lend money to someone, you don't want inflation. If you are a debtor, you do want inflation. And so those are the two, like, effectively inflation is a transfer of money from anyone who has savings to anyone who is borrowing money, which then effectively, because the biggest, not almost all debt, the largest individual sources of debt in the world are governments. So when inflation happens, it is moving money from people to governments. But the way it works is like much more like, it's kind of more targeted than that. It's actually saying, yeah, of the things that exist in the economy, the government is willing to print money to buy those things, whereas you are not able to print money to buy those things. Which is why what's interesting to me is that somehow, for whatever reason, so we got another key. What's interesting though is we used to have economies where, also another key, nice. We did used to have economies where the money supply was fixed. You could create more money under the gold standard, which is what was used for the majority of history, but it means an interesting thing. If you use gold as money, which is a fixed currency, it prevents the ability to inflate it, right? So it's really good for anyone who wants to save money. In fact, under most non-fiat currencies, your money appreciates over time. Because if you think about it, right, the money that buys you 100 hamburgers in 1980, if you ignore inflation, with all of the advancements in how they make hamburgers today, shouldn't you get more than 100? The same amount of money, if money had the same value, should buy you like 105, 110. Maybe if you're really optimistic, 200 hamburgers if there was no inflation. And so, over time, if you have money, if you have money that doesn't inflate, you have an appreciation of your savings that way, which then sounds really good. Who's not in favor of that, right? But interestingly, it led to one of the weird problems that it leads to is a zero-sum game. It's a real Cantillon effect. Our boys and girls. I'm legally gonna leave, says Noah the Miner. I hope that regardless of whatever you said, I have no ill will against you, Mr. Noah. But I do hope that you take the idea of like, okay, what do you actually do seriously? And the most important thing is like, yeah, rather than assuming you can be the best at everything, either be the best at one thing or be the best at one thing and be unique. I think that there are a lot of people. If there are a lot of people in the world who are willing to be subscribed to, what's a big Minecraft YouTuber these days? I feel like one of those like nostalgia YouTubers, like Dan TDM's a good example. Like he's got millions of subscribers, but it's not like you make a video that's better than his and you'll get some of his subscribers, because he got his subscribers years ago, and there are people who are like, oh my god, I'm watching this video from this time. So yeah, interesting thing. By the way, in my area, $15 an hour is standard here. Minimum is $7.25. Problem is, $15 an hour is the minimum just to be able to get living. There's probably an interesting there's an interesting feeling everyone has. I don't think it's true. It's economically not true, but there's a feeling everyone has, and so I don't just like shoot feelings off by saying like, well, there's science that says it's not. But the feeling everyone has is like, yeah, as you raise minimum wage, as you raise the minimum amount that someone can make, that amount then becomes the amount that you need to buy the minimum lifestyle. It's an interesting set of logic that is used very commonly. By the way, speaking of things, why are you not reading all my messages at all, Toy Cat, says Time Warp 41? I assure you, it was because I was on a long inflation rant and not because your messages were terrible. You know, actually, it could have been the last one, but I didn't. I want to finish my rant anyway. One of the biggest problems with a non-inflationary environment, with using a currency that is fixed, which is what we use in gold, is it means that when a country pays another country, or when a country steals from another country, let's say, it is a zero-sum game. When Spain pays the UK $100,000, that money that Spain paid the UK is money that can't circulate around their economy because they literally don't have the gold anymore. Like, money in the Western world is, there is as much money as we can believe there is money. That sounds fake, but that really is the basic gist of it. Simplifying a lot of effects down there. But, you know, like, there is as much money as we believe there is money. But when money is physical, when you have to weigh out certain amounts of gold or use physical coins that are made from precious materials, there can only be as much money as there is precious materials. And it creates this, like, weird effect of actually really ruining some stuff. So yeah, rant more about inflation, says Akash Warrior. I don't think, but here's the thing, I don't have a huge rant about inflation. I think that instead of, like, there's a lot of things in life where it's important to take your stake. This is something I've said before in this very same Destruction of the Structure series. But you need, it's good to have a personal opinion, and it's really important to, but then you need to take the next step, which is working out, okay, but assuming that things continue as they do, because they sure do look likely that they will, what is it that I can do about that? What is it that I should best do? A lot of people hear step one and they're like, you know, I hear about some big thing and I think that's really bad, so I'm just going to do nothing about it. And it's like, oh, but doing nothing that's not going to help anyone. That's going to make a lot of things substantially worse, actually. You need to have a plan that is evolved around. So I think you basically have to accept, like, okay, even though debt sucks, I think especially if you grow up without as much money, as I think there's a common experience, you know, a sadly common experience. If you grow up without access to as much money as maybe some, like, you have this just built-in experience, which is like, yeah, having no money sucks. And so debt is seen as, you know, debt is literally negative money, right? Like, what's the only way to get negative money? To owe someone else money. But in the real government sense that it exists today, debt exists in a more bizarrely abstract sense. As it exists today, debt is a bit more of a Like, yeah, you owe them this amount of money, but, you know, like, debt is this weird cyclical thing. It's almost a good thing. If you can buy something that really exists, that has value, that will appreciate, and you can buy it with debt that does not appreciate, then that is how you get wealthy. Okay, I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to get it. Yeah. There's another key up there, though. Yeah, I've got to work out a good solution to this, chat. What do you reckon? Should I just install some ladders on the walls? IBXToyCat, new video from you. Oh, exciting! It was yesterday's video, but we made a big mistake in putting it together. It all kind of fell apart. It was a funny mishap, some could say. I hope I one day get to the point of, yeah, but I was pretty non-stressed about it, all things considered. I'm gonna put these down there, so we can keep a constant eye on our number of trial keys. Just trying to pile up as many as we can here. Then we'll load this into there, and these into there. And so yeah, within the world that exists, right? Within the non-perfect world in which we currently inhabit, sadly, you're gonna be like, okay, so even though debt really is against most people's instincts, you've got to work out which debts are smart. Any debt which has high interest rates are not smart in general, and any debts that have low interest rates are smart. If you can borrow money for less than inflation costs you, then you are winning. Ladders on the walls would help with debt, you're right. Good to see you, Rue, by the way. Hope you've been enjoying 1.21 as well. Use scaffolding to reach the spawners. I feel like scaffolding's a bit ugly. I mean, ladders could be ugly too, I guess, but yeah, we could maybe install some. Yeah, I guess if we use scaffolding, we can easily destroy it later if we do want to get rid of it. Which why wouldn't we, right? So yeah, I think I think if that was yesterday's video, is there another today? So whenever something like that happens, what we do is I put a bit of extra work into it, and then I hopefully end up a day ahead. Okay, so this thumbnail is really, really, really bizarre, chat. Have you seen it? Oh, it's got two thumbnails. Right. Oh. I've never seen this. Or is it two thumbnails? Chat, does the thumbnail on today's video look normal? So yeah, I think I've got to probably the title's so long on the video. I was just looking at it, I'm like, I can't leave a title this long. So it looks so saturated and bright. You know, as long as you can see, to me, because so chat, thumbnail A/B testing just rolled out on YouTube. It's something YouTubers have been doing forever, but only big YouTubers who have automated tools can actually see the effective results on. So now YouTube is going to YouTube's going to give half of people one thumbnail and half of people another thumbnail, and it's going to see which group will watch the video for longer. This is an insane thing that this is true. The more interesting statistic is who clicks on it, but it's insane that it's true that based on which thumbnail you click for a video, based on which title you see for a video, you will watch that video for longer or less. Like if I titled the video 1.22 release date confirmed, you know, Mojang gone sexual, a lot of people would click, but the people who did click would watch for less time. So you want to find the sweet spot, and then, you know, that might sound like, oh yeah, well, you clickbait, obviously people watch less than real bait. But there are some titles that make a video more palatable, and some thumbnails that will make a video more palatable than the opposite. It's something that's one of the struggles on YouTube. One of the things that I think is worth really getting good at, really worth trying with at least, is working out what is a successful thumbnail and what is not. It is a very, very weird skill. It's like learning headline English. And this is how I kind of refer to it, is if you think about newspaper headlines, they're not written in the way that people talk. They're written in the way that grabs people's attention. So you need to be good at that for YouTube, basically. So I see the buff nerf split thumbnail. Okay, I'll show you what the two thumbnails look like. So one of them has a X on it, and one of them doesn't have an X on it. If you see the one with a X on it, you are in the B group. If you see one without an X on it, you're in the A group. They're pretty similar, actually. I just asked Harrison to do two of them. But if you have the one with the X on it, you're in group B. No X for me, says Great Owl Master. Looks like you're Mr. A group. And so yeah, it's going to determine from which group you're in, which of you watched the video more. And then that will give me the information to know For example, one of these things has a red X on. Does a red X encourage someone to watch a video for longer, or will it encourage someone to watch a video for less long? Yeah, it's that sort of stuff, right? I hopefully am going to learn some direct lessons from this, because I've had to work out most of what I know about why people watch YouTube videos by trial and error, and every now and then I get it really wrong, and it's like offensively wrong, right? So I'm trying my best to not avoid that. I got an X, so I'm Group B. So yeah, now you know if you're A or B, and based on who's in A and B, obviously there's some small amount of variation from person to person, but over a large enough number of people, we can be fairly sure that the effect isn't random, right? So kill all of you now. I'm hoping that I don't get a trial key. I don't know what actually, you know, let's not even kill them. If I don't know what to do about that trial key, which I just got, what are we gonna do about it, chat? I can't throw a wind charge at it again. So I guess we'll temporarily install, just temporarily, right? Not for a long time. We'll install some scaffolding right here, just so we can get up there. Seems like a good investment. Feels a bit weird to do, but then we can also use this to put our, like later when we want to do that, we can put our things on this. So it's going to be double good, right? A group for me. Does it give you any stats about the audience that got each, like age, geography, or gender? It doesn't. In theory, it's entirely random, right? It'd be really interesting if it accidentally didn't. But yeah, so this is a fact that doesn't sit right in people's minds. So I'm going to share it with you, and you can disagree with it, and that's okay. Tell me if you disagree with this, chat. In fact, but if you take 1,000 random human beings. Genuinely random. If you could randomly select 1,000 human beings from across the, let's say the UK, right? Just 1,000 human beings in the UK. Statistically, if you do it randomly, that group will be fairly well age, race, political opinion, etc. adjusted. And therefore, if you ask those 1,000 people, who are you voting for this election? And if they are honest with you, there's a lot of assumptions about how you get them. This is where things can fall apart. But if they are honest with you, as in recent times people have been less wanting to do, you know, because of the demonization of certain types of politics. But if they are then honest with you about who they are voting for, you have a good sample of what the wider public believes. Then if you ask them again next week, not even ask them again, ask another 1,000 people next week, who are you going to vote for? And way more people say one person than the other, there's a good chance that some people have switched and changed their mind. If it's a small difference, then it's probably statistical error. But if it's 50-50 on the first sample, and on the second it's like 80-20 in favor of one candidate, and it's truly random, and people are truly telling the honest answers, then that is the basic, that's the basic gist behind how. That's the basic just behind how polling works. But you can use that for more or less anything. If you want to work out what people think about a thumbnail, it's the same logic. As long as you're not selecting for those factors. Because if you gave only, white people thumbnail A and only Latinos thumbnail B with the X on it, you wouldn't be able to properly compare the data. For the data to be comparable, you have to see both. And so this is what a lot of like Hollywood studios and like, I don't know, political companies too, like places where they need to have a broad range of opinions. Because, in a lot of industries, it's just, like what the founder or whoever, someone in charge thinks is like good enough. But then in like, I don't know, for a movie to be successful, one where you spend hundreds of millions, it has to appeal to 60% of the population, so that off that 60%, 20% might go see it, right? And so you do that by asking a bunch of people what they think about a thing and trying to just be like, okay, their opinions are clearly correct, my thoughts are wrong. And that's how you get some bizarre movie choices. Is you get things that technically everyone says they like, but no one really loves, is I think a common problem that people state. Okay, with that said, Toycat, are you voting for Trump or Biden, since you're obviously an American? Okay, politics talk, let's do it. I am voting illegally, keep in mind, as non-citizen. I can't even make jokes about that. I feel like I'll get deported one day. I'm not even in the US and I fear I'm going to get deported. But yeah, just in case you're watching US CBP, I swear to God, I'm in British land. I love when you yap, says no other miner. Thank you for saying you love when I yap. I love when I yap too. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here, chat. I'd be out at I'd be out eating lobster rolls right now. But you know, I do enjoy being here, and so I shall be here instead of eating the lobster rolls, yapping about everything from inflation to polling. But yeah, chat. So do let me know if you like your thumbnail, and if you have an X on your thumbnail, tell me if you think it'd be better without the X. Actually, wait, no, let's do this right now. So chat, guess right now. Make your guesses. I'll let you know as soon as I know, probably the next stream we do. Make a guess, which thumbnail will more people watch the video, click on, whatever. Which thumbnail will be better on the YouTube level? The one with the red X, which you might have, or the one without the red X, which you don't have. We're testing two versions against each other. I'm excited. Also, we just ignored the voting question, says non-consistent potato. Because I'm a non-US citizen. It's not my say about who becomes the president. Even if I want it to be my say, that's not how democracy works. I mean, actually, on this channel, it's how democracy works. Like, democracy is what Toycat wants, with a little sprinkling of what the human beings want. But, you know, we run this channel like a dictatorship. But no, there is I do think there's a problem that a lot of people have, is a lot of non-Americans are like, yeah, I have really strong opinions on this election, which is fine, you're allowed to have strong opinions. But the reason that you probably think about the people the way you do is because you're not from the country. Their job isn't to be popular with you, someone living in, you know, the Netherlands. It's not their job to be popular with someone living in, you know, like in Australia. That's just not the job of the American president. If it was, they would be doing a bad job at actually being a democracy. Their job is to appeal to the people who live in the United States. The people of voting age, I guess we should say, living in... And if we're being entirely more realistic than that, it's not even their job to appeal to those people. It's their job to appeal to the people who live within the most swingy of swing states. This is... But yeah, chat, make your guesses. We'll do a poll, and we'll see if you're right statistically. I'm very, very curious. Rishi Sunak moment. So that's... But yeah, I feel like... If you don't like one of the people, or you don't like both of them, I guess it's like, yeah, that's kind of... They're not aiming to be liked by you, so if they accidentally got you, that'd be fine, you know? Like, the US has, unlike most other countries, like, the world has opinions on their leaders, but it's not that they need those opinions to be good. It's just a nice coincidence if they are, right? It's honestly their job to appeal to the groups who will give them the most votes. So then that's the interesting question. So this is a little bit of political philosophy here, chat. Do you think, you know, do you like, because I guess, like, the correct move if you're playing the politics game is you get the places where the votes matter the most. But do you think, because this has happened like twice in the last decade in my lifetime, a major political party has accidentally gotten a strategy where lots of people like it, but those people happen to already vote for that party or live in areas that already do. So, for example, if you live in an urban area, you are already, you know, swinging for Team Left. So when Team Left appeals to you and your vote, they're not winning anything. They have to get enough of you to vote that they don't lose, but realistically, you're voting for them or someone like them anyway. It's their logic. So, whereas they need to win over people who live in more swingy areas, right? It's the kind of concept. Do you think that politics, that's just playing the game, or do you feel like the game is impure when it's played that way, I guess is the question. So 59% of people say the red X is going to make the thumbnail better. That's an interesting point. So, you know, I guess the, we're going to make a politics analogy to this thumbnail. We're going to do it, chat. So, the red X thumbnail, you know, like, should I be aiming to appeal to my subscribers who will hopefully click on videos the moment they work out it's from me and hopefully on a topic they're interested in? Or should I be appealing to people who have never heard of Toycat, you know, the viewers who only see the occasional Minecraft video, or maybe don't see Minecraft videos at all? I voted for no X because I have Group A loyalty. It's very close to 50-50. I wonder if I can see the data yet, actually, chat. Okay, so I'm gonna go look. Okay, I'm going to look right now. It doesn't say on my phone. Oh, it does. It does. Here it is. Thumbnail test is running. To edit the thumbnail, please visit desktop version of Studio. Oh, I can't see on my phone. But I'm looking forward to finding out. Appeal to people who don't know you exist. See, that's the correct business move, but I feel like a lot of channels like lose some wave of support when they do that just a little too hard, right? This is a little bit like behind the inside baseball, I guess. Is if as a YouTube channel you appeal too hard to people who already watch your videos, you will eventually drop off entirely. Your existing audience will only slowly die, and I mean literally die in some cases. Like every day one, you know, it's gonna be like 1/30,000th of the population dies, right? And assuming that's fairly randomly modeled, it shouldn't be for YouTube subscribers. You'd figure someone who is subscribed to my YouTube channel dies at a much lower rate than average, because obviously lack of house fires and all that noise. But I think so some people are dying, but some people also just lose interest in that thing and never pick it up again. There came a day where I stopped being interested in Call of Duty as a game. I used to play probably I don't know, like 3-4 hours a day after school, playing some zombies, you know, like, there was a day where I stopped being interested. It wasn't a dramatic day. It's not like I have it written down on my calendar. Ooh, my drink tastes meaty, chat. That's weird. I was not expecting a meaty drink. Yeah, there came a day where I stopped being interested, and I don't know what that day was, but I haven't watched a single thing since then. You know, I'd watch a fair bit here and there. It's one of the things that the game videos before that were just, here's a cool thing I did. I liked that the Call of Duty community started something which was like, let's have like real discussions about real things. There's a little bit of chat about like, how do you get your KD up and what gun is the best one to use and how do you work on this map, etc. And those were always important things too, you know, those are the things that lured people in. But the thing that like kind of caught me off guard that made me go, wow, actually, was that there were like real discussions about stuff in the world. And I've always like, I don't know if you can get that from what we talk about here on this channel, but I've always enjoyed having a little bit of that on the side. Like I get that the primary focus is Minecraft. Minecraft first is, so yeah, it's like always gonna be, I don't know, if I'm playing Minecraft, you probably want to know at least what I'm doing, right? It's the bare minimum amount of knowledge there. Come on, key. Yeah, 36 keys, chat. Maybe 37? Oh, not 37. You should write "my drink tastes meaty" on your calendar. Okay, let's throw it on there. My drink tastes meaty. I'll set a reminder for next year, and then we'll have to. Honestly, why don't we retitle this stream "My Drink Tastes Meaty"? Okay, let's do it, chat. Let's see what that does. Okay, so the title of the stream is now "My Drink Tastes Meaty." There we go. We're gonna see if that helps people understand. I don't ever think about the thumbnail. I watch videos of the topic or person as of interest to me. I think the thumbnail will lure your attention in sometimes, though, right? Like an interesting. Okay, I'm gonna grab these candles. It feels weird that I haven't done it yet, but we're just gonna go grab them all. Something that I'm all too aware of. I think one of the most important things to understand is how it is that information gets into your brain. A lot of people just assume whatever's in there is just, you know, it's got in there because it's true or something like that. But there's a lot of ways that things make their way into your brains. And one of the weird kind of side consequences of this is everyone thinks that advertising is ineffective against them. Everyone has this idea, like, I've heard so many people be like, yeah, advertising's how they brainwash you, man. It doesn't work on me, though. And it's like, well, no one thinks advertising works on them. It is very rare that you hear someone be like, oh yeah, I really love advertisements. I don't know what car I'm going to buy until on the TV pops, ooh, the Skoda Yeti. Guess I'm getting one of those this week. You know, it's, I think that I got a new title about refreshing. No one thinks that advertising works on them. It's not, it doesn't make any sense that they would. But at the same time, it works large enough that the advertising industry works. We have, how many people have liked the stream, chat? Oh, it doesn't actually show me anymore. It's somewhere like 300, 400 people have liked the stream, right? I'm making a pure guess there. 500 people have liked the stream, let's say. And so, you know, like that, for each of those 500 people, I'd have been paid about 0.1 cents. Sometimes closer to like 0.5 cents if it's like a good YouTube day and, you know, the audience is from a, you know, decent demographic or whatever. but something like that. Also, I need to re-up on my torches, actually, so let's just do that real quick. And so that means that the value of just being able to show you 5 seconds of your brain time is worth about 0.1 cents. Which means that, yeah, statistically, most of the time that you see an ad, you don't buy something. But clearly, sometimes you'll see ads for... So there's like 3 levels of why advertising does actually work. One is the level of, well, what if you see an ad for something, and then later, when you really need a thing in that area, you'll know what to go to. So if you see an ad for a lawyer, then the one day you need a lawyer, you know the person to call. That's why there's so many injury attorneys in the US, because injuries are happening every day, even if most people aren't having an injury every day. So you try to be the injury lawyer that people think of when they're in a panic, etc. Or if you need a website, you think about like, oh yeah, Squarespace, build it beautiful, whatever. You know, like you hear about these things, you hear about these things and you think, why am I being told about this? And then one day it comes up and you're like, oh yeah, that was actually pretty darn good. Take a sip of the meat juice. Yeah, it's so meaty, chat. This is the meatiest drink I've ever had. Oh, I think it's got to be the ice cube because it's getting more meaty as the ice is melting. What would cause ice to taste like, you know, what is something wrong with my taste buds, chat? It's probably not that one. So, yeah, the idea of Raid Shadow Legends, right, is they knew that even if people thought of the game as the joke, when they're next thinking, oh, I need a mobile game, they might think to one of the screenshots or one of the videos they saw from one of those ads and go, yeah, well, I mean, it is like a full game. It has this and that, and they might hear it for talking point, etc. And all it takes is for some number of people, the next time they're looking for that service, to know about them. Like, brand recognition is so important. That's, it's so important. That's why Coke does all those adverts, is because they just know that the next time you're thirsty, if Coke is one of the first things that you think about, it's one of the first things that you'll buy. By the way, good to see you, Harrison. Great. How are you doing today? We're doing a poll in chat, Harrison. Which thumbnail do you think will do better? The one with the red X or the one without the red X? We're doing a test, and I'm looking forward to finding it out. You might have frozen the water next to meat, but frozen meat doesn't taste like meat, right? Or maybe it does. The meatiest drink would be gravy, right? That's a good point, actually. Yeah, the very meatiest drink in existence would be gravy. If we were to try and make the meatiest drink. You know, maybe I'm drinking gravy. Maybe my drink was maybe my ice cubes are sat in the freezer next to gravy, and I just don't realize it. It's an important thing to realize when you're accidentally drinking gravy, but far too often, some of us don't realize. And that's how you get gravy poisoning, chat. That's how you get gravy poisoning. So, yeah, by the way, speaking of fun things, people like they're already branded and they don't know it. New ads don't work on them because they already buy the same stuff every day. Yeah, this is to give you the real down low here, right, chat? The most valuable consumer for almost every major household product is people, mostly men especially, between the ages of like, but you know, like anyone who, I think that's a lie actually. It's for male care products, it's men. It's usually women, I think. I got that one mixed up. It's women between the age of like 18 and about 30. Like people who are about to make a decision to purchase something and then can remain loyal to that thing for life. If you think about like, if you get someone into a new, you know, laundry detergent, if you get someone into a new shampoo and they're, you know, like young enough that they've got 30 years of consuming left in them, if they buy it and it works pretty good, they're going to buy the thing again because now they know that Nivea brand soap is one that does the job and smells fairly nice. And why would they try a brand that, you know, might not smell very nice and might not do the job perfectly? And so, yeah, if you can get people, if you get the person who's in charge of those purchases, if you get, like, and so, yeah, again, for single men, that can be a guy or whatever, like, for certain products, it's men. But if you can get that one person to buy your brand and think that your brand is good enough to buy again, then that is worth a huge amount. Whereas, the older you get, the more your advertising shifts to luxury purchases, like big one-offs. Like, if you buy a Rolex watch once, that's paid for, you know, think about 0.1 cents. It only takes 1 in a million people buying a $100,000 watch for that, you know, for that watch ad to make sense. It costs them a lot closer to actually 1 cent, so it's more like 1 in 100,000. But that's why there's so many watch ads in places where affluent people might be, and that's why, the most profitable thing to advertise depends on your demographic. But they're just looking for some tiny percent of people to go, oh yeah, I've heard about this one. It does this thing. And realistically, even beyond that, they're trying to build habits. That is the most effective advertising. It's something that will make you go, oh, I'll give this a shot. And then you'll just continue to buy it because you've heard it's good over and over and over again. So with that said, hello, I'm not IBX Toy Cat, says Ruby likes Sonic 2. I sure hope you're not. If you're IBX Toy Cat, then who would I be? That's the real question. So yeah, we're gonna break into this next. We need to destroy the next couple of pillars. Surprised we haven't already. Let's get over that. Let's get these grates. I'm gonna remember to get the other grates out of here. And yeah, I think I almost always buy products my parents buy, so this is very true. Oh, that's crazy that it works next generation for you. Usually I've heard the effect is like, yeah, like it sort of works that way, but people, when you first move out by yourself, you pick up a bunch of new loyalty to products. It might be because it's the cheapest one, it might be, but you're at the store deciding something, right? You've got some basis for why you're deciding on the products you know. And if you think about it, when you do go to the store, there's so many choices. Like, if you think about something like shampoo is a great example, actually, but maybe let's say shower gel. It literally is, this is soap that makes the smell go away. It's a concept that we perfected hundreds of years ago. But yeah, if you go to a brand, in the UK where we don't usually have as many brands for things, there's still like 16, 20 brands. Why do you need 16 or 20 brands? It's so that Ruby Likes Sonic 2 can say Head and Shoulders gang, while I can be like, oh yeah, I don't really vibe as well with Head and Shoulders. I feel like in my mind they're the dandruff people. Like, that's gonna be clinically super strong. It's gonna make me it doesn't make me smell like anything. It's gonna make me smell neutralized. Whereas maybe I want to smell like carbon. So I got the cool one that's like, yeah, this is carbon flavored soap, and I'm like, yeah, that'll wash real good. I want to smell like carbon. Why do I want to smell like carbon? I don't know why that marketing worked on me. That's much stupider than believing that I should use the really, really strong soap. And some people are like, oh yeah, I like this marketing because they talk about, they make funny jokes in their ads, and if they have the money to make funny jokes in the ads, then they must have very good this way. Everyone picks like a brand identity almost, and then we buy products like that, and we become extremely loyal consumers. Because now that I'm buying this shower gel, and it's working, I think. I've got the same problem with shampoo. Like, every time I switch shampoo, like, I feel like my hair looks terrible, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, what do I do about this? So instead, I don't switch shampoo, and I give the same company money for the rest of time. They didn't even advertise to me. It was literally, it was one that was like in my bathroom when I was younger. This is the same case you were talking about there. Like, oh yeah, this is the one my parents bought, and it worked when they did, so I guess I'm going to use it as well. So an advert that, like, I guess my mother saw sometime in the 90s or early 2000s leads to me now buying this product like 4 or 5 times a year. And that is how advertising is effective, right? That's the effectiveness of advertising. It's something that's important to know, is what it is how information makes it through to your brain. For moments like that is like, we have so many moments where we think, the way we think we work is different than the way we actually work, and it will cause you problems not to realize that sooner than you do. And so hopefully you have at least to think about it. Because I know people talk about the idea of critical thinking all the time. And I think people parrot talking about critical thinking so much that I don't think they're truly critically thinking about it. But I think the interesting thing about what we should teach people is how to process and where, you know, like how to, when given information, what makes information valid versus not. Like the whole scientific method and stuff like that. That is like one of the most valuable things that you can have. It's like lots of things. If we could learn about all the times that we thought something was true, and then later we found out that it wasn't, I think that would be a very, very useful lesson for a lot of people to pick up, right? Like, there's also the opposite. There's times where we couldn't find out something really, really bad, and we just assumed it was a given. Like, before pasteurization, before we worked out... This is still dumb to this day. Like, before we worked out that if you just really heat up milk a lot, then it gets rid of all the germs, even when it then cools down. If you rapidly heat and then cool it. It makes no sense to me that should make the milk super germ-free, but we prevented so many childhood deaths of it. It's like, yeah, people would have not understood, even if the reason behind it isn't true, right? Even if we're wrong about the reason, the effect is true. And so a similar thing is before germ theory, we were just like, yeah, we just kind of assumed, we just had this big assumption that germs were like the smell, you know, if it smelt bad or felt bad, then that was germs. And because you know, have you ever gotten like really, this is a weird thing to say, but I'm sure at some point everyone here has gotten to the point where you feel grimy, right? You feel actively like, ugh. And so, also, Watch Toy Cat, around 10 years old, back 9 years later. Sad I missed out. Glad I can have a log to watch with, says Blaze CDXX. Are you implying you want to watch all of the last 10 years as like a big first sitting? Sounds good to me, man. You know, I think I've uploaded 6,000 videos on the channel now, something like that. So if you watched every one of those videos, I think I'd make about 0.1. I'd make about $6. Maybe if you're in like a premium market, if you're looking to buy some new shampoo, maybe as high as $30 if you watch every single one of those. 7K, says Harrison Gray. 7K indeed. Wait, I have no idea. Oh, 7,000 videos, right. So I uploaded 7,000 videos. So I might make a nice, might make a nice $7 if you do. Please do consider it. Just put the old videos on. Roll through it. It'll be great. So shampoo stream when? I feel like, as silly of a thing as this is, I'm very, like, cautious and guarded about anything to do with stuff like that. I think, one of the few things that the internet is very divided on is, about how I do anything to do with my hair. I didn't think there could be such a controversial thing. You figure it's like, oh yeah, that's like, you know, but there is a big feel for it. Milk is such a weird concept. Yeah, milk is a very, very bizarre concept. There's no thing there. Also, I think this is a wild stream name, says Jake Riley. It got you to click on the video, didn't it? My drink really does taste meaty, though. It's very odd. I can't work out why. You know, sometimes a meaty drink is probably a good thing. It's not what I'm really going for right now, you know? Like, right now I feel like I could do with a less meaty drink. I think I'd be happier if my drink was less meaty than it currently is. And that, you know, that's a bit mean of me to say. Like, why do I have to be the police about something like that? Surely, the meatiness of my drink is something that I should accept the drink however it is. But yet I am choosing to raise questions about it in a way that I don't think is fair. So cats are obligated carnivores. Well, I guess if I'm obligated to be a carnivore, then what else can I do? So chat, something I wanted to talk about for a while. I think I like briefly alluded at it while I was speedrunning, but I was speedrunning, so I got sidetracked by a breeze or something. But I want to talk about the bombing of Japan, right? This is my favorite, like, philosophy meets history question. It's you know, with most history, it's like, well, we were kind of savages. But this is like really, really, really recent history that we just said, yeah, we're gonna drop the most deadly weapon that humanity has ever developed on this one group of people over here, because the people who the government of that people kind of are acting like real a-holes right now. And so we're just gonna get rid of them. We're just gonna bomb them to the point where there's nothing left to bomb. And it's really, really, really interesting to me on a few levels, really, I would say. But one of the things I think about a lot is if you, so you know, like how can you? This is why it's important to like think about. This is why I think it's important to question how it is you arrive at conclusions or think about decisions and stuff. And one of the interesting thoughts is, how do you decide if something is good or bad? Because most people, and I'll be honest, most of the time, you know, like even if you're really trying not to, you're going to do this. You know, this is something I'm going to be doing whether I like it or not. Most people confer good and bad as being this is, something is good because it feels, it doesn't feel bad, and something is bad because it just feels bad. What makes something morally not okay? What makes something, terrible to have happened? The answer is obviously, I don't know how you couldn't conclude that it's bad because it feels real bad. But actually working out what is it that defines bad? What is it that would make, to answer anything sensibly is to be able to be like, okay, what would make something bad versus good? And one of the things I try to think about is like, not analyzing things in the abstract. As I kind of arrived at earlier, is like, my whole life, people have been discussing certain morality issues in politics, and have arrived nowhere in their discussions. They just keep discussing them over and over and over again, and it feels really good to say certain dumb cliche phrases, but you don't actually get anything done when you yell, oh yeah, these people should be doing this, and those people should be doing that. It doesn't actually achieve anything. It's just a way of saying, like, this is my value system, and yelling that again and again and again. It sounds like you're proposing for change when you're like, oh yeah, these people need to start doing that, and those people need to start doing this. But actually what you're just doing is just saying, look, here are my values. These people, you're kind of just yelling your opinions on stuff. So how do you work out if something is actually good or actually bad? I think is like, in some part down to outcomes, right? You can't use outcomes exclusively, because if you did, then you'd have to conclude like, oh yeah, well if you murder someone, it's good as long as that person is bad. Like if you go back in time and murder Hitler, though, then you'd have a lot of people being like, thank you, by the way, Super Sue MC. Everyone in Japan was prepared to die for the Emperor, so it was either the A-bomb or the equivalent of an Undertale genocide run. Yeah, but then, don't you morally owe it to the world to do the, regardless of the, because I kind of believe, I think about that one a lot as like, it's an easy starting point for a justification, but also like, wait, so what if some evil empire started up now, right? Let's just picture like, I don't know, China goes extra bad, right? They go down a real not good streak. So imagine China goes on a real not good streak, and they're like, the evil imperialist United States, they will stop at nothing to defend, even when they're losing the war, they're still going to fight us. So the only logical decision is to nuke the country. You'd be like, whoa, no, it's different when it's us involved and when the ideology isn't good. The difference there is that obviously Imperial Japan was not a good country, whereas, the current day United States is. And so it's like, it's not, I don't think that makes it good and bad, because who's on the right and wrong side of a given conflict is no one is ever fighting for a conflict where they're like, yeah, we're kind of the bad guys, but that's okay, even people who are fighting in the wars that are most clearly one-sidedly, even in the Russia-Ukraine thing, I feel like out of all the conflicts in the world, it's the easiest one to just be like, oh yeah, good guys, bad guys. Even then, the people who are fighting for the bad side are like, yeah, I am defending the motherland. They've been sold reasons that this is a war worth fighting. What a stream title. I need to change it back at some point. But, a lot of people are liking it, so maybe we do leave it that way. War is never justified, says Chillisbean13. Yeah, no one should ever be in charge of deciding whether someone else gets to live or die, is my crazy take on the matter. Is at the point where you decide when someone's living or dying, you've probably gone too far. It should be, if you're making value judgments about who gets to live and who doesn't get to live, you've probably gone a little bit too deep down the hole, right? And that's why I'm a big believer in the idea of euthanasia, like assisted suicide. I can't believe that the world collectively says, in most countries, like you're down to like Switzerland and like the Netherlands if you want euthanasia, right? In most countries they say, oh yeah, it does not matter if you want your life to end. It might sadden people around you if you were dead, and so they wouldn't want to hurt their opinions, right? Like would sure suck if they were bummed out that you die. It's like, oh, I feel like there's one person who gets to decide if you live and die, and usually it's you. Hopefully you take input from other people before making the decision. But the ultimate authority isn't resting in a group of people. Pretty sure we have it in Canada. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Actually, I've heard about the Canadian system. A lot of people A lot of people make fun of it, I think. A lot of people use it as like a big like, oh yeah, it's so bad. You hear the doctor's up, and I think it's because like they combine it. I think people's criticisms of it come because it's combined with like public health. But my point here is to say that so I don't think there's ever a time where anyone else gets to decide for you whether you're living or dying. And so even when it's like, yeah, you would have lost lots of your own lives fighting them, there was an alternative, right? Because the point of saying you had to kill so many people because the alternative was, you know, like war for longer. No, the alternative was not winning the war, which is valid, right? Like I think, you know, if you could say right now, take any conflict in the world and say you can end that conflict right now. You end the conflict, it goes away. All the parties will stop fighting, but then the side that you care about doesn't have an absolute victory. You know, if you think about all the contentious wars in like the Yemens, the Ukraines, the other parts of the Middle East, right? If you think about all those contentious wars, if your opinion isn't, I think that the option that leads to people stopping dying soonest is the best, then you don't have an opinion which is based on preventing cruelty. You have an opinion which is based on ideas are more important than people's lives. And you know, there's all sorts of times that we are fed that idea, and that like people who have died in the past died so that we could enjoy ideas. You know, the whole like they died for your freedom concept is one that comes up a lot. But yeah, I think it's also wild. Do you think the death penalty is okay then? I don't think anyone thinks the death penalty is okay, right? No one is actively like, yeah, let's kill some people. I used to be vaguely in favor of the death penalty on like a cost ground of like, it's dumb that we house someone forever. At some point, at some level of dangerousness, we say that if you are like, I don't know, like if you're a risk to people around you, then we're not gonna pay for that risk. You can just, yeah, you know, like if you're in prison for life anyway, right? If we're really taking away your life, then maybe we could, you know, save ourselves. But then I learned that it's so expensive to do it anyway. And also, you never actually, like, you know, the second crucial problem with the death penalty that you later learn about is not everyone who gets sentenced to death is actually guilty. If it was 100%, I would be still very morally on the fence about it. But the fact that there is even a single person, and there's a lot more than a single person, who have been sentenced to death, and then, you know, because when you, here's a fun fact, chat. If you get sentenced to prison, if you go to the big house with the small windows, if you go to the big house with the small windows, then you don't, and then you later turn out that you didn't commit the crime, you know, if that happens, then you actually get, it's pretty cool in my opinion, you get given compensation for the years you're in. It depends on where you live exactly what the compensation is. And so if you're a high earner in particular, it's kind of a bummer. Like, you're not going to make your wages back. And also, it's not going to make up for the life that you lost. Like, you know, if you had... You're going to have lost valuable years of your life, but you get compensated. We can say, we're going to try and make this right because we shouldn't have tried to kill you. And then, if you say to someone, there's too many variables. Exactly, there's so many. In terms of... I think trying to be honest about it, you'll arrive very quickly at the conclusion that, like, you can never be 100% sure someone is guilty, and so you can never be sure that it's right to kill someone. And you know, if that's how you feel about like someone who's committed crimes, why are you gonna feel that way about someone who's like, oh yeah, their government did bad things to some people who lived in our country, so they must die in their droves. But then an interesting counter-argument is the reason that there were so many atrocities in World War II, it's not because we decided to commit atrocities against each other, it's because we just didn't have the technology to be more precise about it. Like nowadays, if you think about, I don't know, like if you look at very high-end military tech, I guess I should say, it's pretty decently guided. The fact that the US managed to kill I think it was the second in command in Iran, singularly killed him, didn't kill anyone else. It's a level of targeting which means that you can specifically say, this guy is so bad, he is, you know, effectively the US enforced a death penalty on someone who lived thousands of miles away, and multiple times, I guess you could really say. The fact that that is possible today is crazy, but it's even then only possible by certain countries of the highest level of tech. So we definitely couldn't have done it back then. So why should murderers get a second chance? Says Funny Duck. Yeah, no, good question, right? Like so many people forget that, like, you know, because a lot of people in their plight to talk about how criminals are, a lot of people trying to talk about the plight of criminals will forget about the plight of victims who matter much more. Like if we're as a society picking sides, we pick the sides of the victim, hopefully more often than the victimizer, the victim creator, the victimer. You know, it should be a word. You know, like you're a widower, you should be like a victimer. Anyway, so is that baby zombie just hanging out in that corner? What's he doing over there? Okie dokie. Let's go get him, I guess. But I'm still confused about why we have to. Yeah, so yeah, I think like as a society, you should always be siding on the victim over the victimizer. So, you know, like I agree, like someone who's been murdered, you're never gonna be like, oh, it's better, we're not gonna kill them for it or whatever. But with literally anything else, I think also depends on the circumstances of the murder. A mother unaliving to protect her kids would not be vilified like a psychopathic serial killer would. Yeah, I think there's a lot of judgment call. There's a reason we have courts for this stuff, right? It's like you're never gonna get to the bottom of like how to actually dispense justice in the fairest and best way. You're not gonna have a discussion like that that's gonna be better than the way we've worked it out over thousands of years of trial and error. But at the same time, yeah, we got another key. 38. Oh, actually, 39. Perfect. Love it. But yeah, a lot of people always jump to this as the defense of like, oh, but we should kill people because what if some of those people are actually real monsters? And it's like, but can you ever be sure that they did a thing? Again, this is where like the information thing comes in. Like, if you can't be sure someone did something, if you're like really making a good guess that they did it, then is that enough to kill someone forever on? You know, even if you're like, I don't know, like there are some things where the burden of proof that we require for like history, right? To be sure that World War II happened, you couldn't be like, oh yeah, my granddad says it happened, and then it doesn't matter what the history books say. You know, or rather, if my granddad says World War II didn't happen, you wouldn't trust him, right? You would say, oh no, there's a lot of people saying otherwise. And if you said in response, oh, but my granddad's sure, and he's absolutely sure. He was around at the time World War II would have happened in a way that you aren't, so I think you shouldn't be doubting my granddad's opinion on whether there was in fact a World War II, right? You'd rightfully say like, well, I mean, I appreciate what point you're trying to get at here, but also I'm not gonna just not believe that this is true. Because there's a burden of proof that is higher than one person says something. But for so many of the most heinous things that people can do, it gets down to that point. And that's why you can only ever be 99% sure, right? That's why there's like whole issues about cancellation on stuff. Is like, if you... Very, very few times will it happen, but the fact that sometimes it can happen, the fact that it's possible to happen, that someone can do very bad things to other people by saying that that person did bad things to them. Like, I'm sure anyone who has a sibling understands this the best. At some point, your sibling's just going to make up things that you did to them, and your parents are going to say, well, why would they make it up? And then you're going to be like, no, because I didn't. Why aren't you trusting me? You're going to go through that whole thing? And then you'll be like, I'm going for the easy life on this one, so I'm going to trust the person who probably shouldn't be lying. Yeah, I think, I think anyone who doesn't believe that there are, times where, things like that happen falsely, it's like, well, I have my concerns about the other things that you must believe. My siblings have done that, says Funny Duck. Yeah, exactly, Funny Duck. So imagine now you do something really, really, you know, like, you do something to upset someone. And that person decides, no, he's not getting away with it this time. If I report him for what he actually did to me, you know, like if you make fun of someone a whole bunch, if I report him for what he actually did to me, then, you know, like, I doubt this is going to go anywhere. I think people are going to make fun of me. And so what I'll do instead is I'll report him off something real bad. And that's, again, it's very, very, very unlikely that will happen. There's a lot more cases where someone does do something really bad. Really important to say something you're meant to trust people, and it's important that you do. But the fact that it can happen, the fact that it can is why you need higher levels of proof for certain things if you're going to put someone's life on the risk, right? When we're talking about court, we're talking about balance of probabilities, like will someone do it or not. But if you're not, it's a whole problem. A kid in P4 at school literally punched herself in the face and said, "I did it." And clearly the teacher sided with them because why would they do that? Dude, I'm 8 years old. You tell me. Yes, so I think it's wild how many people haven't had this happen to them, where it's like, oh man, the wheels of justice are turning against me all of a sudden, and there's nothing you can do because it's very hard to argue against. Why would someone make that up? Because in most cases, we assume that the world is a very rational place because it is so much. But then when it's not, it breaks everything. The police also sometimes don't investigate cases that clearly happened. Yeah, that is the opposite problem of people then taking that too far and saying, well, I guess nothing ever happens then. And it's like, no, you just have to always understand that you're always making a best guess as to whether something happened or not. Like, even if you take the most famous serial killer in history, right? If we to take, and I was going to say Jack the Ripper, but I don't think we ever found him. Which is an interesting example. Like, we make a lot of good assumptions that whoever killed all the Jack the Ripper people, hope we would have found him earlier if he was called that. Yeah, it's a pretty big assumption, I think, to just assume that, Jack the Ripper is one person. It's likely based on the data that we have, but it's still like you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You could say with maybe 99% certainty. So yeah, also victim blaming is never acceptable, says Co-op Perone. I also just remembered my mother and sister are both in London and both single if anyone's interested. Oh, you know, David, Do tell me more. Wait, your mother and sister are both single? That's got to be a concern, right? You know, like, I remember learning that, I just as a casual offhanded comment, I mentioned something to my mother, and she's like, oh no, there's real bad heart disease on that side of your family, though. And I was like, wait, this should have come up earlier, right? Like, that was my response. Because, you know, like, statistically, if your family have something, you know, it's likely to be in your genes somewhere. You know, I feel like being single might accidentally run in the family there. Also, dibs on David's sister. Yeah, you know, I appreciate David being the hero that we need here in allowing the world to solve two problems at once. Honestly, I do think, real talk here, chat, right? I think that is how dating should work. I know. We worked out an app system, and you know, like we worked out like there's ways to make it work, and blah 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 blah. I think what would be way more fun is if it's like, oh yeah, this person's friend of a friend vouches for me, and you know, like I feel like the vouch system works really well. I know we hate it for all sorts of places. In fact, actually, you know, this is one of the real big shifts in the world. I think it's a really interesting one to talk about, because we often don't talk about it. We talk about lots of other things around the issue, rather than itself. But we are slowly trying to, as part of a society that is... Because when we say that society is getting more diverse on an ethnic level, you kind of just assume that that means skin color. A lot of people, like, assume these things on a surface level. Like, oh yeah, like, well, the biggest difference between someone who is, you know, like, high in Caucasianness and someone who is low in Caucasianness is like, oh yeah, I guess like the amount they burn, maybe, or something like that. But one of the interesting differences between someone who has lived somewhere, who has had family somewhere their whole life, and someone who hasn't, are the connections that you have, right? And so, when you use a dating system, which is like, I will have my friend recommend his sister, in case I'm looking to date her. I think one of the interesting side consequences of that is it would then exclude anyone who moved here recently, because you know, you're not going to have family who are from somewhere who have just immigrated, right? So it kind of keeps communities close together rather than far apart. It's far apart good, actually. But the point here is to say that's one of the weird side effects, is all of your networks, socially speaking, are going to be different based on whether you arrived somewhere recently or not. And so one of the kind of moves in the Western world, where we're heavily reliant on having a large number of immigrants, is we are moving things away from systems based on vouching and knowledge and stuff, and moving more towards systems that are like, okay, we are going to do some objective check that will not revolve you knowing someone here already or having family if someone who's here already. And I think it's probably really, as someone who does, I don't have any like high-flying family members, right? And it's not in my position. I'm like, I think that's overall a good thing. I think that being, you know, like the whole idea of nepotism is really unappreciated by anyone as far as I can find. Weirdest conversation to have with a friend. Can I bag your sister? I had a friend actually, when I was in school. I had a crush on his sister, and it was actually this has happened like twice in the wild. And then one of my friends had a crush on one of my friend's sister, and the guy was like, "Can I?" And he was like, "Yeah, I'd be on it, dude." And then the friend of mine whose sister I thought was attractive, he was like helping me out, you know. He was making it work. He was lining up like things for us. And I think it's interesting because there's like stereotypically it's meant to be that you're defensive of it, like, oh no, you can't go anywhere near that. But I've had the exact opposite experience. I had one of my friends. This is the weirdest thing. I still don't understand this to this day. But I had a friend, and he would buy gifts for my friend to keep my friend dating his sister. I really didn't understand that. There was something odd going on there that I still to this day cannot understand. It was like a dowry system from the Middle Ages, but I've never had the idea of like, oh, you gotta stay away from that. She's my sister. I mean, my sister has voluntarily dated some scumbags. Would rather set her up with a chat. You know what, chat? Right now, you're gonna lose your opportunity if you don't get in there real soon. Yeah, that is an interesting point though, huh? Is the correct logic should be if you have good friends, you should want them to become good family one day. Glad I have 4 brothers. Hey, IBX Cat, I've been watching since the Marketplace map called Caverns of Chaos stream. Oh, I saw your YouTube comment while I was looking for Q&A Saturday questions this week. Matchmaking for siblings, new member benefit added. You know, chat, if you're going to be dating someone, wouldn't you rather they be a member of the IBX Cat channel? Okay, so 65% of people now, chat, are saying the thumbnail of the red X they think is going to perform better. It's a very reasonable assumption to make. I don't think you're wrong for that. But I'm going to find out if you're wrong or right now. I can't pick up these blocks. Okay, we're going to mine back out here. And we're going to go dump our inventory. And then we're going to try and specify one particular type of block. So yeah, we're going to work out right now who is correct. It's been an hour, so I hope that gives me enough time. Actually, I don't have click-through rates in general yet, so I probably don't have them for both thumbnails. We're going to find out. How are you going to experiment with the thumbnail, says Quizzle. Oh, so you just got here. So the brief thing is A/B testing just rolled out on YouTube for everyone today. For some reason, they've had it for a year and have only let some channels have it. It's that in my mind, a feature that is that important should not be limited for some channels. Like, imagine if only some channels had access to, I don't know, the concept of subtitles, or if only some channels had access to I'm trying to think of something equally as important. It's very actually hard. Speaking of very hard, Jessup Kane, thank you for gifting a member. One more person now has access to Toycat, Bailey, and Doritos. Hope you enjoy it. But 65% of people reckon that it is going to get more. So there's 2 thumbnails. If you look at the latest video I just uploaded, there's A/B thumbnail testing. So if you get a thumbnail that doesn't have an X on, you're in group A. And if you have a thumbnail with a red X on, you're in group B. I'm going to, it groups everyone on YouTube into 2 separate groups. It shows them each half the thumbnails. And so we're going to see whether more people click on the thumbnail by having the red X on it right now. I don't actually know. This is the first time I've ever seen this data. I don't know if I meant to see it. Okay, so I'm going to refresh my YouTube. Okay, so thumbnail analytics. Let's go. I'm excited, chat. So it says regular viewers are choosing to watch this video, helping to increase its reach on YouTube recommendations. That's lovely. And then we go to reach, and then we're doing a thumbnail test is running. This shows the total click-through for all tested thumbnails. So, oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, okay. So I'm going to share this with you now, chat. I'm worried about how it will look. So I'm just gonna jump aboard with it. So if we... Okay, I'm excited. Sorry to jump to a thing here. Okay, so this is my YouTube. There we go. So, as you can see, the video so far has had 30,000 impressions. So 30,000 people so far have seen the thumbnail, have seen this on their YouTube homepage. Off those, 10% of people clicked it. I don't know how you can get 5.6 thousand views from that. It feels like one of these statistics is off. But then what they say is, based on the fact that they go 50-50, 49.5% of watch time comes from people who watched this thumbnail, and 50.5% comes from people who clicked on this thumbnail, showing us that even though it's very close, slightly more people watch for slightly longer when they're shown this thumbnail. I'm going to hit Manage Test. I don't know what that's going to do. I have never... Oh, there we go. We're fine. So I think I could add another thumbnail to this too. Stop and set. Stop and set. But, yeah, at this point, I can leave this running for up to 14 days. And it will end sooner if there is a clear winner. So we're going to see if this does change over time, because it could be that subscribers prefer looking at the red X and non-subscribers prefer this. So over time, if these numbers go down, non-subscribers might enjoy this more. Over time, if this goes up, then non-subscribers might prefer without the red X, and subscribers, weirdly, might prefer with the X. But that's what we're going to work out today. Okay, I'm back, chat. Wait, I'm back, chat. Hello. And now we go back to the stream, and we move it back to the corner. So I hope you found that interesting. May not be statistically significant. Yeah, exactly. I agree with the number of impressions we have so far. It's with a 1% difference. It's not enough for me to say with a guarantee. But if it stays at the same rate over time, or if the rate reverses substantially over time, that will be significant. I would say like 52 over like 100,000 impressions. I would say that's statistically significant enough. Because right now, I would say there's a tiny chance that maybe there are just more Toy Cat fans in one group than the other, even if they're entirely random. You know, like it's like if you pick 3 people, then you know, even though the average number of Toy Cat fans, because there's this weird thing about how we view data. But if you think about it this way, right? If you get 3 random human beings, and you ask them a question that only 1 in 10 people can say yes to, like, what can that be true for? Let's say, have you ever heard of IBX Toy Cat? Obviously, that's like 1 in maybe 1,000 people have heard of IBX Toy Cat. But even within a sample size of 3 people, it might be that one person goes, "Oh yeah, I love that guy's Minecraft video. I've been watching since the console days." Or you might get someone going, "Oh man, I heard that guy titled a stream, my drink tastes meaty, and I've just never been a fan since." You know, you can have one of those 2 answers. You might have someone who knows who I am, despite the statistical insignificance of that. And so if you were to conclude, like, well, from 3 people, 1 person was a Toy Cat fan, so clearly 1/3 of the population is a Toy Cat fan, that would be a wrong way to interpret that data. Also, no X gang. So yeah, if you go look at the thumbnail now, chat, if you have a red X or not, it tells you it. If you have a red X, you're in group B. If you don't have a red X, you're group A. Therefore, with a large enough sample size, a difference of 0.01% could be technically statistical significance. Yeah, if you think about over, let's say 10 million views, if we had 10 million thumbnail impressions, a 0.01% difference is the equivalent of over 10 million views. It's about 1,000 extra people who would watch a video. So that's like that's $1 or so extra. So if you could have a thumbnail that was that amount better, 0.01% better, then you're talking about $1 every time you upload, so $300 a year or something. And if it's something as small as adding an X to a thumbnail, then you'd be insane not to do it. Is my actual take here. Speaking of actual takes, yeah, people might not know who you are in China. I'll be honest, there's a lot of other places than just China where that's true. But yeah, I get the point you're trying to get across there. Can I be both, says Jake Riley. You know what? Have you seen both? That would be interesting. I wonder if it ever moves people from one group to the other. Because otherwise... you know, I've got a lot of questions about how it works. But that's the science behind how it works. How it actually works is a whole different thing, I guess. And it could have bugs in the whole system as an entire premise. But yeah, so thumbnails on YouTube are effectively going to be personalized now. But not personalized to you, personalized for the sake of testing. the thumbnail that you see on a video isn't necessarily the thumbnail that everyone sees in a video. And so that is going to cause some interesting things. Most of the times I see people test this though, they test fairly minor differences. Like that's why we're doing a fairly minor one to start today. But we're gonna try like a fairly major one at some point, just for curiosity, right? Like what if we go literally different concepts on a thumbnail? Just checked and on my end, I have the same non-X thumbnail. Okay, so it seems likely that it'll give you the same thumbnail until we change it. But you know, the fact that you didn't click it might be messing with the numbers overall. Just in Delisle. I'm sure it was from me earlier, but I could just be misremembering. You getting Mandela effect, but for Toy Cat thumbnails now? I swear it used to be this way, but it's too hard to say for sure. It's just too hard. Yeah, you know, actually, Jake Riley, while you're here, I want to ask this. This is it's on the top of my mind. I don't know if this is correct or not, but if you live in the Republic of Wales, as I believe it is called, I've been forever contemplating a trip to Cardiff. What are the reasons that people go there? What are the good things? What are the bad things? It's like 2 hours away, and it's like a whole different country that I've been to like in my childhood and to climb a mountain, and that's it. So I'd love to check out the also good old Wales. Yeah, isn't it pretty crazy? You know, like people act like humans get all the democracy, but one look at Wales is proof that that is not true. Actually, I don't think anyone ever complains that humans get all the democracy. Maybe we should be complaining. Isn't it crazy, chat? How much democracy we allot just to humans? Seems pretty unfair if you ask me. Half the Garb, I like how I joined just as you're saying that. Also, Toycat is definitely contaminating the results of this surveying, says Arden Erdvig. See, but theoretically, I should be contaminating the results equally, right? Because people in this stream are about half and half. Actually, let's test that. So chat, which thumbnail do you have? Can I test it on this stream, actually? I think that'd be an easy one to check. Doctor Who Museum in Cardiff. Cardiff Bay's nice. There's some arcades and there's a nice park not far from there. Ooh, I feel like because of the ridiculous price of rent in London, every arcade that I used to go to is long since closed. The Namco Funscape finally went recently, and that was like a real like, okay, it's over now. There used to be a giant arcade like right next to Westminster, like where the Capitol building was. So it was a weird place for an arcade. I couldn't imagine who was going there, but I was going there, and now it is gone forever. And now I'm not going there because it is gone, and I'm unable to. They moved it from Romford or something like that, and now everyone knows no one's going to Romford. You could tell me the Holy Grail. You could tell me that there's a bunch of free money being given out in Romford. And I'd say, but you know, like, it's, nah, I don't think I'm going there. There's a bar called NQ64 where you can play retro games and drink. That's pretty neat. I stumbled into one of those the other night. Recently, actually. I guess the other night implies recently, doesn't it? I don't have to say the other night recently. I mean, the other night could be less recently. And I played some SNES. I went most of the way through an F-Zero Cup. A lot of fun. I love it. But I feel like N60... I hate that every bar that does retro stuff puts out SNESes and Genesises and stuff. Because the N64 is my generation. Even at this point, I'd be more happy playing like Xbox 360 games, if you want to call those retro. It'd make me feel so old. But, you know, like, if you put Halo 2 on there, or if you put, like, Time Splitters for the GameCube, I'd be down with that. I went especially to see the Doctor Who exhibition, and it was so good. You know, you're selling me on it. That is weirdly the #1 thing I know about Cardiff. Is like, for some reason, Doctor Who is set there. I don't know how a whole city gets a reputation like that, but it does. Go to Wales for the Northern Slate Landscape. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site and has many railways. Yo, Time Splitters is great. Oh yeah, I love Time Splitters. I love Time Splitters 2. I like Future Perfect. I thought that was the better campaign. But Time Splitters 2 is where my heart is. There's just so many weird miniature modes and ways to play that game. It's great. Is that because of Torchwood? Yeah, it's probably more Torchwood. I feel like Torchwood was very Welsh in how it went across, right? Like, I feel like Torchwood was insanely Welsh. They couldn't not remind you in Torchwood. Good show, by the way. One of my friends described, who was a real big Doctor Who fan, described it to me in a way that I rolled my eyes at the time, but is actually the perfect way to describe the Doctor Who universe. It's like there's the Sarah Jane Adventures for if you're a child. There's Doctor Who for the mass market audiences. And then there's Torchwood for people who want something a bit more mature. Like, I'm surprised Torchwood hasn't picked up steam in the era of streaming. Like, whichever streaming service had Torchwood would really excite people. Like, because Doctor Who has some people who care about it still, but it goes in and out of, like, style and fashion, basically. Jake Riley, Cardiff Castle is nice too. You know, I love a good castle. Love a place to hide all my things in. I miss Torchwood. Yeah, I feel like they could really, you know, they could bring it back quite easily, I imagine. Hasn't the Doctor Who exhibition closed? Okay, you know, never mind. I'll have no excitement in going. Let's keep my expectations nice and tiny. So I think I'm going to destroy the area around these spawners. I don't want to though, but I guess I've already mostly done it, so let's just commit to finishing it at least. There's some magma in the side of this, which is interesting. Chat, why do you think there's magma there? I can understand why there's magma at the bottom of this room, but these blocks being replaced by magma makes no sense. It's not as majestic as the Toy Cat Castle, though. Thank you, thank you. I know. The world's best castle, some people say. Most people say. You'd always go to a sheep farm. Gonna be honest with you, I know that some cities have like a vibrant nightlife and a red light district, but I don't want to go to a sheep farm in Wales. I don't need to do that. Also, Toycat, I'm mad at you. I have no way to play Time Splitters 2 right now. Me neither. They so there was this fan project. I've been following it for most of a decade. They've been trying to remaster Time Splitters, and they got really far into it, and then they lost the official backing of IDOS because they took too long. Like, the rights moved from someone to someone else. And so you'd hope if they've lost the rights to make it, like, oh, that means the studio are going to make one. But no, there's a franchise that so many people love. The Time Splitters world is like, so it could be so popular as a modern day shooter that just has no game. Don't know how that's true, but it is. Okay. Pick these up. Nice and easy. Eight more diamonds, by the way. That gives me a total of 21. I'm just picking up diamonds like it's nothing today. Kosovo, the Wales of Serbia. I mean, I guess Kosovo's the Scotland of Serbia. I'd say Vojvodina is the Wales of Serbia. Hate to do that to you, David Solomano. Unless you're saying it's the Wales of Serbia, and that you can say I'm Welsh. You can say I'm Kosovoan, and if you're from Serbia, it's basically the same thing. Probably doesn't perfectly work. You should go to Gower, naturally beautiful and a good walk. It's only an hour out from Cardiff, near Swansea. The only thing I know called Gower is the Gower brothers from RuneScape. And so I'll logically assume that they're named after this little Welsh town that is just an hour away from Cardiff. Wow, I sure have reasons to go there now. So, yeah, we're slowly but surely destroying everything but the spawners and the vaults. Which sounds like a good thing, but the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm like, oh yeah, at some point, I am going to run into the very serious problem of every single trial spawner being suspended in the air. I guess I can make a walkway between them. Maybe I could make them all into spawners and then... Yeah, we'll work out what we'll do with the spawners. It has a town called Mumbles near it. All funny names. Mumbles is a very funny name. I have to concede that that is true. Love me some Mumbles. Okay, so that's as good as we're getting. We'll destroy the chiseled blocks near the thing here. And then we'll come right back after we've got some inventory space. The Mummy Returns movie, IBX Toycat. Also, I wrote it, says... I missed it. Oh, we're more like the Scotland of Serbia. We desperately want independence and to join the EU. Hey! Just I nailed it with my description. If I wrote it's actually from there and he perfectly agreed with it, then I have the perfect explanation. Okay, speaking of perfect explanation, I had to switch out to my keyboard and mouse because my controller died. I bought a new battery pack for it, because it dies so often, right, chat? I feel like I'm always replacing the batteries on my controller in a way that most people just aren't. And they don't really sell wired controllers unless you get the weird third-party ones that make you feel uncomfortable when you look at them, and especially when you hold them. Ooh, so yeah, Toycat, are you watching Euro 2020? Oh yeah, I by watching it, I mean I look at the results once every 3 days. I need to look at it today. I heard the UK was playing. Oh, we got a tie. Is that good? Is it? Do you want a tie? I guess in general it means that now Now things have to go very badly to lose things overall. No, you don't want to tie. I think you want to tie, right? I'm not replacing my controller batteries because I'm playing an Atari 2600. You should hook that up to Minecraft. I think you'd have a lot of fun with it. Wales didn't qualify, lol. Yeah, I'm surprised that one year Wales did qualify. Like, my whole life it's just been accepted that for some reason England is only the team when you're playing sports. Like, it's like, yeah, so you live in England, it's kind of the United Kingdom, but you know, when it comes to sports, it's not the United Kingdom, it's 4 countries. Don't question it. Also, ties are why Americans hate soccer. I think 0-0 ties are why Americans hate football. But it wasn't a 0-0. I think if I'm being honest, right, to tie this into, you know how some people like TikToks, right? Because you can just scroll from one to the other. If you don't like a TikTok, just wait 5 seconds and you'll get a new one. Some people really like TikTok for that reason, and some people say they'd rather engage in something with a bit more meaning and depth. I feel like football has that. It's like there's a lot of close calls and a lot of ooh, and then when you finally get it, there's so much more of a cheer. Whereas like a team scores in a football or a hockey game or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, that's chill, I guess. That's real chill. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to engage about like American sports before. I've been like stuck in a situation where I'm with someone who's American who really cares about the sports game, and I'm trying to work out like what am I meant to do with this? Am I meant to like, you know, like engage with this and be like, oh, that's bad, huh? This is definitely bad, yeah. But I feel like it's a lot easier to tell with football in particular. And because, you know, I know that's why I think we have rugby here, right? It's just way less popular. You know, there's a slow burn that you get with a sport that's super old. Maybe you could argue the similar thing between also, unless it's the English women's team. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. The UK is very good, particularly at women's football. That is our current niche in the world. For whatever reason, I guess we can take it. So just tell me to sod off. It's okay. You know what, David? I want to know. Yeah, actually, that is a real question. Like, one of the ways in which I'm like socially dysfunctional is I have no idea what to do when someone's watching a sport that I'm unfamiliar with. It's like, are you meant to pick up their team and support them for that? Are you meant to like ask them questions about the sport because you genuinely don't understand them? Are you just meant to pick up the vibes and just go based on that? Because they'll be staring at the screen all night. They'll be like, they look like that, and you're like, is you good? And he's like, yeah, they're just almost about to score. And you're like, okay, so I'll ignore it. And you talk about something else. And then when you talk about something else, they're like, oh, no, yeah. And then you're like, if you ignore that, they're like, yeah, he almost had the thing, and then he didn't have the thing that he almost had. But he almost had it, but then he didn't almost have it. It was tragic. It was terrible. And you're like, okay, cool. That's sad, huh? And they're like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Like it's. I feel like the only time I have the stereotypical like hard time having a discussion is when someone else is really into a sport. I guess if someone else is into any like niche interest, it can be tricky. But I feel like sport is the one where I'm like, I have the least like close by like analogies of what I would care about. Speaking of caring about, is the breeze up here? He tried to jump, but I guess he didn't make it. So we'll destroy a few of these bones as well as these, and yeah, this room's coming along very nicely. I think the next thing we should destroy is probably the roof of this area, or at least these pillars. It's a small thing, but it'll show that we're very dedicated to there being nothing over there. Because as we're destroying more here, we can't actually see it from this one area. In fact, let's destroy more of this little spawn plank too. I think these are some very key areas we need to get rid of before we move anywhere else. You're meant to cheer when they cheer. No, that feels disingenuous, right? You don't just like fake cheer when you're like, just because someone's cheering, you want them to cheer because they care about it, right? I don't want someone to cheer just because I'm cheering. They gotta know why they're cheering, I guess. Or maybe that's stupid. Maybe it's all stupid. You need the app from the IT crowd. Ludicrous display last night, wasn't it? Problem with Arsenal is they're always walking the ball in. Yeah, I now have like basically a whole chest of just wax blocks that we picked up. Yeah, this middle thing here is the most intimidating part of the structure. But yeah, let's destroy this first. Just a little bit to the side there. Just remove some blocks. Get them good and gone. Okay. Oh, there's lava there. That's lovely. So I'm gonna just leave that there for a bit, and then destroy a few blocks round here. Get a few extra wax copper off it. Maybe a few extra wax copper off here too. Maybe these blocks also. Just really get them good and gone. And hopefully that makes this whole thing make a bit more sense. Okay, in there we go. And in here we go. And then back out to go hunt for some tough bricks. So I think I have to destroy some of the tough bricks here still. It's an easy little segment though. I'll take it when I need the easy win. I'm gonna go for the easy win in this room too. I think there's one. I guess I'm wrong about that being one. Okay. Also, that means if I'm about to take down skeletons, I'm about to take down baby zombies. Oh, yeah, there they are. There they are. This is a terrifying situation to be in. I don't want to be in it. Just gonna get out of it. Okay, we roll in. Nice. So I am going to let the baby zombies hang out in that hole. Yeah, what we could do is we could set up big drop traps around the spawners, chat. So yeah, something I discovered that was really fun on Seed Sunday this week is okay, so it's gonna, oh, he runs side to side. It's like, it's gotta be accidental, but it's so perfectly designed to lead to your death. Oh, the trial chambers are pretty tough. Indeed they are. Sports fans aren't complicated. They want their team to win. Support that and they'll be happy. Maybe I'm the one overthinking it at that point though, because if I'm like, yeah, go these people, I feel maybe I come across too sarcastic. Maybe I'm just too sarcastic about everything I do believe in. That maybe everything I don't believe in is the same way. Okay, so there should be a few more baby zombies to kill. Oh no, there's not. We did them all. That's good, I think. Get me a cooked chicken for all that pain and hardship I went through. And so, yeah, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna build a drop trap underneath these structures as I destroy them. Because we're gonna have to do it, right? We're gonna have to get rid of this whole set of blocks under here. We're gonna have to set some slabs up too. Yeah, we're gonna do all these things at some point. So let's do the bare minimum we need to do now, which is, I think, to say that these baby zombies are a menace to society if I leave them be. And so let's destroy a little hole around them, just this big or so. And let's make it so that they fall in this big hole. And if they fall in that big hole, I can just crouch over them and get them, you know. And as long as I don't leave a little way out for them, we'll place like a block here. They can't get around maybe, but then I can get in and out. Also, sports fans also want that one team they really don't, have that really team they don't want to win. Yeah, it's funny, I feel like that's one of the real benefits of sports. As someone who's like very sports agnostic, like I'm just not big into it. I feel like it's really cool to have this like communal feeling of like, yeah, we have this one thing. Like this is what I think a lot of people get from politics, or this is why a lot of people are like, you know, like really enjoy that certain version of politics online, at least, is this feeling of like, there is a thing we all don't want to happen. You can have a really bad day when it happens. There is this thing we all want to happen. You can have a good day when it happens. Like, it's like knowing like the weather, right? But the emotional weather. Like, is it a feel good today or a bad day? If it's all under your own control, when you're having a bad day, that sucks. If it's like, if there's a set of, you know, if it's like the weather, you shouldn't feel bad about being cold when it's 12 degrees outside. You should be concerned if you're cold when it's 38 degrees outside, though. That sounds like a problem. I don't know, it's like that. It's the emotional wins. I love watching non-sports fans watch their hated team so I can root for said team. Chaotic evil, Arden Erdvig. Okay, we getting this now. We're gonna destroy these. Should we do anything about the spiders, or do you think those guys falling down is good enough by itself? I could be convinced that that's true. Also, we just get so cluttered so often. So cluttery. So destroy this, and then destroy all of this too. And then we'll just destroy the blocks around it. It'll be fine. Ooh, when you see sports live, you get more into the spirit of it than watching it. It's kind of boring. Like I could be doing something more interactive. Yeah, I do have to say. So the closest thing to a sport I watch is I watch some Formula One. It's racing. They go brum brum around the track. I don't know why I needed to explain it that way, but hopefully someone's like, oh yeah, the brum brum around the track. I know that. So I watched some F1, and it's kind of like, it's a similar thing. Is like, you know something's going down because the energy in the room changes. Like that's a cool thing. I imagine that's, as someone who doesn't watch music, like I'm just not into music. I know that's confusing to people, but as someone who doesn't like care that much about music, it'd be cool to be in a room full of people who care. Like it'd be cool to be in a room full of people who love, you know, like Other Side, and then Other Side comes on, and everyone's like, yeah. You know, I get that. I understand the appeal, but at the same time, and you know, and one of the reasons is because I watched a little bit of F1, and during like the 2021 season, it was like the closest season they ever had. The two best drivers who are probably in the sport right now both went into the last race on equal points, and so the entire thing was, whoever finishes this race with more points wins the entire season. So it's one race to decide who is the world champion for that year. And it's like a given that one of the guys has a slight advantage. He gets ahead really early. And then very, very, very late on in the race, the second place guy, you know, the guy who's it's just been expected for the last 60 laps, the last hour. We've been here under a formality. I'm just drinking in the corner at this point. But in the very, very, very end of it, it's like, oh yeah, as it turns out, you know, despite all the stuff that happened, there's some really wild stuff on track, and now there's a chance. Now there's a chance that anyone could win it again. And then after it goes from that, there's a chance to like, oh yeah, it's happening. It looks like he might win, and then he finally gets the overtake on to be #1, and everyone is going crazy because this was like an unexpectedly rare event. That's something I think a lot of people love from speedrunning too, right? Is like when you're watching. There's like a rigidity to watching a live stream, which has very, very much preset expected results. It's like, you're going to beat the game, hopefully or you're going to do the thing you want to do slightly faster than you did it before. But every now and then, something rare and special happens. Like someone commented yesterday, like, I can't believe I was here when you did this. It was during the world record run. And it's really cool, right? To watch a, you know, like, I know, like, even if it's something very small, but to watch something that is significant happen live and to be around a lot of other people who are watching this same thing feels good. Members only Other Side rave. Chat, who wants to come to an Other Side race? Also stock car racing, but with trains would slap. I would love to see trains race. They should set that up. Yeah, like, and then have, like, the trains have to crisscross over the tracks and stuff like that. This is a really good idea. Someone needs to set this up. David, you know, we need to make this work. I would love to watch trains go around the track real fast. Zoom, zoom. Okay, so this goes in there, but I don't have space for it. So I think I'm going to drop the splash potions of poison. We have too many of them, and we need some of these. The potions of poison are really kind of like unnecessary parts of this anyway. Then we put the chisel tough in there, and we drop the bones down here. And then we put the copper away. Oh, yeah, really, really piling up the weird blocks. So, on it, boss. I feel like you describing scale electrics. No, but they're trains. They go choo-choo. See, like, not brum-brum. Like, choo-choo, you know? Very different. Hugely different. But yeah, one of the things, to finish up my thoughts. One of the things that I think makes the, hard questions kind of like... I feel like philosophy and sports almost are the exact opposites. It's not impossible to enjoy both. But one of them is about almost work it, like making yourself uncomfortable and realizing how different you are to the standard person. The fact that if you try to say, should a person have the power to take someone else's life, someone goes, oh yeah, but what if someone's a pedo, innit? The fact that you realize, it helps you to understand that we all have internal views of right and wrong from our childhood and our experiences. Every now and then you watch a YouTuber that almost gets this. There's a YouTuber I really enjoy, and they're like, oh yeah, so I was raised in an area with a lot of wealth. And so it helped me understand that you should always give money to poor people when you can. And it's like, okay, that's a decent enough view of it to take. I guess that's one way to take that entire thing and turn it into something. And then it was like, okay, nope, they missed the entire thing. But I think one of the most valuable things that you can learn is what is sitting underneath the surface with regards to all your weird thoughts and opinions that you think are definitely like objective facts versus, oh no, perception. Perception versus reality. You can get trained scalelectrics. Oh, you can? Okay, I'm so in. Okay, it's over for regular scalelectrics at this point. Is there a single person who's not into trains who would enjoy scalelectrics? I went to the trial chamber and died, says Armadillo. Yeah, the Armadillo armor is not very handy for this very particular threat. Gotta say, wouldn't recommend it. Feel like it was a poor decision for you to go. So I have only internal views of right and left. Okay, so that's a fun one. So I'm now going to drop. Oh God, I'm just gonna have to go back every time. I'm getting worse and worse at my inventory management, chat. It's just so full of so much stuff. That's why we need to mine particular blocks at a particular time, just to make sure we're doing better at this. Because we just pick up so many tough bricks. Speaking of so many tough bricks, I think we might have to switch our pickaxes again. Nah, we're probably doing fine. But let's go kill some of you. Heal up the pickaxe a bit. Then go kill some spiders. I'm guessing if there's a spider there, he must have spawned above. Did they spawn above, chat? No, they didn't. He just appeared. So let's go for it. I like trains. One of the only modes of transport that doesn't make me feel sick. I feel like trains are the most utilitarian form of transport. See, that's an interesting thing, because even then, that's like, I think that there are very few people in the world who wouldn't describe themselves as utilitarian in principle, right? The idea that, like, we should achieve the best outcome for the most people. But what's interesting is when you start to pair that with actually the real world. So, for example, like, I don't know, in a lot of cities, if you don't live in a big... actually, I guess really anywhere in the world. An interesting compromise that most cities have to make is you have to decide at some point how you're going to move people around it. And for the longest time, the way we decided was like, yeah, everyone walks everywhere all of the time. But then, we've recently invented faster ways to get people around. It's very nice. And how do you decide, how do you work out which ones people should use? The ideal is you'd say anyone can use any transport method they like, and you let it all go. But it's just an expected fact that you have to build roads, and also that train companies don't build their own train tracks anymore. And so at some point you have to like question which of these methods is better for more people. And the answer is really messy because of what you might mean by more people. If everyone can and does drive a car, every additional person that drives a car is an additional person that has access to a type of freedom that you cannot get without doing so. But if a lot of people start driving a car, everyone else's car experience gets worse. You kind of get me? The more people who drive a car, the more traffic there is preventing other people from driving their cars. So the fewer people driving cars, the better it is for those people driving the cars. But the more people driving cars, the better it is for every additional person you put into a car, up until a certain point, depending on the density of the people or whatever. Whereas, like with a train, the opposite is true. The amount of money you have to spend on building tracks and stations, if one person uses a train, it might be a fine experience for him, but like it's going to be so wildly expensive that the service is going to end at some point. So every additional person you get riding a train, every additional human being who's jumping aboard that transport, is making it better, or at least, you know, better funded, and also is taking traffic off the roads for everyone else. But the downside is then everyone has to pool journeys together, and so the best funded rail systems are where the most people are going. As Jake Riley says, in the UK, that's like London and sort of Manchester and a little bit of Birmingham and maybe some Edinburgh too, if you really sort of feel like it. But the you know, like the point is that everywhere, the most funded journeys are going to be the ones that most people are doing, and then that means that if you're not going where most people are going, you've got a problem. And so, you know, even though it sounds like there's one form of transport that gets better the more people use it, and one form of transport that gets worse the more people use it, that one form of transport that gets worse the more people use it is the one that allows everyone to pick where they go. You offer a different type of freedom. You offer freedom of destination, which isn't something a train can do. A train literally goes from one set of rails to the other. And so you have to build very, very, very dense things. Do I have sharpness on the axe, by the way? Oh, I do. I should just start using the axe, right? Let's give it a try, chat. Let's see if a jump hit will one-hit KO. I guess it probably was already going to one-hit KO. Also, is it only sharpness 4? What sort of a peasant life am I living here? Speaking of peasant life, thank you, Jessup Kane. FC, I felt like destroying something beautiful. Also, hello, happy trail destruction. It's so bad in Wales that the two main reasons to go to Manchester and London are for the reasons you said. Yeah, it's so you create a very centralized system when you do that. And so is it worth the benefits of transportation to force people to be in the same destinations? Even within the cities, right? Even within London, the busiest line of the overground versus, or busiest line of the underground, sorry, versus the least busy transport method, which I don't know what that is. It's probably gonna be one of the tram lines. There are, if you're not near a line on the underground, overground, or DLR or something, it's gonna be really hard for people to get to you, and so you don't really have the freedom to go there. You have the freedom to travel to particular places at particular times. And so there's a wider question about, is it okay to make transport worse for everyone if you're making everything else in their life better? Or is it better to make transport better for, you know, there's a really deep point about there isn't an answer. You are inherently at some point deciding. And so utilitarianism doesn't have a what is better, taking the train or driving a car. If it is a comparable journey, if you're going from one set of train tracks to the other, the train wins. But if you are going from anywhere else in the world to anywhere else, which is what people are always doing, then it really gets messier and more confusing. I like the underground because it goes chunga chunga. Ruby likes Sonic too. I feel like I wouldn't describe the underground as going chunga chunga. I wonder if you're on the same underground that I'm on. So, speaking of peasant life, thank you. You know, speaking of peasant life, let's all go back in time to when there were no trains and we all walked around. Because walking is the only true utility, I guess, walking is the only true freedom method of transport. This is something I think is really true. It's something that's picking up steam recently. But, I think like, the idea of cars as like this ultimate freedom transport method is so untrue. You require like a license from the government to use it, which they can revoke at any time, basically. You know, they can just do that. They suspect you of anything, right? So you've got this form of transport that's a privilege to use, that you have to use roads that they build to places they choose that you want to go there. I feel like there is like a deeper, it's not actually freedom underlying the car at some point. But, you know, that's also deeper than I want to go here. Horses and donkeys can go most places. No. Is the horse and donkey the true form of freedom? It's always what they use in, like, westerns. So, you know, are western movies wrong? I can't imagine that's true. Car scary. Yeah, there's an interesting... There's a deeper level underneath all of that, too, which is fatality rates. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, but it is safer for everyone. Fewer people would die if every single person... Because every single day there are people who drive from, say, Manchester to London, or Cardiff to Manchester, or from anywhere to anywhere else. That there is a train alternative that is just as fast. But, you know, for whatever reason, they're not taking it. And some of those people will die in car accidents. Every day people are dying because they're not catching this train. And so even though it's not going where they want to go, is it worth, perfectly, is it worth going somewhere else but then not dying? And then you're gonna have the really weird question, which is, do you think that it matters how long you live, or do you think it matters the quality of the life that you live? In healthcare, they use something called like life quality adjusted years, which I think is a really useful measure we should think about more. Because if you don't adjust the quality of life in the years, then you wouldn't actually be measuring the difference between life and death. And then, you know, should anyone be measuring life and death, really? Did you ever upgrade the haste beacon? Why would I need to upgrade the haste beacon? I mean, I guess to make it go further. I was just going to move it around. By the time I got... Because I've finished this room now, right? So I could just move it slightly over there. I think that's what I want to do. I think that's my long-term ambition. Whew. So, here for a good time, not a long time, says David Solimano. Do you think, though, if you looked at your death watch, you know, like a real thing we just invent, and it shows that, oh, yeah, actually, you have 18 months left to live, and would you then be like, oh, yeah, I should not have done that? Or do you think you can get to that point and be like, yeah, but I had a swell time getting here? I don't know, I feel like mortality is such a hard thing to approach that most people approach it by not approaching it. I'm an introvert, and riding a train just doesn't sit well with me at all. Too many crazies out there, says Rainer Matheny. Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as being a particularly introverted thing, but that's also one of the weird qualms of public transport. Like, in places where there is good enough public transport, let's not say the very best, but when it's good enough, there is this real, like, tax that social public transport is paying on people who are highly sensitive to other people's, you know, like, I don't know, like, I had a very, very intense experience of a homeless man with a trolley yelling about the Jews on a New Jersey subway once, and I was like, oh yeah, this is an interesting experience that you wouldn't get in a car. Although then again, I had also Struggle Bunny. What do you call a pile of cats? A meowton. You're not Struggle Bunny? Thank you for the tip. I'll be getting some credit cards. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's the correct answer, chat. If you're about to, also, more deep cut IT crowd references with the Death Watch. I feel like I don't remember the Death Watch from the IT crowd. I really like the IT crowd, so it's disappointing that I wouldn't remember key parts of it. But yeah, so the, me when I look at the Death Watch, it's in the negative. I don't know why it has to be a watch. I was picturing like the Death Note. Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've gone back into Death Note recently. I haven't been watching this show. I tried watching it for a little bit, and I was like, nah, I don't want to watch this. Instead, I'm watching silly, I'm watching people who, I guess like the equivalent of like a YouTube poop. They take the characters and they make new dialogue for them. So a video I'd recommend if you for some reason are into Death Note and would like to relive that desire from 2007 is the Death Note crew orders fast food. Very high quality, absolute winner of the genre, if you ask me. But yeah, God, that takes me back. Death Note Abridged. Oh, there's a Death Note Abridged? Oh, I'd love to watch that. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. I feel like that was the original Abridged. I'm wrong about that. I'd love to know. But really loved it, and then it eventually stopped being like it went from being like twice a week to being like there is one episode on a good year if you are lucky. And it has not been a good year, apparently. So speaking of not being a good year, let's, you know, yeah, Death Note Part 2 is the worst fiction I've ever read / watched. Of course, I live in a very rural area. Car is the only way I can travel. Yeah, so here's the thing, though, Raina Matthew. So the same problems that you're concerned about for public transport as an introvert, right? So I drove a car in, it's happened to me multiple times, but the worst time I had it, I was in Montreal. It's the French part of Canada, and I was just driving my car from the airport to the gaff, you know, and while I was doing that, I was stopped at a left turn, which in the intersection system you use in North America is a big deal. You wait there for a long time till you get a protected left turn thing going on. So I sat at this left turn and I was like stuck there, right? Because you can't go forwards, you can't go back. There's a car there. There's traffic to your right, and there's a guy on the median of the road who's like shakes his thing asking for money, and it's like, okay, it's like when you're on the street, you just ignore it. And he got really aggressive with me in the car and being like, oh, it's you racist. It's because I'm black, isn't it? And I'm like, my God, this is, I don't know how you've come to that conclusion. I am very sorry that that is what you have landed on as being the source of my not giving money to a person while waiting for a left turn. But also, I am very uncomfortable, and there is nothing that I can do about this because we're locked in this one together until the light changes. And I'm guessing you know that by the fact that you hang out right here. Whether he knows it or not, he's getting the best spot for awkward social interactions. And so, yeah, I found Death Note more fun to watch alongside another person, says Fuji. Okay, let's watch Death Note together, chat. Let's arrange a group Death Note watch, and then we'll have a other side rave. You want to do it? Let's do it. Okay, other side rave. Actually, you know, I bet there's a fun other side rave remix. I'm just gonna search that on other side rave. I'm gonna probably search that on YouTube because that's gone to something else entirely. There's a festival called the Other Side Festival. Other Side Rave. We've got Monolith. Okay, we got there's a Red Hot Chili Peppers song called Other Side. Can't believe they do that to my Minecraft music. No one's made it. There's a Jag Dagger remix. I don't know what that means. Okay, let's listen to it, chat. So, Death Note stream. Wait, this isn't Death Note. I'm sorry. Yes, Soul Leaver is my favorite. So yeah, we can go for a nice little rate. I guess it's like everything. They both have pros and cons. I think my point is population density leads to all those things. This is not very much of a remix, is it? Okay, chat. Now everyone get out your glow sticks. Chug the nearest beverage that you can find that has poison in it. And let's have a good time, huh? Is this even a remix? Why don't we listen to the IBX Toy Cat remix? You're right, you know, what am I doing with this? Chat, is this even a remix? I don't got any Papa Fish. Okay, so chat, we're gonna do a quick check on the results of the poll. I mean, not the poll, of the video. So the number of views on it has, oh, the thumbnails have closened up. It's gone from 40.5 to 49.5 to 49.8. It might be that both thumbnails are equally good. That there is no difference in how many people want to watch based on seeing one on either. Yeah, it could be, right? It could very well be. Okay, so now we're going to get the Toy Cat remix going. Minecraft, Other Side, Toy Cat. I wonder if it'll just know if you type that. Yeah, it does. It's a high quality video. We can enjoy this together. I refuse to believe they're equal. I believe in no cross supremacy. I think they need to be drastically different, just not X. Yeah, we'll try drastically different on the next thumbnail test we do. So probably tomorrow's video, chat. It's one I'm really excited about. Tomorrow's video will have a drastic difference, let's say. Good news via email. Oh, I got an email too, Deshi. It's from our guy, right? I'd love to hear the news.
There will be a mob vote. Democracy is coming. Who fits into your vote? You will be deciding. It is coming real soon now, but you should be careful. Otherwise, we'll have another phantom in the game. Am I good at singing? Unfortunately, not though. Has that stopped me before? You'll find that the answer is no. What should you be picking? Something that is sticking. My clock is ticking, so you should be clicking. We might not all like it, but this is the way that new things are decided for the silly block game. Is there enough info? Probably could be more though. I think it's worth saying there's never more inside the show. We will see the update, but there's one thing that's true. It will not relate to mobs for me or for you. What should you be picking? Something that is sticking. Minecraft clock is ticking, so you should be clicking. Some people think that they should just not vote.
There are some perks to being deaf, says Cat Beanie.
But they are really wrong about what that does to Mojang. In political theory, the way that it always works is that the fewer votes there are, the more extreme the result. Are on both sides, and that's bad, in my opinion, of course. You should vote for Crab now. What about this guy? Don't forget the penguin. Seriously, the Crab vote.
If you want some behind the scenes here, chat, this line right here.
Bad, in my opinion, of course.
That was originally at least in my opinion. I feel like it went a little bit better in terms of the flow. But I felt like I wanted it to sound more like a legal disclaimer. Like asterisks, in my opinion, of course. This is not legal. This is not political advice or something like that. 10 out of 10 for the dedication. Who's looking forward to this year's mob vote song? What's the context? I just came back. That was a song we made for the mob vote. Also, can we build a copper beacon to landmark the trials? That's a really cool idea, actually, Jessup Kane. I think that is a really fun one. I think we definitely should. I like that idea a lot. Because right now my portal just kind of goes out to nowhere. It's like one small step for a man, better without it. Okay, I've filled up my inventory again. So yeah, next time we come into this, we need to come with sponges, chat. We can't do this without sponges. Make music videos 24 hours. Yeah, I think we should definitely stop. You know, what I'm doing right here with the channel is great, but probably should be rolling on for that. Is it weird that I've watched that song multiple times? No, thank you. I'm glad that you have. Good to see you here on the channel. Okay, so yeah, I think we're getting to the point now where we have destroyed a healthy amount of this structure, chat. Okay, so let's do one last inventory clear out. Some red candles gotta go in here, and then some junk's gotta go in here. I've got a lot of that junk. It sure is piling up, huh? Okay, then bones and arrows end up in here. And then finally the bow, and finally the copper. And then we now have a big question, chat, which is, at this point, we have destroyed everything with spawners on, besides one over here, and then 3 over there. If we've destroyed everything below the spawners, is that enough? Nah, I think we gotta destroy the entire thing. I think that there should be a big room with nothing in it. That is what I'm aiming for. Nope, copper beacons do not work. Yeah, it's a shame that they don't work, but I do see the logic behind them not being able to. Also, yeah, there's a bunch of spiders there. Where did they spawn from? Oh, okay, the baby zombies are going now too. So yeah, we set this up deliberately. Oh, no, I did not set this up very well. Okay, okay, it works, I guess. At least they're all spawning in the hole. That's what matters here. Okie dokie. You've got to admit, these trial spawners are much more effective when there's no blocks standing between you and them. Very, very, very handy. Okay. Look, wonderful. Ruby likes Sonic. I like to suffer. I feel like copper would massively devalue beacons. Yeah, I think, okay, if it was up to me, Jake Riley, I think that the way I would decide it, if I'm chief dictator at Mojang Incorporated, I would say you have to make it so that each material has a slightly different benefit. So, hypothetically, if you make your beacon out of, let's say the iron beacon is the default beacon. If you make your beacon out of emeralds, you get minus 10% range. If you make it out of copper, you get minus 20% range. Make it out of diamonds, plus 10% range. Make it out of netherite, you get plus 20%. I'm using range as a stand-in for something that could be much more precise. I think that right now they make the certain effects only available via the tier of beacon. You could make it so that some effects are available based on the quality. So you could have the blindness effect only be available with netherite beacons, if you wanted to, for example. Or you could make a much more important effect than blindness. Maybe you could make the silverfish effect be an effect. You know, like you could take advantage of these new effects for all sorts of weird things. I mean, you gotta kill the wither, which is worse than mining anything. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. The beacon, the resources are just there as a way to activate it, I guess. I think they should call them freak cons when they're near you and they get freaky. So yeah, with that said, this is what we've done so far, chat. one entirely destroyed chamber, one entirely destroyed hallway, a second mostly destroyed hallway, a second, I would say, partially destroyed trial chamber, if we were being fair and honest about that one, and then a trial chamber that we've barely touched. So one big session to end it all, maybe 2 big sessions to end it all, but hopefully 1 big session to end it all with a lot of sponges and a lot of mining is what we need to do. Destroying a trial chamber, part 4 is coming soon to you. I don't know how soon, but what I do know is that I've had a fun time with this, and hopefully you have too. This is a slightly shorter stream, because, like I said, my social clock has been slowly dying here, but I've been glad to spend it with all of you. I'm going to be taking, I think I'm going to be taking maybe Saturday off as a stream day, but I want to do one other stream tomorrow. I'm going to have some fun stuff involved in the trial chamber. It'll be good, I hope. As for tomorrow, I'm working on downgrading some structures in a way that hopefully you'll find fun. And also, I'm working on being alive. Hopefully you find that fun. If you don't, then sorry. With that said, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see ya when I see ya. Which is hopefully in the next one, maybe. Or maybe it's not. You know, honestly, who's to say that I ever see you again, you know? It's a parasocial relationship we have here. And your existence is entirely at your own behest. You might have said, nope, actually, that is the last time. He never even finished that point about inflation. He tried to defend it, but he didn't even do it. I reckon he's an inflation shill. I reckon he's getting paid to talk about how good inflation is. And you know, you caught me. And you know how I'm getting paid? In inflated money. Wait, that's bad. Okay, goodbye. First started in this trial chamber, it looked like this, but now after 3 full successful streams, I've gone it to the point where it looks like this. However, there's one crucial component remaining, and it's this area in front of me, which just kind of looks messy, right? What could I possibly do about it? I'm glad you asked, actually, because I do have a plan, and that plan more or less involves using these sponges to drain out all of that water so that I may get rid of it all, and so that I may have a very successful thing going on here. So far, I also have not made any changes to the ominous vaults, to the regular vaults, or to the trial spawners, and so right now, this is going to be a big moment, because I'll finally be removing one of the biggest obstacles standing between me and the destruction of this structure. So, you know, I think even though there's a bunch of spawners that we're going to have to take down today, because I do still want to farm keys, I think we're going to start in the obvious way, and that is to remove as much of this as we can, as fast as we can. And every time, we'll see how many sponges we actually go through, but I'm hoping not that many. I'm hoping if we can just run through this place fairly quickly, we can prevent the... Okay, no, this didn't work at all. I was... My goal is to stop the water from respreading and regrowing, so we just have to place some very tactical sponges, but if we can do that, then we should end up in a place where there is no more water left, and it looks like this very, very messy start has gotten me somewhat close to there. So let's go there, and there we go. We lowered the water level by 2 blocks, chat, and now we've got to do it again, and then a few more times again, but then we'll be good to go. So yeah, part of this destruction of the structure is involving me taking down all of the blocks and removing them all, placing them into chests, and another part involves me going through and really lighting up the walls that exist hereafter, because a trial chamber is one of the most usefully lit natural structures that exists in Minecraft. It's also... Okay, there's no torches getting destroyed here. It's a very naturally lit structure because of all of these copper bulbs. A feature which I did forget to put in my Let's Play World collection of blocks. I fixed that in today's video, by the way. But yeah, so basically, if you want to get all of these destroyed and put in a chest, as I do, then we need to replace them with something. Speaking of replacing things, oh god, that is a baby zombie charging towards me. I guess I don't have any choice to ignore this any longer. I am running low on experience, so honestly, having an opportunity to do something with this isn't too bad. And if they end up mostly in holes anyway, then that's also fairly good. So there we go. That's a lot of scary stuff. Let's just walk away from that real quick and then attack them while they're up there. I tend to find elevation differences really helps when you're taking down certain mobs. So pro tip, if you need it, there we go. And now we can trap them in the cage. And now we can take down the skeletons before anything too bad happens to me. So yeah, this is my trial chamber hallway. As you can see, there's not a lot of hallway left here. But as you can also see, Wait, did that just happen? Did we get a spider jockey? Whoa, I didn't know that was a possibility, chat. Did you know you could get spider jockeys in trial chambers? I didn't. I certainly think you're not meant to. Anyway, but yeah, the fun thing about this is as we take down these spawners, we're actually going to be picking up keys, which will be useful for our later vault endeavors. But we just got one right there, and we're just about to get one right here, I hope. Is it going to be a key? Let's hope so, right? It's, hey, 2 keys. So I'm just going to get myself out of here as fast as I can, preferably without using a totem. And I'm also going to show you that, yeah, I've got some other water that needs to be drained, so it's not just sponges for one use. Okay, that's the goal today. Hello, I'm ABX Toy Cat. Let's get it done, and I hope you're having a good one yourself. Makes sense since a spider spawn has a 1 in 100% chance of being a jockey. Yeah, it makes sense, but it's also just something I've never seen, right? Like, trial chamber spawners, you'd figure they work like regular mob spawners, but there's enough proof that they work differently. So when they do work the same, it's like, oh, okay then. So anyway, let's pick up these keys, and let's stick to our second goal of making sure we torch this place up thoroughly, because we have a ton of torches with us, specifically so that when we mine for a wall like this, or more specifically, when we mine for a wall like this, so we can place a torch there and actually see what's happening. So let's go grab some of these, and let's make sure we hold back from fighting mob spawners just while we heal up from that previous encounter. Going for a little bit of a painful situation with that one, but yeah, there's a lot of flying around required. How are you today, says Eric. I'm doing great today, Eric. How are you? I hope that you are having a very desert well. Wait, I hope your day is going very desert well. You know, I hope your day is going. I hope you're having a very desert well day. I hope it's rare and valuable, and you know, I hope it is something which makes you feel good. What do you do with all these blocks at the end, says Lubu13. I get asked that question a lot, and I do a very good job at deflecting them mostly. And so, would you like me to deflect your question, or would you like me to give a tiny bit of insight? Because I'm gonna deflect the question anyway. I do have some plans, but I'm making sure that I leave myself open, so that if I get an idea that's so much better, I can just be like, yep, that was my idea all along. Because I do think that the project this big, you can't be thinking about what you're gonna do in the future, because then you're gonna be like, but I just want to do that now. So I've got the ideas, I'm very excited about them, but rather than focusing on them, I'm focusing on the destruction. So then when I've got all the blocks, I can, you know, do some fun things, and then I can build it into some stuff. But yeah, long story short, I'm gonna have copper for till the end of time, right? I'm gonna have so many blocks of copper. I'm never gonna have to worry about copper ever again. And it's gonna be nice, because let's be honest, who wants to worry about copper? No one enjoys worrying about copper. It's just something you do because you feel like you have to. So, with that said, I am going to now go back into this watery place, and I think just get this done. Oh yeah, there's a lot of garbage in my inventory. We're just gonna get it done, because I think we could probably do it in one big swoop. If we place some torches around here, and then just like place one here, place one there, place one everywhere. As long as we're placing them frequently enough, we should be able to do it maybe half of this stack. And then we'll be able to say that there were also a bunch of water blocks here. About 30 sponge blocks worth. We even measure every piece of water as a given, you know, amount of sponges and like store them in a chest that way. I think it's a fun idea. Speaking of a fun idea, that is the water gone. Besides this very bottom layer, which I think we can say we'll get with another couple. One over here. Oh, there's some up here still. So we just place somewhere right like there. And hey, we did it! Chat, the water is gone. I'm impressed how fast that goes. Draining water is always such a pain. So when you get it done without it, it's something you got to enjoy. So maybe cover a village in copper, says Corbin. Hey, good to see you, Corbin, by the way. It's a name I recognize. It's been a little, like, not been a little while, but I recognize your name from a very, very long time ago. Very fun. You should be able to wring out the sponges somewhere else. Yeah, that is a, you know, that is a real Minecraft feature. One of my favorite things is how many things in Minecraft, especially the Bedrock Edition exclusives, how many things sound so fake but are actually real. And so can I show you one of my favorites, chat? If you want to see something that just doesn't seem like it should be correct, let me take these sponges, right? So how would you dry out a sponge? Most people know about the furnace method. That's like it's a fairly standard, fairly well-known one. But the way that you can drain out a sponge if you want to, unlike in the real world where you've got to go for a whole bunch of pain, and it's not fun to drain out sponges in the real world. It's very fun to drain them out in Minecraft, because you just got to take your wet sponges and take them somewhere hot. So where is somewhere hot? Well, I think I know the hottest place of all, so we're going to go there right now. Never method, Suzanne Sony. It's always so fun, right? It's such a... I'm glad that you've picked up this tip. It's one of my favorite things. But yeah, now we can just take these sponges and get somewhere fairly safe where there's no ghast shooting at me, because I don't want to have my sponges be destroyed. And then we simply place down the sponges. And every time we place them, they dry up. Satisfying as heck, right? So satisfying. Anyway, yeah, we're just gonna finish off a little cube of this, get it done, get it good, and then we'll destroy the whole thing, take it with me, and now it's like I didn't even have to use those sponges. I've got a full stack. Wait, I don't have a full stack. I'm missing 2 sponges. I definitely brought 64 with me. Where did they go? They're hanging around somewhere in there, I bet. But yeah, it's a cool method. It's super satisfying. I agree. So, my sponges are wet. Time to take them to hell, says Adam Sony. Yeah, it's what I do with most things when I get wet. Like, I accidentally got a splash of milkshake on something today. And it's like, well, there's only one solution to this. A lot of people will tell you, you know, use the right brand of detergent or something like that. But the only correct solution is hell. The only correct solution to most problems is hell. You know, and you might not like it, but that doesn't make it not true. So the stack of blocks here is getting alarmingly tall, but I'm going to be adding to it, so I might just have to concede that either this is going lower as well as higher. Yeah, that's what we'll have to do, I think. No, I think we'll just keep going higher. It'll look very ridiculous. So I've got some extra chests here that will allow me to place some stuff in here without filling up the chest too, which will be nice. So throw this in there, throw these in here. Anything that's not a specific copper block goes in here. And then get rid of the tough bricks, which we are piling up by the stack of stacks, to be totally honest. Then get rid of these spider eyes, although we're going to end up with more, so is it even worth bothering? And then let's go back in, because I can finally destroy this big central area. Something I am excited to do. Oh, look at this, chat. It's all going away now. So I'm deliberately using my Silk Touch pickaxe because there is a lot of glass. Oh, okay. Hello. Forgot about you. Where are you now? I see your explosions, but I don't see you. Chat, do you see him? He's going to be around here somewhere. Oh, there you are. Hello. How's it going? Oh, wait, let's mace him. Shoot me into the air, buddy. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do this. It's gonna be great. Oh, I'm so close. Okay, so there we go. One smash mace. It counts for something. Oh, it's fire aspect on my mace that messed him up. So yeah, we can't really get a lot done without using our density on this. You know, let's use our density. Let's get a nice decent skeleton attack done with it. So as you can see, all of those skeletons have just spawned there. So after I pick up this key, no, they're baked potatoes, I'm going to now fly towards the skeletons and then let go in midair. And then, oh, that did not work according to plan. So let's just climb the tower again. Please stop knocking me off. Okay, you know, very rude. Very, very rude. Okay, get down here, get back up, and then we'll just smite them. It's way more fun when you let me do the real stuff here. But I guess if we've got to do it a way. Okay, now we got a density mace. I bet there's a... Okay, there's not. And then we'll go stand on this one next. Or near it, at least. Because this time I'm going to make it work. Okay, chat. Let's do a nice density full. Oh, yeah. It's such a waste when you've got smite on a sword, though, right? Like, I can one-hit KO with a big full from the mace. Or I could just do this, you know. Feels like a mace to consider... It feels like a waste, not a mace. Consider any other way. So there is, in fact, a key up there, right? Is it? It's actually a little hard for me to see, so we'll go up anyway. So, spilled your milkshake? Hell. Lol. It was, if you're curious, it was actually a McFlurry, but it melted real bad. Because I had to, like, I decided to bike home with it, and then the bike jostling. Whole fun thing. They think they're too good for the mace, says Corbin. Exactly, that's clearly what it is. Hell, man, not gonna lie, I started this thinking it was video, but hey, you're live, what a surprise! Hells2707, take advantage of the fact that it's a live stream. What's something that you would always want to ask, you've always wanted to ask, you've always wanted to get a response to, but you know by the time you leave a comment, you know, like it's going to come up in Q&A Saturday, and maybe it's not going to be there. Is there anything like that that you'd like to know?
Howdy Toy Cat. I agree with you about ice cream. The last thing I want to consume on a hot day is dairy products.
Thank you,
The correct
Pookie.
answer is popsicles. Here is your allowance.
I've never felt so validated as right now. Every single person in the world is conspiring against me. By the way, I still want nitro cold ice cream. It sounds very good, but I want it as a dessert. It feels like I am the one person in the world who has this opinion, and I'm glad that you are finally here to say, no, Toy Cat, you speak in the voice of the reason. Because yeah, on a hot day, ice cream just doesn't do it for me. Dairy is a very, very fatty, you know, like it's great. I love dairy. I love ice cream in the winter. I feel like it like fans me up, gets me ready to go to sleep under a nice warm blanket or something. Ice cream is not a summer beverage, or I mean, summer dessert. I mean, you know, I'll go with beverage. If it's like my McFlurry, then it'll turn into a beverage on the way home anyway. And I'm so glad that someone agrees with me on that one. So are you still in your attic, says Chase Jimmy? I am in the attic still. And so as a result, I am in the attic, and also, can I sleep? I can't. So as a result, it's hotter up here than it is in the rest of the house, but it's only like 20 degrees outside, 23 degrees. So it's only like 26, 27 in here, which is hot. Like I need some ice water, but it's not so hot that I'm like worried about my brain's function. Lactose intolerance plus heat equals not a good day. Yeah, I feel like this is like an embarrassing thing to talk about, but I have definitely got an issue with not lactose specifically. I thought it was lactose intolerance forever, but I can drink most. Yeah, I can have most dairy and most butter and most stuff, but specifically milkshakes mess me up in a way that other things do not. I haven't been able to get to the bottom of why or what, but I had a McFlurry today with I had McDonald's for lunch, went on a nice McDonald's picnic. It was only £2.99. You know, who's saying no to that? So I went out for a nice McDonald's picnic today, and yeah, I was pretty fine, but just drinking a McFlurry that had turned into a milkshake made me like throw up, and it was a Skittles one, so I threw up like this weird sand. To you know, this is too much information for everyone. What I mean to say here, has anyone ever thrown up sand before? Or like, I guess it's sugar, but it was like really acidic. It was like the worst thing that's been in my mouth in a while. The sheer volume of dairy in a milkshake, it's like drinking half a gallon of ice cream. Do you think that's what it is? Do you think it's like maybe like a mild lactose intolerance that only triggers on milkshakes? Because I feel like it's got to be something about like stomach quantity handling based on what comes out of it. It's because they have crazy amounts of sugar. It does the same for me compared to other dairy things. Yeah, I assumed it was like it's a different composition of, you know, like, I don't know, ingredients. I guess it is all fat, sugar, and like I just assumed that it's a big treat, but that's what makes it such a big downside for your body sometimes. I had a mocha frappuccino and felt icky after 2 sips. Yeah, I know that feeling. I definitely it's weird. I really want to be a coffee person. I love delicious cold drinks. But I feel like I definitely have like a caffeine problem, because you add coffee to that stuff, you make a frappuccino, and it's like, yep, my day is ruined. At some point, it's very soon. There's a countdown timer to when it sucks to be alive. You gotta value it while you can. So speaking of valuing while we can, I'm going to deliberately dump a bunch of stuff out so we can get the variety of blocks that we need for copper. The inventory just isn't big enough for a project like this. It's something I will say time and time again. We need an inventory update. Everyone already knows that, though. But here it, like, really shows true as to why it is important. It's just, I'm trying to destroy the structure that Minecraft gave me, and they're giving me so many varieties of blocks, and I don't know where to put all those variety of blocks. Besides in a chest, of course, when I'm done with them. So, yeah, I'm going to throw that in there, this in here. And then we're going to just really try not to break the... We could either break the glass all in one go, or we can try not to break it in one go. I think I'll go all in one go. I'll get these blocks as well, the red stuff. We'll go for deliberately the weird blocks today, or on this run. And then when we come back next time, we'll be done with it, and we can just do tough and copper and stuff. Common problem. The inventory just isn't big enough in general. I agree, Chantal. It is a very common problem that the inventory isn't big enough. And I thought I share a lot, says JMan91. I think there are lots of aspects of life that people don't talk about enough, and it is bad for everyone. Not all of them are even relevant to me, right? Like, I think the idea of miscarriages is something that is really underspoken about. Like, people don't know that it's a thing, and so when it comes up, they feel, like, shocked and kind of alone about. Like, having a base idea from society that a thing at least happens tells people where they should be looking for help and for support. Whereas, like, you know, if you've been drinking milkshakes this whole time... Also, I said I was going to break specifically glass, and then I ended up here. I don't know if I like destruction because it gives me the opportunity to do so much stuff, or if it's, like, my worst nightmare, like, staying focused on one task for so long. But yeah, one of the things that I think is underspoken about is, you know, like, I guess, like, dietary health, like, stomach issues in general. Like, a really, really decent proportion of people have them. But at some point, when you talk about your stomach, you're talking about not just eating food, which is very socially acceptable, but about uneating food. You know, at some point, food comes out of your body, right? And as a society, as a whole, we said, like, oh, that's kind of gross if you talk about that. We all accept that food is delicious on the way in, and that food is not to be spoken about on the way out. Dairy yeast pills help immensely. I have not found them to be that useful. It could be the sort of thing where, like, when they work, I don't notice, and when they don't work, I notice a lot. But yeah, I don't think it's the magic bullet for me, at least. I wish that it was. I went into it hoping that it would be, but I have not arrived at that conclusion now. So, yeah, let's go pick up these pieces of glass, and then once we have, we'll have a nice full stack, and we'll be ready to go. Hey, Togat, first time in your streams. Hey, welcome to the live stream. Kraz2, sorry. Is there anything that you have always wanted to ask in one of these, but you've never been live to ask for? Let's give it a shot. Let's do it right now. Is there anything you'd like to know at all? Is there a question so personal you're sure you shouldn't ask it, but you just want to go for it anyway? Let's do it. You know, who am I? Who am I not to answer your personal questions? It's okay, I know you talk about anything and everything, but I didn't expect a conversation about miscarriage. Yeah, it was one of those things when you have a conversation about it, you're like, and you look up the stats, you're like, whoa, this happens so often, and it's like, you speak to someone who's going through it, and it's like emotionally devastating for them. You're like, yeah, this is a thing that probably needs some attention. This is a thing that probably people should talk about some amount. And I'm showing that one as an example of, like, it has... Because I have this real cynicism in me that when people say, like, this needs to be shared more, what they're really saying is, like, oh, yeah, there's this thing that I have inside of me that I feel bad about, so everyone should talk about it so I feel better. And, like, you know, like, that's okay, but it's also... It comes from a self-centered place, which is also okay. But it just, you know, it doesn't land as well. Like, it comes across as saying, like, I am because, you know, one of the most human desires is this lack of attention. This, like, I wish that more people were paying attention to me right now. And yeah, it's okay to have that desire. But also, I feel like at the same time, there are a lot of times where you do need to where we can actually help a lot of people out by all knowing about some things. And so I can deliberately pick some examples like that. So it's okay. Also, Kraz2, I hope that you're having a good one. I want to see. I hope that the last person I asked to leave a comment didn't leave one and I missed it. That'd be real embarrassing, huh? That'd be real embarrassing. So anyway, yeah, the Trial Chamber Destruction is really good, and we could talk about that all day. But can we talk about everything else? The AI-generated chat summary is gonna go crazy after this one. Okay, chat. Everyone, share your opinion right now on milkshakes. Everyone talk about milkshakes right now, so when people join in, chat gives them a very confusing milkshake summary. It's what we need to see. It's what we've got to do. I did not have one. You put me on the spot and my mind is blank, says Hells207. Oh, you know, I appreciate that too. Like, I feel like live streams are a pretty passive entertainment source. So, like, I don't blame you for not having it. I'm glad that you responded, though. A lot of the times I'll ask someone something and they'll be like, I'm scared. I wasn't expecting a response, and they just won't reply. I feel like, I know, like, one of the hardest things about gaining confidence in the world is just being like, you know, the thing that everyone is fearful of is saying something dumb and then repeating it in your mind over and over and over again, right? But you know, that's like the thing that is worth trying to train yourself to avoid, is being like, you know, try to regret the things you didn't do more than the things you do. It's the thing that all humans eventually end up with. So if you end up there, you'll probably be happier. Speaking of being happier, by the way, something I've been thinking about a lot is because I've seen a lot of you know, like theories revolving around the idea of how introversion and extroversion actually work, because I think it's a really... I used to describe myself as an introvert a lot, and I still would say if you had to split the world into two categories, it's that way. But also, I'm someone who gets a lot from hanging out here, talking to people. I enjoy when we see some regulars, you know, like, there's some fun to that, you know, like, might be to some of you watching, you might be like, no, true introversion is when you hate everybody, and there are people that you barely tolerate. But I heard a really good explanation. Oh, wow, we just got diamond that time, chat. We just got diamond. Diamond trim, and diamond trim. We're gonna get a full enchanted protection force set of spare armor that we can give to guests in this world, so they can pretend to be a thing. But yeah, so a thing that I've been thinking about a lot is this idea that, like, extroversion and introversion aren't really correct, and everyone kind of knows this, but it's a good, like, baseline, like, it's a good without any better explanation sort of word. But I saw a good explanation recently that was like, actually, the way it is that there are, you know, because extroverted people, it's hard to, like, actually line that up in anything personality-wise, but something that you actually can quite easily line up is, like, how you respond to certain stimuli. And we have, like, a lot of data that says, like, yeah, people who are... Also, I think I'll make a second chest for this, so I can actually just put it all in there. People who are extroverted respond really well to positive stimuli. They're willing to put themselves out there, even if it potentially goes negative, because when it goes well, it feels so good to them. Whereas introverted people kind of have the opposite vibe. It's like, if you put yourself out there and it goes poorly, that negative experience will feel so much worse than the potential positive experience. And if you think about things from that perspective, it's like a much more understandable world. That lines up with how most people feel social anxiety or anything else. Kraz2 asked a question. Thank you, Adam Sony. I missed it. What was your question, Kraz2? It's right now. It's just the only time you'll ever get it. Yeah, I do. How much time do you usually use to make videos? Outside of video production, how long do you spend to edit them? So, one of the things that has really helped since, you know, like, in the last, like, when I started YouTube, and for the first, like, 8 years I did it, I had no outside help on anything. And if anyone out here has ever made something that they like, it's like, you feel too picky. You're like, there's something, I know exactly what I want to make, and I know that no one else is going to understand my brain as good as my brain. Like, by the time I explain to someone what I want, I might as well have just done the thing. So for years, I did that, Mr. Kraz 2. And eventually I switched to getting an editor recently. Okay, even introverts need some social interaction, says Everett Lewis. Yeah, if you stay inside forever, you're gonna go crazy. You need to have some amount of human interaction, and usually it has to be positive human interaction. That is something all humans desire on some level. And so, yeah, one of the things that I used to do is I used to post 2 videos a day and record, edit, post them myself. But one of the things that ended up happening is it kind of not just drove me to the edge of, like, you know, working, like, ludicrous amounts of hours in a week, like 60, 70, 80. But also, I think that spending so much time on the production aspects of stuff, or so much time on, you know, like, the turning it into a finished product, means I had less time to actually plan out videos. And so some of the really planned out videos would be some of the most fun ones to watch. And so the way that I kind of, like, solved that problem was by, now that you know, the amount of time it takes to record a video looks obvious, but there's a lot of time that I can spend being like, okay, let's redo this, let's order that way. And, you know, like, removing around videos and recutting them can make them a lot better and more enjoyable. But also I have time to, like, plan them and stuff now. So the average time I spend per video averages out to something like 4 to 5 hours, I think. And that would exclude the time coming up with stuff like titles and thumbnails. But there are some videos where it's substantially less, and some videos where it's substantially more. But I think that's the average if you divide the number of hours I work in a week by the number of videos that come out in a week. I'm sure you end up at something like that. I'm autistic, so I'm introverted until I need to talk to people, and then I'm the most extroverted, talkative person ever. So yeah, that kind of implies, like a fear of getting some rules wrong somewhere, right? Or it implies that there's something a little bit wrong there. I'm a person with a strong desire to be categorized and defined, says Jeff Shannon. Oh, really, you are? I think that is fascinating. Yeah, Jeff, I have a... Hey, thank you, Angela Van Katzenhausen. Welcome back to the Membership Club. You're just in time to be able to see Toy Cat bathing in Doritos, which, as we all know, is great. Hello, I'm back from my vacation in Bali. Hey, I hope it was good. I hope it was very good. We were talking about the positive and the things that lead to people being extroverted, or being introverted, while still really enjoying social interaction sometimes. And I think a lot of people who are autistic or identify with the autism thing kind of have that thing of like, yeah, it's really, really terrifying to get a social rule wrong. It like messes you up for a while, and it's that kind of like, yeah, fear of negativity. But once you're in a safe environment, once you're with people that you know aren't gonna be like, like dickish, I guess, is to simplify things down, then you can be much more like free and whatnot. Also, I describe myself as a very gregarious introvert, says Benjamin Mesh. Hey! Oh, my member counter isn't going up. I can fix that. So, oh yeah, it's entirely broken. Okay, we're good. 433 is where we're at now. Very exciting. We're gonna have to set a goal for 400 for 450 or 500 members soon, huh? Actually, if we did 420, we can't do 450, right? That's too silly. But yeah, I think we should do a nice big goal for 500 members. If you have any ideas, chat, you can leave them, and we'll workshop it together today. Okay, so speaking of vacations, I had a small vacation at Japan. It was fun to travel and look at foliage instead of staring at electronics all day. One of the most important things about holidays, that it's such generic advice, but it helps you so much, is genuinely, like, try not to look at your phone unless it's absolutely essential. It's such a good, like, phones are useful. People who are like, phones are poison and they're killing our minds, are like, no, there's lots of great things about phones that you're forgetting about. But, so I don't agree with those people. I think that's a crazy stance to have. But I do think that there is a huge benefit to taking a break from a phone. It's a constant source of simulation, and that is a bad thing as much as it is a good thing. Okay, so throw some blocks in here. Throw some of these blocks in here. Looks like we have to pull some of these copper blocks out, and then throw those in here. Nice. Okay, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of blocks. Slowly fill in this one up right here. And indeed, slowly fill in this one up right here. So, the worst part of trying to talk is when you want to say something, but your brain is like, stop, that's scary. But the words you want to say are just on the tip of your tongue, waiting to be forced out. Yeah, I think it helps of being... I think it helps you to be personable, to like kind of just drop that fear. And be like, what is the worst thing I could say right now? Like, I used to have a fear, right? This is a dumb fear. I used to have this fear of like, what if... Because, some people talk about, like drugs or alcohol as being like, oh yeah, when... Also, there's some chains I didn't take. Also, I probably have to go deal with the skeletons, aren't I? I don't want to deal with the skeletons, but I'll get round to it. It'll happen. So yeah, one of the scariest things is like, what if you just say all your secrets and then everyone hates you forever? It's like, I remember that being a really deep-seated fear. Like, oh god, what if you lose control and then everyone, it's one of the reasons you should be in like a safe space. If you're ever doing anything like that. Not that I think you need that advice right here on a Minecraft live stream, but just in case. Pro tip out there. But I think that despite that, also bathe in nitro ice cream for 500 members. That's a good idea, the Saka. I like it. The people who say phones bad are just boomers. I'm watching this video on a phone, says Jozu S. But at the same time, phones do have a point at which they become bad. Is my like, revolutionary boomer theory right here. Is I would say that eventually using a phone becomes more harmful than good. And a lot of people won't realize it. And that's why you need to just disconnect here and then and see if it makes you feel better. And if it makes you feel better, then use your phone slightly less until you get to the point where you're not using your phone and you really feel like you'd be better with using the phone and you actually do feel better after using it. But that's why I think anything you enjoy, a break will help you out so much with. Like, because even if when you're addicted to something, if you take a little tolerance break, it feels so good when you come back to it as like, oh yeah, now it feels like it did the first time, you know? Whereas if you just do something to feel normal, it stops feeling fun. That probably goes without saying on that one. Okay, I've got to remember to use the axe, by the way. Whenever we're attacking breezes, this is the tool. When we attack skeletons, this is the one. But for breezes, even when they're stuck in this, got to use the axe. I deliberately upgraded its sharpness 5, chat. I hope you're excited about that improvement in my life. But yeah, here we go. Easy stuff. Maybe a key? Yeah, maybe a key for sure. So my key collection is at 4 now. Oh, I'm storing them in my shulker box. That's handy. And that's all I'm getting today. Yep, that's all I'm getting today. No problem. Good to know. So let's come back over here. And oh, wow, it's been long enough that we've now got to deal with these spawners. Honestly, at some point we'd be better like locking these in boxes or something. Oh, there's so much happening over here. Yeah, at some point we are better off like not dealing with the spawners almost, it feels like. But that's a point that I'm excited to get to. But right now since we activated them, we will have to take them down, I think. That's a guarantee. So drink my coffee each morning still has a great feeling after years, but that's probably due to the addiction and alleviation of withdrawal effects. I bet if you didn't do it for a week and then you did it again, it would feel so good. I bet you'd feel things you hadn't felt in a long time. You've forgotten you could feel about coffee, you know? That's my theory, Benjamin. So Pookie says, oh, it's something in response to someone else. But yeah, so Jeff Shannon said they really enjoy being categorized. They really enjoy finding, labels that fit themselves. I think that's really interesting. I'm kind of the opposite. And part of it is down to the fact that no matter what group label you find to give yourself, there are some really negative traits associated with that label. And everyone has negative traits, but I don't want to, one of the things that's offensive about stereotypes, right, is if you are, Jewish, people might assume one of your... It's fine to have, like, neutral stereotypes, like, black people are good at basketball, or that, white people are really, polite on hikes, or that, like, Asian people are very good in school, or whatever the dumb... you probably argue there's some negativity there too, right? But the really offensive stereotypes are the ones where you're like, oh, these people are bad at this thing because they are that thing. Like, assuming something bad about someone because they are from a certain class of people, terrible, right? Or Scots are alcoholics. Yeah, that's a good thing. But what are the bad things about Scotland, Cat? White people clap on the airplane. I don't think white people do though. That's my crazy stereotype. Is the only people I've seen do it. I've not been Caucasian inclined. I've seen a lot of weird things. So yeah, what are your thoughts on the newly made actions and stuff resource pack that's going to be announced on the marketplace? I got a really interesting bit in Q&A Saturday about this. I've been working on that right now. See, I was putting together, like, the reason I know how much time I spend on a video is because I spent hours working on that before I was recording it, and I was like, oh, Q&As feel like they're a fast video, but they still take like hours. I've never seen anyone clap on an airplane, says Dom2009. I'm happy. I want to trade life experiences with you. I want to be in your shoes right now rather than mine. I don't like seeing people clap on the airplane. It's like, yeah, we made it to our destination. Good job. Are there really people that clap on an airplane? Yeah, you haven't seen it? I'm shocked. I think the first plane I ever went on, people clapped. And I was like, I guess that's a thing that some people choose to do. It's a thing a lot of people choose to do. It's a thing a lot of people willingly decide, yep, right now, I have the choice of clapping or not. Pilots can't hear me, but it's not for them. It's about my desire to let people know that I'm excited, that we arrived at our destination safely, which some people could say is the bare minimum, but The bare minimum is something that can be worth a lot of money depending on where in the world you live. So, speaking of bare minimum being worth a lot of money, I've seen it on long haul KLM flights. Oh, long haul feels really weird. You're like a different person when you wake up on a long haul flight versus when you get on. Like genuinely, there's very little relation between the two of you. I can't. Yeah, you're not the same person at all. You take off on a flight and then you land a very slightly different, much groggier person from the lack of sleep. You know, there's a, you tell yourself like, well, it's an overnight flight, so I'll get like a nice sleep and I'll wake up refreshed for the. No, that's not how it works. I'm assuming. I guess not all long haul flights are overnight, to be fair. But even the day ones, it's weird. Like, so I used to fly to Vegas a lot from London. And obviously the way back it's overnight. But on the way there, it's a day flight. You take off at like 2 p.m. and you land at like 4 p.m. or something. But 10 hours have passed. It's just 8 hours of that's time zone difference. And it's weird being like crazy tired at 4 p.m. And I feel like, especially a place like Vegas, you feel like you're in some zombie horror, or not horror, but you're in like a whole different world all of a sudden. Everyone else is like just enjoying their afternoon milkshake, and that's a thing. Having too many milkshakes can be bad too. You know, you don't need to tell me that fact. That's for sure. So I think I want to destroy this area right here because this is the one guarded by the skeletons. And so if we take it down right now, we have. Oh god, there's so many strays, chat. There's so many strays. I did not realize what a big problem that was. Okay, so we need to get up there to where that skeleton is. We're gonna need a lot of bamboo, I think. We're gonna have to make a lot of scaffolding for every single spawner. But here we go. Oh no, don't do this to me. Don't do it. Don't. How is he that strong? Their arrows are too good, chat. Their arrows are too powerful. There's no way I can deal with this. Okay, hit me now. No, don't do it. They hit too fast. It's not fair. I don't like you. I just want your key. I earned this one. I went for a lot of pain for it. Okay, and now we're down here anyway. With all of the strays. Just murder you. And we're good to go. Okay, back up to the top. I'm going to lose a few copper blocks to the stray pit right here, but that's just fine. Oh my lord, so I can't get a shield. I don't need a shield. I'll be just fine. Thank you for the concern. But yeah, I'm just gonna take these fellas out. At some point, I probably should just get rid of all the snow. It clearly is causing me more negatives than positives. But at the same time, there is a certain joy to it, is there not? So yeah, I think there's so many like negative characteristics that come along with every word. And again, like whether you think it's right that people are like, oh yeah, well, oh, people like this are actually terrible. You know, like I don't know, like I'll try to pick the most harmlessly offensive one, right? Like, all British people have bad teeth, or all, people are out. That it can be, like really next to nothing, but it's also like, that kind of sucks that you group me in this way. There are some labels that are fun because you get to feel like a bit of pride when someone in your group does this thing. But I never really like that either. Like, a lot of people are gonna be like, when their favorite football team wins something, they're like, "We won! We're the champions of the world!" And it's like, well, it's not you. When you're saying "we're," you don't actually mean you, right? That's pretty stupid if you think that "we're" includes you. They don't know who you are. If you weren't supporting them, they'd still win. Sounds like you're a lot of dead weight on this team, if I'm being totally honest. But yeah, I feel like I feel like groups are really handy for working out some things about yourself. Like if you don't know, it's kind of like the thing I was talking about earlier. Like, well, if you don't know why milkshakes are bad for you and you work out you're a lactose intolerant, using that word can be really handy. But some groupings are just there to, make in-group, out-group things, and I've just never been a fan of that. I never want to specifically include and exclude people based on things outside their control. Because there's a lot of weird stuff that comes from that. So Toycat should pickle himself at 500 members. It would be fun to bathe in pickle juice, huh? Should we do it? Totems are superior to the shields. Yeah, a shield can protect you, but a totem definitely protects you. It's a much bigger guaranteed benefit. It's got to be said. It's bigger and it's guaranteed. You know, it's a 2-in-1. Okay, thank God. I finally found the sponges. I don't know how I didn't see this sponge until just now. But I knew I was missing sponges, chat. I knew I was missing them. And this validates my feelings. So we'll find the other one probably around here too somewhere. So let's first of all go all the way up to the ceiling. Because once we destroy this part of the ceiling, then there is no more left to destroy. Also, I know the way I destroy structures is erratic. I've never really appreciated it until this project where I'm like, oh, I was doing this. And I was telling myself I'd stick to that. But here I am doing something anyway. But ultimately, I enjoy doing it. And I hope you can appreciate that. Maybe it's erratic. Also, Toycat, don't bathe in pickle juice. What are the downsides of doing that? It's because they bring all the boys to the yard, says Cat. Oh, that's why milkshakes hurt me. I'm getting all the boys in my yard. And then they're like, you know, I don't even know the rest of that song. Honestly, what is that song meant to be about? Is milkshake is it meant to be a synonym? Is it meant to be like a simile? Not simile. What's a metaphor? Are the milkshakes actually her value on the market of people? You know, what is it? Is her milkshakes her ability to make cold beverages, or is it something else? It's a euphemism. That's the one, a euphemism. You know, a euphemism is just a particular type of metaphor, though, right? So I'm gonna stick to the fact the metaphor is basically correct, even if it's not. Also, I'm gonna go now, fly up here, and I'm gonna pick up that key. I kind of want to do this with ominous stuff, but this works too, I guess. There we go, and here we go. So yeah, I think we should definitely come around and dig. Oh no, oh, I needed that. Okay, I'm just gonna place it all back. I'm just gonna drop this on the ground, and then place these all the way, and then pick these up and put them on too. And we're gonna act like none of that ever happened. Perfect. The copper mesh walk sound is so bad, methinks. What about you? Oh, I really like it. The metallic clunk really just satisfies me in a good way. It's just pure vinegar. Is there anything bad about being in pure vinegar? Also, hey man, been watching your videos for the last 3 years. First time watching a live stream. Hey, awesome! I think a lot of people have been catching the live streams recently. I've been doing a lot more of them, and they've been slightly earlier in the day. So maybe there's something to that. Maybe the ideal time to stream is a little bit earlier than we usually do. But yeah, I try to treat live streaming as like this fun little hobby, right? I try to treat it, because when you treat, I had someone ask me recently, like, how much do you make per stream, Toycat? Also, thank you, Yeet Waldo. Yeet Waldo. It's 3 AM. I'll be trying to mediate between dysfunctional family members. I'm finally going to sleep, but I'm going to watch the VOD. So, hi, future me, get out of bed. Okay, Yeeted Waldo. I really appreciate the tip. I'm sorry to hear that you have to be jumping in there, mediating between family. I think something that really helps me is realizing that, like, this isn't necessary. Whenever I get involved in like dumb stuff like that, especially family related, it's always a reminder that it's like, oh yeah, you don't have to. I'm really glad that I have like one of the least dysfunctional families out there, in the sense that like all the dysfunction is like managed. You know, it's never like on my side that I don't have because my dad wasn't there, like his side of the family. There's always like some craziness going on. There's always like a brawl of some form. But I'm really lucky that that's not true in the family that I do know. But I also think that a lot of people don't realize that, like, you know, when it's family, it feels like it's like, oh yeah, this has to be, someone's gotta, but it's like, you always done it because you want to. It's always for the love of the game, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna just try real hard. Okay, I'm gonna place one block, and that will allow me to get these two. Okay, I can do it. Yeah, there we go. It's done. It's destroyed. We are good. Now let's go down to the ground. And also, it's just so dark here. If we destroy this first, that might be a good priority area, so that we can let some light in from the ground down here. But yeah, we finally got to a point where this main room here is basically gone. Mini Moderator still awake when you started today. See, that's crazy right there. A barely human being. You know, actually, I've had a stance that you're not really human till you're like 12. I've been slowly adjusting that up. I think it might be more like 13 or like as low as 10. Like a smart 10-year-old is as good as a dumb 14-year-old. And, you know, that keeps going as you age up. You know, dumb 18-year-old is not as human as a smart 14-year-old. But, yeah, I think that... Oh, we need to just place some chess. I'm just going to bite the bullet and do this. It doesn't make any sense how this is going to work. But we're just going to do it anyway. We're just not going to ask questions. We're just going to get this done. And we're going to have some lovely chest storage for my tough bricks. Children are not human, says Luciform Ken. They're just not, right? Like, if... In my mind, one of the key things about being human is being sentient, is being, you know, ultimately, you know, like having some concepts of like right and wrong. And if you can't even hold a conversation, you're just not a human being. I'm sorry to all the children out there, except you can't hold a conversation about how that's incorrect, and therefore you're not human, and you can't even defend yourself. Checkmate, I win. No, I think children are not. I agree. It's just a fact. Dumb people are people too. I don't know that that's true. You know, I just don't believe that dumb people are people. I could be convinced on this one, I'm sure, but you know, really, like, full people, not partial people. If you've never died, are you even real? Says Valeria Bear. Exactly. Okay, so to round up the point here, I think that a lot of people find labels to be really useful for grouping themselves, but I find it to be just like, I don't know, like a burden around your neck, and it's never going to be perfectly accurate. And so I find to get less help and more hindrance from it. And so that's why I'm not big on labeling myself in the ways that lots of people do enjoy. And I will not criticize you if you are one of them. So, yeah, it's so hard to work out when it's day and night in here, by the way. Definitely something that could do with a little fixing. Toddlers are tiny, sugary and confused psychos. 100% true that is. Why do we allow them to exist? You know, it is a choice by us. It's a very interesting choice we make. By the way, do you think the magma counts as blocks for the trial chambers? You know what? We'll count them as blocks for the trial chambers. Just so we can destroy them right here, right now. Get it done. Get it over. Did they nerf the swamp villager? No, they didn't nerf any villagers in the end. Or buff any villagers, maybe you could argue. So start my workday with a PewDiePie live stream, end my workday with a TwitCat live stream. Thank you, Struggle Bunny. Apparently a lot of people coming in, watching the live stream after their days. I hope that that's a sign that you're enjoying it. How many dumb people are needed to equal one smart guy? That is a question that humans have been trying to ask for a very long time, actually. It's a really, really interesting one because there's like two approaches you can have as a society. One is to say that, like, oh yeah, every human being, you know, like, has an equal capacity and all the things that come from that. But okay, so here's something interesting. Is if you know, like, you can get 10 really you can get 10 human beings, right? Let's just say 10 human beings. If you get 10 human beings together, then you can get them all to dig like some giant ditch or something. You can get them to do some like manual labor task, and they'll be basically as efficient as one guy. Like there's no real brain required for that. You just have to be able to be good at following orders. So being loyal is more important than being smart in that task. Being hardworking is much more important than being anything else. But this is the plot to holes. But if you have a machine, right? If you have, so what is that at the top there? It's the deep slate. If you have a machine that can dig stuff, then you need someone who is good enough to use the machine without chopping themselves up, and someone who's good at using the machine can work. Even someone who's hardworking, if they're just not intelligent enough to work it out, then you'll get much less productivity from that person than someone who's really kind of half-assing it but knows what they're doing. And this productivity gap that, like, you know, we could call it technology, but let's just call it, like, you could call it capital, you could call it, you know, advancements in the world, you could call it things. But because we're advancing so fast on that stuff, it means that someone who is lazy, or at least, you know, someone who has not got the best work ethic, can be much better at their job, or maybe better paid, if you want to be cynical, as someone who is working hard. And that raises like a big values question about society as a whole. And the rough rate we seem to go at, right, is you could work, you could use the, because people, you know, a lot of people act like income inequality is the biggest problem in the world. And it is a problem, you know, one to solve. But what people are really thinking about is wealth inequality. It doesn't, almost everyone who is wealthy, you know, the billionaires of the world, don't earn their money through income. They earn it through, you know, their things they own being worth more. Jeff Bezos is a billionaire not because he worked for $100,000 an hour, or, you know, $1 million a month. It's because he owns shares in a company which went from being worth nothing to being worth billions. And so if you just take a look at income earners, you know, people who are doing a task for someone else to make money, you could probably use the Gini coefficient in that to work out what society deems the difference to be worth, and you probably get some pretty alarming results. And you know, then the fact that that can compound over time because you can use the money from that wealth to buy capital is one of the like stark, like genuinely hard to solve problems of our time. Because no matter what solution you come up with, it's going to feel very mean and unfair and cruel to some people, and very, very, you know, you're going to have a lot of upset people no matter how you solve that. And so society does the best to skirt around it. Kind of, you know, again, like in general, is it even a problem that you're meant to solve? Is a question you might ask yourself. Anyway, I've been using the chamber blocks to build an exposed mountain base. It has a nice change not having to mine raw copper ore. Yeah, I have to say, it's such a huge quality of life improvement alone, just with the trial chambers having so much copper. Like, ignore everything else you know about them. This one thing makes it awesome. I have to say. So, Toycat, do you have any idea when hardcore will be released to Bedrock? I heard possibly 1.20, 1.10, but I think, yeah, so when it's definitely not going to be 1.20, 1.10. I'll tell you that for a fact, Blaze CDXX. 1.20, 1.20 is as soon as you can reasonably hope for, which looks like right now to be like September, October time. But they've got a lot of bugs to fix. By the way, thank you, Odin and Kera, for the 10 Danish crowns. It's been a while since I've been to Denmark. I remember they have a, if I'm not mistaken, the Danish crown is a very fun currency. It has like holes in the middle of the coins. There's a lot of tiny details I appreciated about it. So thank you for the tip. Thank you for the crowns. I'll put them in my vault. I mean, I'd like to imagine I have a vault full of crowns. You know, if you wanted to have a vault full of any currency, you definitely would make it crowns, right? You know, like something fancy like that. Do you consider yourself a smart person, Toycat, says Jonathan Ariola? So I think that's a really hard question, because I think when you're anything, you surround yourself by people who are like that. You know, the reason I don't think labels are necessary is because most people will sort themselves by default. And so you can, you know, like most people will almost become the default of the people around them. That's like a powerful effect that I actually think is a good thing for the world, that we kind of lose when people only want to make friends with people who are exactly like them. But,
Thank you for your many marketplace purchases. So I didn't have to. Reminder, copper beacon monument suggestion. Cover working beacon with copper and orange glass on top.
Honestly, yeah, that is a fun idea. I do like it a lot. You know, what do you reckon, chat? Should we follow Jessup Kane's idea? Make a copper beacon? Also, Bit Catalyst. Hello, Toycat. I've been watching another account with an embarrassing name, so it's great to finally catch you live. Okay, Bit Catalyst, what do I need to do for you to get you to reveal your other account's embarrassing name? I need to know. I want to know. Rather, I don't need to know. It's your choice when you reveal it. Toycat as a smartie. So I don't think it's ever easy to work out. Like, off the people I know, a lot of people are smarter than me. But is that, you know, is it like a self-selection thing, or is it that I'm actually quite dumb and I surround myself with slightly smarter dumb people? You never actually know, right? You're never 100% sure. I think what I actually have, if I had to define it correctly, is I have a curiosity that a lot of people let die in themselves. A lot of people at some point stop being curious. But I want to ask the big questions. I want to I want to know the answers to those big questions. And that's why I have a whole series is dedicated to it. So I'm thinking of big update questions right now. Also, ooh, what did I break just then? It sounded bad, but it's fine. So, yeah, I don't know that anyone can correctly define themselves as intelligent. You could maybe be like, oh yeah, above average intelligence, maybe. But even then, I don't know. There's no real way to measure intelligence. We dive into that problem too. So I think the thing that actually will help you seem smart is knowing when you don't know something. Why do I have this in there? Huh. That probably shouldn't be there. Yeah, no, having some like curiosity is like such a important thing. Some people just let it die in themselves on purpose, and it's kind of sad. There's this huge vast world out there to be understood. Surely you want to. Surely it doesn't feel that good to feel like you know the answers already, even when you clearly don't. Surely it's more fun to find them. But you know, everyone has their own preferences, and I can't judge people too hard. I mean, I can judge people too hard. That's what I do here. But yeah, I think to me that's the actual dumb smart difference. And on the internet, I think even more is being like, I think what defines like I think crucially is being like a considerate person, being a thoughtful person is something that is important. I think a lot of times people will be careless, and that's understandable. I feel like we're all careless about a lot of things. We all got stuff going on, etc. But what's really hard to... Okay, we're going to leave this little staircase there, so I can go up that. I'm going to destroy the rest going this way. I feel like if you're thoughtful and you actually think about stuff, people really appreciate that. So, curiosity killed the toy cat. Trial chamber theory. Einstein called himself passionately curious, says Everett Lewis. Okay, so basically I'm the second coming of Einstein. Guess we've confirmed it, and as someone who is very smart but has no curiosity, I'm not going to investigate that claim any further, because that is me. It's just, you know, we just know it to be true. Of course I'm as smart as Einstein. That's why I've made just as many things as he has. We live in an age of information. It's all in the palm of your hand. Yeah, now is the best time to be someone who is curious. The way that it used to work is you just have to be like, oh, this real smart person says this thing, and it just about checks out. Like, fact-checking wrong information was so much harder. And even now, you can see people who, like, really good at presenting their beliefs as fact. And even when you call them out that, you know, that fact you just said is incorrect, they're like, well, it's basically correct. You know, it's like, it's not that incorrect, right? Like, a lot of people find it very hard to do that, and then they'll like stop you on that one, and then they'll continue to share the wrong piece of information. Ideally, we should all be looking to share the truth. Speaking of sharing the truth, Valerio Bay, I know enough to know I know nothing. To get tax. Thank you, Valerio Bear. That is an impressive amount of knowledge. To get to the amount of knowledge where you know nothing, or where you know that you know nothing, genuinely impressive. Give yourself some credit. Give yourself some real credit. Okay, so I am gonna start destroying up here next, I think. Now that main room there is destroyed. We don't have the haste bonus that I really want to have. But if I just get up here nice and early, then that'll be good. So I think there's a spawner around here. I guess I'm wrong. There's 2 spawners over there. And this corner's free from interference. So let's deal with this corner first, I guess. Seems like... Okay, we can't, actually. We've run out of inventory spaces. I've got to make, like, temporary chests around this place. Specifically to deal with this problem right here. Okie dokie. Don't want this at all. So I'll place... You know... Let's just shovel it up. Where's my shovel at? There's my shovel at. We'll just shovel it up and then leave the blocks on the ground. There we go. No more problems for me. Looks like there's going to be more problems, so let's deal with those now. Right here, place a torch, place a torch. There we go. So satisfying. Then we can place a torch over here. And same thing, if I didn't miss, which I didn't. Perfect. Okay, so now let's just jump down here. I'm going to destroy this thing down, because I bet I dropped some blocks. I just want to make sure we didn't, or make sure I get them if we did, maybe. Okay, looks like we got some. Go through here too, maybe. Okay, that's a straight. I'm going to walk away from him. Just casually walk away. Hope he doesn't notice me. And then out the other side we'll go. Lots of tough bricks over here. Perfect. It works. So yeah, we've destroyed another room of the trial chamber, chat. It's a very, very, very big difference that one room made. Glad that it's gone. Do you see a separate Minecraft Xbox Series X or PS5 edition coming out in the future, Toy Cat? I think that when PS6 and Xbox 2X comes around, that's what they'll call it, right? I think when those next consoles come around, it will still be... I think by the time those launch, they will still be on Bedrock. I think it will be the weirdest thing that there'll be a free generational game that hasn't technically changed. But there's a lot of games that are contending with that. Like, if you think about GTA 5, it launched on 360 and then PS4, and you can... There are people who still play GTA 5, even though they're on the PlayStation 5 now, right? Like, you could conceivably have played that game on free generation. So Minecraft isn't, I guess, that unique. But it feels weird, right, that it's the same game. Whereas Xbox 360 edition to Xbox One edition, they made some actual changes, but not over here. So, by the way, in your past video, you mentioned disliking mods as they either simplify or overcomplicate the game. Do you still feel this way with mods on Bedrock? Oh, yeah. Do you know how often I play with add-ons enabled? Like, in my actual making, like, in my survival worlds where I'm actually, like, you know, like, long-term invested? Not that much. I like them for challenges. I'll agree with that. Like, it's a fun... one off or two off or whatever amount off. Like, there are fun situations that can come from add-ons, but I don't think it's like a good overall thing. I think that they're never balanced correctly, and they don't feel good. There's something, this is something really hard. We've been, I've been looking into making add-ons myself, right? And there's this, basically all the ideas we get, I'm like, if it's not good enough, I don't want to do it. I want to have something that you could add to your world and you could feel comfortable with it there in the background without it being like, oh yeah, this thing's going to just mess you up at some point. That is my idea. That is my concept. But that is also my limitation on why I don't really play with add-ons that much, because I don't find much value from them, which is why, you know, thank you Jessup Kane for buying my next add-on that I have to purchase. Okay, let's hop in here. Let's absorb it all for the pickaxe. Eat some cooked beef, and then get right out. That take has always felt a little like a gross simplification, but that might be being knee-deep in the modding scene on Java, says Bit Catalyst. Yeah, so, if you... Like, I think the actual... If I was to try and come up with a nuance... Like, if I had to, like, write a thing and, like, stand behind it forever, I'd say... Ultimately, Minecraft is a game that is, you know, like... It's a game with lots going on inside of it. But I think there's so much in the vanilla game that is really well polished that why would you... Like, honestly, there's some stuff in the vanilla game that's not perfectly polished. But it's all generally better polished than add-on stuff. And there's so much I've yet to do inside of base Minecraft. I know that's a weird thing. I know some people, like, don't think that can possibly be true. But there's so much that I've still yet to do. That I would like to get around to. And when I add an add-on to it, it doesn't help me do the things that I want to. Usually, there's a few add-ons that change that, but then they don't have achievements turned on. It's like, well, I know that that's not their fault, but it's one of the reasons that holds me back. So I am not picking up any blocks, so I will change. There we go, and now I can do that. Let's go. So yeah, this trial chamber, I'm going to get a big batch of destruction in while I'm here anyway. Just make it work. How did the spawn only spawn babies? Yeah, baby zombie spawners are a type of spawner. Sean Skeeter Sullivan. Now you know. It's a useful fact to know. Put the grates in here. And then the okays in here. And the chisel tough all the way up here. And then the regular tuff all the way up there. Whew, lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of that just piling up. Then we're going to put the red candles. Thank God we got those out of the way. And then another just garbage batch we've got to deal with. Chat, is anyone else this bad at inventory management? Like, I know I agree that the game needs more solutions itself. But I just feel like I spend so long dealing with chests of stuff that then just pile up again and again and again. Is it a me problem? Bro stole a trial chamber. I am in... you know, it is my instinct. I am British, so I do like to steal a good trial chamber. There's Minecraft in hell, but you can't save or transfer your data from there. You know, that's brutal. You know, I would leave my Minecraft world open all day. You know, back before there was this real cursed generation. It was the Xbox 360, where every game, like, because they wanted to sell hard drives or whatever, they didn't bundle the console with a memory card. And, like, you know, the cheapest bundle off it didn't come with a hard drive, because they know that you'd eventually just have to buy one anyway. But I got my Xbox 360 without a hard drive for a little bit. And it was like, oh, you can play games, but they get deleted. And every good, you know, 360 quality game, it's like one that you play over time. So it's like, you can't actually play this. You start again at the very start again, and that's just how it works. That's just how the game be. And there was something about that I was like, this is crazy. And thankfully I got a memory card, like a really small one. It wasn't good enough for all games, but it was good enough for most games. But yeah, this it's like also the idea of memory cards is such a funny thing. You just leave it on pause overnight. And it's funny too, because like leaving a console on pause overnight is such a huge energy drain that over a long enough period of time, you would pay for a memory card. Like, it's a net loss for everyone that you'd have to do that. But you know, that's how finances be sometimes. So maybe get a few hoppers and use it to auto sort. It'll take a bit less time. Yeah, I do wonder about that actually. I was considering using some alloys to do basically the same. You don't need an auto sorter if you've got enough alloys around. But you're right that you probably could just use. Okay, I'm just mad destroying here now, chat. Just really get as much of this gone as we can. And then if we've got any holes in the ceiling, I don't want to specifically make any holes, but if we have them, like that, place a torch in there, just give me a little bit more light. Place a torch over in this one too. And it's not really helping that much, so we're fine. So yeah, I feel like my biggest concern with myself is like working out like the whole like actually no I want to share this. I feel like I didn't really finish this. So I think the actual introvert extrovert definition is how poorly you react to bad things versus how well you act to positive things. And I think genuinely one of the biggest things that you can work out, if you can work it out, one of the biggest things that will help you in life is working out something negative has happened. How do I stop this eating me up? Because I think a lot of people look and see the world and they're like, oh yeah, when something bad happens, everyone else is unemotional, whereas you feel like all these like, oh, I hate everything, I hate myself, I hate this, I hate, you know, like, if you picture the cringe that you feel when you do something wrong socially, it's hard to imagine, but everyone else in the world is basically going through that too. Not all the time, but very, very, very frequently. Like, there are, every single day, people who look like they're calm and composed are going through some, like, life-ruining, like, why did I say that at a meeting? But the best thing you can try and do for yourself is, like, try and eliminate those feelings. Is try and work out how to focus on the positive that comes from it. And I think that's why I found the idea of, like, extrovert, introvert, not actually defined by sociality, but actually there are people who are just really prone to some things and not other things. Because, you know, if you've been around, you'll meet people like this all the time. I have a lot of friends who are like very, you know, the people in your life who are most intense when things go wrong. You definitely have examples of this. I don't know where they are in your life chat, but you definitely met people who get crazy dramatic about everything. We use the term dramatic, but what's actually happening is genuinely a small inconvenience happens, and their life is just over. They're like, oh god, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this one. It's what's even the point of this and that, and they start falling apart piece by piece, basically. And I felt like a lot of those people would probably describe themselves as being like, oh yeah, I'm just a little introverted. But really it's like I made some small social mistake that no one noticed, and I beat myself up over it for weeks. And I just don't want to deal with social situations in case the same thing happens again. I'm just going to drop these on the ground now, because I do not want them. And we're going to go pick up some of this. And then we're going to take it away, put it in some chests. Looks good to me. Lots of skeletons that need to die. But there is time for them to die soon. Old people seem to not have it all. They call people sluts with no remorse. Yeah, I think there is some amount of... To be a successful... You know, be successful old person in the sense that to be alive, to make it that old, you need to get rid of that at some amount, right? Like, there's this... I'm watching a TV show right now. The guy makes an offhanded comment about, like, I'm old, I know exactly what I want. And that's the thing I've heard a lot, like this idea that, like, oh yeah, you just know your preferences. You stop pretending and you are aware of who you are and what that means. And that's, like, an important part of it, I think, is, like, understanding you and all that. But I also do think, like, yeah, after a certain amount of time, you'll go numb to the idea that, like, every social interaction hurts you. Or you'll get to the point where you die because you don't have enough of it. One of the, like, key indicators for, like, whether an old person, you know, makes it past, like, 60, 70, etc., is, like, what their social circle looks like. It's one of those, like, very few... It's one of those things that annoys me. It's someone who describe, like, again, I used to describe myself as full-on misanthropic, but, like, you need humans for all sorts of things in life, and genuinely, your body starts to degrade much faster without human contact. Or maybe it could be the other way around. Maybe the sort of people who are unbearable to be around just live less long. You know, I hope that's true. No offense to people who are unbearable to be around. Actually, you know, offense intended. One of the craziest situations in my life chat was I booked an Airbnb, and you know, like if you've ever tried booking a hotel, whether you book it for 1 or 2 people, no matter how many people you book it for, it has the exact same like cost. This is how hotels work. Like if you book a room for 3 people, it costs more because they need a 3rd bed. But pro tip, if you want to book a hotel room, it's very rare you save money by putting 1 person. So when you're on the hotel booking sites, if you want a slightly bigger room, just say you're booking for 2 adults. It has come up 0 times that anyone has ever asked, like, who's the other adult staying in the room with you? Like, whether there is or isn't. And so I mentioned that because I booked an Airbnb where it was the same thing. And on the way there, like, someone answered my phone for me, and they're like, oh yeah, we're on our way. And they're like, who's this on the phone? You're not Andrew. And they kind of had, like, a weird thing, and they're like, oh yeah, it's totally fine if you bring a guest, just make sure to add them on the, just make sure to add them via, you know, Airbnb. And I went to add them on Airbnb, and it said it was going to cost, like, $300-400 extra. And I was like, oh, but I can't actually add them on Airbnb, because it's got an extra fee here, that there wasn't when I was booking it. And they're like, you're gonna have to do it. I can't let them in the house otherwise. And I was like, oh, but could you know, like, if you could just, there's an option to waive the fee, you can do it. I've called Airbnb support. They're like, no, you don't understand. I don't want this person in my house, unless they're added via the official platform. My children are here. They gave me, like, a real huge freak out. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have, like, $400 to add them as a guest that way. And they're like, well, made a whole huge deal out of it. And you know, they kept being like, it's my safety, it's my fair children. Do you want my children to be unsafe in their house? I'm like, no, I want to do this. We can do this if you're just willing to not ask me for hundreds of dollars for a reservation I've already made. And then at one point I was like, fine, you can refund me and I'll go find somewhere else for the evening. That's okay too. And they're like, well, I wouldn't be, you know, like, you already paid the money, so that would be silly too. And they just kept on doing it over and over again, being like loud and vocal and basically trying to use their, you know, like, basically trying to, like, bully me into more money and using the emotional arguments to get away with it. This is, I guess, what you might call, like, Karen energy, these person. $400 a person is crazy. Yeah, it was a huge amount of money, that they wanted. Which felt ridiculous to me. In the end, it was like hours of trying to deal with it, and the end solution was like, okay, they won't stay here then. They had a place not that far away, and they were like, fine, I guess. It was just such a stupid thing in the end. I thought they put themselves through so much stress, and they soured our relationship, right? Like an Airbnb. I was living under their house for 3 weeks or something like that, and they soured it so that they could try and like get some money out of me. And I wonder to them though, like for forever I thought like, oh man, that was a real bad, like effectively scam that I dealt with, like someone trying to rinse the money out of me. But then I thought about it back, and I try to assume the best from people when because you know, like most people, even people who do bad things, are convincing themselves they're doing something good. I've seen bike thieves be interviewed, and they'll always be like, yeah, well, if you loved it, you would have put a lock on it. If you put a lock on it, you'd have put a stronger lock on it. Like, you know, they have this logic of you're basically leaving it out there for someone to take. It's you're making, you know, it's your fault basically, right? It's not that they are harming people who don't deserve it. Anyway, I'm not sure I trust you, let alone your guests and my children, but I don't run Airbnb. Bro, it's common sense to add other people on bookings. Yeah, and even then, even if they wouldn't let me add it, it's like, okay, so don't add them to the thing and we'll be fine. And they're like, but what about, and you know, they have to keep making up excuses, basically to ask for extra money. And it's like, but why would you, I can't possibly think. So I after thinking it through, you know, like years later, after trying to like come to peace of this, like, you know, women that try to extort me, I think in reality, like, in their minds, you know, I have someone in my life who is extremely like, is the phrase histrionics? Like they get like very like out of control about a lot of stuff, and you realize like genuinely that's how things feel on the inside. They are very convinced that this is the worst thing that's ever happened, and so maybe that person is like, oh, why are they trying to sneak someone into my Airbnb? But then when I think about that, I'm like, well, why would it fix it by me just adding it to the booking? And it's like, well, you know, if I get some money out of them, then they're allowed to sneak people. I don't know what the logic is, like, but so, you know, then after a while it becomes like, there's this money I deserve, this person's trying to rob me off, and I'm going to use emotional arguments to try and win it from them, maybe. I don't know, like, people... being cheated out of money is one of the worst feelings. I've mentioned before, like, you know, money is my love language in like a joking way, but it's kind of true. Like, you can use nice words all you like. People do use nice words a lot. But one of the things that is very finite is, again, I'm going to sponge this up now, by the way. One of the things that is finite in this world is money. You cannot compliment every single person you know with $1,000 in cash. You will run out of money soon. Also, I broke down today when boss asked if I could go into the office tomorrow. I said no, because finding it hard to do social interactions at the moment because of my grief. She asked if she could help, and that did it. That like did it in a good way. I could take that both ways, like, oh yeah, and that did it. Like, that messed me up. Or I could see it as like, oh yeah, and that did it. I was fine after that. After she offered to help, things were good. I hope it's the latter and not the former. Yeah, $400 to yell at my kids and tell them to go away. Yeah, for what it's worth, too, by the way. I heard they were very, very loud. Like, we could hear them. I think we heard an argument or two over the time it was there. It was a bad situation. Again, like, I think the messiest bit of it was, like, not allowing the refund. If you believe that there is a safety issue, then saying, okay, I will refund your money is great. I asked Airbnb. Because, you know, that whole thing is meant to be customer support. The reason that they take 30% of the bookings or whatever is because it's like, well, it's so that we can facilitate this great support. And I was like, okay, I paid you a lot of money to be here, Airbnb. This woman won't let me in and is yet screaming about her children. I don't know if I feel safe inside there. And they're like, sir, there is nothing we can do. The host would have to let you. And the host is like, yeah, you have to cancel it, you know, which would lead to me not getting any money back. And so they put me in this, like, place where I couldn't go in. I couldn't get a refund. It was very messy. I have no idea why Toycat brings a brush into a trial chambers. What if there's archaeology that I need to do? Of course. So if you're so worried about safety, don't have an Airbnb though. Yeah, so it was if you can picture a house, they had the ground floor and the first floor, and I was in the basement. But there was you entered via the outside, so the basement was all sealed off. It's actually a really cool setup. Like, I'd love to have something like that one day. Would love to have some basement people running down below me. A little bit of drama to get involved in every now and then, you know? Like, oh, looks like someone's doing drugs in the basement. Oh no, looks like there's a family of echidnas in there now. Oh no, it looks like this person's holding up my family at gunpoint. Well, as long as they give me $400, they can do that all they like. I guess, you know, by the time I can afford a basement to store people in, might be like $4,000 to make the equivalent story. Didn't your plumber live with you? Oh, yeah, it was a real fun time. It was a really fun time. We had a great time, me and my plumber. We haven't spoken since. Actually, he spoke once since because he needed to pick up a package, and then he said rip. He wished me well on my mother's death because the day he wanted to pick up the package was the day of her funeral. So that was nice of him. Yeah, I haven't really spoken to my plumber since. It's living your plumber, dangerous situation, let me tell you. But yeah, the same thing. I tried to, rather than just being mad about what went down with him, I'm not going to tell the story right now, but I had a very bad living situation with someone that I tried my best to, like, make it work with. And yeah, rather than trying to be like, yep, I guess he's just a terrible person, I really look at it and I'm like, I think that he lives in a different plane of reality, and that's like, genuinely, people make their own little realities where they're in the right all the time, and that's the only way that people can behave certain ways, and the world actually makes sense. Speaking of the world making sense, 1 copper block to beacon per tip, just an idea. Do you think we should wrap the beacon in the copper right now? Is that what you're getting at? I remember working 7 hours for my uncle. He promised $10 an hour. I got 30 because apparently if I'm helping rather than working my own, it doesn't count. He told me after I finished, not cool. Oh, that is really frustrating, Mr. Corbin. That's the sort of thing that makes me really, like, just, I don't know, hate people. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about when I say I hate people. It's like when I go for a situation like that, where someone's like, oh, but I said something different. Of course this, basically, like, gaslight you out of doing the right thing and using the fact that they have the power to do it. And again, I'm sure that person's like, oh yeah, well, this is different. They did the work now, and now it feels vastly different now that it's done. I know, I feel really, really, I feel like people, no, I feel like the sort of person to do that is the sort of person who's just never been scorned by the same thing in reverse, and so is genuinely convinced, like, yeah, the way I see the world is just the correct way to see it. If I believe that this work is worth less now than I did earlier, when I desperately wanted someone, I was willing to pay $70, but now that I have someone, I'm only willing to pay $30. But just in case me willing to pay $30 stops you being here, then I'm not going to tell you until after you've done the work. It's genius. Like, I feel like people really will be thinking about it like that. But yeah, I think everyone intends something good in their own mind. I think everyone has a good intent going on in there somewhere. They have to, right? I thought my reaction today was pure dramatic, though. She was nice. I broke down. Stupid. Funeral's Wednesday, so I'm hoping I'll be less dramatic after that. I'm sorry to hear, by the way, that you've got a very serious funeral lined up, Polly. I feel like a funeral is a really... I thought it was the dumbest thing. I've never been to a funeral until, like, I had one, like, a year ago, and then I had one for my mother's death last year, chat. And I just thought the idea was kind of stupid. I didn't understand why we all needed to gather in a room. But one of the things that I thought, like, I think one of the things that probably, one of the reasons this exists is because, like, yeah, it's good so that everyone in your life knows that that person is, I don't know, like, I had a weird conversation with a, like, friend of a friend that, like, knew my brother, so would have gone through the same thing, and he was like, oh, your mother died? That's unfortunate. Like, it was a real, they were kind of caught off guard by it. So, like, just avoiding moments like that, I think, is why it's useful. But I also think it's cool to, like, have that last sharing of memories in a weird way. It's like the definitive event where it goes from being, oh yeah, this person's just gone for a bit, to like, oh yeah, this person's gone. And that's okay. Everyone here understands it. It's like, I think I have a lot of, like, sad recollections of the funeral, but it's also important to have those still. Like, I think it's like looking at a funeral, having a sad, thing at a funeral is like, well, that's the sad memory to point to. It's at least it's the most healthy sad memory you can have, right? What you're saying is I'll be more dramatic afterwards. No, I think it's like I know, like, it solidifies events, right? You're like, okay, that's how it was. Everyone is on the same page. And I think one of the things that makes you feel craziest, or makes me feel craziest, I don't know how about everyone else. One of the things that is most maddening is when you're sure that things should be a certain way, and everyone is acting like, nope, different way is the way this actually goes. And you're like, but surely not. Surely, and then everyone's like, nope, this is it. Like if Corbin asked his, like, I don't know, his parents, and he's like, oh, this guy said he would pay me $80 and then only paid me $30. And then his parents were like, well, if you think about it, like, well, how much work did you really do? And like, just because you agreed, did you agree in writing? Well, if you didn't agree in writing, stuff like that, you would feel like, oh, okay, then, it would like bum you out to be like, I'm sure something bad happened, but everyone around me seems to think it didn't. So, Kat, how dedicated to this are you, and how would you feel if you died and your stuff despawned? It's a fun question, right? I was considering recently for a video to be like, look, I'm gonna get rid of my entire inventory. Now let's go back and let's reclaim it all. Like, I think it would be a surprisingly fun thing. Get rid of all my tools and armor, rebuild it again from scratch. Because I do think, like, the only thing that really holds me back from doing that is getting all the Netherite again. It's a bit of a grind to get ancient debris if you haven't done it in a while. Honestly, it's such a grind to get ancient debris. If you currently have full Netherite tools, remember how much work you put in to get those. I'm glad they don't burn lava. I feel like they shouldn't. But yeah, I think that one of the things that makes you feel craziest in the world is when your feelings aren't respected by the world itself. And going to a big event where the world is respecting your feelings, probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. He's not going to die in here, there's no lava or creepers, and fools won't kill him. Yeah, a lot of people act like death is this constant threat in Minecraft all the time, and it's like, there is always a threat of death with the trial chamber mobs I'm fighting. But if you take reasonable precautions to avoid it, and more importantly, if you have a totem on you, your fear of death is fairly low, and as long as you have a very rough game plan or a second set of tools to help you get more tools, you'll do just fine. Do you like limestone block? Says Daniel Stephen Woods. Do I like limestone block? Is that a real life thing? Is that a Minecraft thing? I'm surprised we don't have limestone in Minecraft. It feels like a Minecraft feature. If you just say the words like that, I'm like, yeah, I can believe there's limestone. If not in Minecraft, then coming to Minecraft soon, right? There's gonna be limestone. I'm sure there's limestone. Then you think about it a bit more and you're like, probably not, actually. Once I got Netherite, I never mined ancient debris again. Yeah, I had to mine a beacon Netherite. Let me tell you, not a fun time. Totally worth it, though. There's something about the suffering that makes the flex more worthwhile. Something about the suffering that makes it work better. Also, 1.22 update, slimes and limes. I would love if Minecraft made slimes more interesting. I really would. I would find that to be fascinating. So, yeah, limestone is Charlotte only. Oh no, you gotta mine it. You gotta mine gilded deep slate if you want to get limestone. As I understand it, that's the correct way. So you're torturing yourself for no reason, says Burak241. Oh yeah, no, that's what this is. Definitely torture. I hate mining away at all these blocks. That's for sure. No, I really love the destruction project. I feel like it's a good opportunity. Like, picking up blocks via destruction is one of the more fun ways to do it, in my opinion. Give it a try. If you've never destroyed a structure, just destroy it. Just take one apart. Just take it to pieces and then put it back together again later. You won't feel any regret. I promise you. So, Kat, I'm planning on making a museum for every item and block. I need to get all the Netherite gear again, plus a whole Netherite block. I hate mining friction debris. So you need to get all of the Netherite gear again. You need to get a Netherite block. But consider that on top of those things... Can I sleep? There's monsters nearby. You don't just need to get those things. You need to then also get ancient debris itself. You need to get a lot of stuff, is what I'm saying. Good luck. You need to get a netherite ingot. Oh yeah, it's. Yeah. I wish you a lot of luck, but I'm glad that I'm not in your shoes. I'm very glad I'm not in your shoes right now. So throw these in there, and then we'll put these right into here. Wonderful. And then some chiseled copper in here, just in case it's relevant. And then this and there. Perfect. So yeah, I'm making a fabric mod called More Than Technical. One of the things it has are red and blue slimes and slime blocks. I've been trying to work out today. I've been trying to articulate what it is I like in an add-on. Ooh, cold water's good. I've been trying to articulate what it is I like in an add-on. Because while we're trying to like hire people by big story maps, it's important to like say to other people like, yeah, this is one of the weird things about the world, right? Is like, every YouTuber has this moment where they're like, I know exactly how to do what I need to do. No one else is going to understand this as well as I do. I've spoken with a lot of people who are like this. Like, the overwhelming majority of YouTubers I speak to are like, yeah, I just know already. Weirdly enough, including the driving instructor that we did a fun thing with. When that came up, it was like, yeah, he was like, I don't think I ever could hire an editor. I don't think I could ever trust someone to deal with this sort of stuff. And it's weird because when there are videos not in a category you're familiar with, it becomes more obvious why that's silly. But when you're close to something, you're like, yeah, only Toycat can understand Toycat videos. But thankfully, like over the years, like Harrison is like so good at understanding like what the goal is, what the vibe is. So sometimes there's like stuff that's added. Like, did you watch yesterday's video chat, the Realism Craft one? If you did, thank you. Appreciate the view. But also, I think if you watch that video, you might enjoy. There's like a moment where I'm like, well, there's only one thing to do, and then I blow up a pirate ship. That's like a moment from way later in the video that my editor was like smart and worked out like, oh, I can put this here and it'll be funny. I really enjoyed it. But at the same time, I mentioned like somewhere like, oh yeah, so I should be like, when I die for no reason whatsoever, it doesn't actually show my death. Or sorry, when I switched to creative for no reason whatsoever, it's because I died is the actual reason, and I was being like funny about it. But that got lost in translation, so that's not in there. So there's always like tiny things like that about videos, where sometimes it's slightly better than I want, sometimes slightly worse. And you just have to like, you have to be very good at spotting someone else's editing, or you have to give like trust to it. And it's kind of hard to do. That was wild. The dragon was way cooler. Says Zero Rules. Yeah, a lot of people have been, the stream of that, a lot of people have been watching that back, weirdly enough. So okay, how long and is it a possibility of you building a trial chamber in your nether? It's funny you ask that, Valerio Bear. That's on my list of projects you shouldn't build in Minecraft that I made for a video today. It's a very, very good question. And hopefully I've got a good answer. I just got back from my meeting. How's it going, says Benjamin. It's going great, Benjamin. How's it going for you? I hope you're doing wonderfully today. Also, by the way, someone says, I missed it, but it was, saying that, they really like random drops in Minecraft because their ADHD brain, craves constant simulation. ADHD is a really interesting example of, like, a community of people who are formed around, like, it's a grouping, right? It's a group of people who like to categorize themselves. And I'm someone who really likes random drops in Minecraft. Yeah, I love the idea too. I've done so many streams where I did randomized blocks and randomized drops, and everything got messed up very quickly, is what I'm saying. But I really, really, really love stuff like that. But at the same time, I think that it's a good example of, like, it's a community that sometimes is, like, too fast to be like, oh yeah, here is this normal human behavior. I do this because I have ADHD. If you watch a lot of videos on the internet, there's a lot of channels that have popped up basically to cater to this audience. And there are lots of really useful tips that you can learn about dealing with attention deficit. But then there's a lot of people being like, do you ever find that you're late for things? ADHD. It's not, there's no timekeeping that you should be worrying about. It's the ADHD. If anyone says that you're late to something, and you can just be like, no, you don't understand. That's actually this. Or do you ever struggle, like, do you ever, like, scroll your phone when you want to be doing stuff instead? It's like everyone does that. That is a universal human experience. Do you find waking up early is hard? Do you prefer, like, waking up later in the morning? It's like, are you saying that sleep is an ADHD exclusive at this point? I pretty much exclusively play random drops these days. What random drop add-on do you use? I feel like I love randomized drops too. I'd love to have a little swirl at it again. What I want to see is normal Minecraft, but every block in the generation is being consistently replaced with another block. Yeah, I'm surprised that doesn't exist because it's fairly easy to do. I guess like it depends on how much computing power you have to do a big amulet search of your whole world. But you can do. Okay, we're back to killing skeletons. There's a lot of them. Okay, lots of skeletons. Let them fight each other for a minute. Okie dokie. And then let's get outfit. Okie dokie. Nice. Yeah, this big hole in the ground is very satisfying. Has to be said. So let's throw this in. If you have an issue that you know is an issue, you can put contingencies in place to avoid you and support that behavior. Yeah, I think that is the most useful piece of advice that no one ever gives. Is everyone has deficiencies that really are worth thinking about. But how you deal with them are the things that, like, separate people out. Throw those in the lava. Okay, let's pick up some. Let's put in some extra storage right here, just like so. Nicely organized. Limestone is a block family that's a bit lighter than terracotta, but darker than sandstone. But it was most common in aquifers. August 22, 2021. Have you done the thing where you're accidentally on a fan wiki instead of the real one? There's so many. Okay, this is one of those things, chat. How do you feel about this? There's a bunch of fake Minecraft wikis set up that are set up for, like, oh yeah, like what we want as Minecraft features, but they write about them factually, and it's the weirdest genre that you'll find. If you're ever looking to see if a Minecraft feature is real, you'll never be able to confirm it by Googling because you'll find one of those weird wikis. Wait, why do we stop talking about milkshakes? Okay, you know what? Milkshake time is back. Okay, chat, milkshakes. I love them so much. It is the treat I want at the end of a long day. But is that, like, you know, the reason I worry if, like, is milkshakes my cigarettes? You know, like a deliberately harmful thing that I do for myself. You know, like, but like it feels a little bit good in the moment, but it feels bad in the long run. But I'm not concerned about long run me because I'm concerned about current me. You know, are milkshakes my version of a cancer cigarette or something? That's what I want to know. I have a cognitive problem which affects my memory, so if I don't put an appointment on my calendar right away, I will 100% forget about it. So I add to my calendar and add 3 reminders. Man, that sounds like a... That does sound scary. There's so many things I have to do before June 30th. I have to book a hotel somewhere because there's a deal that runs out. I've got a few coupons that run out by that. There's like a lot of things I've got to get done. And I'm just telling myself, like, I'll remember. And at the end of the day, I'm like, oh, tomorrow. I'll definitely remember then. But I'm running out of days to remember by. Which is why I need to write that down somewhere in a calendar. Also, yay, says Chase Jimmy. Yeah, I think the milkshakes are actually very good. I think they're one of the few consistently enjoyable things on this planet for everyone. And if you're not enjoying milkshakes right now, you're missing out. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. What's going on with you, Mr. Breeze? Okay. So I have a weird issue, chat. I'd like to share it. I feel very, very sweaty right now. And I'm at the level of sweat where I'm like, you know, it's like, because it's not as hot today, but it is still, like, fairly hot. I'm feeling like this is something I need to deal with. This is something I need to do something about. But I just don't know what that something can be while I'm live streaming Minecraft. So yeah, Reese's McFlurries are so good. I had a Skittles McFlurry today. It was the strangest thing. It used like crushed up Skittles, and it was so odd. I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. I would not recommend Skittles. I kind of want to try Reese's. I saw that they in the US, McFlurry, or yeah, McDonald's had a deal with Worthing to make, or Werther's Originals to make some co-branded McFlurries. But they backed out the deal at the last minute, so they're called like Grandma flavored McFlurries. Skittles and ice cream, weird. Yeah, it is objectively weird. Like I don't know why they exist, but they do. I'm glad they only get 2 baby zombies at a time as opposed to 3. That's a oh, there is a third one. He's just up there. Well, there goes my praise. I take it back. Okay, there we go. Got some potatoes. I don't need potatoes. So right back to destruction we go. Oh, I need to deal with this first. I need to just get that down here somehow. I mined it in the wrong order, and now I'm suffering. World's original one sounds so good, though. They do, right? Skittles McFlurries are not in America, but I wish. It's really interesting to me how regional McDonald's really is. Like, it is one of the most consistent foods in the world, but it's actually consistently inconsistent. I don't feel you should move that beacon. It's the location flag for the Void build. Do you have another beacon, or is it time for a Wither interlude? I think that it's... I think what I could probably do, Jessup Kane, is add a couple extra layers to it, and that way it will go all the way out there, I hope. That's my plan, at least. Is it a good plan? We'll work it out later. So for now, let's go mining. I've got all the sky blocks done, which weirdly enough, wait, what is that? Oh, that's a dispenser, I think, right? Is it? It's a chest, okay. I got a chest, a vault, and a spawner. And now I just want to make sure that all the blocks around the spawner are gone so that the skeletons take the most falling damage possible when they fall to the ground. Ice cream is overrated, says Bursk. Burak 421. I don't think that. I love ice cream. It's so good. It's cold and it's creamy, and for the amount of like goodness it gives to my brain, it's like fairly low cal. Like a whole tub of ice cream is like indulging yourself on like bite after bite of chocolate bar. But like 4 chocolate bars is the same as an entire ice cream tub, like a Ben and Jerry's one or something like that. In my mind, ice cream is just such a sweet spot. It's one of my favorite things. I'm always craving it. So sugar dense. We all love sugar, you know. We're all weird cave people. Also, oh, there's why is there chains inside of this? What possible reason could there be for putting chains on the inside? What a bizarre little fact. Okay, so let's destroy these chains while we're here anyway. Just get them out of the way. Hope we don't get shot in the meantime. Ooh, they're definitely running up here to shot me. Okay, okie dokie. Just murder you all. Let some more spawn. Let them walk up here. Murder those guys too. Get a little bit of XP for my pickaxe. Yeah, I like, ever since we switched to taking down the trial chambers and using the XP to heal my pickaxe, I've ended up not just with more XP, but also having to go and you know, like leave and heal up my stuff a little less often, which is lovely. Am I empty? I am basically there. Let's destroy all 4 of these. It's very dark up here now. And then let's take the last of the chains. These are probably the last chains in the entire structure, actually. If they're not, I certainly hope they are. Is there nothing there? There's nothing there. Destroy all of this now. All gone. Yeah. Satisfying place. Oh, there's chains up there, chat. Oh, no, I didn't see them until just now. I wish I hadn't seen them. Chat, can we just all agree we didn't see it? I'll be a lot happier if we agree with that. So, Kat, you asked which random drops I play. I play the Yegs Dynamic Worlds one, but I also play the random drops official from Full Studio, original from Full Studio. I've tried a lot of them. Oh, that's interesting. I'm glad it works for you. I definitely love the idea. I like simple Minecraft challenges that you've got to be like creative with. I think it's a shame how few of them there are in existence. Like almost everything is like, here's an impressive build, or here's the... It should be about, like, what's fun to play, what's fun to dig your teeth into, you know? But maybe I'm asking too much. That's not where those things go. They go in here. And then this goes in here. And then we open up this chest, and the organization system is just about holding up after all of this chat. Have you made a video about the new Silfish XP farm? Yeah, so the enchantment's really good for it, I have heard. But I don't think it's like my particular like thing, web's hyper. Like I'm not the person who talks to you about how to optimize that end grime. Yeah, I know, like I'm all about finding things that you enjoy to do rather than being like, well, I would like to automate Minecraft away, so there's no game left for me to play. Chains, hardly know her, says Corbin. It doesn't quite work. Maybe Dispenser, hardly know her. You know, there's lots of blocks where it could have worked, but I appreciate the idea, Mr. Corbin. Just like I appreciate Mr. Chase Jimmy. Here's some tax help you pay for commodities and food. Do you think my view counts if I have my screen turned off during the stream? I've wondered this for a while, Chase Jimmy, because a lot of people will watch videos with, like, the volume turned off and in the background or something. Surely YouTube wouldn't count that as a view. But then I think about the fact that all the other platforms, you know, Facebook and whatnot, they count views even if you scroll past it for a second without actually looking at it. And they've worked out that's really good for their business model. And so maybe, you know, like, in reality, it's such a small thing to think about, like, how many people do that it probably does count as a view. So thank you for helping me with my watch time. And thank you for being here as a viewer. Even if it wasn't adding a view, I would appreciate your existence. Thank you for wanting to help out. I think usually the best way you can help a channel, weirdly, is, like, watching the videos. Actually, you know, I'd say the second best way. The best way is, like, directly tipping or becoming a member or whatever. And thank you for doing precisely that, Mr. Chase. Really appreciate you being around. So, yeah, I appreciate the answer, by the way, Rose, about the random drops. Love to play some random drops Minecraft. Sounds like a lot of fun. I've been looking forward to doing a challenge soon for a while. I've got, like, a few 1.21 things I've got to make sure I do, but I love the idea of getting back into that. I gave myself the potion and lagged the entire realm. Yeah, the silverfish thing is really crazy. I think you can give it to, like, a... what do you give it to? Like an ally, and then the ally can take basically an infinite amount of damage because of how fast it heals. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. So, chat, let's work out what our 500 member goal should be. Let's work it out right now. You know, it's a very big deal. We're only 67 members away. We were 69 away. Nice. And so, now that we're so close, I mean, it's going to be months till we get that. But, you know, like, what do you think we should do for it, is the question. And I would like to hear your answers. There's always so many strays around here. You can't just keep hanging around. You got to get a job or something. So we'll destroy these blocks and the chisel blocks underneath it. Because they are unique blocks and they're easy to get away. So, yeah, 496. Okay, sorry. Okay, we've worked out the member goal shouldn't be 500. It should be 496. Easy. Bathing in slime, so it's Minecraft related, says Ruby-Doo. Yeah, that would be an easy way to keep it Minecraft related, huh? Yeah, you know, let's bathe in some slime. Let's do it. I remember there was that weird phase where, like, people were making slime videos. $500 worth of lobster rolls or stranger unique drinks. Oh man, I'm excited today. Thank you to Chase, Minnesota's... thank you to the generosity of the people watching this stream and who have tipped on this stream. I'm gonna buy myself a weird beverage tonight. I don't know what weird beverage it's gonna be. I'm just gonna go out. I'm gonna see what jumps out at me. And I hope that it's not a panda or a polar bear, I guess. Those invisible polar bears always coming for you. Things in the walls are placeholder dead-end walls. Something that gets overridden with... oh, ouch. Chests and spawners. The things in the walls are placeholder dead-end holes. Oh, right, yeah. I think the Trial Chambers generation gives me, like, a little bit of, like, I'm really impressed with what they have. And a part of me is like, I bet. Imagine how much bigger it could go, though. Imagine how much more they could do. I feel like sometimes that's what a lot of people feel about Minecraft. It's like seeing the game and seeing the potential of it at the same time. It's that thing about, like, I don't know, a lot of criticism comes from a real loving place, because you really are like, I just feel like it could be better if we just do this. Also, you know what I'm going to finally do? I'm going to finally go down there, and I'm just going to get rid of all that snow, chat. If I get rid of the snow, my life gets a lot less slow. And so I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to go down there, and there's going to be snow no more. It's my big movement. 500 minutes of Toycat doing accents. Build a giant 500 statue. I want to, you know, I have 500 minutes of... We could do a 500-minute YouTube video. What is that? Like, 8 hours, 20 minutes? Should we set that up? Should we do it to a 500-minute live stream? Snow, more snow. Farming silverfish is not my style. I prefer mobs with drops. Yeah, it's definitely a very silly one. You do it solely for the experience, and they don't even give you a lot of experience. I guess the slime is a good alternative if you're looking for a real drop, because slime blocks are useful for a lot of different things that a lot of people might want. What if silverfish had a drop? Says Everett Lewis. It would be a dumb drop, right? It would be a dumb drop. 496 minutes. Sorry, my bad, John of the Dad. It would be 496 minute streams for 496 members. Weird mistake for me to have made. Don't know how we made that one. Okay, so now we're just going to... You know, actually, this is terrible. I don't want to get rid of this. I'm just going to make a nice pathway through so I don't lose any blocks in it. Make sure I see them all. And then we'll get out. 500 days of streams. 500 hours. 500 different accents. You know what, chat? I'm going to be honest. I don't think we're workshopping anything very good here. I don't think we've got any good ideas out of all of that. I think I am worse off for having gone through all of those suggestions. I'm just kidding. I do think though that proves I think that is a it's not nighttime. It just always feels like night down here, doesn't it, chat? It's something I wish I could fix. Maybe I need more night holes or more day holes, more view holes. Speaking of view holes, here is a big monster that I don't really want to deal with, but yet I have to. So in goes that, in here goes that, and in here goes this, and not those, and these can go somewhere else. Speaking of somewhere else, have you played some Nautica? I haven't. It's one of those games that I know I really should. There's a lot of people who have recommended it to me. A lot of people who I respect with game recommendations. I just don't have the... I don't know. I've never been sold specifically on it. I think I need like a really good hook to get into a new game genre. Because you know, when you play a new game you've never played before, there's this big period where you're like not having fun, just learning, not having fun, and then you get it, and then it takes a while to be at the point where you're like, oh, I get it so much, and now you're having a great time. And I feel like, you know, there's only a few games where I'm like, this is worth that learning experience. You have to have like some real big reason. 500 members and you stream with chat doing something silly. Yeah, you know, that sounds good. 500 members and I'll do a Santa Claus live stream. You know, I'll do a lingerie Santa Claus hot tub live stream, and I'll do accents the entire time. I'll get cancelled for the accents, and then I'll get banned for the inappropriate nudity, and then on top of those things, get this right, we're not stopping there. Then we'll get, you know, the point is we'll keep going. This is the wrong platform for that. You're right. I think I need to be on a platform that rhymes with a female dog. Anyway, speaking of things that rhyme with a female dog, good to see you, Dan Marsh. That wasn't intended for a segue, but I'm rolling with it anyway. I hope you're doing well. You know what, chat? I've had a day of a little bit of like soul searching, working out like, okay, with live streams in particular, I'm trying to work out more what it is that we should do with them. I think I want to start doing some live streams where we're doing some big important task in the world, but also kind of use it as a tutorial teaching moment. So I want to get, where did my mace go? There it is. I really want to get density 4 for my mace. I want to get all the density levels. And so, yeah, if I want to get all those density levels, I need to find a villager. And I figured, why not set up another, like, a mini trading hall just for those enchantments? And so I figured that could be a fun thing we could do. For example, I want to do streams like that with, like, a clear, teachable thing in there, but also have the fun along the way. Every stream I would do right now would be a Santa stream. Is it officially Christmas in Las Vegas? Am I out of the season for that? Am I missing out? 500 minutes of lobster roll reviews. I want a lobster roll so bad. It's been, do you know how long it's been? It's been most of a week, I feel like. I forgot. There was a lobster roll place I wanted to go to. I found one. It was I want a lobster roll now, chat. Look what you've done to me. Look what you've done. Oh. You're a month early for Christmas in July. You know, no, I disagree with that, Chillis Bean. I am exactly on time for Christmas in July. This is the right time. Oh yeah, I'm starting to get like little flashes. What it would be like if I was eating a lobster roll right now, chat. My brain's starting to be like, would be real good, wouldn't it? All I had today was McDonald's. I had like a McDonald's breakfasty, lunchy thing. And then, like I said, I had to uneat some of it. It was terrible. Back home from work. Hello, everyone, says Dasha. Hello, how's it going?
What is the most ambitious build you lost motivation for? Mine is an upside-down pyramid made of a gradient of glazed terracotta from 64 to build high. I stopped about 130. Okay,
so upside down makes that way harder to build too. I like the idea. So, okay, I want to say the most ambitious project that I ever lost motivation on. I feel like my instinct is to say it's probably rebuilding the Woodland Mansion. It's actually kind of related to this, right? I took all of the blocks from a Woodland Mansion, I destroyed the whole thing, and I started building a new Woodland Mansion from it. But I never 100% finished it. It's like 90% complete. But at this point, I'm like, what do I really add by doing more of this? It already looks like what I want it to. We could go around and we could finish it one day, but, 500 minutes of Toycat e-mugging members. Everyone put your hands above your head. This is an e-mugging. Give me $2 right now. Just right now. No questions. My gun is armed and loaded. Do you want me to shoot? Do you want me to? No, put the money in the bag. Don't ask questions. It's been so many years since the e-mugging thing. It was my favorite stream bit. Is, because, you know, so many people are doing e-begging, and I was like, this idea is just kind of silly. This idea of being like, oh, if you don't donate, I won't be able to feed my kids. And it's like, it sounds like you made, or, you know, I won't be able to pay my bill. Please give me money. And it's kind of the problem I was talking about with why I try to see streams as like this fun little goofy hobby I have, is because if you see it as like a money-making endeavor, because, you know, the average number of like tips I get on a stream might be like $70 or something. Let's make up a number. And then if I get, you know, $20 less than that, hey, you know, I have to eat a lobster roll now, right? I'm basically duty bound. It sounds like it's the only thing I can eat. Would love a lobster roll. But yeah, I stick your hands up. Everyone, put the hands in the air, everyone. This isn't an e-begging. I'm not saying, oh, there's this terrible thing that's happened to me. I'm saying it doesn't matter what the reason I say is. You put in the money right in that bag, and I'm using it to buy lobster rolls. Everyone wants you to drain an ocean. I say build an ocean, says Dan Marsh. Building an ocean is actually a surprisingly hard thing to do. I think it actually would be easier to drain one than to build one. Maybe instinctively saying. Toycat is British, so no guns, unfortunately, just knives. Oh, I had a really interesting conversation this weekend with someone who. So I'm just gonna drop the bones, I guess, or the slimes. I don't need them as much. I had a really interesting conversation with someone who just got their gun license, and they lived in. I was like, "You live in London? You're getting a gun license?" He's like, "Yeah." I've got someone who this is very wild. He's a level of wealthy I can't comprehend, but he goes pigeon shooting every week. Well, play pigeon shooting, not real pigeon shooting. Feels pretty rude to shoot real pigeons, if you ask me. But he goes real pigeon. He goes. he goes clay pigeon shooting every week, and he's like, yeah, you have to rent a gun. And it costs £30 every time. So he's like, I'm just gonna buy my own gun, and that's the solution. And you can leave the gun at the pigeon shooting place. Which I thought was fun. And I just thought that was kind of shocking, because it's like, yeah, in the UK we imagine we don't have guns, and that's most of what keeps them away. But you can get them, you just gotta have a good pigeon reason. Making a huge aquarium was a really fun project, I highly recommend it. Yeah, I feel like, I love anything that's collection based, so I like that you can turn an aquarium into a collection quest of like, can you get all of the fishes? Can you get the axolotls? Or the... Yeah, it becomes a fun task very quickly. Put the copper grates away. And then let's go put the bones and the other stuff out. Yeah, Shonsky at Sullivan. I'm querying in my boots, just take it. Yeah, you better. I'm putting the money away. Real good. I bet you can get that paperwork if you know the right guy. Yeah, like everything in the wild. If you know the right guy, you can skip everything. But you need to have someone who's willing to put themselves on the line for you. Which is how the actual license works. You can't get a license without someone with a license vouching for you. Which I thought was really cool. Like, imagine if driving licenses work that way. You can't get a car, and as someone who already has a car says, hey, I think that you're worthy of driving a car, and if you're not, I'll put myself on the line for that. Because it's kind of how driving instructors already work, right? It's just they take a lot of your money, and they teach you, air quotes, in that time. So, yeah, as far as the, I want to say, by the way, as with your glazed terracotta, idea, Struggle Bunny, the biggest problem I think you made up there, I think your biggest mistake is you got to calculate how many blocks it takes. It's one of the things I'm getting better at doing. When I want to do a big project that I know will look weird if I stop halfway through, I work out how many blocks I need, I compare how many blocks I have, I do a rough estimation of how long it will take. And just doing that has made such a huge difference to like, okay, I'm not gonna take on this project, not gonna do this thing. But it means that when I take on a project, I feel better about it. But I still do abandon a lot of them midway through. Because I tend to abandon a project if it stops bringing me joy. If the idea of the completed version of it doesn't help me, then I'm not gonna keep going with it. It's a weird thing that I think is useful to do. Formula 1's back in Vegas in a few months. Better get your old apartment back now. I know, right? Very, very sad about it. I'm very lucky because my girlfriend knows a guy who knows a guy, basically for everything. She has connections everywhere. Oh, that is exciting. I would love to have a... You know, that's the thing, right? Is when you're on the outside of those connections, they feel so wrong. But once you have someone who's like, yeah, I know stuff, I can get this done. It's like, oh, this is nice. Suddenly my opinion on nepotism and in-groups changes. Now that I'm in the in-group, I feel like a lot of people are that way, at least. Ooh, Mary Kondo those projects. Exactly. Exactly, Kat. You understand perfectly. The joy has gone, and so too has my belief that I must work on them. So we're gonna pick up all this chiseled deep slate, make sure we do have a decent pile of it. Just kind of by itself for now. And then we'll walk out once we've got it, and it'll be good to go. Okie dokie. So for my Menga sponge example, I need another 3.04 million jungle planks, or 45 hours of farming trees, and 380 hours of placing. Perfectly reasonable, right? So then you got to split that up, Benjamin. So you said you're on a work call, so you don't have unlimited time. You've got, you know, call it 4 hours a day of reasonable Minecraft playing, and you've got a 380-hour task on your hands. So do you want to spend, what is that, like 100 and something days? Dedicating it. Let's be honest, once you add holidays or times where something jumps up in your life, do you want to spend 4 months finishing it? That actually seems pretty reasonable if you say it that way. Now I want to make a manga sponge. It seems very reasonable. So you know a girl who knows a guy who knows a guy, says Carrot Cox. I do, Carrot, you're right. Knowing a guy is basically what a community is, says Lizzie. Good to see you, by the way, Lizzie S. Either it's been a while or my memory is bad. So I'll say it's been a while and hope that I'm right about that. No, really, I think the idea of community is real sweet. I think it's one of those things that is... I actually think... Okay, so I am a big... I think one of the beliefs I have that society has pressed onto me is the idea that living in somewhere suburban is probably the best place to, like, I don't know, like live like have some independence, live outside of the confines of a city, like have independence and raise a kid or something. Like I've got that opinion drilled into me from society. But one of the ways in which it's not is you don't really have any sense of community. Like you just about know your neighbors, who they are. Maybe you'd be friendly enough to invite them somewhere one day. But there's no real like, oh yeah, this person, we have a good relationship. He knows me or he knows someone I know. He'd be willing to do this for someone and then they do that for them. But, you know, in reality with money, you can solve those problems. But there is something nice about the idea of just being like, oh yeah, I know this guy and he knows that guy. And between us, we know all the guys. And then that's all the problem solved right there. I know this guy named Toy Cat. You know a lobster roll guy is what you're saying. If you ever need recommendations for lobster rolls in London, you know a guy. You know the first person you come to. You come to a Toy Cat stream. You say, hi Toy Cat, someone I know is in London. They're looking for a good lobster roll. Hoping you could show them a good time. I'm like, yeah, I'll let them know where the lobster rolls are at. Okay, so yeah, that looks good to me. Let's get back to destroying. I'm constructing the wall 4,000 blocks on each side, 80 blocks tall. I got bored. Okay, 4,000 by 4,000 build is just ridiculous. It took me like a while to do a 800 by 800 wall, and it's only 2 blocks tall. I guess my console edition size never is my biggest project. I'm still in the midst of. Every now and then we just like pour a bunch of time into it. It's kind of just the way it goes. The normal trials are pretty easy depending on the spawners, but that's why we have ominous trials, and things will always be better for skill players anyway. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about trial chambers, ominous versus not, the difficulty, etc. I think a lot of YouTubers do too. It's an easy thing to be opinionated about, right? The only valid reason to DM Toy Cat. Yeah, exactly. There's a small but valid thing there. Chat should donate a block to the wall. Also, when you have kids, you get to know a lot more people fast by nurseries / schools, etc. Yeah, it seems like it sounds like there's a nice element to that, like knowing people because you know their kids know your kids or something. It's like sounds like a nice like connection point for some people. Sounds like a little bonus you get out of the whole thing. I'm aware of the over 1 billion block task. Okay, as long as you know. Well, I mean not 1 billion. Not even 1 million, right? Like 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. So 16,000 times 80. 16,000 times 8 would be like 168,000. No, it'd be 144,000. No, it'd be 132,000. So 132,000, 1.32 million. It's a 1.32 million block task. I don't think you want to do that. Gonna be honest with you. I don't think you want to do that. I think you're going to regret that somewhere along the way. The more I realize I know people because my kids, the less they feel like actual friends. Well, I mean, it's like, if you know your neighbor, right? He's not your actual friend. He's a guy who you need to have a good relationship with, because otherwise he knows exactly when you leave and he can come and steal all your stuff. You're not really friends with, you know, like there's a cynical reason to be friends with everyone in your life. If you feel like getting down to it. But at the same time, that doesn't make it the only reason. I think, you know, like being school friends doesn't mean you're actually friends with someone. It means that you happen to be in the same terrible environment at the same time and you bonded through your trauma. But it tends to be that bad circumstances bond people much better than good circumstances do anyway. So actually, that's not horrifically unique or terrible. I'm just going to get out there, chat. I don't want to be here. It's a bad place. Bad neighborhood. Don't want to be living there. Any longer. Place another torch down, place another torch down. Actually, I've got to remember to use the mace for spiders. I bet I could get one-hit KOs on them. Ooh, I'm very low on health. Yeah, I bet I can one-hit KO if I jump. Yeah, I can. Perfect. Don't know where that creeper spawned from. Oh, I guess... So there must be natural spawning mobs mixed in with all the rest of them here. Yeah, weirdly, chat, I think even once I have a sharpness axe, I don't think I want to use it over the sword. I think you actually might want 3 swords, like sharpness, and then smite, and then Bane of Arthropods. No, you never want a Bane of Arthropods sword. Philosophy of Toy Cat lol, says Soul Inferno. Yeah, the whole concept of being friends is a little broken on some levels, you can easily argue. But then you could argue like, well, what is it even? Because you know, no one will ever know you as well as you know you. No one will ever. It's very rare to find someone who cares about you as much as you care about you. You know, it's a very infrequent experience. But that doesn't mean that it's worth nothing. Usually you bond through some real bad event, and you're like, oh yeah, this is someone who was there when the times were hard. I find that to be a hugely relieving thing. Is that, you know, when we go through the worst times together, we don't shut down and avoid each other. It makes us better at being together. Yeah, that's what I think. This is a stick up, says Cat Beanie. You know what? Right now, I've done a lot of anti. You know, my e-begging has been unsuccessful, so we have moved into e-mugging chat. This is your last warning. I will shoot. I will emotionally manipulate you if you don't tip right now. I'll give you stories about how my kids won't be able to afford lobster rolls. I'll talk about how I've got bills to pay and I just don't know how I'm gonna pay them. I'll get sad. I'll stop talking about things that you're interested in and I'll start talking about sad. You know, it's gonna be terrible if you don't just agree to this e-mugging right now. Can you agree to a mugging? Is it like a trade request? Like, you get the threat of implied violence. I get your stuff. But yeah, no, the begging. So you know, like even people who mug people, right? That I think that they genuinely think they're doing a good thing in a lot of cases, or at the very least they're justifying what they're doing, which might not be the same thing, but it's not that far off, right? You're trying to explain why the thing that you're doing that is bad is actually a thing that you're doing that is good. It's a not entirely uncommon way to view the world, because there are lots of bad things in the world, and so what is one more additional one? I think a lot of people don't value their job's contribution to the world. I think a lot of people have real doubts about what it is they do. I knew someone who worked at a place of employment where they were being like constantly protested and being shut down because they were working on some really, really bad pipeline somewhere. And they're like, you know, my job at this company is to really, you know, it's like protecting like some animals or something somewhere. But because the company is bad, people hate me for what I do. And then it makes them question like, well, you know, like what is this valuable? But like ultimately, like you can convince yourself really easily that no matter how good of a job you're doing something terrible for the world, or no matter how good of a job you're doing something, you know, terrible for the world. If people just convince you the right way. I'm trying to eat lunch and my real life cat is standing in my bowl begging for attention and probably shedding. Send help. Meow. Meow. I'm gonna be a pretend internet cat. Is this how begging works? I guess some muggings occur when people land on hard times and they just need to take things in order to survive. Yeah, I've known a couple of people who've been homeless, and they always say the biggest, yeah, the people who would steal from them the most, the people that homeless people were most scared of, that they were like most worried about taking from them. It's other homeless people. They're like, yeah, those people, they're at the bottom and they feel like, you know, it's almost like fine to do so, and it's a really weird system because you know, most of the time you picture there being like some solidarity that forms, some community that forms, but weirdly it works the opposite way. That a lot of people are like, yeah, I can take this because I need to, and then the people that they're closest to when they get to that logic are other people who need it real bad too. But then if you think about life in general, it's that way, right? Like, is there anyone who really thinks themselves? I could lose like 20% of my money right now. Wouldn't even be sad. If someone stole my wallet right now, it wouldn't even mess me up that bad. I've tried to get to that point because I was stolen from. People never talk about it, but there's a real emotional drain on being stolen from. Like it, I think like the idea that, you know, like the whole like we live in a society that like, oh yeah, everyone else is like real friendly and like they could take stuff from you any time, but they just don't. That all goes away the second that people take stuff away from you. You're like, oh yeah, just anytime people feel like it, they can just take stuff. You know, you have problems like sleeping at night. You have problems like anything because you're like, someone could just come into this house right now, murder me, take my stuff. You get like really, really broken when you get stolen from. It's something that messed up me for a while. And I think that's one of the reasons why you probably shouldn't steal. But people who steal, like people who are doing the stuff, they're not thinking to themselves like, yeah, this is another victim. They're like, this person probably doesn't need it anyway. But everyone, no one, it's so rare to be at that point. Even me, I really want to be at the point where like, oh yeah, if my wallet was stolen, like, so what? If my phone is gone, like, you know, I love being at the point in a phone where you've had it for like 18 months. And if it was stolen, it'd be like, oh, I get to upgrade early and there'll be a new phone with cool features. I've been trying to get to the point where my wallet, like, if it was gone, I wouldn't miss it. But there's stuff like my gym card or like, you know, like there's always a little bit of money in there. Like it still wouldn't feel good. I think to be truly free in life is to be at the point where no one can. To be truly free is to be at the point where you don't have to worry about anything. It's all, you know, like, I think that's one of the real desires of renting, or like why credit cards are popular too. It's like, if you buy something on a credit card and then you don't have it anymore, it gets stolen, that's the credit card company. That's the credit card company's problem, sorry. That's not the credit card company stealing from you. I never knew it affected you so bad. Yeah, it's rare to meet someone who isn't, like, messed up a bit by it. It's like, I had a bike stolen in school. Every single time I ride someone on my bike, I'm checking up on it every 20 seconds or something. I don't know how this happened, chat. I rode to, it was a Games Workshop, to the Warhammer store. I rode to the store on my bike. I locked the bike against the railing, which you could view from the store. The store was like this shaped. It was a perfect like rectangle. And so at any point in the store, you could see that bike railing, right? And I was in there for like 4 hours watching some Warhammer stuff. When I came out of the store, you know what happened? The bike was gone. And ever since then, it's like, even if you're looking at something, even if something's in your field of view, you know, like, you might not have it. And, I don't know, the same thing happened with my bag. So if you're curious about how I got stolen from, I needed to use the bathroom on a train, and so I, like, took my bag, went there, I went back, because I was like, actually, not right now. And when I got back, my bag was not at my seat, and I was like, oh, okay. You know, literally, like, just across the carriage. And then someone's like, yeah, I just saw someone running with a bag right now, is that yours? And then, you know, like, I tried to report it to the police, and they're like, oh, this is a non-emergency. If you've been stolen from, that's not high priority. Please call 101. I call 101, and they're like, this isn't our problem either. It's actually British Transport Police's non-emergency number. So, like, I get bounced around a bunch. You know, I'm like, there is a person at the station running with my property with, like, all my stuff in it. Please, can someone deal with this? And they're like, yeah, Could you describe all the items of what's in your bag, and could you tell me exactly? You know, they tried to like ask the dumb questions that aren't helping. Like, it was this experience that kind of taught me that, like, oh yeah, theft is just seen as like a given. There are some people out there who steal some stuff, and what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? There's a girl in my grad school who got mugged and stayed multiple nights at our advisor's condo because she was scared. Yeah, it takes a while to like rebuild safety after something like that, right? I think I'm already like kind of like a tiny bit of a skittish person. I can't drink the water at a new place forever. I can't eat the food from someone's house. Like, if I just met you and like someone once really kindly, it was just out of Girl Scout season, cookie season. I mentioned at one point like, oh yeah, I really love some. They're like, I have some at my house, and we drove there, and I was like, I really want these cookies, but I can't take. I can't do it. I want to. You're being so nice right now. It was a weird experience. But I'm the same with like water. Like, I can be dying of thirst, and if I'm in like a hotel room or an apartment I don't know, and I was like, that's fine. Like, I used to be so against bottled water, but it's the only way that I can like hydrate myself when I'm in unfamiliar places. There's a lot of weird things like that where like it makes no sense. There's no logical reason to be that way. But your brain is like, ah, if you do it. And so you're like, fine, I'll listen to you. I guess if you insist on screaming that loudly, I guess we'll do it your way, brain. Seems very silly to me, but I guess if you enjoy being weird, oh, we can sleep in the floating bed. Very nice. So, yeah, I'm going to get rid of all the beds besides this one. I'm going to leave that one floating there, just as a fun reminder. My cousin had a car stolen, and even though it was recovered, it still messed up mentally for a while. Yeah, there's an expectation that if you have property, like we live in a society, right? We spend a lot of money to live in a society, and one of the hallmarks of civilized society is property rights. I wouldn't say one of the hallmarks. I think the very thing that defines a society is the idea that if you own something, it's yours. It's not this. You know, the reason that people find, you know, colonial systems, whatever, to be so horrific is like because when you switch them from their old system to the new one, is you just go finders keepers. Whoever has the land kind of just gets it. It's like, so all these people who are settled on it forever, they didn't have land ownership rights. We just, you know, like that. That's like bad. We agree that that's not good to just say that people don't own something just because I have it now. But yeah, it's that is how it works. If you have, you know, when someone steals something from you, you realize like, yeah, must be terrified of being doxxed 24/7. Now, I mostly avoid it by not talking about it, but I have a very generic, everything is like, it's like something I don't have to stress too much about. It was really bad. There were like 5 years on the internet, like 2015 to like 2020, where everyone's just like, oh yeah, it's just okay to dox people now. It's just a given that if you're on the internet, if you have any amount of fame, people will dox you. And then the worst bit, this was the weirdest thing, like mothers were taking their children to like YouTubers' houses to be like, oh yeah, you love this YouTuber, let's show you where he lives. Kind of like it's studio celebrity tours. But imagine like, I know, it was like a weird time. But I've always been very private about that stuff. Just like, everyone's aware of like, if you live in a society, you know like how little it takes to like mess someone up in that way. Yeah, I had a similar thing. Someone, what they did is they jacked my Twitch. They hacked into my Twitch account, and they only agreed to give it back. I don't know. They asked for some bizarre, like, some very bizarre conditions, but we had to like talk it out, and they're like, yeah, they were thankfully talking to me about it. They're just like, oh yeah, it's fine, I'll give it back. Just gotta do this. Just make sure you shout out the hacking team that hacked you. It was a weird thing. There was a lot of that back then. Like, a lot of people being like, thank you to this hacking team for recovering my account. And so it's like, at the time, I'm like, yeah, they didn't recover my account. They took it, and at least they're giving it back. Yeah, anyway, I think there's a, I think one of the weird things is in the world, if you know where someone lives, you know where they spend most of their time. Like, it's a weird thing, right? And you have to give out your address for so much. Like, oh yeah, if you want to get anything delivered, it goes to your address, which seems really handy, but also is kind of terrifying. But yeah, so one of the basic hallmarks of society is property rights. The idea that you own something and therefore you own it. If someone wants to relieve you of it, you have to agree. The very few cases where that's not true are like compulsory purchases. And even then, it's like the government has to give you your market value for what you own. And then they can expropriate it, but only if there is a valuable enough project where that actually makes sense for them to do. If it has to meet certain criteria first and be of enough good for everyone else and also for you. And they have to give you the money, like, right? And in the UK, I think it's 20% above your market value that the government gives you. So you have to be compensated for it. But the idea that you can actually own something is a requirement for so much of the world to work. Like, if we didn't own things, then why would anyone ever, like, build a factory if, you know, someone's just going to sneak into the factory and say they own it? Why would anyone ever build a house knowing that someone's just going to steal the house from you, you know? Like, I think the downstream effects of what it means when you live in a lawless world are quite terrifying. And that's why we all agree that, the rule of law, the idea that you have some amount of ownership over something is important. Because I think if people don't have ownership on things, then if you can't own something, then you have no incentive to improve something. Like I think this is one of the scary things that happens. So weirdly enough, like, car theft is taken quite seriously by most police forces. So you can just have a 100k car and just park it on the street. Anyone can just take it, and once it's theirs, it's theirs. But with bikes, it's the opposite. Bikes, it's just a given. Anywhere in the world you are, with very few exceptions, if you're not parking indoors with CCTV and security guards or whatever else, if you leave a bike on the street, it's just fair game. That is, at least that's how people who steal bikes see it. They're like, well, you left this bike on the street, and I am on the street, and therefore the bike is mine now. In a way that it's, just isn't true for, like, most other things. You should put stalagmites or red berries below each spawner. Oh, stalagmites is a really cool idea, Dan Marsh. I quite like this. So many random delivery people know my address. It's kind of scary to think about. Yeah, the delivery people one's a weird one, because especially Uber Eats, it's like, anyone can just sign up for that platform, and it's like, here are the addresses of hungry people. Please go to a restaurant first, and then you can go to these people's houses. And then, there's like a lot of weirdness. You left your house on the street, it's mine now. Yeah, so if there was no property rights, you'd have no incentive to have a nice house. So everyone would be living in a deliberately terrible house, like how bikes work. No one, if you leave a bike on the street, it's gone. So no one owns an expensive bike unless you ride it, and you ride it to and from your house, or to and from a house that you trust, or like to and from like a train, or somewhere that you're watching it the entire time. So that limits hugely what you can do. If you can't ride a bike out in public, if you can't ride something expensive, people ride worse bikes, which is bad for the bike manufacturing industry. Now, no one will buy the expensive bikes because they know that they're just going to be stolen from them. It's bad for the bikes industry. It's bad for the end consumer. Everyone just gets worse bikes now. And the only people who benefit are people who steal bikes and people who buy stolen bikes. I mean, that's something that, like, it's kind of hard to do. You can't really have secondhand markets without avoiding theft. But I think, like, there's a lot of ways you probably could avoid that one, but we don't end up going through. And so, the same thing that happens with bikes, where everyone just rides a terrible bike. You've got to make it look as bad as possible, so no one even thinks about stealing it. That's how owning a bike actually is. Sadly, everyone has to own like the bare minimum version. Imagine if it was like that with cars, where everyone had to buy really broken down, terrible cars that no one would be worth stealing. We'd be like, yeah, that would lose a lot of money every year. And now, imagine any other industry. Like, oh yeah, if you have a nice phone, it's just not yours. No one's buying a nice phone. There's no phone technology improving there. And I think, in general, it's probably bad, like, on a not economic level, when people feel psychologically scarred and whatnot. But that's the whole point. If you live in the UK, you technically never own your car. The government do, says Scott. Well, that's just not true. I know that I want to raise the point that you obviously need the government's permission to drive it via licenses and insurance and tax and all that stuff. But you never own anything by that logic. If the government says you don't own this bike, then you sort of don't. And the government's there to not do that for you, right? It should be their objective at the very least. But, there are lots of situations where you are denied the rights to things that you own. But that doesn't mean that you don't own them. It just means it's a bit of a messier situation, I think. Speaking of a messy situation, if I'm on the street, do I belong to whoever wants me? Oof, please no. It belongs to me now, Chillerspeen13. How can someone even steal a house? Oh, it's so easy to steal a house, Ustu Yusuf. Have you seen how easy lockpicking is? If you haven't, like, get locked out of your house and see how long it takes for the people to let you back in. It is shocking how fast you can get in and out of the house, I guess. I learned how to lockpick because I wanted to check. Once my plumber moved out and once my crazy Soviet lodger moved out, I decided to change my locks because when I moved into this house, lots of people have had the keys to my house, and so I was like, I should change the locks, and I wanted to do it myself because it's one of those like fairly easy activities. Everyone who does it will tell you, and so I just decided to do it. And yeah, if you have a yellow lock, I can get in with a plastic bottle or a good keg. Exactly. Yeah, there's lots of easy ways. Like stealing someone's house is easy, and then once you're in the house, you just put on a new lock. And now they're locked out. It's a thing that happens a lot in tenancy disputes. It's very, very illegal, so you can make a lot of money if your landlord ever does it to you. But if you rent a house, you own the right to live in that house. But the landlord owns the rights to the house, to sell it, to do stuff like that with it. Right? That's basic stuff. And so if there's a disagreement about... Yeah, they can change the locks on it if you've gone past your eviction date. I think only really I think it's more complicated than that. But let's just simplify it down to the locks change when you are evicted. And now the who can live in the house goes back from not being, it goes back from being you to being the landlord. My bio dad was a locksmith and a safecracker. Oh, he was a safecracker. I'm glad he wasn't a dangerous white person to be around. Anyway, with that said, I think the really beautiful thing... I didn't even think about changing the locks. Sorry if you're now thinking about it. It probably won't happen, statistically speaking. And so, statistically speaking, you're fine. Don't worry about it at all. But yeah, speaking of things that we don't have to worry about at all, this has been a lovely live stream, internet. But I have only eaten McDonald's today, like a trooper, like someone with only the finest of tastes. And so I think I'd like to get some food now. I also need a shower. I smell very, very funny. You meant to admit that. You meant to admit that you've been sweating for a while on the internet. You know, people used to talk about the smell of sweat all the time. It used to be like a non-issue for me. There's only like some people that you really notice it for. But like the last couple of summers, I've been sweating a lot more. Is this like an age thing? Or is it that I've been sweating the same amount, but now I'm noticing it? Because I like obviously I shower every day, but now I'm starting to think like I should shower in the evenings after all that. Anyway, with that said, I've got a lot of thoughts about showers. Would you like to hear my shower thoughts, internet? If you'd like to hear my shower thoughts, subscribe to my new podcast. It's called Tuggat Shower Thoughts, and the way it works is it's actually a YouTube live stream that I say is a podcast, but it's a 2.5 to 3 hour long experience of just me saying things that I would think to myself anyway. Speaking of saying things anyway, is that the only mob Ninja Bella? Yeah, it is. This has been episode 3000. Next time my parents are out of town. This has been day 6296 of my Minecraft Update Adventures world. I hope you enjoyed your time here today. Actually, chat, sorry, here's an idea. Do you think, so, alright, instead of measuring the Let's Play by episodes now that they're kind of infrequent, should we name them by day? Should we be like day 6301, day 6407? Because that way it could help people understand the gap between episodes better. Do you think that's a good idea? I think it's a good idea. Do you want to see me trade with some villagers and get density 4? I've been using so much experience, I've just concluded it's not going to work. Anyway, with that said, thank you for watching. And I hope you have a good one. I'll see you then. Wait, then? See you tomorrow. Wait, chat, I've got a new video. Oh, should I put it out right now? Let's make it go live right this very second. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do you want to go watch a new video? Okay, I'm going to hit the button right. Go stalk the channel. It's going to go live right now. Woo! New video. Go watch it. It's a good one. I enjoyed it. It's one of my favorites. Have a good day. Look how destroyed it is. It's nuts. I'll take a nice screenshot while I'm here. Just a nice little screenshot. Chat, did the screen freeze while I did that? That's my question. Or did you see the entire time? Okay, bye. Thank you for showing up. I enjoy our times together, internet. But I also enjoy finishing the entire destruction of a trial chamber. This is going to be incredibly exciting, and for the occasion, I've brought myself an ender chest because I'm going to need to seriously upgrade my beacon. It is a very exciting July the 4th, and on this day, I make the pledge right now that with the exception of my entrance room, which I have some fun plans for, the entire trial chamber will be destroyed. I guess actually this should be a good place to line out exactly the goal, because when you say the trial chamber, what do you mean? You can't destroy the structure. It's always gonna be there in spirit in your world. When I type in slash, if I was to type in slash locate trial chamber, I guess it would still show me to this place, I assume. I mean, I don't actually know for sure if the game will put me there now, but I assume the game would still point me to this area right here, and so maybe very inaccurate would be a fair way to put this. But I think that actually, by the end of today, we will have destroyed the entire trial chamber by this definition. every single block that isn't storage in the trial chamber will be either removed and placed in a chest. Later, I'm looking forward to counting them. I want to see just how many blocks we actually end up with. Going to be fun for the reconstruction part of this recycling project. And so part 1 is going to involve that. And then what we're going to need to... all of the non-blocks will be there. And then that will also have all of the trial spawners and all of the vaults. As to what we do with those spawners and vaults, I think there's a bit of a question up in the air about that one. There are some fun ideas floating around there. But yeah, the first thing I need to do more than anything else is I need to move my beacon, or instead of moving it, my second option is just to extend it. Right now, my mining fatigue effect, or rather the opposite of fatigue, my mining haste effect runs out right over here, as you can see, very close to all these skeletons that I'm currently dealing with. So my haste effect runs out right over here, which is just about where I don't need it to. And so if I go right back to here, oh wait, how close do I have to be? About here now, is it? Basically, it's not perfect. It's not fit for its purpose anymore, and so that's something we need to change. And there's also a bit of a dark patch right here anyway, so I'm thinking we could start by digging a big hole down, moving the beacon here, and then also making it slightly bigger. Sounds good? Sounds good. I feel like moving a beacon is always a bit of a nightmare task, but it's one we've got to do today, so let's get it done. Happy 4th of July, everybody. As we all know, this is a very important day for a country in the world. It's the British election day. It's, if the stream does end up being more than 3.5 hours, as I have some suspicions that it will, so strap in, get yourself a drink. Enjoy your new membership from Jessup Kane and your... Hey, Lexi! Grab yourself a drink. I've got myself a zesty orange beverage. And make sure you enjoy this one, because it's gonna be fun. So, I'm going to start with some glass. I think I have some glass just hanging around on me still. Yep, paper, glass pane, that'll do the job. Just a single glass pane is all we need. And then I'm gonna dig a big hole down so that the beacon can go up. That means I have to find my way up, which, if I'm not mistaken, there's a big staircase over here. But yeah, thank you very much, Jessup. I hope you're doing wonderfully today. Next update prediction, says Soad. Okay, do you want to hear it right here, right now? Should we go raw this early in the live stream? I can't do it. But I think the exciting thing is I think the exciting thing today is that if we're still streaming for more than 3.5 hours, as I suspect we will be, yeah, the exit polls start to come out. You can't report on an election in the UK while the election is, like, while people are out voting. You know, otherwise people, you know, if you were to tell people that someone had won or lost, people might vote differently. The idea is everyone gets to vote fairly, and then, you know, exit polls come in and stuff. And so that's exciting. I think a lot of, I know, it's not time to do politics explained here, obviously. But exit polls are exciting because, unlike every other poll, which asks people how they would vote, you ask people how they did vote. And people are usually, at least, yeah, I know, it's a lot closer to honest than the real end thing. Obviously, still relies on a lot of model making, but it's exciting to me. So it's when we'll know what's happening in the UK, and that's kind of fun. So I'm gonna grab a bunch of glass panes. I don't really know if I should be using glass panes for this job, but you know, it's gonna do the job. It's gonna stop water getting in, and that's really the important bit. And then we're gonna decide where in the trial chamber it should go. I think this one's a bit too far this way, and so we need to go a little bit further forwards and to the right to end up exactly where we want to, down there. So we'll go like to this part of the ocean, and we'll make a big old pile of glass panes up. So we'll make like a little cross down here. That should stop water getting down. I actually don't know if it will though. Let's test that before we go any further. I can't tell if there's water in there, chat. Can you tell? Okay, let's get out there and then work that out in a second. But yeah, it's cool to me. I think, you know, I talk a lot about my, like, semi-obsession with the concept of honesty, right? Is like, you know, how many points in society how many points in society and our expectation of human life rely on people lying to us and rely on us lying to people. It's something I've never been really comfortable with. It's not my favorite thing in the world. And so one of the things about that's interesting is how different we'll answer questions based on... Okay, so there was water down here the entire time. The glass pane is letting water through, which means we need to have some real glass at the bottom here. Or we need to... Okay, I've trapped myself inside here, chat. Oh, no, I might die. Okay. Okie dokie. Bad idea. Oopsie. Yeah, so there is water in there. We need to get regular glass. We can't use glass panes, but it's really easy to get glass panes. I've got a piece of sand in my hand right here. I just have to put a single piece of glass as opposed to glass panes where it actually matters. Should be easy to do, I assume. So what are the chances of getting a heavy core? I completely looted 2 trial chambers and opened at least 10 ominous vaults. I think 1 in 15 is your odds. So you haven't gone to the point where you're, like, getting screwed by the game yet, I wouldn't say. Is the answer to that one. Okay, chat, should we finally do it? Should I say my next update prediction? Should I go out there? Should I be the radical, the rebel that you all want me to be? I think we're gonna do it. Okay, chat. I'm gonna make the prediction. A lot of people aren't gonna like what they hear here, but I'm gonna say it. The next update to Minecraft is going to be 1.21.20. That is obviously going to be a bug fix update, and it's going to introduce the bundle. It's going to be the first time they do a drop, and it's going to have a lot of intriguing things inside of it, I think. I think it's going to be known as the Bundles and Hundles update. It's going to be great. I don't think they'll call it that, though. You know, Mojang, if you're looking for bad update titles, just hit me up. I've got a ton of them. So, yeah, we need some fuel for this furnace. Good news is we got a ton hanging out right here. Just put a couple pieces of coal in, and then we'll smelt up enough this to make some glass. We're getting very far removed from destroying a trial chamber right now, but trust me, it all links in, chat. It all links in. I'm manipulating the RNG to get at least 3 heavy cores from 1 trial chamber. You know, I don't fault you for not loving RNG systems. It is hard to work out, like, how should they do it better, though? Because, you know, a lot of people... I think RNG is really good when it feels like it's something good that might happen, as opposed to something good you need to happen. It's the weird thing about expectations, right? It's something unexpected feels good. Something expected feels fine, you know? And it's... I guess there's a... It sucks if you're on the other end of that one. But let's go into the ocean, and let's quickly just dump down some glass. We're going to put them... Okay, I'm going to be really fast here. I'm going to put down my glass here, and then there, and then over there. And now there's no water left in here. If I want to get some water inside, for whatever reason, then I can just go mining this way, a whole bunch, and then come up. And now some sand will get in, some of that will get in. And we're golden. Okay, so now I'm going to let a torch in, just so that I can see what's happening down here. I put a torch somewhere around here, but that feels tricky. Actually, let's place, like, a stone there. And then I should be able to get a torch, like, here, right? No, that's not how that works still. Okay, there we go. Now I've got a place that I can put a torch that probably won't be destroyed or kill me. And now we can dig down from this spot exactly. And that's a perfect path upwards for a beacon to be able to take. I'm not going to find lava, and if I do, it's not a very big concern. So thank you, but don't worry, chat, we got this. So, Kat, what's your opinion on the mace? I think it's too niche to be used over a sword. Yeah, I think that, weirdly, the mace shows the problem with Mojang going for the snapshot approach, which is that a very small subset of users are reacting to it. As opposed to really understand... Oh, okay. Honestly, I don't think we've gone far enough on this one. I think we barely moved this forwards, and you know, this will be good enough. If we add an extra layer to the beacon, we'll do just fine. But it's slightly less than I was hoping for. So let's go mining. You know, actually, let's kill this fella first. I've got a sharpness axe with your name on it. If you feel like jumping up here, and I know you do. I know you want to be up here and not down there. Let's just... There's so many breezes around here, actually. They must have been spawning while I was gone or something. Because I don't have this many breeze spawners, that's for sure. Just go through, tear some people apart. Easy stuff. Lots and lots of skeletons to tear apart today, it seems. I wonder where they're even all spawning from. This is like multiple waves of a skeleton spawner all at the same time. And then get the axe out, because I've got sharpness on this axe, making it better for the breeze. And... there we go. Good to go. There's a breeze up there, but he doesn't seem to care about me, so I don't care about him. And then we've got a breeze down there, but he also has mostly calmed down, it looks like. So I'll get back to mining away my beacon. Gotta say, I don't like the newfound slime spawns happening here. Gotta say, one of my least favorite types of spawn to randomly come across. And gotta say, this is also a very chaotic trial chamber. Something has to be done about this, and I have fun plans. But first, yeah, just wanna finish you off, make you be gone, and we're good. So, yeah, Toycat, what are you doing, says Endercore. If you drown them, they drop armor. Thank you for the tip. So, fun fact, I've actually used this quite a bit. If you, Endercore 282, I also found that to be really fascinating, and I want to share that with as many people as I can. So I don't blame you for being like, Toycat, there's this really cool tip I just found out. But if you're curious as to how many pieces of armor I've collected, it's honestly too many. I've got diamond, and then iron and chain. I've got all the sets. It'd be nice to get like some netherite or some leather if they went that low or high. But, or gold maybe even. But I don't think that they use those, and so we won't be using them either. Okay, now we can use the haste from the beacon to mine as much of the beacon as possible. If I play my cards right here, I think I'll be able to do the entire thing this way. And then we're going to really quickly, just with the haste still on us, destroy the rest of this, including the beacon itself. It's such a pain here, but let's get it done. Boom, I mined the beacon using the beacon. And now we just have to place it exactly the same, but over here. Yeah, that's a messy spot. It's going to go right into the baby zombie hole. Is that avoidable? Yeah, I'm gonna have to move that. I'm just gonna say exactly where this one is. I'm gonna make another hole, but like a few blocks that way. So I'll set up the beacon first and then set up the beam later. That seems like the easier way to do things to make sure that it's in the right spot. So here we go. All you fellas just coming down. Thank you for feeding my pickaxe. I'm gonna be doing a lot of mining today, so it's good that so many of you have come out here to show your support. To give my pickaxe some experience, and I'm getting closer to dying right now, so really just gotta watch myself a little bit longer, and I'm getting out, and I'm out there. Gotta say, there's a lot of, this is why you should dig a big pit under all of your spawners. I think I'm gonna do that today, too. I want to just neutralize the threat from every single spawner in this world by having a nice hole under them. You should cover the spawners and blocks, prevent mobs from spawning if you want to focus on just destroying the trial chamber. I don't mind collecting keys, though. Like, as you can see, there's a... Oh, actually, that's not a key. It's a bottle. But I don't mind collecting the keys while we're at this. I do need to do that at some point. So if we could, like, make a little hole below it, it's not, like, the worst thing in the world. If a bunch of skeletons... It's the worst thing in the world when they follow me around, but it's not the worst thing that they're existing in general. So what we're going to do is we're going to take an area around this, and we're going to dig down a couple of blocks, and just make sure they can't leave an area like this. A simple enough thing to do. Destroy it all besides that center block. And now all the skeletons get trapped in a hole. And then the same is true for everything else. We can work out a more efficient way to do it later. But for now, that solves a problem. Now let's solve another problem. Or we could just make them drop all the way to their deaths. Yeah, that's what I think we'll probably later do. Is eventually these guys will all just die. But for now, this is a fine intermediate space. My copper farm has a magma floor. It's saved my AFK life more than once. Yeah, I've got to say, magma is one of those blocks that, like, real sleeper of how useful it is. It's okay, you missed a tip. Oh, Joseph Kane says you need more layers to increase range. Thank you for the tip. Oh, it's funny, it's a tip with a tip, I guess, in that case. Thank you very much, Joseph Kane. Yeah, I think, weirdly, if you'll believe it, my plan is to do precisely that. So I've got my emeralds right here, which I'm going to be using. But then, oh god, there's so many mobs spawning around here. Maybe we should be neutralizing the spawners, honestly. It is a lot of work to just come in here, regularly beat up some spiders, get hit in a bunch of times. But I think we don't have enough of the scaffolds to actually deal with the end result of this. So that's what we'll wait for. So Silent Whisperer posted a very simple key farm to pacify spawners, just glass, lava, and a hopper. Yeah, honestly, I could see how literally just lava alone would do enough, right? If you just place a slab up there, and then place lava down there, all your problems would go away. Yeah, I think I'm going too complicated by mining the floor below it. When you really could just be like, yeah, I'm going to have lava. Should we try that actually? Okay, let's go empty my inventory. It's gone too cluttered again. No, let's do this first. I've been having a terrible time, chat, since 1.21 came out, with inventory management, it's gotten so bad for me during this project, and it's gone to the point where I feel dysfunctional because of my inventory. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm just doing one little task, and how many ingredients does that one little task use? Oh god, you know, you go mining down from the water to here. Also, I lost an emerald block somewhere. I need to go find that. I'm guessing it fell down this hole and I didn't pick it up. Yep. No wait, that's slime. That's slime. Where? Does anyone see an emerald block? Maybe. Ooh, yeah. I can't just really be losing an emerald block like that. That's a pretty valuable block just to go missing. It's under the beacon. Under the beacon. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Thank God. We're safe, chat. I didn't lose something that valuable. You know, this is why it's good to have strangers watching you at all times. Which is okay. Can't rest now. Monsters nearby. That's exciting. Maybe that means I could rest. Oh, I can. Perfect. But yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you very much. Okay, so now, what do you think they could do to fix the inventory management problem? So that's a part of why everyone's asking for the bundle, right? Is like, we've got messed up inventories. What do we do about it? But I also think the bundles aren't the only solution, and they're not a good enough solution by themselves. They are part of a solution. Making the inventory bigger is also a problem, Hunter Green. Because if I don't think you can make the inventory bigger all the time for everyone. I don't think that is a good long-term solution either. And then by the time you've said that, you've kind of penned yourself into like, okay, so what do? You can't... making the inventory bigger has this big problem of like... okay, so there's two ways to do inventory bigger. One, if you make it bigger all the time, this becomes more cluttered and worse. You know, if you think about it this way, right? Like, if you had a really, really messy one-bedroom apartment, moving into a really big one-bedroom apartment is just going to give you more space to make mess. You've got to deal with the underlying cause of mess creation of, you know, like, if you move a hoarder into a thing, it's going to go terribly. So, what do you do instead? I like the idea of making I think the bundle and the shulker box should be combinable together. I think the bundle box, the shulker bundle, have the storage of a shulker box and the accessibility of a bundle, and you'll have something incredible, in my opinion. That's a good way to do late game. But for early game and mid game storage, the bundle is the best hope. But I think you can do better. I think you can have Minecraft themselves say, okay, what are we doing about this? You know, what is our game? I think there are things that, you know, like, for example, getting so many just random blocks while you're walking through biomes, like, you know, like, you run through here with some shears and you'll get, like, 9 different blocks. I think that future updates need to say to themselves, either we keep adding new blocks and we admit that there is going to be inventory solutions till the end of time, or that they've got to stop adding as many new block variants and having them generate everywhere without having an easy way for players to move stuff to chests. So I like the idea of an enchantment, for example, that could you can mine and it will take something straight to a chest. I like the idea of making hoppers slightly cheaper, but even then, these aren't great early game solutions. These are solutions for the mid game, for the late game. And so for the early game, it almost feels like, you know, what do you do? The answer is design the game so that it doesn't require these things. But that's a lot easier to say than to do. Oh, by the way, I have no idea where my beacon hole was meant to be. I was definitely meant to store that information. Okay, so I know I dug it some number of blocks to the east of this hole. So if I just start digging down and hoping for the best, I'll probably make it to the right place. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Okay, chat, I'm gonna do something amazing right now. I'm gonna dig down and immediately end up exactly where I want to be. So I'm gonna place some glass up there. Worst case, I'm making a glass hole, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm gonna dig down and I'm gonna be perfectly above that beacon. It's gonna be amazing. Spawn with a bag of holding. Yeah, so your inventory already is a bag of holding, right? So yeah, I think the only two things I would say they can do that would be amazing. Oh, I was so close, chat. I'm so close that maybe it's better just to move the beacon. Like, a lot of the blocks can stay in their same place. Probably, right? No, we'll make a new beacon hole. How many blocks to the right there? Like 3 blocks right? We can do that. Easy stuff. Okay, so kill a bunch of you fellas. Sorry that you're spawning. I know you didn't choose to be born, but you are choosing to die. And there we go. That's a key. Did I get it? I can't get it. It's slightly too high for me. I'll have to make a baby step up or something. Honestly, this is why you need this is why your world desperately needs to have scaffolding. For precisely reasons like that. You just need to jump up a little bit. Just the tiniest bit. So now we'll go back out. In fact, I can just fly up the hole I already made. And we'll fly back out and then come back in, what, like 3 blocks to the east of it? I really should check exactly how many, huh? Okay, here we go. And, oh, I'm seeing the problem with this idea. Oh, no, what? What? Oh, my glass hole stopped working because... Minecraft. Why are you gonna be like this? Okay, so I think we move 3 blocks to the right, and then we can do it. I can't do it anymore because there's that one polished diorite block in the way. But in general, I could. Another idea is that allies hold sugar boxes, so they can make up a whole chest full of items that you can choose somehow. I don't love allies as a solution either. I think they can play a part in an inventory update if we really want them to. By the way, I got bubble tea earlier, and I didn't drink all the pearls. So I'm going to put my zesty orange juice in there, and it's looking very grim right now. But I'm hoping... Oh, no! Okay. I'm dying. Pouring drinks while switching dimensions is a poor decision. For you and the dimension. According to Mojang, sometime this year, bugs like that will be fixed. Yeah, the... I'm excited. The big one to me, the real big one, is when you load up the game and you take damage while you can't play because the game is loading. I need to grab a paper towel or something. It's a poor decision to pour, but with pour and pour mixed up, says Joshua. I agree. In general, you should be trying not to pour. You know, there's a really interesting... like sociological view that starts to develop as you go through your life. Because when you're born, all variances are effectively random, right? Like who you are born to is not your to your credit or your discredit. But as you grow older, you start to see more and more differences that are the result of things that have happened since you've been born. Result of your agency. But also, it always starts from that same position of where you are. And I mention this because I see more and more, like, you know, as I go through my 20s, people who are like, you know, like, who had real strong beliefs that, like, no, yeah, there is a fundamental randomness, a fundamental... Also, where am I going, chat? Why was I going in the Nether? This is why we can't talk about the word poor. This is why we should have stayed where we were going. So, there was an item I was missing. It's actually scaffolding. I'll go get some. When are you 30, Andrew? Says Katie. Next July. Okay, by the way, this is the worst looking drink I think I just spilt it. This is the worst looking drink I've ever seen. Tuga has a midlife crisis midstream. It's not midstream yet. This is still the early days. Chat, if you're watching this stream right now, you're in the first 10%. Let me tell you about that. Ooh. Anyway, so we're here to get some more some bamboo so we can make some scaffolding. I've got so much string actually that having a bunch of bamboo feels like a good solution. But yeah, turning 30 is I don't know, there's a lot of changes in my life. To be frank, I was thinking about this recently. There are some like goals in my life that if I haven't achieved by 30, I have to be realistic about whether I will ever achieve them. And there's like one big one that's been like my driving force for so long. And I kind of realized yesterday, like, I don't think I'm gonna achieve that. I think that's the hard part of setting goals, right? Is when you set goals and you accomplish them, it's the best feeling around. When you set a goal and you don't, a part of you is like, I never want to set myself failure criteria ever again. And it's, but yeah, you, like, quite seriously, there is, like, a real part of me that's just, you know, I know, like, if you don't achieve one goal, is that a sign you've got to just take everything easy from then on and that, like, goals don't matter? Or what is it, you know? It is a, I think, I guess the easy way to put it would be like a, I think it was like a, there is one particular financial goal that I had. There's a fair few that I have achieved and like maybe have done better than I hoped for myself. But there's a few like. Also,
Colonel Sanders started KFC in his 50s.
Hey,
That is
really?
yes.
Wow, I can be a southern man who looks like a. You ever seen the little, you know the KFC logo where it looks like he has tiny legs and arms? I can one day aspire to be a man with tiny legs and arms. Yeah, I think ultimately like there is so much more life than people ever give credit for, but you get it's like I was saying a second ago, when you're born with a lot of money, you have an easier oh god, I'm getting attacked in a dimension. You know, you have that easier time with a lot of things, and then, you know, it's like a... If you just have someone to invest $1 million into your business, you know, like via small loan or otherwise, you might feel like you're, you know, you still have to do a lot yourself, but you have, like, that slightly easier leg, right? And so I feel like in your adult life, when you're in control, if you can get something done, you know, let's say it's being in shape, going to the gym regularly, I don't know, even stuff like, I don't know, getting married or whatever. Like, if there's some big goal that you really want and you can get it done in your 20s, you're setting yourself up to be ahead of the game in a very big way. And so I feel like that's where it's like, yeah, if you haven't done this here, then what's it even matter? And I think that I think particularly with, unlike most things in life, like if you're healthy when you're 25, it doesn't guarantee that you won't die at 45 from a car crash or, you know, even a heart attack or something, right? If you're in shape at 25, you can eat a lot of bad things. If you have lots of friends at 25, that doesn't mean that you're guaranteed those friends for life. All those sorts of things. But I feel like the one thing that is definitely like a you've got to do it early sort of thing is like money stuff, right? Like the earlier you lock down that stuff, like, you know, not like, I guess to lay it out. There's the sooner you have money working for you, the sooner you are like able to feel like you are the one who sets the tone, ambition for you. I feel like that's a thing that is a lot easier done early. Whereas but I think that's also true for everything in life. Like, making friends is easier earlier on. Being healthy is easy when you're in your 20s. And like, you just have to like sort of go to the gym a couple times a week and you're gonna do fine. Whereas when you're like 60, it's like, yeah, if you don't ever eat anything with cholesterol again, you might not have another heart attack. You know, it's that sort of stuff. Like, you can be being ahead of your health before it deteriorates. There's all those things. But yeah, I think that as a result, I really hope that I nailed the placement this time, by the way. Just would be a little bit bummed if I somehow messed it up. I'm hoping I didn't though. Oh, perfect, chat. Absolute perfection. Exactly what I want to see. So now we'll just place the beacon down over that. Will the beacon beam go up? No. Oh, we're missing a block there. So I'll just to make sure it's good, drop those on the ground and move that there. Is there a functioning beacon? Yes, there is. So now we can go make it a good functioning beacon by grabbing our diamonds. Honestly, at this point, this is why I don't set up beacons, chat. we spent like a good half an hour now. I haven't been mining the trial chambers. I've just been doing the stuff that I need to set up to mine the trial chambers. And I do think it is worthwhile, but also, like, it's worthwhile too. Am I right? Okay, I'm gonna have to make this a double chest. I'm just gonna have to start saying, ugh, don't want to deal with you, so you're going in here. Okay, perfect. So now we're gonna take some string out, and we're gonna go to a crafting table. I don't know where I keep a crafting table around here. Chat, do you know where I keep a crafting table? This is why you need more crafting tables. There's always going to be a moment where this happens. So Kat, I'm 16 and trying to make a life with my girlfriend. See, I weirdly think that that is a thing. There's a bell curve to when that makes sense to do, right? In the same way with money, my mother always had a belief that, like, yeah, you should not have a job when you are 14. Like, focus on education, and that's a widely held societal belief that probably balances out to being more correct than not, right? It's like you can focus on your future, and your future will be worth a lot more than whatever you're gonna make right now. But at the same time, okay, let's make our scaffolding 99 scaffolding. Yes, please. At the exact same time, it's like I feel like it gets slightly easier as you age a little bit there because you get more mature. I think it gets harder again at like certain ages. Like it's like there's a peak time. I don't know when that is. I'm not smart enough to be able to tell you. But yeah, something to keep in mind. So I need to now go back and get my diamonds, and then we'll be ready to go. Accept failure. The robots will take over soon anyhow. Isn't it fascinating that one day, 10 years from now, Joshua will be a completely different person?
Cat. I died in my portal coming back from the nether. A couple of endermen kicked my ash and there was fuck all I could do. Here is your allowance.
That's terrible that there was as you put it, fug all that you could do. Okay, so I think we need 24 blocks in this layer. So I'm going to grab 25 diamonds and 24 gold. Thank you very much, Pookie. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing wonderfully. And I totally... That's exactly what I was saying. Like, it sucks that the game loads in before you have an opportunity to react. It feels just so cruel when it's like, yep, this is going to hurt, and that is just accepted. There's nothing we can do about it. I think that's the worst moment in any video game, is when you feel like there's no learning experience. It's just, that sucked. Ideally, you know, you should always feel like you're learning from something. That's my vision for this world, at least. So, yeah, let's go kill some more skeletons. I feel like they're spawning on such random timers where it's actively annoying. But there we go. Okay, now we can set up, if we just mine a block here, so we can grab that block. Now I'm going to put all of my gold and all of my diamonds in here. We're going to do gold over... Come on, fellas. I'm not interested in you anymore. I'm busy setting up a beacon. You know, I don't want it to be too long of a beacon setup. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay, maybe the Endermans want it to be a slightly longer setup than I do. Okay, he does have a red dye farm that happens to produce iron. Thank you, Hacker1MC. You are totally correct. It is funny. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna die, chat. I'm actually gonna die. Okay. Oh, I did not want this to happen. Yeah, I need to deal with this. I can't have active spawners while I'm busy trying to, like, set up beacons and stuff. I hate when Endermen teleport into the trial chamber. Yeah, there's meant to be no mobs here, but the number of slimes and just... It's a lot to deal with, I have to say. Gotta say. Okay, so I'm going to put the string on the ground. I don't need them. And I'm going to put the scaffolding up here, because there's a couple of trial chamber spawners up here. So we're just going to make it as easy as possible for me to grab whatever comes out of them. Are there any keys up here right now? Nope. There's a piece of chicken, though. Should we eat the chicken? Yeah, we'll eat the chicken. Why not? But first, let's go ahead and let's put all of our gold down. Hopefully we've got enough to do this. Yeah, we do. It's great. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll switch out to diamonds. So now we can go diamonds around the rest. It's gonna be a very ugly beacon, chat. I'm gonna level with you on that one. This is the ugliest beacon that has ever beaconed. But sometimes that's what you need in your life. Okay, there's a missing block somewhere. Where is it, chat? I don't know where it is, but I'm worried. You can use gold. Thank you, Jessup Kane. I think iron is less valuable than gold, though. That's my logic. Hope you agree. The solution for trial spawner issues: do a stream called "I Break a Trial Spawner" for every new member. That's a fun idea, actually, Rubber Ducky Boy. breaking a trial spawner in its entirety is a fun idea. Would be satisfying. Maybe breaking a vault would be the satisfying one, right? Like, I destroy a vault per trial. Because, you know, that they've got a one-time use, so kind of could be cool to get rid of them. So, yeah, I'm doing a destruction project too, the entire end island. I did that for one of my side end islands, and let me tell you, it will drive you crazy sooner than you think. Okay, I'm going to check under here. I'm sure I missed a block, chat. I don't know. Did I just miscount the number of blocks? Am I missing a block anywhere in this beacon that you can see, chat? Huh. I don't think I am. I do like this effect we've got going on, though. Yeah, look at that. It's a perfectly balanced beacon. So now we've got haste. We've only got haste 1. We can make a whole nother layer for haste 3. 2, but we're not going to. So are we ready? I think we're ready. I think we're going to free up some spaces. We're not going to get much done with this first mine, so I'm just going to deliberately mine as much of this stuff as I can. I'm going to mine to the wall, and I'm going to place a torch there. I'm going to mine to the wall, and I'm going to place a torch. And I'm going to place some torches like there and there. And now we can hopefully mine the rest without any real concern. Let's go, chat! It's trial chamber mining time! It shouldn't have taken me that long. I'm entirely aware. You said I'll get 25 diamond blocks and 24 gold blocks, then got 25 of each. Thank you. That explains everything perfectly. You know, always assume the answer is your own incompetence, and you'll be a lot happier of a person. It is very hot here, by the way. I don't even know why. I don't think it's a hot day or anything. I think I'm just melting in my office. One sec. It's so hot, chat. I'm having a time where I'm realizing, you know, kind of like I was saying, like, yeah, that mistake, dumb, but understanding that I've just made a mistake, it's a lot easier than trying to work out what else went wrong. I think so much of life is explained this way, and it's kind of disappointing, because I like to imagine, you know, like, I'm sure like a lot of people do, that you're like some higher level being, you know, like your brain is this real thought center that can come up with incredible ideas if you just give it the time and the thought and the, you know, etc. But the reality is like you're a meat bag that has very basic desires, and so like when you're hungry, you're really, really not that fun to be around. It's one of those sad things that you have to realize about yourself sooner rather than later. But the same is true for me when I'm hot. Hey, thank you, Mischievous! Wait. Thank you, Mischievous. I don't know how I just pronounced your name there, but I'm rolling with that. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing I hope you're doing very desert well on this fine day. I really appreciate that. I've seen you on Twitter recently. It's fun to see you on YouTube too. So, yeah, thank you very, very much. So, like, simple things like being told that someone appreciates you, just like I got on a tip right there. Very nice. Little boost to your day. You get a little spring in your step. You get a lot happier. It's that thing I kind of find interesting about. That's what I find to be particularly interesting about. You know, like the whole like what makes people good or bad to be around. And it's like, yeah, if people are just slightly better materially cared for, that leads to very, very strong compounding effects in how they will be around other people, but then how other people will be around them. And there's this weird, like, isolationary effect. Isolationary? Yeah, I'll go with that. Where, like, if people have been, like, you know, fake polite, you know, mean to you for long enough, you just assume, like, yep, all people are mean. If, you know, people have been nice to you for long enough, you're like, oh, people are just so nice all the time. You know, one of my most interesting, one of my controversial beliefs whenever I state it is that people want to be good. People would like to be good, and a lot of people are like, no, Toy Cat, you are wrong. And I think that is a part of why, is if you interact with people, I think you know the stereotype is, what are we gonna do with this, by the way? We'll drop this on the ground because I'm gonna pick one of those up later, and now let's go dump a whole chest load of this. Yeah, so, what simulation distance is best for Xbox One? It depends on what you want. I am on a realm, so I'm stuck to 4. Oh, by the way, I did something clever, chat. I moved a lot of my... So I've got a... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to close the chest. Okay, so I have a chest up here that I'm putting tough bricks into, but I deliberately moved a lot of my tough bricks from this chest so I can dump a bunch more in, because I know I'm going to be mining a lot of tough bricks, so I made future me's life easier. Yeah. How you feel about that? Look at me, making decisions that benefit the future. What am I? Crazy is what I am. But yeah, let's go put this back into here. Just store it right away in there, and also the glass. And that's 2 items fewer that I have to deal with. And yeah, we're good to go. Okay, then we'll put the deep slate away, and we're good. So, just as a recap for anyone who is joining and who hasn't seen this destruction, this all used to be trial chamber. This used to be a hallway room. This was an intersection. This was a trial, just over here. This was a trial, just over here. This was another hallway. And then there's one more trial over there that I also need to get rid of. This third trial is my last and my biggest part to get rid of. It looks like this right now. There's so much trial chamber that has to be whittled away. It's a very, very dense structure. Like, we can destroy all the walls first, I guess. That might be satisfying as a place to start. Actually, I think that'll be a really satisfying place to start. I feel like every time I'm in a trial chamber, I think about how I could just change this place and make it slightly nicer for me. And if you remove all the walls, you get something which is actually, like, less mazy, but probably isn't actually as easy to go through because you've got less defenses from skeletons and stuff. So yeah, this isn't a trial chamber, it's a trial hull. I agree with you, James Weston. But yeah, I'm often surprised by how easy it is to, I'm surprised by how easy it is to, like, lift your own spirits. Or how easy it is to, like, lower your own or, like, someone else's. And I think one of the hardest skills to actually learn is, like, emotionally regulating yourself when the circumstances around you don't lead to it. You know, like, you've got bad news, how do you seem like you're still okay? Stuff like that, right? That's like hard mode stuff that you need to be good at if you don't want to project your problems onto people around you. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's even a problem to think about it that way. Maybe if you have a problem, then everyone else around you does need to make it their problem too. But that's a divisionary view on society, I guess. So congratulations on 6,300 days. Thank you, Erodit. I am currently working on a little bit of a video. I splotched gold on my iron. Looks like fried eggs. I am working on a Let's Play video. I want to try out a new format, maybe fit into the new YouTube, you know, like meta better for a Let's Play, of explaining everything that happened since the last Let's Play. You know, there's a lot of videos and stuff that I record in this Let's Play world, so giving people a brief update on that might be kind of fun. Kind of like vloggy, but it's my Let's Play world. So, for example, when I'm finished with this project, it'd be fun to show you everything from, like, day 6,187 all the way out to 6,300. It's gonna be like 6,400 probably by the time we're done. But I figured that might be a fun thing. Let's play, let's go, says David Solimano. Thank you indeed. I feel like I'm always, like, trying to work out ways to... Why are there's these in the wall again? There's random buttons just hidden away in a place that you'd never see them. What a weird thing. That's very bizarre, I've got to say. I like the Let's Play a lot. I'm glad that there are lots of people who like it too. I think the simplest answer is always like, I should just start streaming the Let's Play world, but that's basically where we're at. I'm always walking around that world thinking like, what should I do? I think it's so cool to me that world just, like, creates inspiration of stuff I want to do. Like, I want to work on my stables. You know, there's a lot of stuff I want to do. So, I love when today is a Monday, says Hacker1MC. Today is, in fact, a glorious Monday. One of the very best. So, yeah, when you destroy the walls, it's so much easier to see where the vaults are, right? Like, vault here. Is this a vault? Yeah, this is a vault, too. And then vault over here, too. It's actually fascinating how close together these 3 vaults are, right? Maybe just me. But yeah, now we've destroyed the entire bottom layer. That's good stuff. We're going to move all the blocks away, including these 3. Please, slimes, I don't want you to spawn. I don't agree with your being here. I don't acknowledge your presence, and so you should leave, please, as soon as you can. Just get away from me. I'll be happy as soon as you've done that. So I'm going to walk away, and then he's going to despawn. It's always the solution with these guys. I felt sad how fast I got all the 1.21 items. Felt like a small update. It's a weird thing. I think, as someone who really likes survival challenges, 1.21 was like my style of update. But at the same time, I do see, like, I think updates aren't getting any smaller, but I do think our expectations are getting larger. And that's a hard square to circle for sure, if you're Mojang. So we need to take a bunch of wax copper out so we can put this in. And we need to put this in here. There should already be space. Perfect. So we're getting very close to a full double chest of wax copper here. Very lovely stuff. So Kat, what collaborations you've always wanted to do with other content creators? Honestly, I find content creators to be, like, I know this is a weird thing, but I find YouTubers to be a hard group to understand. It'd be fun to do collabs with all sorts of YouTubers, right? But it's very, I don't know, it's like a networking problem at some point where it's just like, it is a lot of work to go through and know this many people. Can you see some of my green screen over there, chat? How does that happen? It's over here. Wait, that's not some of my green screen, is it? It is. Okay. Means my camera angle is probably like slightly adjusted. There we go. Sorry about that. Very non-professional. But yeah, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. It always comes back to bite me. I hope that I know what you mean on struggling with stuff like that. Sometimes if someone wants something from you and you're not sure like how to not deliver it for them, you're like, because you know it's weird because on the other end of that, it's like the advice is usually like, yeah, just try. The worst thing someone can say is no. But sometimes it is like actively like, yeah, putting someone in a situation where they have to say no is kind of rude in some situations, right? I don't know when you work out when it's one thing versus the other. Interesting how people usually complain how hard it is to get everything for this update, then here's the opposite. It says something about RNG. Yeah, that's a good point actually. I'd like to say in converse, I bet most people watching this stream haven't gotten Windburst yet. I bet even the most ardent complainer about the size of this update doesn't have Windburst free. Yeah, it would take hundreds of days to get precisely that, I think. So yeah, it looks like you made lots of progress. Nice, says Caitlin. Yeah, we are on track to destroy this thing today. It's gonna be great. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a mass destruction here of this floor now with all the pillars. I just want to see what the trial chamber looks like with these all destroyed. I think it will be satisfying. Maybe you agree. Maybe you don't agree. That's for you to work out. Okay. Let's go. Crazy stuff happening everywhere. Easy. Give me a key maybe? Yeah. Honestly, I don't even know why I want this many keys. I have one very silly idea for my Let's Play World chat. I have a very, very, very silly idea. That involves a lot of keys. you should stay subscribed. You might enjoy it when you see it. Okay. Okay, so this is good. Everything is fine. Nothing is bad. Give me no key. That's fine. Okay, so at least the spawners are gone, which means we can now focus on the walls again. Lots of interesting blocks in there, including an ominous vault, right? Yeah, the ominous vault's right there. Let's destroy all the walls leading around it. Oh, actually, destroying these walls is bad, because we need to destroy the ceiling. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. That's future me's problem. Current me's desire trumps future me's problem. That's what I say in my questionable advice to everyone watching this right now. You know, future you might not exist. It's, you know, if you don't mind me going a little bit dark for a second, that's like a real thought on my mind a lot recently too. I had a conversation with my brother yesterday. Yesterday? Probably yesterday. Recently. Yeah, yesterday. See, by the way, that's how you be a bad storyteller. Chat, that's the pro tip. A detail, I could be making up that I had a conversation with my brother. This could be a hypothetical conversation. You know, it could be that the conversation happened 3 weeks ago. It doesn't make a difference to the end viewer. You just gotta, getting the detail right is something that only matters to you. And so as someone who is telling a story, it is your duty not to get that precisely right. And so I'm not going to. You know, I don't even have a brother. I'm an orphan. But what I am going to say... Wait, actually you can be an orphan with brothers. But what I am going to say is that I had a really interesting chat recently of someone who also grew up under the same parents as me. Because I grew up without a huge amount of wealth. And one of the things that I said is like... Because have you noticed that one of the really interesting divides that I notice when I, see people is like young people who have parents of money. In that group, there are people who have parents who have money that don't let them have any of it, right? Like the Bill Gates of the world who say, no, you've got to go make this yourself. And then there are parents who go, yeah, you can have whatever you want, or not. Even if they don't say that, they're like, yeah, it's really hard. I don't see how you're gonna get like a house deposit unless I help out. So I'll just give you 50 grand and you can loan it back to me whenever the time comes. So stuff like that, right? Or like, it'd be the idea of like getting a car for your birthday or something. Those sorts of dumb things. Like some parents get them, some parents don't, right? And a really interesting observation is the idea that like actually, even if you grow up without a lot of money, a part of it sucks because you see, you have some rich friends who get some stuff. But it'd suck way more if your parents had money and just didn't give it to you. At least when I wasn't going on a school trip or didn't have something fun that all my friends had, at least it was because, there was no choice. That was the only option. It must really kind of suck growing up and being like, yeah, it's not that we're poor. It's just my parents specifically wanted me to be, or to feel poor. And it's like an unrelatable struggle. But it's one that I think about and I go, it probably does suck. And so, yeah, I think that's a really weird thing to mention there. That the growing up with a lot of money probably is worse if your parents are trying to be responsible about it and you realize that that's what's happening. Whereas, the best way would be, and even if you learned way later, right? If you learned when you're like 30, like, oh yeah, my dad was a millionaire. He was just working, at the cinema just to be humble. He didn't need to work. He had generational wealth or something. You'd be like, so why was I suffering? What I was part of his experiment, It's an interesting idea. Also, you grew up without wealth. No way, you've never mentioned it. I know it's hard to believe. No, it's a big part of the identity of a lot of people, right? I don't think a lot of people are as upfront with themselves about it. But it definitely plays into... It definitely is a underlying part of how people understand the world, whether they say it or not. And I think that's really interesting. Okay, we've got too many chisel tough blocks. So I'm going to move all the chisel tough into here, and I think I've got a polished collection in here somewhere. Is this my polished block? This is. And it's absolutely full too. So we're going to move the slab up into one of these. This is probably a bad idea. I probably should have just... Yeah, whatever. We should have just, but it's fine. There goes the slabs. It's in. And then let's finish up this top chest. And now I'm definitely going to go through a whole nother one of these, but that's future me's problem. Growing up under financial abuse is less known and more relatable, I think. I guess, yeah, I guess that's sort of what I'm saying. Is like, even if it's not abuse, though, right? Like, I do agree. A lot of people have, like, money is used to control them. But that is, I think that would feel way worse than if your parents don't have money, even if they really wanted to, control you. They don't have the ability to, right? And that's like an equalizing factor. It's a weird thing to say, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's very British to have your childhood wealth status be a big part of your identity. Yeah, that's a fair point. It's interesting how it works in the UK too, because if you grow up with an amount of money, it's more relevant to how people perceive you class-wise than how much money you have sometimes. So a lot of very wealthy people have to be like, yep, I grew up in council house, like stuff like that to like kind of like show where they're really at, It is a weird thing we do here. I think I do like the idea of people valuing your current situation more, but then even then, like you could argue that's kind of shallow, right? To be like, oh yeah, I don't care about how much money you grew up with. I care about what's in your bank account right now to work out, can we go to do this thing? But it is probably the more important factor than some vague notion of like, oh yeah, they grew up with wealthy parents, they didn't, etc. So yeah, I wonder actually, Rue. I know you happen to be not from the UK. Would you define yourself by your current wealth class or not? In fact, actually, a lot of Americans. I'd love to know. What do you think is more important in defining you? Do you feel like the what you grew up with or what you have now? I wish to have a new UK mobility, but instead of people who Aston support Hastings, it's people who are content creators. House of Lords, more like House of Streamers. You know, I'm loving this idea. I love any unequal society that puts me exactly at the top. This is my real set of political beliefs coming out right now. Money's more than defining you. It's all you let yourself become. I think though. So okay, so the fun example, just by the way, in the UK is there's a billionaire. He might not be a billionaire. He might be a hundreds of millionaire. Which, you know, like imagine being only a hundreds of millionaire. He can't have a mega yacht and have a 12-bedroom mansion out in the middle of the countryside. He has to pick. His investment income is only enough to pay for 8 children to go to private school. When he has a 9th child, he has to go to the peasant school. So, you know, but more seriously, sorry, I love the idea of ragging on people who aren't billionaires for being poor. Something very fun in that to me. I feel like I could do that for days, and I would enjoy that. But I'm not going to. But so yeah, there's a guy. His name's Sir Alan Sugar. He's a lord, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's there because he sold some company to Sky, more or less. He's the UK's this is a real rough thing to say nowadays. It's got political connotations, but he's the UK's Donald Trump in terms of he runs The Apprentice, etc., etc. So yeah, there's a guy like that, but because he grew up in Hackney in a in a lower class setting or whatever, it changes how people perceive him. He has a Cockney accent, and so it's a really weird thing. The posh tone you did was pretty funny, says Luigi. Thank you. You too. When you get the chance, how long have you been working on this, and how many blocks have you collected so far? I've got about 50,000 blocks so far, and I've been working on it for, I think 16 hours is the total right now. A little bit over, a little bit under maybe. I'm expecting to be about 18. So, yeah, by the way, Rose Pentacle says your bio parents were from the UK, probably south/southwest England. It feels like when people are from in North America are always from the south and the southwest of England. I wonder where all those people went. Or why? I wonder why all those people decided to go. I know exactly where they went, actually. I've got that nailed down to a continent, to be precise. But yeah, I think it's really interesting that people will define themselves. I think that people will define other people even that way too. I think it's a messy thing to do for other people. I do agree that it's like you should be judged by the content of your character, not the depth of your wallet, generally speaking. But at the same time, there's a lot of things in society. One of the like sad things is like there are a lot of things where your wealth status will genuinely impact all sorts of weird things. So like, I don't know, one of the odd things is like a lot of people see fast food as trashy, but it's like I love me some fast food. I feel like McDonald's is one of my favorite places to go in every new country. What I mean is your wealth status may change how people perceive you, but it doesn't change your worth. I mean, it changes your net worth, but you know, to the point you're actually trying to raise. You shouldn't let it, right? I think if you let wealth define you, you have a lot of problems on your hands. You shouldn't. It shouldn't be your goal to be defined by your wealth. But at the same time, yeah, there is no way I don't need to go through another one of these chests before the end of this. A lot of people see anything delicious as lower class. Yeah, that's really true, David. There's this really weird thing too, where a lot of like expensive upper class foods are actually kind of bad too. Like caviar is my favorite example. It's just not that good. It's expensive is what it is. Even lobster. Okay, I'm the lobster roll savant, right? But people who really like lobster look down on lobster rolls because you're kind of like you're putting a lot of butter and mayo or chives or your brioche roll. There's a lot of fun ingredients that are kind of overpowering the lobster. People who really like lobster just eat the thing by itself, right? But in my mind, that's kind of like I don't know. It feels like you would. It seems insane. Like I know. To me, it feels like I would rather have a. I love lobster rolls, says Crash Gaming. You've come to the right channel, then. You've come to the right channel. A lot of people love really expensive, like, raw ingredients. But they're, like, raw ingredients. They're really, really basic. To me, the quality comes from, like, when someone puts their, like, their craft into something, right? That's when something becomes special. So, here it's considered very rude to ask how rich you are or how much money you make. I don't like that either, though. Like, that also... just because it's rude to ask, it doesn't mean everyone's not assuming anyway, right? I feel like you're better off when you're at least able to be transparent. Whereas when everyone is afraid of being transparent, they still just make guesses anyway, right? And that's the kind of rough end of when you don't talk about it, in my opinion. My trial chamber came out to around 90k blocks, but it had 6 trial rooms, so it's pretty big. I'd love to see what your trial hole looks like, HackerOneMC. You should post it on the subreddit, IBXClickCat. Be fun to see a lot of things there. But, yeah, I feel like people are really... I think the really, really interesting bit of it is the level of, like... transparency is better than in the shadows, right? This is kind of a weird thing in general. It's like corruption, for example. The ideal would be if you could have, if you had politicians and people who are uninfluenceable by money and other decisions. That's the dream, right? That's the goal. But if you assume that that is unrealistic, you're to say if that's a fair decision or not. But if you say that that's unrealistic, it's better to instead say, okay, it has to be in a public register, and then everyone can see it. That's an easy way to put it. But then some people could say, well, isn't that an endorsement? That you're saying you're allowed to do it. Look, you're definitely allowed to do it. There's a public register. But I think that everyone having access to the same information is better than acting like the information is so bad that no one should ever share it ever. And so I feel like it shouldn't be rude to say like, oh yeah, here's how the money stuff goes. I've learned that on YouTube because there are enough like cultures in the world. I've got to be very careful about what I do here. But I really enjoy, for example, like sharing the economics of this stuff on the second channel, because a lot of people. I think one of the biggest downsides of people not talking about what they earn, what they're doing, is like a lot of people don't realize what the high earning jobs are. They're like, oh yeah, he's just some, like, here is the one wealthy person in my life. He's just some bigwig. I have no idea what he does, but he works at the company in an unachievable role. Whereas if you say like, oh yeah, my really wealthy cousin, he works at a bank, or like in an investment bank. Then you're like, oh, investment banking is where a lot of money is, rather than the idea that like, oh, your money just randomly appears or doesn't appear, because it's a worse outcome if everyone doesn't have the same information. That's a real inequality driver right there. Okay, so did you cut your hair recently? I kind of need to, honestly. I got it cut like a couple months ago. My goal is always like, I say this to hairdressers, like, do this in a way that means I don't need to see you for as long as humanly possible. It's a rude thing to start a conversation with, but by the way, Jessup Kane, thank you.
Speaking of lobsters, I had a talk with the pod. They should be showing up to work from now on. Hopefully they won't run out of roles.
You had a talk with the pod? They should be showing up to work from now on. Hopefully they won't run out of roles. Very, very exciting, but also I have no idea what the pod is. I want to know what the pod is, Jessup. Very curious. I've been lurking, but I just wanted to say, I believe the UK, the school you went to limits your opportunity, seems extremely relevant in traditional media and the arts. Yeah, a lot of people do have the attitude of like, people from these schools are good, people from those schools are bad. But universities, obviously. It's crazy that some people do that with private schools, and I think that's one of the craziest ideas. I think that is like one of the most like it's an example of something where like, again, you can try and ban it, but then people are going to do it anyway. I feel like we should be transparent about that. Like, how many employers will only hire people from certain schools? Very, very curious. Speaking of corruption, is it just me or do people think of the word scrotum when they hear SCOTUS? I've got to be honest with you. I feel like things need to stop being called off the United States, right? Like, there's POTUS, then there's FLOTUS, and that, no, not off the, just add US at the end, like Supreme Court, United States, SCUS. Your President of the United States, POS. Yeah, look at that one, look at me. Again, oh no, my breeze, he lavaed. Yeah, look at me coming out being anti-president. That's an opinion I'm allowed to have because I'm British. You know, if you guys, let's be honest, you guys already have like a leader of your country. The leader of the house. I genuinely couldn't name who it is right now. I feel like I could name the person who it was forever, and I don't know anymore. But you already have a person who makes your laws or whatever. So now all you need to do is, okay, we need to put some scaffolding here too. So all you gotta do is have that person be your new prime minister. Getting that story into the character count took skill. Ontario posts all of their employees who make over 100k with the exact income, including nurses and teachers. Had a family friend always complain about how poor she was. Looked her up, liked her less. So you're saying Ontario is a province in Canada? Are you saying that every single public worker only, or just government hired workers? Because I think that's wild if every non-public employee. Oh no, I put this too close to the tower. That's on me, to be fair. I'll put it in this corner here, so that it distracts the build the least. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Now I can fly down and I can grab the key. And I can fly down here and I can grab the bread. I regret doing that, honestly. Also, why do breezes keep ending up trapped in there? Unless it's the same breeze and I just didn't kill it. Okay, definitely kill it this time. They get a key this time? What was that breeze from? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Don't need to know the answer to that question. Just need to know that I'm having a great time and I need to work out the trial spawner answer sooner rather than later. So I think we should go back being a colony again. Yeah, there we go. Chat. Okay, next, when you vote this November 5th, whatever you see in the box, cross that out and write recolonize. And so what happens if 51% of Americans vote, the king comes over, he plants the flag in the White House, and he goes, ooh, I've got a new summer home. Well, I guess, yeah, July 4th. I've got a new, and then we'll agree in exchange, you know, I do understand that, you know, it's a big change for a lot of you, submitting to, you know, rejoining the UK, superior united country, a lot more culture and history. You get to go back and be like, oh no, your founding date is now not 1776. Oh, imagine being that young, you know, like it's embarrassing. You look like a kid on the international stage. No, your founding date goes to 1066. That's 710 years of history you can get in one simple vote. Can we get at least 1.5 seats in Parliament this time? See, that's the funny thing, right? If you do imagine a world where the UK genuinely does offer to the US, do you want to rejoin? And imagine a world where the US takes it, it actually really ends up screwing the UK over, because we have a law on like how proportional or how the seats are allocated. We currently have 600 members of Parliament. I think proportionally that would mean 500 would have to go to the colonies, you know, to the states. And so, you know, ignoring the fun question of like, would it be that there's 54 countries in the UK, or are there now 5 countries in the UK? Either way, the US ends up like dictating how we run things here, right? So it's what's that called in business? Like a reverse takeover. But it still ends up a reverse merger or something. It still ends up being very bad for us, because we're like, you know, we have lots of quaint beliefs over here that maybe we wouldn't want getting mixed up with whatever's going on over there. Some countries have founding dates this century, says HackerOneMC. Yeah, I think at 1999 we should have cut it off and said no more countries. You can create yourself and you can be like a nation, or you can call yourself what's another good word? A territory, a province, maybe acceptable. You're not a country. If your founding date is 2019, you're a province. You're an independent province. You know, the independent province of Catalonia or whatever. Seems good to me. The independent province of and that's like a Donbass or something. Yeah, there you go. It makes way more sense than the current situation. But that's too much country talk. Okay, so just a little bit too much country talk. I do think though there is a fun thing about proportional. Democracy being based on proportions that way means that you fundamentally do have a problem. If this is why a lot of people take the stance that like people say real dumb things all the time about it. But like my least favorite thing people say on the internet is America is a republic, not a democracy, because it's a democratic republic, right? It's one of the it is a republic, but it's also, but anyway, people say that all the time. And one of the reasons that people don't like the idea of being democracy, at least one of the reasons people don't like the idea of like everyone gets an equal say in this, is because a lot of people have bad opinions. And why is it that people with bad opinions should get to rule you and your life? One of the fundamental like struggles in the world is like, what limits should government have on how much it can impede in people's private lives? A lot of people who are quite revolutionary say there shouldn't be limits. Why would we ever say we have limits on this? If you exist in this country, then you are under the authority of this government we have, this shared set of values, etc. And some people would say the opposite. But so that's what makes it so interesting when you join two countries together forcibly like that. There was a fun plan to join the UK and France at one point, but unless you go really, really federal, you say to people in the place like, yeah, we're not going to touch you and you're not going to touch us except for the most international issues. You run into a situation where like, yeah, if it's technically correct that if the UK and the US were one country, the people of the US would get to have a majority say in what happens in both places. And I don't know, hypothetically, if 40% of Americans and all British people agreed on one issue, then that would be enough for that to become law in all of the United States. Which also seems a little silly, right? Like, oh, that doesn't seem like that's how that should work. I think about this all the time, because there's always some fun issue coming up where, Americans are tearing themselves apart, being like, oh, can you believe that these people want to send that to the States? And then some people are like, can you believe those people want that to be done by the federal government? There's like that sort of thing. And it's like this endless debate about like, I think there are cases where I get to decide what happens in other states, and I think there are cases where people in other states should not get to decide what happens here. It's a fundamental problem with allowing the rules that other people write dictate how you live your life. That escalates the more people you have under that same set of rules, the further that problem becomes clear. If you and two friends all agree, hey, we're running a Minecraft night, we're making a Minecraft server, it's really easy to all be on your Minecraft server together and say, hey, okay, there's gonna be 3 rules here. No griefing, no references to Star Wars, and no swearing on signs. Because I don't like profanity, something stupid like that, and that's cool when there's 3 of you. Then a friend joined and he goes, but I really like swearing on signs. I really like putting my rap lyrics on the signs. And you're like, okay then, we'll suspend the swearing on signs rules. And then another person joins and they're like, honestly, I really don't like when people leave the wheat farm with the seeds, like, kind of partially grown. I don't like when they harvest it and then they don't fully plant those seeds back. I think that we need to make it a rule, a law of this land, that if you're going to be on this Minecraft server, you replant the crops and you patch in your creeper holes, you're all adults here. And everyone agrees, like, yeah, that makes some sense. But then the first people say, wait, we don't want to make it a rule to plant the wheat. We don't care about that. So why are we binding ourselves to that? And that problem then scales up until you have 300 million people on a Minecraft server, and someone goes, I think it should be a law that we all have to, you know, have diamond swords all the time, just in case something bad happens. And someone says, like, I don't think you should be allowed to fight the Wither within 100 meters of a school or whatever, you know? And it becomes a very silly problem very quickly. Okay, so now I'm going to mine this bottom floor a little bit. I want to get all the waxed copper down here. You know, I think it'll be a fun little break. They take a little bit longer to mine, but it's a little bit better. By the way, spraying on signs sounds like a screamer band from 2004. It is true. But yeah, I think can you put the word hoe on signs now? I actually want to find out. I am very curious. Whew. So yeah, I think it's fun, and I hope that you all agree, chat. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you disagree. But yeah, the UK will be retaken over. Any rebellious colony, if you have any history to the UK, even if you don't, we could retake you over. It's an open offer. It is Independence Day, right? And how better to celebrate independence than by losing it? Like, you know, okay, we've all had that rebellious phase in our teenage, you know, years. We all go through that moment where we're like, yeah, everything my parents have ever told me to do is dumb and wrong, and I'm gonna do it my way instead. And then eventually you realize, like, oof, I see why that is a bad idea. I see why I can't actually live my life under that basis. You know, we all go through that. It's a very common experience. And so, you know, at some point, you just gotta realize, too rebellious. Italy and the Roman Empire have entered the chat. Yeah, you know, I guess you're right. By my logic, the UK should cede its power to Italy. Okay, Italy, you can come over here. You can reconquer us. Make London great again. Okay, so with that said, how's the weather where you are, chat? Make American Great Britain again, says Pookie Helms. I should start selling merch for this. This is a very good idea. If you're an American, you must speak in a bad British accent. One of the things that I find to be interesting, tell me if you think this is interesting, chat. If you know this, if you don't know this, it is just a thing that Americans randomly do when they talk to each other, where they just randomly will whip out a weird British accent. And it's like, why are you invoking us for this? Like, that's how much they miss us, you know? They're like, oh, I just miss our parents so bad. I'm gonna do an accent exactly like how they talk. So it's a weird behavior. It's a very weird behavior. Gotta say, no questions about that one. I'm loving the direct relation between real life and Minecraft. No battling a Wither near a school. It's you know, it's true. If your children watched you battling a Wither, they might have some real questions that you wouldn't be able to answer very easily, and so that's why we make that rule. Definitely true. Check out, how's the heat over there? Says Rose Pentacle. Oh, it's been great. I know there's gonna be like another bad week at some point, but it's been low 20s all week, and that's like where my tolerance is. I think 23 is fine outside if you're going for a warm day. Maybe, but no, it's not good, is it? It's acceptable. And it's been 19, 18, 21 sort of temperatures. It's been good. I sweat a bit more than I usually want to, but it's good otherwise. What if I ask the Wither out to dinner first? Says Ruby likes Sonic 2. Good to see you, Ruby likes Sonic 2. Also, Chantel, I missed. Did you say if it's all public employees or all private employees who have their information public like that? Because that's wild if so, right? Because one of the biggest like inequality points in the world is how you earn your money. A lot of people think it's like how much money you earn, but it's actually like if you earn your money through work, you're a pleb, right? You are even if you earn $1 million a year, you're still earning it. Public Ontario employees, it's called the Sunshine List. we have a similar thing for the BBC here. Also, nurses are all public employees. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Like the hospitals in Canada are free, right? So I feel like you got to have a catchy term for it there, like, you know, National Health Service is what we call it here. You should call it CHS. I was shocked when I learned the Canadian like equivalent of the RAF, the Royal Air Force. It's just called the CRAF or something like that. Gotta say, was not impressed with the creativity, but you know, if you're not gonna be creative, you got to stick with it for the bit, I think. So what's your favorite type of expensive car, says Jets. So if you like expensive cars, I've got good news for you. My video today has a lot of them in there. Yeah, my Minecraft video has a lot of expensive cars. Don't ask questions, just understand that it's going to be a good time for you specifically. You're getting your dreams in my Minecraft video. So yeah, by the way, look at this. We picked up so much waxed oxidized copper, as well as so much regular waxed copper. I think we're going to have a full double chest of this, and just under a full double chest of this by the time we're done. So, yeah, Jets, my favorite type of expensive car. I feel like I hate to admit this about myself. Again, it's, I'm spending a lot of my life trying to understand myself rather than, you know, there's a point in your life where you can change some things, and there's a point in your life where you got to understand, like, this is at least where I'm at, you know? If you want to change, you got to understand where you are. And so I think I like quirky things too much. I don't, like, having something really impressive makes me feel a bit odd, right? Like, if I had a £1 million painting in my house, I don't know how I would show that off to people without feeling weird. But if I had, like, a painting, you know, that was done for me, that was some really weird abstract thing, that would be fun. And so the same is true for cars. The car I want most in the world, you can look it up if you want to. It's called an Aston Martin Signet. It's like a baby swan. It is the most fascinating car in the world that you can have such a premium name attached to such a non-premium product. And I would love, like, people would assume it was fake, and I love that. Like, a houseboat would be fun to own, says Chillis Beam. Yeah, right, I feel like it's way more fun. It's how I feel about my Let's Play world, right? I've never been invested in making big fancy Minecraft builds because it's not my goal to impress you. I sometimes like to impress people with the amount of work I do, but even then I know, like, well, it's not going to be that impressive, right? Like, anyone can put hours into their Minecraft build. So instead I like to make people ask the question, why? If you're watching this right now, you might be asking, why are you destroying an entire trial chamber? And hopefully that means I've done my job correctly. I much prefer that to just like, oh yeah, I've got this beautiful build. It's going to be the best thing you've ever seen. I don't know what that accent was either. But yeah, I think that's my kind of answer there. Is I looked it up, never knew the Signet existed. Yeah, it's so I believe that was what they call it. Is it's a compliance car. In the EU, you have to as a manufacturer, your average emissions per car have to be a certain amount. Like you know, like you can't sell cars of higher and higher emissions every year. They have to go down every year. And so a lot of car manufacturers can't make that work while still selling performance vehicles. And so what they do is they either buy the credits from someone else. I think Tesla sells a lot of EU compliance credits. You can sell them to someone else. Or, more fun, is you can make one car that's really, really, really economically, you know, that's really, really fuel efficient. And that's what the Aston Martin Signet is. It's an anomaly that no one would make out of choice. And isn't that kind of beautiful to own? You know, like whether it should exist or not is a really interesting question. But the fact that it exists despite no one wanting it makes it something that makes me want to own it. So there's only like 70 of them in the world. They didn't want to sell them. They made them, and if anyone wanted to order them, they would give it to you because they have to. And I love stuff like that. It's like you know, I also took out use sharpness. You know, it makes sense. So the one downside of using sharpness on my axe is I don't get looting on it. So in general, I don't mind not, you know, switching out. That's my rule of thumb here, at least. So yeah, I think it's really, really, really interesting. Are you gonna start Super Flat again? It was really fun to watch. Says Nathaniel Goldberg. Yeah, eventually. I have a 1.21 update for Super Flat that I'd like to release first because I want to be able to. I mean, what am I really gonna do besides copper eventually? But I want to be able to before I go into another deep run on it. I might do another challenge to a similar level of like craziness first. Is my official response on why I haven't. So yeah, 1980s Yugo, they were complete rubbish. We Yeah, it's funny that the idea of bad cars used to be pretty prevalent. I feel like it's very rare that you've got a car now where you're like, just isn't good. It just doesn't function correctly in any of the ways that you'd expect, but still they exist. There's something charming about that. There's something charming about things that are broken in a world where everything works, in the same way that it's nice when something is working in a world where everything's broken. So I farmed copper just for this update. It says Zotel acronym. What are you using the copper to do? You got fun plans for it? What are you making with it all? That's my question. So I'm going to drop this on the ground and this on the ground and then pick up some other stuff. Okay, let's get out of here soon, I guess. Gonna have to take this tough brick with me at some point, so let's take it right now. Yeah, lovely. And we'll destroy this little floor here. I don't know where all those spiders, how all those spiders got down there, but let's finish them off. Easy stuff. Let's go. I probably should put this food in a chest. Future me might appreciate having it. So, yeah, I love how everyone on YouTube doesn't know how to pronounce my name, so it's Nathaniel Goldberg. I think there's a list of like 100 names that people will have come across frequently in their life, and maybe like another 50 or 60 infrequent ones. And so if your name isn't from their list, they're going to assume it's one of those infrequently heard names. And I feel like it's kind of on you if your name is too rare to be known. Honestly, that's the weird thing about it, right? It's like I feel this way about a lot of things. If you don't know the pronunciation, you can't be it's rude to pronounce something wrong, but also it can't be expected that you know the pronunciation to every word ever, right? Like at some point, you know, you got to admit, like, yeah, these are, you got to tell people about how it's pronounced before you can be upset that they don't know how to pronounce it correctly. I feel that way about countries and stuff. So there's a name that gets really commonly discussed in this, right? It's have you ever heard the name Siobhan? Chat, if you have heard the name I just said, Siobhan. If somehow this is your first time hearing about it, don't look up how it's spelled. Like type it in the chat. Type how you think Siobhan should be spelled in the chat. I would love to see how that compares to the real spelling. Siobhan, or Chivon, Chivon, Shavon. You know, it's DNS crypt. You do know it already. You're ruining the whole thing. It's an Irish name, yeah. So, obviously, if you're Irish and you know how the Irish language works and how all of their letters are pronounced, then like, oh yeah, really, really great. Yep, easy. But it's like, well, the majority of the world does not speak Irish. And so either you can spell your name phonetically, or you can be very used to that idea. And this is my problem with it, I guess. It's something I'm like acutely aware of at this point, is that basically every problem in the world is that at some point parents have to decide for children, and then the children just have to live with it. Like, why is it that parents decide what children are named, and then children just have to be like, yep, that is the name. That set of syllables you just said right there is what I am called. Like, you can rechange your name, but it's a bit of a pain. I despise when countries use English letters but pronounce them nothing like how they are in every other word. Well, that's the funny thing, right? It would also be rude to say, oh yeah, my name is, and then a bunch of symbols no one's ever seen. Like, not rude, but it would be you would be unreasonable to expect someone to know what to call you from that. I guess is the correct way to say that, right? I think rude is, I think not helpful, maybe, is the word I'm looking for. It's the weird thing is we have a lot of shared knowledge, but we also have lots of things that we know and other people don't know. And working out how to tell people that stuff is a challenge for life, for sure. Like how do we all create a world where we are all coming across, where we're all learning something every day, as opposed to, because one of the things that's become common on the internet is people being like, it's not my job to educate you, for just all sorts of random stuff. And it's like, yeah, okay then, well then it's not my job to know. You know, like, you can't expect people to know stuff and then not want to share with them how it works. Which is why I think a lot of people, for all the faults that the school system has, at least it means that our shared common knowledge pile is a bit higher than it otherwise would be. We're all slightly better informed because we all went to the same weird box for years on end. And ooh, potion of regen. Don't mind. How did you get up here? Ah, you can climb ladders now? Oh, life ruined. The worst. I can't deal with slimes, chat. They're just my least favorite. 2 Badum, 4 from the same vault. Congratulations, Sotal. Wow, you even leave the slimes to be future you problems. Honestly, I don't want them to be enemies' problems. I have this, like, passive rage towards slimes. Like, I don't want you around, and if I don't acknowledge you, then you can't acknowledge me. It's a very bad attitude to have in a video game. I've got to say. Does not work in the slightest. But it's the attitude I have regardless. So, now I'm going to drink my potion. I don't think I need to. I'm just gonna. It's just around, you know. Throw it in here, and then we're gonna start mining this. I'm gonna get all the copper bulbs, and maybe some other fun blocks too. But mostly lots and lots of copper. Copper bulb. Copper bulb. Some wax copper, sure, why not? Some of this too, sure, why not? Grab a copper bulb. Isn't it interesting that when you mine a copper bulb, chat, tell me if this feels right to you. It feels like you should get a lit copper bulb back when you mine a copper bulb with energy in. I don't think that they should change it or anything. I'm just saying it's how it feels instinctively. I wonder if they considered that before realizing just how many blocks it would add to the inventory. Why do you need a brush on you for this particular activity? In case I find an armadillo and I need to get his scutes of him. Very common problem, gotta say. So yeah, chat. Siobhan, I'll get Chantal to spell it in chat right now, if you will. If you wanna see the Irish way to pronounce it. Also, I say canite when pronouncing my inner winnet. Yeah, there's so many words that are just like this is unhelpful to everyone. It makes us all have to. When you make something harder for everyone, some people will just not. So yeah, it's as Erodit says, it's Siop Han. Siob Han. Siobhan is but yeah, it's again, if you understand the Irish language perfectly, it's like, yeah, this is very easy stuff. But if you don't, then it's very confusing stuff. By the way, chat, we are very suspiciously close. Knife is my favorite. Yeah, that's what they teach us. That's what they used to teach me in school. Is like, this is how you remember. There's a silent K. But do you know the crazy thing is the reason why it's spelt knife is because it used to be pronounced that way. All of the like English is such an old language that we have a lot of like legacy spellings from when we used to pronounce words differently. But the problem is that because knife is so awkward to pronounce, people just start saying knife, but they're still saying the word knife. You know, they're saying the old word, just pronouncing it differently. And so it's spelt the same way. And so there are lots of words that in our time we pronounce differently. I think maybe a good example would be take the word lemao, right? Do you know what word I just said there, chat, right? No one's confused, no one's saying, what word is that? But that's how you say lemao, or you know, you could say lol maybe. So lol originally means laugh out loud, but it's spelt LOL, but then we pronounce it like LULL. And so we spell the word differently than we pronounce it because it has you know, written in oral languages are like really closely correlated, but they move differently, and that's my kind of point here. So lemao is terribly pronounced. Lemao, I guess, would be correct. Yeah, I guess lemao is correct. I guess there's a spicy type of mayonnaise that comes from China, the L mayonnaise. Okay, so I thought it was lots of love, says Mad582. That's that. We need to get a siren that's like boomer alert. No offense. But it is funny. I feel like lots of love is the much nicer way for lol to exist. I pronounce lemao as el mayo. Oh, you do want so yeah. I feel like then it would be ELMAYO. I wrote it, but yet you're pronouncing it. But yet you're spelling it LMAO. So yeah, the point is written words can do things that regular words can't. Even with like jokes, like if I'm like, I like to shower. Wait, no, I'm a, what word works as a pun in text but not in, I guess, oh yeah, so like I read a bottle that said polish remover, and then I accidentally tried to use it on my neighbor, and he didn't go away. You know, like that joke doesn't work very well in oral form. Some would say it doesn't work well in text form, but those people just aren't very fun. I just don't say it aloud, saves the issue. What were you doing if you're trying to read out someone's text, though, and it says, El mayo senor? Oh, I'm picking up blocks that I shouldn't. I have nowhere to store these. I have to destroy the rest of the blocks, then come back for this later. So I can actually fit it in chests. Okay, let's go for it. Getting very, very close to the end here. I'll destroy this ceiling, too, just while I've got easy access to it. Nice, easy stuff. Okay, that was not easy, actually. I fell through the floor. Can't believe there's slimes down there, chat. I ran so far away. I specifically did not want slimes to follow me. Yeah, poll. Another fun Englishism is if a world starts with N, the N can move between A and AN. Like, an apron used to be napron, but the N hopped words because of the way it was spoken. An apron. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if that's... I'm going to trust you that it's true, but that is very bizarre. Oh. An apron. And you know, it's not this word of knife, but like an apple. It could... Who's to say it's not an apple, chat? You know, could we change... If we change the word to napple, English would work grammatically great. Oh, I can't stop thinking about that one now. So yeah, the English language is weird. It's weirder when we write it down. So okay, I must leave, but just so you know, I did in fact post my trial chamber on the Reddit 6 days ago. Oh, then I saw it 6 days ago, HackerOneMC. That's pretty where I came up with the idea to tell you to post it there. Because I was like, someone else posted that. It'd be cool if we had a collection of trial chambers. Okay, we're almost here now, chat. We're almost here. By the way, if it is July the 4th, and I've made jokes about it, but that is like big American holiday day, right? So what if you live in the rebellious colonies? What are your plans today? What does a good July 4th look like? I feel like there's no public holiday that I'm really like ever excited about besides like Christmas. So I always like to hear when people have like fun rituals around it. So I can sit passively and seethe about it. No, I like to enjoy whatever's going on in your lives. I thought it was IBIX and then Toycat, but maybe I was wrong. See, I say IBX. Actually, you know, yeah, I pronounce it correctly. I should be like, hello, I'm IBIX Toycat, and I'm editing videos and playing video games today. Is that a July 4th tradition, Mallow Cream? Oh, it's cool that you edit, though. I feel like editing is a real hard thing to do well. It's like you're a storyteller, but also you're working in raw. It's impressive. So how about when Pog used to be Power of God? You know, the power of God sure is Pog. Am I right? That's weird. I can't imagine that, but also I can see why that would be true. So I'm gonna place torches on this spawner. I'm gonna place torches on all the spawners. It's not gonna do anything, but it's a fun idea. And then I'm going to keep on destroying all these non-tough brick blocks. Then I'm going to make another chest for the tough, and then we're going to deal with it then. So, Toycat, sometimes you pronounce it as IBX Toycat. Hello, I'm IBX Toycat. I think it's just an I that with very little emphasis on it. It's kind of the same problem with, like, an apron. It's like it's easier to be like an apron. Actually, not. Oh, that's weird. They both sound the same. Chat, did it hop words? Twitch emotes slang is the one slang as I refuse to use. Yeah, all my homies hate Twitch. Honestly, Twitch is... I think they've gone better in the last few years, maybe. But the Twitch management was one of the worst... Like, I think this is a problem that all tech websites have. And so I'm going to be very cautious not to implicate Microsoft in anything I say. But... There's this problem where places will set up, you know, like a bunch of rules with a very, very American-centric point of view. So, you know, because they're like, yeah, as I know, being from America, also known as the world, here are the rules on what you can and cannot do for something. And it becomes really, really silly. You know, like, basically it means that not only, it's not just a part of America, but it's a part of, like, it's not just America, it's a part of America, right? It's like Silicon Valley. Like, one of the niche corners of one country gets to dictate how it works if you want to do streaming, because they are the big streaming player in town. And that's a little frustrating with something like that. But, you know, maybe this could be construed for basically any other service out there. And it's crazy because... Okay, well, what do we got to drop, by the way? I don't think we've got anything. I think I have to go back to pick up more space. By the way, thank you, Jared Hull. 42 days into Ultra Flat. 4 iron ingots down. My 8-year-old loves it too. Time for another Toy Cat hardcore run. I have a plan for my next hardcore run, Jared Hull. I'm looking forward to it. That's what I'll say. We're a rogue province. Sorry, that's the correct word to describe country. It's the rogue province, the corner of that rogue province, going off and being all rebellious and stuff. Okay, let's place another couple chests all the way up there. We'll place one at the very top, and then one like next to it. Perfect. And now we can start loading this up with the rest of our tough bricks, and hopefully we don't need any more than that. Seriously, I'm gonna die if we need another chest for this. It's too high up. It's like, will we have a caveman challenge in actual hardcore? Oh man, caveman hardcore is so hard to pull off. Caveman hardcore would be a nightmare. I feel like caveman would be a fun world to make, right? Like it was a fun thing to do by itself. How can we make it more fun? I feel like you could manufacture a lot of fun stuff into that. Ooga booga hardcore. So, yeah, I'm having a wonderful day, by the way. How are you doing, chat? Is everything doing good? I feel like these streams are one of my favorite opportunities to, like, interact with people directly. And so it's a good opportunity to actually see and hear stuff, because there's often a complaint whenever I'm like deep into some Minecraft thing where I have to be focusing, like in the Nether. People are like, is Toycat even reading my comments? But I know that that's like a tiny minority of people. Most people are like, yeah, it's cool. I'm here to watch, and it's cool. But it's fun to actually like understand from the other side. Like, okay, who are the chill people I'm excited to be here, and who are the people I'm like vaguely tolerating? I'm just kidding on that second one. But I think it's fun to I think it is fun to. Should I take this down, by the way? Yeah, we'll let the gravel be a separate issue. I think it's real fun to actually, like, have a bit of a back and forth in it. And so something I want to be better with is I feel like I do a bad job at actually holding a conversation with chat sometimes. Like, we'll have, like, a free message back and forth, and then I'll be like, so, let me tell you about the moon. It's really big and bright today. So, yeah, chat, is there anything you've always wanted me to talk about, but haven't been able to? You know, like, it won't be able to come up very easily. I'll use now as the opportunity to say it, I think. I think now would be a good opportunity to get it done. We're like about an hour away from an entirely destroyed trial chamber, you can see. It's going very well. And so once we're there, you know, it's on the home straight, really. But it's fairly easy in terms of how much mind power it's taking. So I can respond and answer questions like, Toycat cannot finish a fort, says Ruby like Sonic 2. That's not true. I finished that fort, perfect, nailed it. Opinion on Sonic Frontiers, says Ben Pete. I really liked the open world Sonic game. I think that's Frontiers. If it's not Frontiers, then I have no opinion. What's your favorite color, says Cancerous Attitude? Hey, it's good to see you, Cancerous Attitude. It's been a while. What brings you back today? What's your opinion on the Song Dynasty? You know, David, you've been sitting on that for a while, haven't you? You've been like, come on. When will he finally get a free moment? I just need to hear him say that he's on the rebel side. I can't believe he's not. I don't know about the Song Dynasty, honestly. Wait, what is this? Ask your questions today. One-time offer, 50% off. Technically, it's 100% off, because usually I answer people's questions when they do text-to-speech. If they drop a $10 tip. We'll do it. By the way, and so as a result, this is a 100% off offer. But I'm not seeing any answers yet. I think you have to end the Q&A before they come in. So I'll slide back to chat and then remind me to go back to the Q&A soon. And we'll do it. Is that AI generated? It's not. It is human generated. I mean, as much as you can call anyone a human. Who's to say that you're not artificial intelligence? You know, because the man-made versus artificial is a really arbitrary boundary when you think about it. And usually we say that, you know, like, man-made is there's natural and there's man-made, right? But you ever consider that every human you've met in your life was made by a person? Was made by man? Ooh, checkmate. I think you'll find that your opinions are, in fact, artificial and therefore not relevant. I think just no one used that feature. Oh, no one was asking a question in the Q&A section? Oh, I'm in questions and answer. Okay, it's not working. Oh, it just vanished. Well, that sucks. What's your opinion on automatic farms in Minecraft? I see why people use them as a way to, to ease down some grinds for stuff. But if you use them aimlessly, if they become the goal in themselves, you'll get bored, and a lot of people don't realize that until it's too late. And that's something you got to watch out for. So have you been to Auntie Anne's? Says General Delogu. I love Auntie Anne's. They're little pretzels, the little pretzel bites though, not the whole pretzel. I mean, I can eat a whole pretzel too. I love that. But the pretzel bites are where it's at, like a little pretzel hot dog too. Really, really good. Can eat Auntie Anne's all day, every day. In fact, I would eat Auntie Anne's all day, every day. You know, shall I see if there's an Auntie Anne's in my delivery radius chat? I think that's what we should do. If you think about it, it would be unfair for me to answer this person's question and then not come back with the full response on this. So yeah, love Auntie Anne's. Yeah, let's find out right now. Give us a tour of your trial chambers. Okay, here are my trial chambers. This is what used to be the hallway. As you can see, it is no longer the hallway. This is what used to be a second hallway. As you can see, no longer a second hallway. Do you want me to continue with the same tone the entire time? And it's honestly, it looks really small when you remove all the blocks, right? Chat, tell me if you think that's true, but I feel like I wouldn't fit a trial chamber in here if I was trying to build one from scratch. Even though it's technically bigger. Okay, I need to know. Is there Auntie Anne's in my area, chat? Do you think there's an Auntie Anne? Because there's like 5 in the UK or something like that. Auntie Anne's. Oh no, chat. Not only is there a slime here, but there's no Auntie Anne's in my area. It's just telling me to order from Sainsbury's if I want that. Side note, okay, this is my biggest concern in the world. This is the biggest problem in the world. I think it's one that truly affects us all. I think I've stayed silent on it for a while, but I'm gonna speak up. I think with no exceptions, the worst thing that is ruining our days and our lives is the fact that when you search on basically any modern app, they don't show you what you're searching for. Like, you know, if you search for a show on Netflix that they don't have, they don't show you that show. They show you things like that show. Whereas what you really need to know is, do you have it? If you're searching up, like, Deadpool, they don't need to be like, oh, we have X-Men 1. That's basically like Deadpool. I hate Google search. Yeah, I'm genuinely at the point now where I'm, what's the word? I'm, like, bearish on Google. I don't believe that Google will be the dominant... I think they'll be the dominant search engine, but I think search engines will be less dominant because of Google. I think Google search has gotten so bad at being a search engine that eventually that's... Anyway, it's a whole problem. Welcome to Realm Experiment, says Wiser Pluto 7751. Search legitimately gets worse over time. We should return to manually curated Yahoo. See, here's the question then, David. So it's one that I kind of like existentially have to answer for myself. Because I make my add-on reviews and my map reviews and stuff like that with the logic being, yeah, I'm a human curating this. I'm not some gathering of data and, you know, marketing stuff. Why is it that human curation is seen as the elite tier of everything? Because ultimately, human curation is going to have the same biases and flaws everything else does, but worse. Because, you know, at least the search engine can be objective when saying there is blank on this page. Whereas, you know, like, my opinion on what's on this page, you know, it's based on what I see, and humans are inherently biased. But yeah, a lot of people do agree that, like, yeah, I'd rather have a bad human, you know, I'd rather have a flawed human than a perfect robot. And there's something interesting about that. So, I learned that Red Lobster doesn't have lobster rolls yesterday. My dad doesn't like seafood, so we don't get it often. I figured RL would have options for him, plus the biscuits, but no lobster rolls. Did you try to get a lobster roll, Rose? Is that what happened? Did they break your heart? Because you can sue for that if you live in the US of A. You can sue for most things, honestly. I think the problem is search engines more or less pushing products. At this point, I'd rather have a option I trust rather than a generic advertising engine. See, but would you rather have a, you know, I guess like search engines are a bad example of that because you're looking for something in particular. But like, if you want to learn about what headphones to buy or what car is best, or, you know, like, I don't know, like, when you're trying to find out answers to questions like that, I think almost all of us trust a human over trusting, you know, any form of Google search style product. Funnily enough, it's the biggest problem that Google has of products is, like, it's very hard to find out about stuff. Google admitted they prioritize the pages that paid them over better results. I mean, it's not that bold of an admission, though, Ruby likes Sonic 2. Like, they've been doing that since... Like, that's how they get paid, is by putting businesses that pay them above businesses that are good. I think there's a... I don't know, it's a weird thing, because Google is basically making money by taking something we all trust and making it not trustworthy. But that is a huge business model. Like, it's a huge way to make money, I guess I should say. Is once people trust you, you can sell their trust. And eventually they'll stop trusting you, but you'll make so much money in the meantime. Happy to see everyone. I'm Welsh enough. My GF and best friend are leaving Moscow for a month. That's a bummer. Oh, I thought... you know, it sounded like you were going on a month-long trip, but it sounds like it's without you. I'm sorry to hear that, Dasher. I hope that it's a good trip, at least. But it's good to see you. How's it going? Google should have a I got nothing message. Yeah, more search engines need to admit, I don't have this. I think this is, okay, like in humans at least, one of the bravest things you can say that's hard, and I'm genuinely trying to train myself to get good at, is being like, I don't actually know. Here's my informed guess. But even then, sometimes I need to be like, here's my uninformed guess. You know, if you ask me about a particular issue, I've got to be like, I am winging this based on what I do know, but I'm not an expert in the subject matter. And that's like hard to do. That's like, you know, that's like not socially very acceptable. You're meant to be like, no, I'm an expert on everything. I know how to pronounce every name, and I know... Get away! I don't like you. I don't agree with you spawning here. It's a trial chamber. Get out. Go. This is just me getting progressively, slowly, like, how are slimes spawning in here, chat? It's a trial chamber. There's one place you're not meant to spawn. There's multiple places you're not meant to spawn. This is one of them. I hate to say, but you're making your design look bad here. So, and also you're wasting my food. I've got very little of it left. So I'm gonna fly right back to the back corner over here, and I'm gonna see if I can get away with mining blocks without being destroyed by a breeze. I don't think I can, but I'm just gonna try it anyway because it sounds like a fun idea. I hate slime so much. Mojang's worst mistake was like making the slime spawn below, I think it's Y40, and then not changing that to Y minus 40 or minus 20 when they introduced the deeper worlds. It is a piece of legacy code that is causing so much pain to so many people. That's it. You verbally abuse those slimes, says Jared Hill. Exactly, you get it, Jared Hill. You verbally abuse something enough and it goes away. You know, this is a good lesson to learn. If you mentioned you were a parent, so you know this is like parenting 101. Hopefully not. No, it's good to see Jared Hill. It's good to see you. You are one of those names that I can now start to realized, like, okay, on my side, right? It's in the absence of a lot more data about, or a lot more information. Data has negative connotations. A lot of, in the absence of better information, like working out, like, oh yeah, this person is like, because there are some people who come to streams and they're like, yeah, I don't really like you. I'm just here because I've got nothing better to do. And then there's some people who are like, yeah, this is awesome. I like being here. Looking forward to it. And knowing, like, when you read a critical comment from, you know, Group A versus Group B, when you read a positive comment from Group A versus Group B, when you read any comment, you just need to know, like, how you're coming at it. And it's nice to feel like you've got people on your side around. I think that's one of the biggest things that can, like, set someone up for success or failure. Is, like, if you feel like everyone around you wants your failure, then you're gonna feel like it's slightly more likely. Or at least it's gonna become slightly more likely, because you're preempting it, basically. It's lovely to have you, lovely parasocial friends. This community always makes me feel welcome. See, Dasha, I agree exactly with the message. Thank you to everyone who's here and is chill. And indeed, this is it's a sunny Thursday. It's a big holiday in the US and in the UK. And thanks for all showing up. What if you made an iron golem to help with the slimes? That might not be a terrible idea, actually. He could probably help with the skeletons too. Yeah, honestly, not the worst idea in the world. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. So yeah, I'm gonna take down the spiders next. I don't care about their string and their stuff, so I'm just gonna kill them with the axe. Easy stuff. There's one more spider I think I'm gonna kill. Is there? Yes, there is. And so we'll go deal with him soon. But for now, tear apart through this. And we're so close here, chat. We might be like, I bet we're like 35 minutes away now from a completed trial chamber. I'm feeling very, very bearish about this right now. Oh, wait, bullish. You know, I don't like the bull and bear analogies. I'm gonna move away from that. Everyone wanted me to succeed, but I am a contrarian. It's a Soto acronym. Very fun. Slime. So yeah, I have to say that the most underappreciated thing is having, like, you know, people who are like there to see the good moments. Because I think there's this weird bit in almost every single human being that, like, wants to help other people out. I think this is the also new world record, says Mad582. You know, I do feel like if I'd have completed this faster, I could be 100% sure I was the first person to destroy a trial chamber. I don't think we can say that anymore. That's the sad thing about my world record. Is my world record isn't a world record. So lots of slime balls. I feel bad getting rid of them. I feel like slime is something I actually want, but I'm just that angry with the slimes existing. I don't even want their goodies. I'm that against their existence. But yeah, can I complete this before having to eat food? Oh, okay, we got skeletons spawning here. Let's go. Okay, just kill them all. Easy stuff. You gonna give me something fun for that? Maybe a key? Some potatoes. See, again, right now is the potato time, I guess. And yeah, we'll switch out to the bread or the weird stuff we get from these chests. And that'll be great. First one's streaming, perhaps. You know, let's do it. Let's make a really specific world record that we can be 100% sure is true, chat. Let's do it right here, right now. Let's work out something that this is definitely the first in the world for. Also, look how fast this is. Oh, it's so good. It's so glorious, chat. Oh, all these blocks are gone. Oh, it's amazing. It's something special, let me tell you that much. Oh, yeah. This is all I've ever wanted. It's all I've ever needed. Okay. Perfect. Okie dokie. Destroy all the way through. I think I probably have to put some deep slate back now, but I haven't picked any up. So we'll have to go grab some and do that, and then we're going to destroy all of this, and then all of that, and it's going to be glorious. Ooh, will you turn this into a long video, like with the 14 Bastion video? Yeah, I think I will, Cancerous Attitude. Wait, actually, most of you aren't watching this in that form, because you'd be at hour 17 in a, hour 18 maybe, in a, in a 20-hour long video. But someone right now is watching this. You are watching this from the very long video. Hello, how's it going? You are alone right now. This is the first piece of YouTube content in your life you've watched where you are alone. No one is joining you. What does that feel like? Do you like that? I hope you do, because you're currently in the midst of it. Chances are you're the first person named Andrew to do this. First person named Andrew to stream the destruction of a trial chamber. Heck yeah, add that one to the glory wall. Maybe I should make a little accomplishment board in this world. A little, because you know, this might be the longest running world that's been played every week or every, you know, there's got to be some little fun accomplishments for it too. Ooh, so I think we're gonna go unload my inventory, and then I'm gonna go destroy that upper layer. There's a lot of blocks here, and I could do without them being there. Oh yeah, chat. The trial chamber, it's more gone than not. It's more gone than not. That's a big celebration. Accomplishment wall for very specific things. Yeah, I'm loving this idea. I'm absolutely loving this idea. Dude, you are one of the funniest YouTubers so far. I'm adding that to the accomplishment wall. I am one of the funniest YouTuber so far. Yeah, you know, of all the YouTubers so far, one of the funniest. Not bragging, chat, but I mean, how many of you have an accolade like that in your collection? Not many, methinks. I think it's one of the weirdest things to watch a stream after it's finished, says Isaac Gonzalez. Weirdly enough, I think the majority of the viewers on these streams come after they're finished. It's a small majority. It's like 60% of people watch not live. But, yeah, it's a weird thing to be watching a live stream after the fact, you might argue. But a lot of people like this as a kind of return to that long-form, old-style content. You know, everything on YouTube is edited, you know, for, you know, children with hyperactivity problems, some people would argue. And just having a video that's like, let's hang out and play Minecraft is really appealing to a lot of people. So I'm gonna murder you. Easy. Key, maybe? Yeah. Okay. I've got 24 keys on me now, chat. I think that's on top of the keys inside of my shulker box of goodies. So, Kat, you didn't see mine earlier, so I'll ask again. What's your opinion on ground sloths? I like ground sloths. The only thing that would make them better is if they were in the air, though. So lots of people watch live streams, not live, to update their Toy Cat Fun Facts Wikipedia article. You have a Toy Cat Fun Facts Wikipedia article, Jeff Shannon? I need to see it. I did think it was interesting. Someone made there's like a YouTuber wiki site, but it's on that bad wiki, like fandom, I think it is. I want to read about Toy Cat lore. Actually, I think it's weird to read about yourself from a third-person perspective. I think that's the sort of thing you gotta wait till you're dying to do. Like when you're on your deathbed and you want to be like, I'm looking for a way to change what I've done and, you know, finally stop being such a bad person. I think that's the time that it makes sense to go ahead and read. But otherwise, probably not such a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna get all the buttons and all of the dispensers right now. There's a lot of them, but they need to go at some point. Let's make that point now. Is there diamonds in there? Nope, just snowballs. Okay, so gonna continue walking around here and mining. Easy stuff. Okay, so that should be all of the dispensers of buttons, besides this one. And then that means there's just one less thing for us to have to avoid. Okay, then I'm gonna mine through here. I'm not gonna pick up the copper, but later me is gonna do that. Okay, this one over here, and then there's one over here too. And then there's one over here too. Yeah, I think I've definitely become much more organized at the destruction of this over time. Which is good. It's satisfying. Pick up that dispenser. Did I definitely pick it up? Is this a button? Yes, it is. And I think... yeah, we got every single dispenser gone now. The structure is dispenserless now, chat. IBX Toycat Chantal found something fascinating. What did you find that's fascinating? I'm curious. Watching the stream literally cured my hangover, says Fizz. Oh yeah, a live stream is so good when you're having that I can't do anything moment to get you from like barely functional to like just a bit more functional enough to do some stuff. I guess these snowballs should go in here, really. I don't like putting them in there, but I will. And the arrows. What did you find that's fascinating? Okay. So, Chantal says, I have access to a stat that shows who's sending the most messages to chat over the last few streams. Anyone want to bet on who it is before I... Yeah, okay, so... My bet... Okay, I'm gonna put Jeff Shannon in the top 10, but not in the top 5. I'm gonna put Wiser Pluto in the top 5. Erodit, says Vera. Oh yeah, it's gonna be Erodit. There's no question, right? I think Dasher is very... I think Dasher is here the most. Perhaps jointly so. But I bet that she chats slightly less than Erodit. You know, like... you know, without offense, like, there are people in the world who are like, I will throw everything I think into the world. And I think that Erodit is more of that type of person than Dasher is. Yeah, I'm second place, probably behind Dasher. Okay, yeah, Dasher or Erodit? That's an interesting question. Everyone make your bets. I'm top 5 Yapper, cool. Says Wiser Pluto. I don't know if you are, I'm making that guess. Okay, let's find who's top of the yapping charts. Let's work it out. Dasher hasn't even been here today. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, maybe my stats are horribly wrong. We'll find out when we get to the yapping leaderboard, though. Malacream says I like listening to the streams more than chatting. Yeah, that is how I enjoy most live content too. But I do think it's worth saying, you know, it's not advice you have to care about for this stream, Malacream, but thank you for being here and thank you for being a member too, by the way. But if you are someone who enjoys any, like, live community you're a part of, you know, you can basically be a part of it via ghost. Like, every now and then someone's like, yeah, I'm like, I don't comment on the streams, but I know Dasher, I know I wrote it, I know all the regulars, you know, it's kind of a charming... Like, it's funny, people can have parasocial relationship with other people who do. Also, 1, Dasher, 2, Wiser Pluto, 3, Erodit, 4, Daniel Stephen Woods, 5, Adansoni. Yeah, I would have guessed Adansoni if she were here today. She is definitely... She's got high-quality yapping skills. No question about that. So, still surprised, though. Still a little bit surprised. Okay, can we actually destroy this in one big run? I think we can. Okay. Chat, we're so close. But I'm gonna keep myself distracted. Keep talking about chat and how you can join communities and all that stuff. But yeah, I'm feeling big things, chat. I'm feeling very big things right now. Okay, all this ceiling, it's going away. There's just gonna be a few floating spawners left, and then all of this also going away. It's just walls and a couple of blobs on the sides. Okay, yeah, we are close as a ghost. In fact, let's just preload this into a... Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision right here, chat. I'm going to make a shulker box over here. I've got wood in this one, so we're gonna take 2 of this and make a crafting table. 1, 2. We're gonna make... I'm making so many crafting tables around this world. I should just pre-craft them. So I'm gonna make a crafting table right here, and then I'm gonna make a shulker box, maybe a couple, honestly. And that way I can just preload in all my tough bricks that I'm inevitably gonna pick up, rather than walking all the way back because it's quite far at this point. And that way I can do all my mass destruction and still have a place for it. So let's do a big mass destruction of tough bricks, because eventually it's getting loaded into shulker boxes anyway. So I might as well have the shulker boxes be right here and then move them later. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, so walls are coming off. I'd be very careful not to dig holes in the walls. You know, I don't get my deposit back if I return this trial chamber with holes. It's a whole problem, chat. It's weird I've only been here a few months and I'm 3rd place, says Erodit. It feels like it's been a lot more than a few months, gotta say. Yeah, I think, it is a weird thing that to chat a lot does mean, you know, you have to yap a lot, right? You have to be someone who's, like, outwardly pressured that way. But at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of people who are like, nope, yep, it's not that I'm always a talkative person. I like to join and talk in these streams and have that like mutual acknowledgement or whatever. Also, that's top chatter since June 27th. Very specific date. Always been a yapper, says Wiser Pluto. Yeah, the one downside to talking a lot is every now and then you'll overtalk. You know, there are moments where the things that someone will want most from you is to not talk and you won't know it. But I think the much bigger problem is usually the opposite. Like people who are quiet when oftentimes people are quiet when people would like them to say something. Even stuff like, I don't know, just there's a lot of like small pleasantries that people appreciate a lot if you put the thought and time into doing. Like asking how someone's day went is a really, you know, like basic example, but still a common one. Okay, let's destroy all of these so we can take it back home now. And then we'll come back in for another copper block run. Also, we have to pick this up. Oh, did I pick it up? I did. So all of the cut copper is gonna go now. Just it's such a weird niche block. We don't need it very often. We just have it around these. So let's make it not be around these. And then we'll go back on a home run. Yeah, Chantal, how many messages have I made in the last week? I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I'm not a very big chatter. I don't really like to talk much. I know it's a crazy thing for you all to be learning. I'm just not a very big chatty person. I kind of keep to myself. Don't really have a lot of things to say. But yeah, I think people more times than not appreciate you saying something than not saying something. So what is yapping, says Daniel Stephen Woods. Good to see you, Daniel Stephen Woods. You are one of the most regular chatters. Yapping is like a fun current word for talking, I guess is the simple way you put it. Why do we need a fun current word for talking? Why do you need a fun current word for anything? Is the answer I will give cryptically. So there's going to be a lot of spawners that activate as I run past here, but I'm just going to choose to ignore them because I'm too close to done now, chat. I'm too close to done. I see the exit. I see the finish line. I've got to make it now. So, hey! Thank you for the gifted member. Okay, so thank you very much. Love to hear some relic. A relic of a worse time. Wait, a better time? A relic? It doesn't work because it's not old, but one day that comment will make perfect sense to someone. So I have a big old chest of polished tuff that's now going to get a little bit messed up by this. So we have to put polished stuff on the bottom right over here, I guess. There we go. Works perfectly. And then we'll also put the polished tuff slab in the actual corner. Yeah, there we go. And we'll move that there. And yeah, perfect. Then I'm going to get rid of 3 eggs. I don't know where the eggs... I guess the eggs would have come from one of these. So we'll put them in here. And 2 more runs, chat. 1 big run and then 1 small run. And it's over. It's... I'm going to have to pull out some food. Because I'm going to need it. But look at it, chat. The last of the trial chamber. It's coming to pieces now. Okay. I'm excited. I'm very excited. Jessup Ken has gifted 3 members to the stream, I think. Yeah, Jessup Ken's been gifting a lot. Like a member here, a member there. It's been very, very fun. So, I wonder if the dispensers and copper bulbs are hidden in the walls were a prank by a developer for anyone destroying the trial chambers. Yeah, it's a fun question to have. Are you not destroying the entrance? I think I want to keep the entrance room there, but destroy the walls around it. I think that would be more interesting than... Because you need to have some proof this was a trial chamber, and obviously the things kind of do that. But I feel like I want to go with a different destruction tactic there. I think it would look more interesting. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe we can look at it and it'll be there. But I'm going to destroy the fountain all the way around that too. That's going to go as well. But just specifically not that one particular thing. Okay, so all getting destroyed now. Just all coming down slowly. I don't know why I can't destroy that. Perfect. Let's go. Chat. Let's go. Oh no, there's some blocks in the ceiling up there. Ugh. Honestly, I kind of want to walk around this with some scaffold and just patch in the holes. Like, if I put some tuff back in those and some deep slate in the rest of this, I think it'll look just that little bit nicer. So, I think we might go ahead and do that. So, destruction time. Destruction time. Destruction time. Okay, so this is a lot of blocks, and I've got to say, I enjoy destroying every single one of them. I think this is the beauty of a destruction project. When you get to this end point where you're like, there is nothing left, you almost start to savor it. Chat, I know this is a weird thing to say, but I'm starting to be like, what am I going to do when the trial chamber's gone? Going to start talking some more so I can get top 25. I can only see top 25. Oh, that's sad. Very, very disappointing. If I don't talk in chat, Polly E tries to take my job. I think Polly E would be a good candidate to take your job. What do you reckon, chat? Is Polly E? Do you reckon she's on the short list for moderators? Or do you think someone? Do you think a high volume yapper, like Erodit or Wiser Pluto is a better move? You know, there's two ways to do it, right? Or you could go the opposite angle and say no, someone who's in chat but isn't chatting. You know, the Mallow Creams, you know, the Jessup Canes of the world. You know, there's all sorts of people you could pick. But there, we'll try not to do that right now. So, with that said, oh yeah, it's all coming apart now. There's a single polished tough up there too. You know, we're gonna have to concede that there's a lot of blocks that are going back in these walls. But we're also gonna have to concede that we've done a very good job at this so far. Chat, can we have a moment of quiet applause for your boy IBX Toycat on the 18 and a bit hour accomplishment that we're about to have? Okay, so I'm gonna have to eat this, and then I'm gonna put this in a chest somewhere. There's a chest quite accessible. In there goes slime balls and the cobbled deep slate, and then in here goes the regular deep slate, or the tough bricks. Please leave me alone. I will file a restraining order against you, Mr. Slime. I do not believe you have the right to be here, and so I shall be making sure that you leave me alone. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of a nightmare to mine. So I'm going to jump up here, and we're just going to go for it. Just all these blocks. Please, sir. Please, sir, respect my boundaries as I will respect yours. Okay, we might have to do one more trip home at this rate. Okay, can I destroy this? I can. So get up here. Yeah, one more trip home to get rid of all the other stuff. I can't destroy... I have to switch pickaxes for this. Okay, all of the copper. Maybe we should silk touch... We should share some cobwebs. I mean, that would be fair, right? I've got silk touch. Let's get it done. So let's just share them all up. Because we need these for each of the spider spawners in this thing. Although we probably have slightly too many, because some of these were created by that one effect, rather than by the spiders. We'll pick them up anyway. Worst case, we just keep some with us that aren't related for the project. And then, there we go. Okay, so... What should be the last blocks that we destroy, chat? I don't think it should be the ceiling blocks. I think we want to have a more dramatic finale than that. I think that's the way we're going to do it. I'm dumb, I was actually number 18 this whole time. That is very fun. Sometimes the obvious things are staring us right in the face. Okay, plenty of cobwebs. And plenty of tough bricks. Let's go empty these in. When I was little, I used to read pickaxe as pixcake. Not pixaxe. Pixcake sounds fun. I would like to eat a pixcake. Can't recognize my own name. You know, a lot of people can't recognize their own name. Also, I can't believe these guys count as monsters for the sake of not sleeping. Does that really need to be true? Who's benefiting from this? Okay, I think there was a medium one in there, so actually I'm fine. Oh no, still gonna kill the little ones. That's cool. Don't have anything else to do or anything. Not like I'm finishing the destruction of a trial chamber right now. If that were true, I certainly could be upset. My auntie misspelled pickaxe as pixaxe. Okay, so I do think we want to do a prettification project before we say this is complete. I think there's some deep slate diamonds we haven't picked up. Like, I think I've got to just take those with me for completeness sake. Okay, I'm tearing apart too many slimes at this point. It's like a part-time job I'm picking up here. Okay, this is the final waxed oxidized copper, or the weird parts of it, I should say. Because actually, now we're going to destroy this. So I have a single block that I've got to remove here. Can cobweb be waterlogged, chat? Today I learned it can. So we're gonna mine a block here, and we're gonna move the block right up there, and there goes the water. Oh, there's water over here too. Ah. Well, I guess we're gonna do the same thing, but with a block I have more of. Polished tough, polished water. It's gonna be the end of an era to have this water feature go away, chat. But we're at this point. I'm away from my beacon, regrettably. Should I go walk towards it and then walk back? That haste effect is just too powerful not to have. And then go... tear it all to bits. Goodbye, trial chamber. You served me well, but it is going away. And then, I guess we should also check what other, like, random corners I haven't got done. I don't want to, like, feel like I finished and then have more to do. Okay. So, this corridor, I think I left a few blocks in. Yep, 2 polished tough. And then arguably this cobbled deep slate. Chat, is this cobbled deep slate part of the trial chamber? I think it is. Technically speaking, it is. So, 1, 2, 3. It's going to feel like it wasn't, but I think that we have to logically conclude that it is. So this is perfectly filled in, minus a tough block. So we need some tough, and we need to do something about that. I'm going to just fly out, because it's easier. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Just fly out. Easy. End up right up here, where I'll mine some cobbled deep slate. Just enough to make this seem consistent. Yep, looks good to me. Destroy all of this over here, too. Trying to make a real and consistent looking area. So this will go all the way up there. And that's good enough for now, I guess. I can't believe David has said more in chat than I. You know, David has lots of opinions on the Song Dynasty that you just haven't been dropping. So that's probably the biggest contributor. If I'm using my guess at least. Okay, so waxed block of copper and waxed oxidized block of copper. Then we put in a nice little weathered copper bulb. And then finally over here comes all that tough. Where's it at? Up here? No. Over here? There we go. It's so many blocks, chat. So this is going to go down here just to simplify things. And that's going to go into there. And then the tough bricks can just go wherever. Up here looks good. Then the deep slate is irrelevant, but the bone blocks are going in here. Oh, I've got lots of bone blocks from this. Fun fact, chat, if you want to get bone blocks, just come to a trial chamber. Just destroy the structure, and you'll have more bone blocks than you know what to do with. Okie dokie. Got some baby zombies hanging out over here. I'm gonna kill them. Because my pickaxe could do with the little buff. And there we go. Is that the spawner defeated? Yeah, another key. I am still looking for those, chat, if you'll believe it. Perfect. So, yeah, what? Oh, wait, is that a dispenser up there? I thought I got all the dispensers, but I just left one floating. Oh, that's pretty embarrassing. Oh, it's the dispenser with all my stuff in too, so that's my inventory immediately refilled. We're going to place all this garbage into a chest over here, and we're also going to start placing torches. So garbage, garbage. Your garbage too, sir. No offense. There's no other mob that, even if you have the most powerful weapon in the game, takes like 30 seconds out of your life to kill. For so little reward, too. Just wait until I get into my feelings about the Sui, says David. Dude, the trial vault's not reloading sucks. See, Kidimo, this is I'm not saying your feelings are invalid, right? Because feelings are reelings. But this is like an expectation management thing. If they were just chests like this, no one would ever say that these chests should regenerate. Imagine it was a chest with a lock on it, and you had to, you know, get the key to open the lock. You would say, yeah, well, obviously the chest opened once. Like, if I get more keys for that same chest, there's not going to be more inside there. I think the real red herring that Mojang made, or the real, not the red herring, the real mistake Mojang made, was in making it so that other players can use it. Because it implies there's loot in there that you're just not welcome to use. And that feels weird. It's just how it is, right? People feel weird about that, about like the game telling you can't have it. You know, everyone understands that there's no more loot inside of your village chest once you loot it. But no one would like it if the villager said, no, you've been a bad boy today, so you're not getting my chest plate. That would feel weird. And that's expectation management, is they should have better communicated with people, design-wise, so that you wouldn't have to... It shouldn't feel like you should have access to more. The fact that it does is a problem, you might argue. So, yeah, I got some chicken from that, which is, funnily enough, exactly what I could use with right now. But yeah, let's destroy this pile of gravel. It's looking ugly. And then before we finish... Okay, chat. I think before we finish destroying the trail chambers, there's all these blocks left, I'm going to go do the purification. Actually, no, let's destroy the rest of the trail chambers. There's only a few blocks left. Let's make it so that there's none blocks left. Yeah. No, let's do it. Let's get it done. I'm gonna kill some skeletons first. But then let's celebrate. Kind of a big deal. I'm gonna finally say it's over. I mean, it's the fact that you get so much garbage as loot. Yeah, Minecraft has a problem of just giving you loads of stuff and being like, I'm sure you want this. It's good, no. And I don't know how that can be resolved while still having things like trims being accessible. Like, in my opinion, trims really should come from chests and stuff. Like, I guess that's like a fundamental balance problem more than anything else. Okay, so I'm going to start removing some of these weirdly placed torches, and I'm going to make a consistent level for torches at 2 blocks above the floor. So, torch, 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 torch. Then we're going to destroy a couple of blocks over here. So we can place a torch over here. And then we're going to place a torch over here. And I'm just going to do this all the way around the breadth of the trial chamber. Torch over here, I guess. And then one over here. I'm going to destroy this one. It's too close. Thank you, Jessup Kane. It's the 4th gifted member today. Thank you very much, Fred. Appreciate it a lot. Oh, I'm gonna die, chat. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get murdered. And it's not. Oh no. Okay. I don't have any food, and this is a bad time to be realizing that fact. Let's go sort our food problem out. They're all walking towards me right now. I don't know how they see me. Okay, they don't. I need to eat something like ASAP, chat. I know I left my food around here somewhere. Let's just work out where, and let's get it dealt with. So this goes in there. This goes in there. This goes in there. Okay. Let's go eat. You shouldn't let your health get this low. You'll get real hangry, chat. Let me tell you. Okay, baked potato time. Let's eat all the baked potatoes we can. And then once we heal a little bit, we'll eat another baked potato. Just so I'm healing as passively as I can be. There we go. Waste the saturation before you waste the hunger, you know? That's my rule for life. Go. Okay. Go. Okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Whew. Okay. Okie dokie. Things are chill, and so am I. Perfect. I think I'm going to place a nice little scaffolding tower over here. I think that'd be a good place for one. So I'm going to take down all of you fellas. Okay, I'm going to take you all down. Perfect. Nice. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? It's a key. See, I think I'm just going to place as many of these towers in as many conspicuous places as possible. So right here, Just a big collection. Because that way we can use this to get... Oh, damn. I hate skeletons so much. Especially when they've got that, like, punch on them. It makes them very, very hard to deal with. Which is part of the joy of the genius of the design, really. They make a perfectly hateable mob. So that you want to punch it real bad. And then you do punch it. And then you get given a key. Oh, look, yeah, my hole worked great, chat. They're all in the hole. Somehow, like, 5 of them are in that hole. That's more than they should come from a single spawner, but I'll leave them be. Okay, so now I'm going to place a few more scaffolding towers around to specifically fix problems like this one. So we have to defeat all the trials first before that even makes any sense to do. So the breeze is a logical first contender, and then we're going to fill in all the holes. Actually, no, I keep changing my mind here, chat. Place lava in the hole. Yeah, I really think I should just do that. At some point, it makes more sense than whatever I'm doing. So where's the breeze this time? There you are, right in my face. I didn't really want to destroy that, but it's cool. Okay. There we go. Burn nicely. So, yeah, we're going to patch in all of these holes, and except for the ones that are specifically there to do stuff like that. But even here, it's like, why does this need to be like this, right? Just make it a little bit prettier. Over here, it's like, this doesn't really help anyone. I'm going to just try and make everything look a little bit nicer. That is my goal, chat. Let's see if I can't succeed. I want to fill in all of these ugly holes. That is my public service for the day, is filling in as many ugly holes as I can find. Sometimes the holes are in hard-to-reach places, but still I must do it. Okay. Now all the way to the ceiling. That hole works great, says Wiser Pluto. Yeah, I'm impressed. You know, usually when I wing something, there's some horrible reason why. Also, there was a tough brick up here, chat, that I almost missed. Oh, to shame. To think I could have thought I destroyed the entire trial chamber while having one of those hanging out in the air. To think I would have said that it was destroyed, but I would be lying. Okay, so we need to actually make sure we destroy it. Which means just getting the weird corners like that. So over here, same thing. We'll just scaffold up a few blocks. 2 blocks here. Block over here. And then we destroy it. And then I think we should probably go with one in the corner over there. There's like 3 blocks missing over there. It feels weird to even count this because like there's quite a few blocks missing here deliberately. But again, it's just all about... Oh, a lot of spiders followed me. Not a fan of you fellas. Gotta admit. Okay. And then we're gonna keep on climbing. And just get these last few blocks. You're a heathen. Stop making this place less holy. High quality dasher. High quality. Okay, that's kind of sideways. Hopefully no one ever notices. And, oh, we gotta definitely do that over there. Oh, we missed a couple of copper grates here. See, this is the sort of stuff that you don't think about until it's too late. So we're just gonna bridge closer that way, get it done, and we're gonna destroy this, pick it up, got it done, and then these holes, fill them in. Just make everything look that little bit more complete. Same with right here. There's a lot of skeletons hitting me, but I am not concerned. I should be concerned. Where are you hitting me from, actually? Oh, over there. The hole did not work very well. Should we destroy this too, chat? The random... Are the floating chests part of the structure? Yeah, all the floating chests are part of the structure I'm going to be keeping. I feel like maybe we shouldn't. Like, I usually keep the floating chests as, like, a reminder of the loot. But in this case, we already have the vaults, so there's an argument that we could get rid of them all. What do you reckon, chat? You got a fun take on this one? I'm treating you like a collective again, but it's okay. We're in a busy time. It's a busy place. Oh, okay. Looks a lot better now, I think. Also, yeah, this powdered snow is another one. It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, I agree with that. It wouldn't be a awful thing, like it would be for the other structures I destroy. So yeah, I'm gonna just remove this tower. I think I'm gonna remove that one too. I don't think that needs to stay. It's not really helpful. And then we could maybe place one in the corner here for getting to this a bit easier. So replace that, but over there. And then replace this, but in the corner. I think leave the snow just for fun. Powdered snow should go IMO. Oh, that's two exact opposite opinions. Then we've got, you get rid of the powdered snow, it's more part of the chamber than the cobbled deep slate, and you broke that. Yeah, that's a good, that's a very, very fair response. I broke something that clearly was much more trial chambery. So now I'm going to remove this block, and I'm going to use this as my ladder up and down. And I guess we could do the same over here. If we just set up a big scaffold, like, where should it logically be? But we could set up a scaffold and it would go in a good spot there. So let's go through. Let's do this. Hello, skeleton. Okay, goodbye, skeleton. Let's. You know, I'm not getting involved in this. This is your problem. I kind of wanted to get that key. Oh, and there's another grate there, man. This place is filled with very, very interesting holes. This is probably meant to be a tough, but it'll work as one of those. These can be filled in, mostly fine. Let's go grab some tough, actually. So while we're here, let's make sure. Wait, actually, grab that beacon effect. Then go to sleep, and then we'll destroy the rest of the home base, and it'll be good. Whew. Damn, apparently the membership button doesn't exist here in Kosovo. I'm sorry to hear that, Eroda. It is one of the big problems of, it's that kind of, it's the logic of, like, a company setting things up and being like, we will work it out on a country-by-country basis, and then just not dealing with it for loads of countries, like yours. It's, I don't know, the internet is international, but the companies that own it are overwhelmingly American and treat it as though it is America. And it causes all sorts of problems that could be very easily avoided. Okay, so I'm going to make myself a little way up here. Going to get a lot of deep slate in the process. I'm avoiding a lot of arrows in the process too. Hope that continues to happen. Oh yeah, look at my avoiding skills, chat. Wait, is he right down there? Oh, he's over there. He's sitting at perfectly distance just to make my life challenging. Okay, so lots of blocks. Let's dump them in. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Put that in there, and then pick this up, preferably. And then lots more blocks I've got to make decisions with. So I guess we should put these on the ground next. Yeah, that's what we'll do, I think. Is I'm going to put the shulker boxes down here on the ground where I am. But I need to find a way to deal with my inventory first. Inventory crisis, very normal part of doing this. Again, I think it's fun that if you don't deal with your inventory every, like, 10 minutes, you get into a lot of problems in Minecraft. I think I might get more comfortable with just dropping things regularly. I think that's something I need to start doing. I'm a hoarder in Minecraft by default. I think I need to start becoming someone who says, I don't care about anything ever. If I need it, I'll find it the moment that I need it. Because hoarding is not getting me very far. Ooh. Our country is to adopt the USD and join our regulatory framework and not for the tech company. Okay. I lost it. I hate that you just assumed to be American on the internet if you speak English. Does Ruby like Sonic too? It is funny. I feel like... I feel like it probably sucks even more for even smaller countries like the New Zealands and the, you know, the South Africas of the world. You know, there's a weird... It probably sucks even more there, I guess, is my main point that I'm trying to make here. Because at least people will be like, oh yeah, you're from the UK. That's like a decent number of the people I've met on the internet. Whereas from New Zealand, it's like that made up place, and then you're gonna be like, from Lord of the Rings. People are like, oh yeah, I know that one movie. Real cool that you're from there. You know, I don't know. It's weird because, you know, the instinct is to be like, wow, Americans only know our place because of the internet. And it's like most people from most places only know America from the internet. So it's I don't know. It's a weird thing that there is such a wide English-speaking world with not enough like cross-pollination of the peoples within it, so they don't really understand each other. You know, like Australia and New Zealand get each other well, Canada and the US get each other well, but then the rest of the English-speaking world is on like Oh, terms of each other. It's not that they don't bother. It's because Serbia doesn't let us. I mean, I know that's like I know everyone in Kosovo has very strong opinions on Serbia, but I doubt Serbia is sitting there being like, you know what the biggest problem is, right? Is we need to stop people from Kosovo. The one thing that will make them finally come running back is if we cut off the YouTube premium, sorry, the YouTube memberships. Then they won't be able to subscribe to their favorite streamers, and they'll give up on their dreams of sovereignty. Actually, that's a funny idea. Maybe that's exactly what's happening, probably. Pounds, not dollars. Make America Great Britain again. I'm just saying, think about it. If you convert your currency from dollars to pounds, it goes up in value about 1.2 times overnight. Overnight, everyone becomes 25% wealthier. Don't you want that? You'd be a fool not to want that. It's a very, very solid movement. Very, very solid reasons. I need to put some guardrails up for this fire, by the way. So what I'm gonna do to keep the fire safe, chat. Again, like OSHA requirements, very, very stringent on this sort of thing. We'll put that there, and that way my shulker box won't fall into it. It's my biggest fear is that I mine. My biggest fear is I mine one of these boxes, and it goes flying into there. I doubt it will happen. I know it won't. But that doesn't stop me from thinking like, oh, what if that goes flying? What if they go flying in the wrong way? So I've just got to be reasonable about it. And I'm going to place all the boxes down over here. Tough bricks, tough bricks. So tough bricks here, tough bricks here. And we're going to move just all of these down now. And then I'm going to put a little sign on the wall to say how many of each we have. That's something else that I think we have to do for this project. Ooh. Okay. So there is no way these bricks are fitting anywhere. Oh god, yeah, this is gonna be a nightmare to measure. Okay, let's jump up here. Let's go into this one, I think it is, and put this in there. And there we go. Okay. So, chat, we're getting close now. I'm getting really close. I've destroyed all of these blocks here. Have I destroyed all of these blocks here? Yes, I have. Have I destroyed all of these blocks? I have, but it's really messy. Actually, there's cobbled deep slate. Chat, I said the cobbled deep slate is a part of the structure. So we're moving it into the chest for that reason. As weird as that feels. I'm also going to mine some tough while I'm here, because I need some of that to make everything look better. So yeah, the cave being here does messify things a bit. Just okay.
Congratulations. Thank you for filling the holes with appropriate blocks. Are you going to grab wall ores?
Yeah, that's...
Yes, copper beacon with copper grates for beam.
I do like the idea of the copper beacon a lot. Gotta say that. Okay, so I'm gonna mine the diamond ore and replace them with... I'm gonna check that there's nothing more down there. I'm gonna replace this with deep slate now. Just make that a little bit nicer. Now we're gonna have to go in there and kill all the skeletons again. It's a lot of farming to do, but I am getting keys, chat, and I value the keys. I'm not that mad with myself about it all. Go crazy. And yeah, there's a few more holes I think I've got to patch. So this ceiling is particularly messy. I don't know if that's meant to be that way, but I can make it, even if it was meant to be that way, there's no reason to keep it that way. And this one too could do with it. So we'll start here, deep slate it up, deep slate it up. And then up there is going to be the biggest and most important one. So let's go. Will you open all the vaults? Chat, we're getting close. Rishi Sunak 2024. Yeah, it's pretty widely... I want to say this sarcastically, but there's always someone who takes... Whenever I say something sarcastic, they're like, I didn't watch anything else in the stream, and I don't know your opinions, but I'm going to use this to prove that you're wrong. And for some reason, that really just hurts me. It's like, no, you need to learn. You need to know that you gotta know all of the words that someone says before you assume what it means. But I'm gonna say my sarcastic thing now, and it's really fun when you have to clarify you're being sarcastic before you say it. But I think it's basically, it's a widely known fact that Rishi Sunak is winning the 2024 election. It's a formality at this point. The fact that the votes have to be counted, everyone knows that he's winning. You know, we've already got the merch saying our favorite prime minister. I'm on Team Rishi, all that stuff. It's all pre-made. We're looking forward to Rishi Sunak's 2029 election. We've started to fight that one already. So we can't have you voted. Oh no, I've got to go vote. I wonder if my polling station's open. It's a, my polling station is a, I think it's a school. And so, I feel like school usually ends at like 7 p.m. or so. I mean, in my mind. So, do you think I can vote? Can I go vote again? You know, I'm really passionate about Rishi Sunak. So you know, it seems like the only fair thing to do is to commit electoral fraud in his behalf. Till 10? But is it till 10 everywhere? It can't be, because like, there were people in there at like 8 a.m. They can't, surely you can't be expecting them to stay there all day. That would be a lot. Does he respond to non-members? Says that chicken. No. I don't respond to non-members at all. Are they even people? Are people who don't give me money even... Are they even considered like, you know, are they citizens with rights? They don't get a vote, that's for sure. If you're not watching me bathe in Doritos, if you don't deserve me at my bathing in Doritos, you don't deserve me at my responding to your questions. There we go. Yeah, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So surely there's like a shift change somewhere in the middle, or are these people just in for the longest day of their lives? Well, not of their lives, hopefully. Well, I mean, hopefully of their lives, actually. Be a real nice thing if that was the worst thing anyone had to go through. Be really solid. Okay, so patch in this deep slate. Go up to the top. Not a member. I have no rights. Says, oh, I can't read your name there. But someone said it. I would know their name if they were a member, but they're not. So it can't be that important. Just joined. I can't believe Toycat has these beliefs. Says Sean Skeeter Sullivan. See, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. It's always gonna be someone like that where you're like, oh no, I guess I should be treating this 3-hour live stream as if it is actually a series of 10-second videos. And every one of those 10-second videos, I should not say something offensive. So I do not offend someone. Depends how many people volunteer for the day. Yeah, it's interesting. It's, I'd do it, you know, if democracy wasn't the worst system of government, I would love to volunteer one day. You know, we've done the Minecraft experiments. We have the data that just shows that democracy is not good and people prefer a dictatorship. You know, it's sad, but it's the reality. Okay, so can I place another block this way? I can. I'm gonna try and get into this hole as deep as I can to kind of deal with it from there. I guess if I jump onto the spawner, that might help. No, I was crouched. I don't know why you can be crouched when you jump into the elixir, but that was a mistake. Okay, let's go up. Let's go over. Oh, and there's another polished deep slate over there. So let's jump over, and then let's fill it from here. Yeah, I bet I could get most of it now. So we'll start on that back wall. Again, most of these will be correctly placed, and so most people won't even notice that there's a few wrong ones. There we go. Oh, remove that torch. Place another one there, I guess. Yeah, the ceiling's got a few weird patches, but it will be much less noticeable than it would be if we didn't have them. And then destroy... Oh, it's gravel holes. That's why they're so deep and long and all that stuff. So place that in there, and then place enough of these that the problem goes away. Okay, this is as far as we can get. Can we place all the blocks? Yes, we can. Okay, so we're going to deliberately place these there. So we can place this on the bottom. These are just going to be sideways, and that's just an acceptable part of life. Boom! Okay, ceiling fixed. Oh, this is a weird part of the job. It really does feel like I'm a contractor who's like, yeah, I made some mistakes, but I just want to get paid, so I'm going to make sure I fix them so no one even notices. I guess that wouldn't be like a contractor. I'm like the unicorn contractor who doesn't actually exist in the real world. If I was a contractor, here's what I'd actually do. I'd say, yeah, they were definitely there when I got here. That is definitely, there's nothing you can do about that one, I'm afraid. That's geological foundations. I think Toycat would be a very corrupt politician. Says someone whose name I can't read because they're not a member. Is this on Xbox? Nah. I use an Xbox controller. I've got a very colorful one right now, actually. Oh, I just realized it's got batteries in it. I need to charge those at some point. Okay, so I'm going to remove those two holes next. And then those 2 holes. And then everything around there could do with some replacement too. Okay, let's go up and let's do it. Let's place a big old tower all the way to the ceiling. 10 out of 10 bit makes me chuckle every time. I hate callbacks on a job. Yeah, so I agree with that, right? Like, the closest equivalent I have, it's not a fair equivalent, but I hate when I've finished a video and I'm really happy with it, and for some reason I have to spend some more time on it. Like, redo it because something didn't come across well. It's like, this is, oh, whoa, the slime just jumped up here. That's not okay. That's a thing that he's allowed to do. So let's go all the way over here, and then let's patch this in too. So clearly, place a torch there, but then blocks here and there, and everywhere. Just make these as round as possible so people know exactly what it is. And then, honestly, it's bizarre how many of these I'm finding now that I'm doing them. Like, this block right here definitely wasn't there a while ago, right? Have I just had all these imperfections and I haven't dealt with them? Chat? How can he climb? He doesn't even have arms. Mojang, we need to do a bug report right now. That clearly doesn't make any sense. Okay, so also we've got some holes in the wall here. Okay, perfectly works. Jessup Kane, because everyone has tried to have you name makes sense. This is what my brain did. IBX Toycat. IB. Yeah, I used to be Toycat, you know. Like my name used to be Toycat, so now IBX Toycat, you know. I guess I used to date Toycat. But we broke up when I said we broke up when he said that. Oh, there's the last sponge, by the way. How did I not see that? Chat. I think I'm going blind. Removing the last of these blocks is really helping me appreciate how little I was seeing for these days. Like Shenpao X Leap, IVX Toycat. Exactly, perfectly. That is the way that most people describe my name, actually. They make some reference to a Shenpao. Investment banker, exchange, Toycat. Oh, I missed the tough brick up there too. Where are all these blocks? How have I not seen them till just now? I'm glad I'm doing all these little touch-ups, these little attention to details. But yeah, it's why you should always have like contingency time when you're working on a project. Because no matter how long it takes, if you want to get it done perfectly right, there's always a little bit of time that's going to have to be taken just fixing stuff that you didn't even know was broken until you saw it like you were an end consumer. It's why tradespeople are always so critical of other tradespeople's jobs. It's because when you're just looking at something, it's easy to say, this is terrible. It's the reason why critics are so much better than search engines. But it's much harder to actually have a good idea of what to do. Okay, so this wet sponge needs to be dried out. So I'm going to go to the nether real quick. And then I'm going to place it into my chest. Whew, no one ever looks up. Makes movies better and more dramatic. Yeah, I've considered... Oh, chat, I'm being murdered. Don't like it. Don't like it at all. Don't murder me. Not a fan. Okay. So we'll pick it up. Okay. Hope that didn't burn in the fire. Just going to walk through here. Hope that there's not death waiting for me on the other side. Okay, that was so smooth. That took no time. That was the perfect dimension switch as far as I'm concerned. So, dump some stuff in here. I've got some tuff, but I kind of need that tuff. And some of this and some of that should go in here too. And then I've got stone, which I think came from this structure. I'm fairly sure it did. So we'll put it in here alongside the cobbled deep slate. Oh, I forgot about you. Hello, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Do you want to climb up a scaffolding with me and help me place some blocks? I could do with an assistant to help on that, actually. So I'm glad that I have you here. Whew. It's fun how I don't have to repeat myself in chat, because Dash is always drawing attention to my messages for me. You know, your internet must be feeling really good tonight. Yeah, Chantal is the best idea for the next election. Highest tipper determines your second vote in the UK election. Okay, chat. If I'm going to commit electoral fraud, I'm going to do it for the highest bidder. Chat, right now. Highest tipper, you get to decide who I'm voting for in this election. Go for it. No, it's weird because I feel like I would be willing to sell my vote. I'm a big believer in the fact that everyone should vote and every vote matters. But every vote matters a lot less than, you know, some amount of money. Everyone can't think that. The whole system would fall apart if we did, and we'd live in a very terrifying country. But everyone doesn't believe that. It's just me that believes that, and so it works great. It's a perfect system when only I believe what I believe. The Germany centre-left party won, but is now unpopular. The far right is second strongest. The center right is strongest. Britain will see the same voter exhaustion, says Ben. Yeah, I think that is overwhelmingly likely. The world is moving towards populism, and so as a result of that, at least that will mean that there's going to be. I know it seems as though worldwide there is with very few exceptions, there is a thing of like, you know, left-wing parties can be popular for a term, but then they kind of fracture. It's a problem in politics in general. Is like, how do you keep an entire side, especially a two-party system, how do you keep an entire side of the political spectrum on the same party together? When you're in opposition, it's great. You can be like, you know, if you're the right, you can be like, we're going to lower taxes and everything, but still keep majorly beneficial social programs that some of you guys love. You know, the socially conservative people will fight woke and will lower your taxes. And then they come into power, and it turns out fighting woke takes tax money, and balancing budgets like people want takes, you know, tax money and lowering spending. And when you lower spending, people are like, oh, I only wanted to lower government spending for other people. I love my favorite government program. And then the same is true on the left of the spectrum. It's like, people also, by the way, vote for Pedro is what we're doing now. But yeah, and so like on it's really hard to unite a political party, and the world kind of realizes that. But I think right now in particular, it's hard for the left because, I know there's the idea of like purity testing is really common on the left. Like people going, oh, you're not really left wing. Like you'll see that a lot with any successful left wing party. Like there is no such thing as a governing left wing party that makes online left wing people happy, because, you know, the only time you're really left wing is if you're doing everything possible to change the world. And so right now, left coalitions fracture a lot easier than right coalitions, but right coalitions also fracture.
Vote for Pedro.
It's a problem. Hey, vote for Pedro! Okay, I'm going out right now, and I'm gonna go ahead, and I'm gonna... David is the #2 tipper of all time according to Streamlabs. Who wants to try and beat that? You know, those are quite some shoes to fill. Those are quite some shoes to fill. Okay, look at this chat. I've lined it up. So now there is just a single row of tough bricks standing between me and the entire mining of this structure. It's feeling pretty good, huh? Feeling pretty good. Oh yeah, it's feeling very, very, very good. So now we're going to finish up on our sky holes. I think these ones could really do with a fix next. Do I have the scaffolding for it? No, I need to go get some. So let's go break this. And we won't break that one because I think we need it. But I definitely have some unnecessary scaffolding hanging around. Like that. Let's go patch them in first. It's the most important thing. And so we'll treat it like it is. I voted for an armadillo named Pedro. Everyone, vote for Pedro. Share stream while Toycat goes out. Okay, let's go make this second vote count. You know, I was gunning for my man Rishi, but you know, it looks like we'll be changing. Looks like we'll be changing teams. Team Pedro. You know, I'm calling it now. The opinion polls are gonna be coming in, and it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna have all sorts of Pedro-related fun. Okay, there we go. Lovely. So I am going to try and get over there. I feel like I could. Okay. If I just believe in myself, I'm not believing hard enough. It's my problem. There we go. I patched in one of those holes. And that's probably as good as we're getting for right here. Now we're going to destroy the whole thing again and then do it up there. There's so many of these holes that have to come in, but it's what we've got to do, chat. It's what we've got to do. So these... Yeah, there's so many. I think the problem with fixing some is it makes me realize where the rest are. And I'm starting to notice the weird hole parts of it. So let's do one here. I need to have some scaffolding at some point anyway, right? So let's kill... He's got so much armor on, by the way. So much. All the way down to Legolas. Let's go through. Let's fight you fellas. Now let's put some tough in that wall. And then let's fix that corner there in particular. I think this is the ugliest corner. If we're gonna fix something, it could be this one. Okay, so deep slate, deep slate, deep slate, then switch out to tough. Fix it all perfectly. And then on this side up here, I don't have enough tough, so I have to be tactical and say it's tough through to there, but then it's deep slate, deep slate, deep slate. And then finally up there, yeah. And then up here as well. And just these small differences, let me up, no. I think these small differences will make a big effect on the end outcome. Like, it's very clear that it's a big rectangular void we've mined now, as opposed to whatever it was before. It looks very weird in a lot of places. Oh, there's candles! We've got to get the candles. Can't just be leaving candles there, chat. Speaking of candles, Jaden Ogden! I recently watched Why Minecraft is the Best Game Ever, which reminded me of another great video essay, No Game Shall Be the Same Way by Exam Savvy. I think you'd enjoy. Very fun. Maybe I would enjoy. Maybe I should check it out. The corner looks like someone gnawed on it. Totally true. Thank you, by the way, Jaden Ogden. Love to see a friendly face on the stream. Okay, so now we're gonna put the sponge away, the spoongie, and there we go. We got 63, which is almost all of them back now. And then we're gonna put down our last tough brick shulker box, which is right here. Okay, nice. It's so close to complete now, chat. So now I'm gonna have to make some signs, I think. Okay, so I want to be very clear about this. I want to tell the world exactly. Okay, so 6. I think 12. We don't have that many signs. Okay, so we're gonna make signs, and those signs are gonna say exactly how many of each block we have inside of the trials, and then that way we can move the blocks away and not feel like they're holding the thing up. So there's some sticks in here, 5 of them to be precise. I think we need like 2 though. So, and then there's a crafting table, handily enough, just over here, I assume, wrongly. So back this way, and we're gonna make the signs now so we can fill in the information easier later. There's this real thing where you finish a project and you get this fatigue of never wanting to touch it again. So I'm making sure that I get it right. I'm making sure we do this right. So, misc blocks, and then I'll have just a number of it all together. Then we'll have tough bricks, chiseled tough. Yeah, we got a lot of different things. So, tough bricks, and we'd have like a certain number, but it's going to be a whole sign by itself. Polished tough, it's going to be a whole thing by itself. And then like chiseled, and then what else is there? There's chiseled slabs. You know, there's polished slabs. Like, I don't know, 11. Oh, it doesn't work if we don't. Okay, we can only do up to 9, let's just say. And then there's something else that goes on here too, but I don't actually know what it is. So we'll work out how many blocks we have and add it to this number very soon. So we've got chiseled tough bricks and polished tough, and then okay, that's mostly it. So then for copper, it's a little bit more complicated. So we've got, we'll have a wax copper first. I guess we'll place the wax copper higher up so we can have the weird variants below it. So oxidize. Okay, we'll just write waxed, oxidized, oxidized. No, I can't paste that. It's fine. It's good. And then like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 3, whatever the number is, and then below that we'll have. I don't know what we'll have below that. Like waxed. We'll have oxidized, grates, etc., etc. Right. All the way through that. And then we're going to do the same with copper. So, waxed copper. And then, you know, whatever the number is. And then we'll have waxed copper bulbs, etc., etc. And we'll, like, add it all together. There's also copper grates and copper slabs. So, copper grates copper, cut slabs. Okay, and then we'll do the same for this. This chest is not going to be relevant to the number of blocks. And then we add them all together. Plus, we need probably another sign here, and that's going to be how we work this out. Okay, sounds good. I think. If you could regrow fingers easily, how often do? By the way, is my video out? I hope I haven't got like a Discord DM and it's going terribly. Okay, I'm gonna quickly check on the channel chat. Just gonna make sure everything hasn't exploded. Okay, it hasn't. I'm gonna quickly send a Discord message. See if that's good. Chat, let me know if there's a slime attacking me. I wouldn't be able to hear right now. Sorry, I'm being humorous. I can hear the slime. Minus a beacon. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of the beacon soon. I think probably now even. This might be a good time for it. How's it going? So, yeah, getting rid of this beacon's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a satisfying moment for sure. There's a few torches that could do a more efficient placing. Yeah, we'll just move one, like... I'll try and move them, like, in line of each other, mostly. There's always skeletons just attacking each other. And I feel like I'm always getting caught in the crossfire. Like, I don't want to be a part of your guys' gang conflict. I don't know why we insist that I must be. Please get me out of that. Thank you very much. So yeah, here's what it's looking... Okay, there's still those candles I've got to go get. I've got to deal with the candles now, chat. Not dealing with the candles is not an option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Yeah, we'll just go there right now. We'll just go there and pick up some candles. While we're at it, we'll go for the ceiling too. It's in the same place roughly. So Kat, you did a good job with the destruction. Nice job. Thank you, Carter. Oh damn, I hate skeletons so much. I really should have set up auto farms for these at the very beginning. Again, there's a little bit of hindsight to this. I didn't think this would be a 19-hour project when I started. But there we go. A couple of candles. Good to go. Throw them in here. Nice. I don't know where this iron came from. Did I kill a zombie or... Not my concern, I guess. Pick this up. And then eat this. It's my last baked potato. But hopefully I won't need more. And then we'll go up to the ceiling here. Just to fill in some of these holes. We don't have to get them all, but the fewer that exist, the better it all looks, right? So, very, very adult decision here. I rarely would do this, chat, but I am patching in my holes. We live in a society, and so for me, that means fixing holes that I make for myself. Okay, we'll just place those up, actually, and then we'll go grab the rest of them from here. Actually, I think I need to place that hole in from here anyway. So let's go over here. And then we need to get over there somehow. Should I just use polished tuff and then break it? Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so 1, 2. Oh, there's diamonds up there. Okay, we're going to make the problem worse so I can make it better. There we go. Just patch it all in block by block. For the most part, working great. Just place that block here. I should be able to. I don't know why I can't place there, chat. Do I just have to place it on the wrong side? Is that what's going to happen? Yep, that's fine. Oh, that's also fine. That's also fine. You know, it's gonna look worse if we make this any much better. So let's just call it a day. This side here, though, right? I'm looking at all the sides now. Let's do it. Let's fix in these holes. Just make the other holes look more intentional by not being everywhere. Holes are too broken to fix. You know, it is a common societal belief that holes are too broken to fix. But I believe that with a little love and attention, all holes can be fixed. There is no problem too great. Okay, so now I'm going to... I want to fly over there, but it's not actually going to help me if I do. So we'll get down. Then we'll break it. Take it all with me. And go up again. I'm so close to the completion of this project, chat, but I'm not destroying those last blocks. I'm not destroying them until we have all the other problems solved. It's a bold stance to take, but someone needs to do it. Place a scaffolding here. Place a torch, like, here and here. Remove this down a block. Just try to get these placements consistent. And then over here is the next goal. Actually, yeah, I guess over here is next. Let's go up. Shouldn't be so close to a chasm like this, but it's fine. Replace that with a torch there. Remove that. And start jumping up high because there's slimes. Oh, fixed ceilings in Minecraft is so repetitive. Yeah, I know, right? That's one of the reasons it's hard to do. Like, people, we seek stimulation. And sometimes it's hard to get that from very precise block placements. Can I even place that? Yeah, I can. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on. From here, we can get most of them. We can almost get all of them, chat. Okay, no. I didn't get it. So close. So now we just have a few of them left, which is much better. It's a very nice place to be. And I'm going to fly over into this hole and patch it from there. Perfect. This is obviously unredeemable. Doesn't need to be redeemed. It's part of a wider whole thing. This is going to come down now. I'm actually going to be able to fix this round the corner. Again, the square boxes make more sense when they just have squarer edges to them, like they naturally would. So now, next up on the chopping block, I think is... You know, I think we could say this is over. I think destroying... Making this come out more cave-like is a desirable goal. Like, it's not one that needs to be a focus or anything. I think we can finally go through and destroy the last remaining non-block blocks, chat. So it's gone. It wasn't really a part of the structure, but still. Oh, no, don't do this to me. So I'm going to go up and I'm going to grab some potatoes. How do they jump up? You don't have arms. We've already discussed this. Okay, we're just going to jump over there. Grab some baked potatoes. Whew. I have to eat those at some point. Okay, I'm gonna scan to make sure these are the last blocks now, chat. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I think these are the last blocks in the trial chamber that have to go down, and then I've done it. I think we can have our little mic drop moment after that point. I'm gonna make absolutely sure that's true. Gonna remove a few scaffolds here and there to ensure it. Yeah, I think so. I'm not seeing any floating candles or tough bricks, but I didn't see them this entire time. There's powdered snow, but we're not counting that. There's a single tough brick in the single deep slate missing from the wall there. We can go fix these. They're on the ground level. Yeah, chat. I don't think there's anything left up at this point. Gonna go back to you. Okay, easy peasy. Grab some deep slate, put it in the hole. There's some over here I thought too, but I must have gotten it already. This is probably dumb to keep. Fill it in. Yeah, oh no, there's a copper grate. Copper grate. I forgot about the copper grate, chat. We would have gone home. We'd have said that it was completed, but we know in our heart it just was not. And that is precisely why. Ooh. So there we go. Place some more of these. It's just a bit dark in this corner of the world, honestly. I think it's really just dark in the center away from the walls. Something I could probably fix with, like, some evenly spaced torches. One there, one there. One over here. One over there. Then we can remove these so that square seems a bit more even, except one needs to be there, clearly. I'm gonna go to sleep. No, I'm not. Okay, so besides barrels, chests, powdered snow, you know, like, besides stuff that's staying, I think we've now destroyed it all. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. And so now I'm just going to do the last thing on my way out, which is obviously I need to destroy my beacon. I need to put it back into my ender chest. So it was lovely to have a beacon for this project. Oh, I should have used the beacon to destroy the beacon. I made an amateur mistake, chat. I made the rookie mistake. Okay, could you please stay out of my way for this one? It's fun. The trial chamber's fighting back. They're like, no, you've spent so long with us. You can't be leaving this now. Also, I think that is a block. Maybe it's not. Does the deep slate behind the copper grate count? The deep slate behind the copper grate. There's some cobbled deep slate near the entrance. Oh yeah, right. Over here, there's some cobbled deep slate. I think that counts. I think we're gonna go for it. So we're gonna have to grab some food. It's a very short amount of time for food, but we'll go get it. Trial chamber, final boss moment. It feels like that, huh? So let's grab our single cooked chicken, and that'll hopefully be enough to see us through to the end here. Okay, getting up there is going to require a firework or some of this. We'll just fly up there. You know, I feel like Taylor Swift deciding how to get to the grocery store, because I know that it'll be faster if I just fly. Okay, here we go. Mine it all. Easy peasy. Oh, yes. Done. Over. And we could grab a shield from the chest if we wanted to as well. I don't know what it's doing in there. I don't know what I would do with it if I took it. But we're good. So, now we can finally destroy my beacon. This is a key thing holding me back. Use the wind charges. You have breeze rods. Yeah, using the wind charges probably is the best way for me to get stuff off. Okay. I think we're here. I think we're here, chat. I think we're at that moment. Oh yeah. I think it's happening. I think you're about to witness trial chamber history. Because what used to be a fully functioning chamber in my world, with just a single chunk missing, is now a trial chamber with nothing. There are just vaults and trial chamber spawners, which I can later turn into something fun. I think turning those into something farmable would be good. So I think that's what we'll do. Better yet, use trial chamber blocks to make a steampunk woodland mansion. Ooh, steampunk woodland mansion. That sounds fun. Okay, so I can finally remove this. I'm going to stand between me and the skeleton so I can't get hurt. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a full inventory. Easily solved, though. Easily solved. And these are the last blocks remaining. Oh, God. Okay, you know, spent far too long in this place. At the mercy of these fellas. But such is life, I guess. Okay. So, in goes this and that. And then all these spider eyes just to keep them off the ground. I'm going to do some cleanup. Is there any other blocks that we just don't need to have on us? Nope. Everything in there is required. Let's do it, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is the last block. Brick under the chest. There's a brick under the chest. I see bricks, I think. Minus 847. Minus 3598. Okay, minus 3598. Bricks under a chest. That's interesting. Bricks under a chest. 3958. Oh! Wow, yeah, very well hidden. Okay, thank God, chat. We almost thought we were done. We almost would have caught it over. Ouch. Okay, I'll go deal with them first. Guess if you're gonna be like that about it. Although you can kind of knock me out of here, so actually, you know, this system is not as well functioning as I thought it was. Oh, where are you hitting me from? Is it the same guy? Okay, I'm just gonna have to fly up and get in that way. No! Ouch! Okay, you know, I feel like there's like a final boss getting in my way here. Okay, I'm just gonna climb up at the edge of this where he can't knock me off. Oh, I hate you. I hate you and everything you stand for. Do you not understand? I just have one task here. You mean nothing, skeleton. You're worthless. You're the last of your kind. The only reason you exist is because you were spawned in by my existence. For thousands of years, you were nothing, and the one thing that made you something you're gonna fire arrows at? Yeah, you think that's a good idea? Well, I'll show you what's a good idea. You're not gonna like this, I don't think. I don't think this is fun for you. Yeah, how you like that? Not a lot, I imagine. Okay, we're good. Okay, now we can grab our new potion and some new speed. And we'll drop this on the ground, pick up some bread, and then we can finally do it. Okay. Oh. Now we climb to the top. And you know what we find there? 1, 2, 3. Okay, now we can be 100% sure. I mean, I'm saying 100%, but we've been 100% sure a couple of times. That there is one block of tough left in this entire trial chamber. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just patch that up. Just solve that problem for good. And then you know what? While we're here, there's a tough brick over. There's a tough block. I bet I have one on me. I actually don't. I have to. I'm gonna use a deep slate there, and it's gonna be confusing, but that's fine. Any other blocks that I can just fly into while I'm going past them? Yeah, that one there, I guess. There we go. Just the little things, right? Just the little things. Okay, so now I think it is fair to say the trial chamber has gone away. Oh, that's kind of ugly. Yeah, it's done, chat. Besides this one block. One block. Okay. Can we do it? Can we do it? Let's go. Oh, we did it. The whole structure's destroyed. It's done, chat. I have destroyed a trial chamber. Look at it. It is just chests, barrels, trial vaults, and trial spawners now. There's nothing left except my bed, which I guess will also move, actually. This is technically one of the blocks in the structures. Let's move it around. Let's make it not over there anymore, but instead right next to all the rest of this stuff. In this lovely little corner. In fact, let's deliberately make it. Oh, don't knock me into lava! No, no! I gave you one instruction. Okay, but we did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah. Oh, so cool, chat. So cool. So that is my entirety of destroying a trial chamber. It was a blast of a time, and I hope you enjoyed coming along and learning about what the process was like. However, there's one thing I want to know. I'm not going to do all the totaling up right now. I want to know how many tough bricks I ended up with. It's the largest number of blocks that I have. And so we're going to go out and find precisely that. I'm going to total up my miscellaneous blocks because it's a weird category. I'm going to total out some other stuff before I take these sugar boxes with me. But I want to know how many tough bricks do I have. And so the way I calculate that is I go up to the top here. I'm going to discount one double chest because I didn't use... Oh my god, I'm having a bad time at this. Okay, we'll have this come up from, like, the back. Okay, so there we go. Easy stuff. Just make a little hole through here. Would have been a lot easier. So we're going to move as many of these as we can down into this. I need to work out what I'm doing with all my other blocks as soon as I can. So got some of these on me and got some of these on me. Gotta be in here instead. Okay, so then we move all of these into here. Because again, it's all gonna have to come with me eventually anyway. And I want to just have one non-rounded chest. Oh, success is spicier than expected. It often can be, I find. Okay, so we'll leave that there, and we'll move these blocks here. So now let's count how many blocks are in this chest, chat. 9 times 64 is... You know, let's just work out how many stacks there is. There's 16 times 64. So I'm going to leave you, chat, for a second while I do this math. 16 times 64 equals 1,024 plus 11. So 1,035 plus... we've got one double chest. That's 54 stacks. We've got two double chests. That's 108 stacks. That's 162 stacks. That's 162 plus 54 is 216 stacks. This is 270 stacks. And then finally 324 stacks of tough bricks. 324 obviously plus a full sugar box here. 324 plus that full sugar box there. So it's three extra sugar boxes. So 324 plus, we'll say another 54 to add 2 of them. 324 plus 54 is 378. Plus another 27. 378 plus 27 is 405. So 405 times 64. Jesus Christ, that is so many blocks. I believe that means that we have 26,955 tough bricks plus this stack here, which makes it 27,009 plus this. 27,015 tough bricks. That is a lot of tough bricks. That is an insane number. How do I go back on this? Okay. 27,015. I'll put a little comma in there. It just feels correct to me, chat. Oh no. Whew. Okay, so now we're going to do the miscellaneous blocks. Free. Are ladders a block? I'm gonna say no. No, yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Flower pots are a block, fire charges aren't. We'll use that definition for this. So free, 67, 81, 128, 129, 174, 179 plus 30 is 209, 219, 223. Do dead bushes count as a block? Sure. 231, 263, 327. 327 will work backwards now. So 327 plus 35 is 362, 368, 379, 388, 398, 415, 462, 486. 486 miscellaneous blocks. Okay, so we'll take the easiest one of these that we can work out. There's some random chisel tough mixed in with the chisel tough bricks there. That becomes complicated quickly. Maths livestream is not as good as Deathloop. You know, it's true. Americans are so self-centered, celebrating 4th of July so much in chat. We didn't see Canadians mentioning what was July 1st, Canada Day. You didn't stream that day, but that's irrelevant, of course. I didn't stream because I was celebrating Canada Day, of course. As we all should have been. So now, just for fun, these aren't actual numbers. I need to, like, remove them before I think that they are. I think we can easily work out the amount of wax copper we have. So we'll do that too. We'll move all the wax copper from here into this chest. Oh, maybe we shouldn't. Okay, this actually becomes tricky very quickly. So just move it all up so that we have a complete chest, because a complete chest means we have 54 times 64, which is a number I should know off the top of my head, but don't. There we go. Got most of them sorted. And then we'll move the rest of these to the top of here, just to make this easier to deal with. Okay, so I have... That's something else. So I have 58 times 64 plus 40. 58 times 64. 3,712 plus 40. 3,752 is the actual number, which is surprisingly close to this, right? For just me making an entire guess. 3,752. The waxed oxidized copper is a little bit harder to work out. I'm sure there's none of it in here, though, so it is a little bit easy. There are 9 times 4, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. 42 stacks times 64. 2688 plus 36. So plus 36. Plus 36. 2724. So we'll just make sure we place that down correctly. 2724. Honestly, surprisingly little given the amount of work it takes. Obviously, I destroyed so many of those. But that's only... This is only, you know, like 36,000 ingots. So it's not that insane, right? Now we'll move the cut copper slabs. I think I got exactly 30 of those. So that's nice and easy. Add that to the list. Cut copper's nice and easy, I assume. I got 16 cut copper? Well, that's certainly nice and easy. Copper grates. I got so many copper grates. More than I know how to count, to be honest. Oh, I got loads of chiseled too. That has to be counted somewhere. So chiseled. a little bit messy, but we got 44 chiseled plus 64. That's really easy. That's 108. Chiseled 108. Oh, what did I do? What did I do? I broke it all, chat. How did I break it all? The sign's broken now. I don't know how to fix that. No, chat. Have you ever done this? Why did it overflow? Why is the sign broken? Okay, 16, 30, 108. I'm just gonna remember. I'm gonna place those back. So, cut slabs. 16, cut copper. 30, copper grates. Oh wait, chiseled. Chiseled 108. And at the very top, grates. Copper grates. I can't type it correctly. I have to do like that. It's gonna be like 400 and something, I don't know. 400. Okay, so how many is it? Now that I've written it down, I'm committing to finding out. 6 times 64 is 300 and... You know, I'll just work it out. 6 times 64 is 384 plus 26, 410. Very close. There we go. Actually, have I said that I wouldn't do it all, chat, but I just keep doing it. This is a problem. Someone needs to stop me. I've got plans for 5 minutes' time. I'm sitting here working away at all the numbers in a Minecraft-style spreadsheet. Okay, so let's do chisel. I've done most of the blocks. I haven't done the copper bulbs. That's easy though, right? Like, it's like 109 plus 1, 110. So 110 copper bulbs. Easy. So yeah, this is almost more or less in descending order too. I didn't even plan to do it that way. I should have planned to do it that way, but I didn't. So yeah, there's a lot more to sort out here. And then I've got to take it all home with me. But isn't that exciting, chat? Isn't that exciting? I think this is exciting. New objective, unwax every block. Terrible objective, Naito. Terrible objective. This has been my series of destroying an entire trial chamber, and now it's gone, my life is empty. But if you want to see my empty life, come along tomorrow for a live stream where I'll be showing you precisely that. Have a very lovely rest of your day, because I'll see you in the next one. Okay. Goodbye. Good night. Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good day. Good night. And check out the video